When Pangu formed untainted land after separating the heaven and earth, he saw that a barren, dead land was not what he hoped for. Thus he sacrificed himself to nourish the land and turned it into a utopia full of spiritual air. As time went by, spiritual creatures mushroomed all over the land, eventually becoming what was later known as the 100 Tribes of Untainted Land. Untainted land became bustling with life, but it was quiet in the blood sea that Pangu's own blood formed. Except for a slight breeze and rippling of water in the blood sea, the deathly stillness continued for more than 1,000,000 years after the separation of heaven and earth. Ah! A scream from the center of the blood sea pierced the silence, causing the still sea to be abruptly turbulent. An enormous red lotus floated in the middle of the blood sea, its 12 petals coated in a curious sheen. A young man, just on the brink of his 20s, stood on the lotus altar. To be precise, it was not a human, but a soul. Looking out at the blood sea in front of him, he couldn't help with his fear. One must understand he was no more than a technology otaku in his past life. The young man was named Muzan. He lived in New Era of China and enjoyed the wonders of the 21st century. Times were good, but even so, stress was ever-present. Slaves to their house and car mortgages were everywhere. Muzan, however, was neither. He did not even have a girlfriend. What need did he have for a house or a car? As a great technology otaku, cars and houses were dispensable for him. Muzan led a repetitive life, working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and basically stayed home after work. He did not have much of a social life, but he had a hobby of studying unusual or high-tech things. He had researched the 8 trigrams of Zhaoyi and the secret arts of Feng Shui. He even studied simple robotics and developed plugins for games. As long as it was something he was interested in, he would spend time to carefully study it. But who could foresee unexpected events? One moment he was admiring the meteoric shower on the rooftop, and a lightning inexplicably struck him in the next. As the saying went, one who survived a great disaster was destined for good fortune. But what was going on right now? Where was his body? Everything was a mystery to him, especially this sea of blood. Even though Muzan had seen blood, he had never seen this vast amount. The endless sea of blood made him scream out of fear. Muzan frowned as unfamiliar memories emerged in his mind. The more he relived those memories in his head, the more fearful he felt. He was so stunned that his jaw slacked, his mouth opened so wide that even a light bulb could be fit inside. He was momentarily dazed before he regained his composure. Muzan then swore to the heaven, saying, "With the Great Way as my witness, Muzan will no longer exist. There's only Ming, Lord of Blood Sea." Muzan knew it was Ming now. He had just finished his oath to heaven when ripples flashed across the void above Blood Sea, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. His earlier memories were a spiritual inheritance from ancestor Ming, the owner of Blood Sea. He had been transported to a time before the birth of ancestor Ming, yet the Tao acknowledged him as the Lord of Blood Sea. But still, he came from the future, an anomaly unacceptable by the Great Way. He had to give up his past and become a native of untainted land. Only then would he not be considered an anomaly. But when he was making his oath, a thought came to him. He swore to the Great Way instead of the Way of Heaven, for the Way of Heaven was newly born and had not awakened yet. Untainted land was under the control of the Great Way. By swearing to it, the Way of Heaven had no way of knowing his past, and Ming would not have to worry about his origins being exposed. Taking things as they came was one of the strong points of Ming. Since he can't change the present, then he will accept it. It was akin to a phrase that went viral on the internet: "Life is like being raped. If you can't fight it, then you might as well enjoy it." What Ming needed was to survive and live his life to the fullest. Thinking about it, ancestor Ming, the 3 pristine ones, ancestor of sorcery, Jiyin, Junti, goddess Envaiwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, and Tei were all primordial Mazingers. They began far ahead of the other creatures in untainted land. The 3 pristine ones, Jiyin, Junti, and goddess Envaiwa, became sages of the heavenly way, while Emperor Jun, Tei, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery perished. However, as the leaders of the sorcery and demon tribes, they had at least reigned over one untainted cultivation tribulation of the land. Even Kun Peng and Zhen Yuanzi left behind legacies of their own. Ancestor Ming, on the other hand, was the Lord of Blood Sea. In the first place, he was far higher on the cultivation path than most creatures, but what he did turned him into a joke in untainted land. According to his knowledge of untainted land myths, Ancestor Ming wanted to be a sage, so he robbed Hong Yun, trying to get his Hong Meng immortal qi that could pave the way to become a heavenly sage. This infuriated Emperor Jun, Tei, Kun Peng, and even Zhen Yuanzi. He got nothing and even lost what he already had. Soon, Goddess Envaiwa became a sage for creating humans. Ancestor Ming followed suit by creating the Shura tribe. He was awarded merit for his deeds, but it was very limited. When the 3 pristine ones and the 2 saints of the West formed a tribe, he followed that too. But the merit he received was still not enough for him to become a heavenly sage. Thereafter, the 2 saints of the West snatched a few members of his Shura tribe and created demigods and semi-devils. He even had to live with an evil neighbor like K1E63IT IG RBH. If Blood Sea had not remained full, or if he did not have a magical undying nature, or his status as one of the rulers of the six paths of reincarnation, he would not have been able to live in peace. But that was not the future the current Ming wanted. Even though it would allow him to live forever, it was no different than him being dead. Ming had his own ambitions. He had lived a mundane life for the past 20-odd years, but it was different now. There were hundreds of thousands of mythological characters and stories that he knew by heart from his past life, and thus he was not willing to sit idly. Wait a moment. It seemed like he did not even have a physical form yet. After his thoughts had wandered too far, Ming only came to remember that he did not have a body. After being transported here, he received the approval of Blood Sea and received the eternal spiritual treasure that belonged to Ancestor Ming. It must be admitted that Ancestor Ming had considerable wealth. When it came to eternal spiritual treasures, he alone had 4 of them. The first was Red Lotus of Fire, the primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. It was the lotus he sat on earlier. Next, the flag floating above his head was one of the primordial flags of the 5 regions, Xunyuan Water Control Flag. Like Red Lotus of Fire, it was also a primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. After Red Lotus of Fire and Green Lotus of Chaos withered, their 4 lotus seeds became Green Lotus of Creation, Red Lotus of Fire, Golden Lotus of Merit, and Black Lotus of Destructions respectively. These were all primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade, dubbed the 12-grade lotus. The fire of karma that came from Red Lotus of Fire could exterminate everything in its path, and it was also a top-class defensive item. One became indestructible simply by sitting on the lotus altar. Red Lotus of Fire would produce a seed every now and then. Stimulated by 3 light holy water, the seed could grow into a 9-grade lotus altar, but the water was a rare find. Xunyuan Water Control Flag was another primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. It was a creation of Green Lotus of Chaos. It was not only indestructible and omnipotent, it could also obscure the heaven and earth and keep evil at bay. More importantly, it was able to control water. Over a period of time, it can produce a drop of the extremely rare 3 light holy water. It can also form the primordial 5 elements formation when combined with Wuji Apricot Flag, Emerald Lotus Flag, Floating Flame Flag, and Natural Cloud Realm Flag. With 2 onyx swords guarding both sides of the lotus altar, it was filled with murderous intent despite its mundane appearance. They were top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, named the Yuntu Sword and Abai Sword. The 2 swords were filled with a destructive force that surpassed any primordial spiritual treasure of their grade. With their prowess combined, they were on par with even a primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. Besides this, Ming actually had a half-formed merit of creation. One must know that the 3 pristine ones only had 1% of merit by the Great Way. Any merit they received thereafter would simply be merit by the way of heaven and was incomparable to the merit of the Great Way. As long as Ming do not lose his merit of creation, it was akin to him having a protection amulet in untainted land that even Ancestor Hong Jun had to be cautious of. Thinking about it, his merit of creation was not received in vain. After the separation of heaven and earth, Pangu's blood, the blood of the Mazinger, and the primordial killing intent were all gathered in Blood Sea. It was safe to say Blood Sea was simply a garbage dump. The Great Way was just. The half-formed merit of creation was considered compensation to Ming, but when it came to the birth of his physical form, Ming had to reconsider. The body of Ancestor Ming was made from the essence of the Blood Sea. It allowed him to cultivate at a faster pace, but that restricted his future cultivation. That was because that essence was fused with the blood of Pangu and Mazingers, as well as the primordial killing intent. It was impure, thus making the sage to be realm the furthest he could go. The different cultivation realm stages in untainted land could be categorized into convert essence into chi, convert chi into spirit, convert spirit into emptiness, and convert emptiness into Tao. Followed by realm of celestial beings, earthly immortals, heavenly immortal, veridical immortal, black immortal, primordial unity black immortal, golden immortal, primordial unity golden immortal, zenith heaven golden immortal, sage to be, the sage zenith heaven golden immortal of the origin, sage of the heavenly way fate golden immortal of the origin, and the sage of the great way Wu Jai golden immortal of the origin. Every single realm could be segregated into 4 smaller stages as early stage, secondary stage, late stage, and the peak. Even if there would only be 7 sages, including Ancestor Hong Jun, in untainted land in the future, but would Ming be satisfied? Of course not. Since he had the chance to be reborn again, he should live boldly. If he was to reside in a corner while being fearful of everything, then he would be better off dead. It was necessary to lay a good foundation to reach a higher goal. The blood needed to create his physical form was too impure. To purify it, what Ming had to do was to ensure to assimilate all elements of the blood into one. This might cost him the distinctiveness of Pangu and Mazingers, but Ming He knew that the best thing was what he made out of it. After all, every loss was a gain. There were not many methods to purify the blood essence. The first method was using Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, a primordial supreme treasure. The cauldron had the ability to return to Genesis and convert any post-celestially to primordiality. While this fulfilled Ming's needs, but who the hell knew where this cauldron was, so it was a pass for him. The only method left was Red Lotus of Fire that was at Ming He's feet. He burned the blood essence with primordial fire to remove the primordial killing intent, as well as the remnants of Pangu and Mazingers. The resulting unique pool of blood might not be as strong, but at least he will have no qualms using it. This made it a worthwhile exchange. But Ming He was now simply a soul, no different than a mortal's soul. To prompt Red Lotus of Fire to refine the blood essence, he needed to have a strong Purusa or supernatural power. Ming He did not have any cultivation currently. His top priority was to transform his soul into primordial Purusa. In the spiritual inheritance he received was a method for cultivation. The highest realm that he could cultivate to was Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. As for the cultivation methods after this realm, he would have to develop himself or wait for Hong Jun to become a sage and listen to his teachings. However, Ming He firmly believed that it was better to rely on himself than on others. Years passed like lightning while he was in cultivation. Untainted Land was still peaceful, and Blood Sea was as isolated as it was before, allowing him the time to cultivate and research the methods and needs for his future cultivation. Ming He felt that the spiritual inheritance information was too haphazard. As a technology otaku, he preferred information to be organized. The cultivation method he received from the spiritual inheritance was named Blood Sea Mystical Skill. This was a manual on refining one's Purusa and supernatural power. Other than that, the spiritual inheritance included a magic skill called Clone of Blood God, as well as a formation befitting Blood Sea, named Blood River Formation. Clone of Blood God was a special skill unique to mythical ancestor Ming He. As long Blood Sea do not wither, Ming He would be immortal. He started drooling looking at that magic skill, 480 million. Ming He could create up to 480 million clones of Blood God. Just the thought alone was enough to make him tremble with excitement. In his previous life, he watched an animation called Naruto. The character that he was most envious of Minato, who had the ability to clone himself as and when he wanted to. Although that skill was nothing compared to Ming He's clone of Blood God, his own did have its restrictions. The clones were considered Ming He's avatars, but their cultivation was lower than Ming He by 2 big realms. The Blood River Formation was more special. If just anyone attempted to use the formation, its power was average, and it was at most a first-class formation. When compared to the top-grade formation in the land such as 12 Divine Beings Killing Formation, Cosmic Stars Formation, and God Killing Sword Formation, there was a huge gap. But if the formation was created by the 480 million clones of Blood God and within Blood Sea, its power was that of a top-grade formation. There was also a unique use for the formation. Rather than calling it an ability, it was more accurate to say it was the mission of the formation. Years later, Untainted Land would witness an endless massacre, including the 100 clans of Untainted Land and Sorcerer and Demon Clan. There would be so many dead bodies that their blood was sure to contaminate Untainted Land, creating a land filled with a deadly aura. Blood River Formation could expel the evil aura in the blood from the void to Blood Sea, which could be seen as a work of merit. With this, no one would try and cause Ming He trouble, but nothing was set in stone. Ming He still had to be cautious. All creatures beneath the sage was considered a non-entity without sufficient strength. It was best to be careful. However, with this layer of protection, anyone that wanted to kill him had to be wary. Coupled with his half-formed merit of creation, even a sage may not be able to handle the consequences of killing him. All these were stories for the future. Ming He embarked on the first ever cultivation journey in his life after researching Blood Sea mystical skill. The newly born Untainted Land was filled with spiritual air. The countless spiritual air was assimilated into his soul the moment Ming He practiced the techniques. The air kept nourishing and strengthening his soul. Day after day, year after year, the passing of time had ceased to have meaning. Millions of years had passed in a flash. Sitting cross-legged atop the Red Lotus of Fire, Ming He observed Blood Sea. The once small, weak soul had become a Purusa, so strong that it was almost condensed into a physical form. Ming He exhaled a huge sigh of relief after ending the first cultivation of his lifetime. He never thought that he would be cultivating millions of years in one sitting. It was simply too unbelievable. Cultivating made him felt like he was high on opium while he was gaining enlightenment. He also realized his insignificance in the grand scheme of things. It made him want to cultivate more, to be even stronger. It was so much that it almost became an out-of-control addiction. Ming He only cultivated his Purusa. His cultivation went unimpeded, and his Purusa realm had reached the peak of Golden Immortal. With just a little more enlightenment, he would be elevated into the realm of primordial unity golden immortal. His force of Purusa was now to control Red Lotus of Fire to refine the blood placenta for his physical manifestation. Nonetheless, Ming-He was no longer anxious. The refinement of blood placenta was a long process. Even though no one would come to Blood Sea, it was better to be safe than sorry. Ming-He decided to create some clones of blood gods to lay down the Blood River formation just in case. Clones of Blood God needed the blood from Blood Sea and the spiritual thoughts from Ming-He's Purusa to be formed. This was no small feat, as this would damage his Purusa. There was fortunately Xunyuan water control flag. The flag produced 3 light holy water, which had an incredible effect on nourishing the Purusa. Otherwise Ming-He would not have dared to do so. Another 1,000 years passed once again. The refinement of 480 million clones of Blood God was a daunting task, and Ming-He was naturally not silly enough to do so all at once. This time he only refined 36 million clones of Blood God. Each clone had the realm and supernatural power of a black immortal. If they were to lay down the Blood River formation, they could resist even the attack of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Ming-He felt much safer having Blood River formation as protection. Next came the refinement of Blood Placenta by using Purusa to control Red Lotus of Fire. Countless flames of Red Lotus Fire instantly emerged from Red Lotus of Fire, burning evil spirit from the placenta. Hiss, tzz, countless weird and harsh sounds came from the placenta, giving Ming-He goosebumps. These were the obsession remnants of the fallen Mazingers. The placenta was formed by the essence of Pan-Gu and the blood of Mazingers. While it was normal to have remnant thoughts, and he would be able to use this for his physical transformation, this would limit his future cultivation. While Ming-He's Purusa was refining the placenta, his 36 million clones of Blood God did not remain idle either. Though they were not able to cultivate and break through their current realm, this did not affect their ability to research the techniques and magic skills. This was influenced by the replication technique in Naruto. The replication technique in Naruto was considered a bug skill, such as the ability to gain everything that an avatar learned when they returned to their main entity. It was a good skill to have to enhance his research. Clone of Blood God was not as troublesome because their spiritual thoughts were linked. Any prediction of magic skills through spiritual thoughts was simply amazing. Even though Blood Sea mystical skill was a cultivation technique passed down through the spiritual inheritance and was suitable for him to cultivate, it was definitely not perfect. The descendants of the Chaos, Pan-Gu, and the 3,000 Mazingers all cultivated internally and externally. The powerful physical bodies of Mazingers, coupled with their immense supernatural power, made them all superb fighters in untainted land. Ming-He wanted to cultivate internally and externally. Though he did not have any techniques to refine his physical form, it did not prevent him from predicting and experimenting. The best experimental subject was his clones of Blood God. Even if the prediction went wrong and clones of Blood God were forced to cultivate that predicted technique, Ming-He simply had to destroy the clones and create new ones. In untainted land, there was only one person that could predict a technique using this method, that was Ming-He. 36 million clones of Blood God predicting the techniques and magic skills was much faster than Ming-He doing it personally umpteen times. There was a huge flaw to this, however, the cultivation realm. The clones of Blood God were lower than Ming-He by 2 realms, so their prediction capabilities had serious limitations. It was akin to a junior high student learning high school knowledge. They were able to understand half of it, but if one made them learn from university knowledge, they would not be able to do so. The prediction his clone of Blood God made could only reach the same cultivation realm as Ming-He. He could only rely on himself for everything else. Yet this was enough of an amazing feat. At least his foundation would not be flawed. Over tens of thousands of years later, the burning flame in the center of Blood Sea was extinguished. The once blood-red placenta tinged with black was now purified into what seemed like a bloody, red ruby without impurities, filled with limitless temptation. Ming-He was satisfied with the current placenta even if it was nowhere near the size of the original placenta. But not only was it completely pure, it was also free from the remnant thoughts from Pan-Gu and the Mazingers. The blood had been united as a single entity, without indications of previous separations. The next step was to use the refined placenta to manifest his physical form. Ming-He's Purusa entered the placenta in a flash, followed by immense spiritual air, eventually creating a whirlpool of spiritual air. The placenta expanded more and more as time passed, and its vital force also became stronger. Convert essence into chi, convert chi into spirit, convert spirit into emptiness, convert emptiness into Tao, earthly immortals, heavenly immortal, veridical immortal, and the black immortal. After gradual elevations, the placenta began taking the form of a young lad resembling Ming-He in his past life. Rumble, a powerful surge of force came from Ming-He's body, resulting in turbulent tidal waves forming in Blood Sea. At the same time, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared above. That was the thunder tribulation for Minghe's transformation. Rumble, a stroke of lightning descended from the cloud of tribulation, hitting the placenta where Minghe was transforming in. Minghe did not use any spiritual treasure to defend himself. Instead, he used his own flesh to go against the thunder tribulation of transformation. The odd thing was the vital force of the placenta only grew stronger after Minghe suffered a blow from the thunder tribulation. Thereafter, every time the cloud of tribulation struck down a stroke of lightning, the vital force of the placenta grew stronger. When all 81 strokes had been descended from the thunder tribulation, the placenta was completely transformed, and Minghe's physical form took its place. It was no different from the way he looked in his past life, except for a purple lightning bolt imprint between his eyebrows and being dressed in a black robe. Even though he still seemed as ordinary as ever, his new look gave him an indescribable elegance. Minghe looked at his hands and feet, overwhelmed with emotion. Though he had spent hundreds of thousands of years without a physical form, he still missed having a body. Now that he had won, he finally felt a sense of reality. Clenching his fist, faint amazement appeared in Ming's expression. It was inevitable. He was just an ordinary mortal in his pre-existence. How could he accept having such a strong power out of the blue? Earlier, he had thought that his repaired original spirit was impressive enough, but now that he had his real body, he felt even stronger. Before he shapeshifted, Ming had planned on resisting tribulation thunder with his flesh, and that would help to shape his real body. When he reached the limit, he would use some of the magic weapons to protect himself. However, to his surprise, a flash of purple thunder emerged from his original spirit and absorbed a great deal of the energy from tribulation thunder. Minghe was the primordial Mazinger, and his shape-shifting tribulation was primordial 81 tribulation thunder, whose power was strong enough to kill primordial unity golden immortal. Even so, the purple thunder from his original spirit could still consume most of the power from tribulation thunder. That was really amazing. After Ming's body manifested, a thunder mark was imprinted between his eyebrows. He also received a message of this thunder at the same time, which was called Zixeo thunder. It was worth mentioning that divine thunder of chaos ranked top among holy thunders of untainted land, followed by purple heaven thunder. Minghe's purple heaven thunder was the first of its kind, born at the time when Pangu separated the heaven and the earth, and disappearing at the appearance of the way of heaven. It somehow struck Minghe in his previous life, and brought his soul back to the beginning of untainted land. However, purple heaven thunder was not that easy to use. Ming's body was complete, and he had even reached the early stage of primordial unity golden immortal. His supernatural power was robust, many times stronger than the ordinary early stage of primordial unity golden immortal. Even so, using purple heaven thunder even once would deplete nearly all of his supernatural power. Considering the lethal power of purple heaven thunder, Minghe thought he could use it as his last resort. Minghe's initial plan after regaining his physical form was to travel throughout the untainted land and hunt for priceless treasures. However, with purple heaven thunder, he realized his exercise methods still needed improvement. Besides, he only had 36 million clones of blood gods at the moment. Before leaving, he needed to create at least 480 million of them to ensure that his stronghold would be firm enough. The creation of 480 million clones of blood gods was truly a grand project, taking Minghe almost 130,000 years to complete. However, what made him feel a little pity was that in order to make up the consumption of his original spirit for nourishing clone of blood gods, he had nearly used up all 3 light holy water, which had emerged from Xunyun water control flag. However, with the 480 million clones of blood gods at the early stage of primordial unity black immortal guarding Blood Sea, and with Blood River formation, Blood Sea would be peaceful. No one would probably dare encroach his Blood Sea, as it was deadly to other creatures except Minghe. It wouldn't be a joke to get the blood on one's body. Besides, with 480 million clones of blood gods, Minghe's prediction skill could be greatly improved. It was as if Minghe was the CPU of a central computer, and each clone of blood god was a smaller one. A powerful CPU supported by 480 million smaller CPUs would greatly enhance his prediction skill. The transforming exercises predicted by 36 million clones of blood gods had its flaws. Ideally, he wanted the transforming exercises to work both internally and externally, but the transforming exercises by clones of blood god were still lacking, and now that Minghe had purple heaven thunder, he could fine-tune his body with the thunder, making it a far superior method. Besides, Minghe still needed to deduce some other magic skills, such as swordsmanship, the technique of flying, tactical formations, the law of refining elixir, and the art of refining tools. With the help of his clones of blood god, Minghe could make his predictions and practical experiments at the same time. After all, as the old saying went, genuine knowledge came from practice. However, there were no other things around except blood and the evil spirits, so Ming tried to focus on places beyond the Blood Sea. Blood Sea was located in the southwest of Untainted Land. Due to the existence of Blood Sea, the surrounding regions were almost turned into uninhabited lands. This made things convenient for Ming. He triggered thousands of his clones of Blood God and made them carry as many types of soil, spiritual roots, minerals, and spiritual products to Blood Sea as possible. He then used his supernatural power to compress all these things into an island, suspended over the middle of Blood Sea. However, the evil blood aura from Blood Sea was too filthy, and this suspending island couldn't stand the erosion of it. A tactical formation was the only way to isolate the evil blood aura. Ming currently knew just one kind of tactical formation that could gather the evil blood aura, named Blood River Formation. But the formation was not suitable for the protection of the island, but the same result could be achieved in different ways. Ming had a thorough understanding of Blood River Formation. Coupled with the strong deductive ability of his clones of Blood God, Ming planned to deduce several useful formations as a precaution against unexpected circumstances. For thousands of years, Blood Sea was rocked with all kinds of explosions and noises. All those time, Ming had never stopped his deduction. The suspending island over Blood Sea had also seen great changes, finally looking like a home worthy for immortals. Thus, Ming named it Sacred Island. With picturesque sceneries, this island was full of birds' twitter and fragrance of flowers, with fowls and beasts romping about. 64 flags were erected around the island, forming a formation to protect it. This formation was called 8 Trigrams Spirit Gathering Formation. With extremely powerful defense strength, this formation included Confusion Formation, Trapping Formation, and Killing Formation. The formation could also gather spirits, which was also one of its special traits. Unlike Untainted Land, Blood Sea was too remote to gather the spiritual air. The modified exercise method still needed the spiritual air. After deducing 8 Trigrams Spirit Gathering Formation, Ming also refined a blood-spilling trigram furnace as the eye of his formation. This trigram furnace was post-celestial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. It formed the finest post-celestial merit spiritual treasure after getting the post-celestial merit from Untainted Land's evil blood aura attracted by Blood River Formation. Blood-spilling trigram furnace was capable of refining evil blood aura into spiritual air. As a result, spiritual air was found in abundance in Sacred Island, making it a rare blessed land in the Savage region. A quaint antique cottage sat in the middle of the island, its door bearing a plaque with the charming words, Knowledge Villa. In the main yard, Ming sat on a stone bench. He admired the jade slip in his hand, with a satisfied expression. This jade slip had cost him thousands of years of painstaking efforts, recording all his transforming exercises, magic skills, the technique of flying and submergence, the void swordsmanship, tactical formations, law of refining elixir, and law of refining tools, which were all deduced by him. His exercise methods were formerly named Blood Sea Mystical Skill, but Ming thought it was too old-fashioned, so he changed it into Arcane Blood Thunder Incantation. The content was divided into 2 parts, Manual of Original Spirit and Refining Body Manual. The former was based on Blood Sea Mystical Skill, further optimized by his prediction. As for the Refining Body Manual, the evolution of his flesh would continue until he achieved the physical body of Rakshasa. This was a blasphemous and dangerous path, but wasn't attaining his body a blasphemous act in itself? Then there was no longer any reason to hesitate. As for the magic skills Ming created, he invented 3 more apart from clones of Blood God in his primordial inheritance. The first could be called Deceiving Eyes, which he could direct attacks targeted at him towards his clones of Blood God. When he received lethal attacks, he could even make them ward off those attacks. Naturally, this was all based on his experiments with his clones of blood. He had yet to experience any actual combat yet. The second skill was Blood God Transformation, a divine beast transforming skill. Ming had thought it was not that useful for him, but he could still pass it on his disciples. Ordinary transformation skills were just specious, but Blood God Transformation was different. The so-called Blood God Transformation was a transforming skill containing 108 kinds of plows and evils, which could transform the bearer into 108 kinds of divine beasts. But to truly command the power of the divine beasts, the bearer had to mix the blood essences of all the beasts. It so happened that those beasts were common throughout Blood Sea. This kind of transforming skill posed little use to Ming, but it was good enough to pass on to his disciples and followers. For that, Ming made a slight change in the Blood River Formation. He extradited the different races to the different regions in Blood Sea, so he could just remove the evil spirit from the blood if he needed any particular kind. The third skill was Blood Burning Tactic. He could enhance his power by burning his blood, but it was a deathly tactic that would consume his life. It could not be utilized until truly necessary. Again, Ming felt that it was useless for himself, but he could teach it to his apprentices. Other than those skills, Ming had predicted out two kinds of techniques of flying and submergence. One was a flying technique called cloud escaping blood. He could travel 200,000 miles in a second, and few in untainted land could catch up to him. The other one was a combat technique dubbed blood shadow movement. Using it in the combat, he could enhance his speed, forming a shadow of blood. When he refined to its highest level, he could turn into 9 bloody shadows. As for swordsmanship, Ming had a deep comprehension of Yuntu sword and Abai sword, and thus created a new swordsmanship he called Boundless Sword Incantation. From its name, it was evident that the swordsmanship was made of myriads of changes. Although this swordsmanship only contained Rain of Blood and Evil Blood Destroyer, each one was full of danger. As for tactical formations, Ming was in fact gifted in it. Besides 8 trigrams spirit gathering formation, he had also invented 2 kinds of formations. One was 2 blood right killing formation. If Ming made the formation with Yuntu sword and Abai sword, few in primordial unity golden immortal realm could defeat him. That formation was doubtlessly among the best in untainted land. Another one was red blood lotus killing formation. This formation was based on evil blood aura and red lotus fire, meant to kill his enemies. Without special magic skills or the highest grade of primordial spiritual treasure for defense, the person trapped in this formation would have little chance of survival. Lastly, Ming may not be particularly talented at the law of refining elixirs and tools, but with his cheating prediction skill, he did find out some important laws about refining elixir and tools. For example, refining blood technique required the mixing of different kinds of blood essence with medicinal substances and minerals to refine elixir and tools. The effect was not bad, but it needed improvement. Now that everything was ready, Ming started to prepare for his first travel around untainted land. Although his cultivation was at the level of primordial unity golden immortal, his mind didn't catch up with that. In the end, he still maintained some of his habits from his previous life. Thus he decided to go down to the mortal world to experience the different kinds of lives there. Untainted land at the moment was still peaceful and safe, but nobody knew what would happen in the future. Many cultivators would die each cultivation tribulation, some of which were the primordial mazingers like Ming. To put it bluntly, in this world of power, only the strong had the right to set the rules and talk about mercy. Leaving Bloodsea, Ming wandered around untainted land, riding on a piece of cloud. He had never really basked in the beautiful mountains and hills since he came here. He had only seen a corner of untainted land when the clones of Blood God were searching for experimental materials. Several days had passed since he left Bloodsea. The scenery that Ming saw had only improved as he got further away from Bloodsea. In his previous life, Ming had often heard the saying Guilin's scenery is the best in the world. However, that was nothing compared to untainted land. Mountains stretched tall into the clouds, with peculiar peaks and weird stones, clear water and white sand, making them look like a utopian land. Yet this was only one corner of untainted land. Ming couldn't imagine how beautiful the actual home of immortals would be. Never mind Mount Buju, which was formed by Pangu's backbone. As he traveled further away from Bloodsea, Ming saw more creatures living in untainted land. They bore strange appearances and belonged to different tribes, but they all lived as a form of their own state being and usually fought physically. This was no surprise, as the ones with the ability to learn cultivation techniques from the way of heaven's spiritual inheritance in untainted land were people like Ming, who were primordial mazingers. Other post-celestial creatures could only rely on their own ability to cultivate by taking in spiritual air, as they did not have any systematic techniques. Throughout his journey, huge exotic beasts could be seen everywhere, fighting for spiritual roots, spiritual fruits, spiritual medicine, and lands concentrated with spiritual air. The strong preyed on the weak. That was the way of life and the most primitive law of survival. Mortality refined one's heart, seeing what the world had to show and experiencing life processed through aging and death, as well as emotional attachment of happiness, anger, sorrows, and joy. These were all things that Ming had not experienced in his previous life. While traveling, Ming had seen enough killing and deaths to understand the vulnerability of life. This sowed a seed of strong being and will in him. Throughout his journey, Ming had seen all types of fights among the 100 tribes of untainted land. Death could be seen nearly everywhere. Why was it so? Being weak was a sin on its own. Ming was now a native on untainted land. Thinking about the danger he would face in cultivation tribulation of his life, there were only 2 paths in Ming's future. The first path was to stand aloof from the rest of the world, to simply rely on his identity as the Lord of Bloodsea and his future identity as Lord of the Way of Shura 6 path of reincarnation, to hide in a corner. While this might make him a carefree immortal, living to be as old as heaven and earth, but was that really being carefree? Ming had no idea. The other road was to rely on his own intuition, to defy the heavens while cultivating to create a great way of Tongshan, especially the few sages he might have a match with, so this would be a road of no return. Once he stepped on this road, there would be no turning back. Still carrying some of his modern mentality, Ming was at a loss when it came to choosing between the two roads in front of him. If he had been the otaku he used to be, he would have definitely chosen the first path and become a lofty immortal. However, he was familiar with many mythical stories. As a child, he was particularly fond of Journey to the West and Monkey King. But now, these mythical stories would likely be real events happening near him. His heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Ming instantly lost the mood to sightsee and rode the clouds aimlessly. A sudden noise startled him, and he landed the cloud atop a tree, watching the place where the noise came from. It was a fight between two tribes. Ming's thought for a while and understood the reason. They were fighting over territory. The weaker party occupied a part of the land that the stronger party disagreed with, inevitably leading to the current fight. These were common scenes in untainted land, but Ming never really cared for it. He stood atop of the tip of the tree and watched for several days until it ended. Then he rode the clouds back to heaven with a heavy heart. All in the world lived and fought for their own interests. To stand aloof from the world did not mean that one could live in peace. Think about the invasion of China in the 20th century. The answer was a brutal no. Only supreme strength could guarantee a good life. The most valuable things in untainted land were mainly luck, merit, and spiritual treasure. Ming had them all, even if he wanted to stand aloof from the world, but was that possible? When sages did not die, thieves shall rise. Considering the birth of sages in the future, Ming would be targeted sooner or later. Since he could not escape his destiny, he decided to face it. After all, he had already died once. Moreover, he had a better starting point than others, such as eternal spiritual treasures he owned, which was more than what others could wish for in their lifetime. With that thought, Ming became more relaxed. With a clear mind, his cultivation improved rapidly, till the late stage of primordial unity golden immortal. To his surprise, his realm of original spirit broke through to the pinnacle of primordial unity golden immortal. This came as a great surprise. Any slight enlightenment would be enough for him to break through to zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Once the troubles that bothered him dissipated, his mood returned and he began his carefree journey again while collecting spiritual roots, spiritual medicines, and spiritual treasures at the same time. As long as it was something that he liked, he would do whatever it took to get it. He had even refined a spiritual map of the living, which was a top-grade post-celestial spiritual treasures to contain spiritual roots and spiritual medicines. He chose Mount Buju as his destination for two reasons. One was to enjoy the majesty of Pangu. The other was to search for treasures. The main characters in the novels he had read in his previous life always owned treasures. Ming did not want to miss out. Ming had a good harvest of spiritual roots and spiritual medicine particularly. Though many were common plants, planting them on sacred islands seemed like a good idea. There were also other good items useful for Ming's cultivation. Among all the spiritual roots Ming collected, one of the best ones was the first tea plant of untainted land. The tree was a mid-grade primordial spiritual roots. It had the special function of calming one's mind, which was effective to sage to be and below in all realms. The other was a top-grade primordial spiritual root of an enlightenment fruit tree. This tree blossomed 1 millennium after planting, bore fruits after the 2nd millennium, and ripened after the 3rd. Only 9 enlightenment fruits was produced, which would give those below the level of sage to be the rare inspiration after eating them. It was a pity that one could only eat 3 during his lifetime. Magic weapons in untainted land were classified into 5 classes from the highest to the lowest: spiritual treasure of chaos, primordial supreme treasure, primordial spiritual treasure, post-celestial supreme treasure, and post-celestial spiritual treasure. Every grade could be classified into 4 smaller grades, namely the highest grade, top grade, mid-grade, and low grade. However, spiritual roots only had 2 classes, primordial and post-celestial. They were also categorized into 4 grades: highest grade, top grade, mid-grade, and low grade. Other than the 2 primordial spiritual roots, Ming found 3 more primordial spiritual treasures, among which he felt a little strange about the 2. The 2 primordial spiritual treasures were a set and among the highest grade ones, which were popular in the place he came from. However, they did not seem to belong to him. Book of Life and Death, primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade, and the legendary Book of Mortal among the 3 books of heaven, earth, and mortal. It records the birth, death, and lifespan of all living creatures on the earth. Even zenith heaven golden immortals were included, and only sage to be can be removed from it. The Judge Pen, a primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade, had weak attacking power with the aura of death and a sharp end, but it had a special ability to revise Book of Life and Death. That alone was enough to attract the attention of others. Even the sage was no exception. The 6th path of reincarnation was not born yet, so Book of Life and Death and the Judge Pen were both useless. All one could do was to make use of the death aura of these 2 spiritual treasures. However, the effect of the death aura was no small issue. It was not easy to remove it. Ming had plenty of spiritual treasures with the ability to attack and defend, Though these two spiritual treasures were useless, it seemed that using them to attain enlightenment of the way of reincarnation was a good idea. Moreover, they were great tools to gain merit in the future. The third primordial spiritual treasure was named Zhenyu, a top-grade item, which looked like a small mountain model. However, it had the power to move mountains. It was basically like a heavy brick, which could do great harm to those hit by it. Of course, Ming did not waste any time aside from collecting treasures. He was predicting all types of magic skills of different techniques. While they might not be top-notch techniques, as those could only be cultivated till the veridical immortal realm, a number of techniques that were predicted were vast. As of now, the 100 tribes of untainted land were ignorant of the way of cultivation. Only some leaders of the clan may receive the spiritual inheritance of the way of heaven. Even so, they might not announce it to the world. At most, they would pass them down to their close ones. Hence, most creatures could only rely on their will and ability to cultivate. This was a good chance for Ming to gain merit to give the first sermon after the creation of heaven and earth. Even if it was not in depth, it still warranted plenty of merits. For this purpose, Ming had refined 3,600 enlightenment tablets. The enlightenment tablets recorded simple exercise methods, such as magical skills and tactical formations predicted by Ming. Though they were not in depth, it could be said to be great fortunes for the creatures living in untainted land. Even though Ming did this out of goodwill to lead creatures onto the road of cultivation, he had unwittingly increased the number of fights among the 100 tribes of untainted land. It was hard to say whether this was a good or bad outcome. 100 years later, 3,600 enlightenment tablets were refined, with thousands of cultivating techniques as well as numerous simple magic skills and tactical formations written on it. Ming was satisfied with his work. This made him feel like he had returned to the days where he was an otaku who could work on something tirelessly. Arriving at his destination of Mount Buju, Ming stared at the sight before him and felt overwhelmed by how insignificant he was. Yet at the same time, he felt his body trembling with energy. Though millions of years had passed, Mount Buju still emitted the mightiness of Pangu. That was the reason there were no creatures living near Mount Buju. Creatures could not even cultivate under such mightiness, with the exception of primordial mazingers. Thus, Mount Buju remained a peaceful land. Even though Pangu had died for millions of years, the pressure Mount Buju asserted could not be ignored. Ming might have reached the late stage of primordial unity golden immortal. He still felt like he was buried under a huge mountain. Here, he could only exert 60 to 70 of his power. The remnants Pangu left was horrific enough that Ming couldn't imagine the time when Pangu was alive. Looking at the skyscraping Mount Buju, Ming thought about an ancient poem that read, "Alive, I should be a hero, dead, I would be a ghost. That should be Pangu's life." Ming stepped off his clouds to walk towards Mount Buju. He had intended to ride the clouds, but it was simply unrealistic for him to do so under Pangu's great pressure. The pressure also became greater as he traveled forward. It was wiser to just go on foot. His one step traveled hundreds of meters. This was a little magic skill Ming created and dubbed coast to coast. If he took a bigger step, he could even travel 10,000 meters. But he was in no hurry at the moment, so the current speed was enough for him to tour Mount Buju while seeking for treasures. It was uncomfortable to be pressed under the atmosphere left by Pangu. However, this pressure was beneficial in some ways and allowed Ming to cultivate refining body manual. Along with Purple Heaven Thunder, he was able to enhance his body refinement much more effectively. While walking and cultivating, Ming contemplated his plan to preach on Mount Buju. However, Pangu's pressure was too terrifying for weak ones to come, and the strong ones would not be willing to come. It would be a huge joke if only a few show up. Since the plan to preach had to be put off, Ming focused on seeking for treasures instead. As the top celestial mountain in untainted land, spiritual medicines and roots in Mount Buju were much more precious than those that grew outside. Ming packed up everything he thought valuable and prepared to bring them back to Sacred Island in Bloodsea for plantation. Acting as a porter, Ming did this for hundreds of years, but in that time he never did find even a single spiritual treasure. He was quite puzzled and annoyed that he believed in fictional stories that inspired him to preach and obtain treasures in Mount Buju. Even so, Ming tried to be optimistic. After all, he had built a strong body in these hundreds of years, and his cultivation was close to achieving the top stage of primordial unity golden immortal. After he returned to Bloodsea, he would retreat into his sanctuary to cultivate and not leave until he became a zenith heaven golden immortal. One day, Ming took a leisurely stroll deep into Mount Buju. He thought that he would need to find a new place to preach if he could not do it in Mount Buju. However, he could not do his preaching too openly to obtain merits. Even if he was a primordial Mazinger, there were many Rakshasas in untainted land. When Pangu split the heaven and killed 3,000 Mazingers, but not all had their souls disintegrated. Some remnant souls survived, like the future honorable ancestor Hongjun and Lord of Devils Liuhu. Neither of them was easy targets. It would be troublesome if they noticed him. Thus Ming will have to sneak into the village quietly. He had to come up with a thoughtful plan to stay low profile and gain merits at the same time. It was a troublesome plan and took a considerable amount of Ming's brain cells. He was immersed in his thoughts when a cloud of mist caught his eyes. This is tactical formation, and even a natural one at that. Considering this, he burst into joy. Since this was a natural tactical formation, there ought to be some treasures in it. Ming started to unravel the formation containing the law of the 5 elements. There was no attack power, however. Seeing it was a confusion formation, the job became a piece of cake for Ming. A towering tree stood inside the formation. Upon closer look, Ming frowned and predicted for a while. It seemed that he did find something valuable. The fictional stories did not lie to him. The tree was called the Yellow Plum Tree, a primordial spiritual root of the highest grade and the best one in Untainted Land. It would blossom once every 10,000 years, bear fruit after another 10,000 years, and mature with only 9 fruits after yet another 10,000 years. Its flowers were like lotus and its fruits like stamens. Both flowers and fruits were endowed with the words yellow plum. If an immortal breathed in its fragrance, he could obtain 10,000 years worth of cultivation. If he was lucky enough to eat one, he could reach Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage instantly. That was based on that his body could bear it. If not, he would simply explode. If the fruit was refined into medicinal pills with other spiritual medicines and then converted by a special person, it would be safe for human consumption. Despite its magic effect, people in pursuit of immortality would not take it unless they had reached Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage or Primordial Unity Golden Immortal stage. Otherwise, they might suffer the unstable state of mind. A worst outcome was that they would not be able to cultivate anymore. However, it was a shortcut to reach Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage if one couldn't make it to the way of celestial immortality. Due to its unbelievable properties, the yellow plum tree was injured by the primordial killing intent when the heaven was separated from the earth. The tree was now dying. Despite its large size, its leaves were withering. Wounded by primordial killing intent, its core was oozing a deadly odor. With how things were going, the tree would disappear from Untainted Land after 10 or 20,000 years. Luckily, it was Ming who found it instead of a person who would not know to deal with the primordial killing intent and its deathly odor. Even if one may not die, he would still be horribly injured. Ming was a special case. His eternal spiritual treasures was the natural bane of the primordial killing intent. His red lotus of fire could burn it easily. However, that would be a pity, as the primordial killing intent inside the tree was the first of its kind since the heaven was separated from earth. It would be a shame to destroy it. Waving his hand, Ming summoned 2 black swords from inside his body. They were his eternal spiritual treasures, Yuntu sword and Abai sword. These 2 were tools of massacre endowed with primordial killing intent. If they could absorb the primordial killing intent inside the tree, their power would be greatly improved. As Ming exerted the slightest of his supernatural power, Yuntu sword and Abai sword emitted numerous primordial killing intents. The primordial killing intent inside the yellow plum tree sensed something of its kind and got out of the tree immediately, like a cat chasing after a fishy smell. The primordial killing intent was dubbed the ancestor of evil spirit, and any evil spirit could be its nutrient. The primordial killing intent emitted by Yuntu sword and Abai sword was appealing, but it also understood that there were no free lunches in life. As the primordial killing intent approached Yuntu sword and Abai sword, Ming instantly exerted his supernatural power to change the place of 2 swords and formed a tactical formation, his original 2-sword killing formation. The formation trapped the primordial killing intent and absorbed it slowly. The tree recovered a fair lot after the primordial killing intent inside disappeared. This sped its breathing in and out of spiritual air. However, the troublesome deathly odor was still stuck on it. Although the tree could get rid of the death odor itself, its root was wounded. It would never recover if things were left as is. Fortunately, the Book of Life and Death and the judge pen that Ming owned came in handy. They were not fully converted yet, but they were more than sufficient to expel the deathly odor inside the tree. The Book of Life and Death and the judge pen were 2 highest-grade treasures in the future nether world. What was inside the tree meant nothing to them, as they were full of deathly odor themselves. Ming slightly exerted these 2 magic weapons, and the odor was absorbed instantly. But the tree was infested with primordial killing intent and deathly odor for so long that its root was badly damaged. It had not borne fruit even once since the beginning of heaven and earth. Now the primordial killing intent and the deathly odor were all gone, but it was still nearly impossible for the tree to recover by itself. It was a good thing that Ming had Xunyuan water control flag. The 3 light holy water it produced could repair the damaged root. Nourished by the holy water, the tree would be fully recovered soon. The bad news was Ming had used almost all of the holy water to refine his 480 million clones of blood god. What was left was far from enough. Ming gave all that was left of 3 light holy water to the tree. There was nothing else he could do but wait for Chunyun water control flag to produce more holy water. He would then feed them to the tree until it was fully recovered. Even though Ming was already close to achieving Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage, he nevertheless had high expectations of the tree's delicious fruits. He could also increase his cultivation at the same time. Ming took in the yellow plum tree with a flick of his sleeves. The tree did not resist at all. It was after all spiritual, despite being without intelligence. It was willing to follow Ming after receiving so much help from him, although it was not aware that Ming was doing this for his purpose. The natural tactical formation for protection on the outside disappeared after the yellow plum tree was taken. Although Ming failed to preach or seek any treasures, he was delighted to get the tree whose fruits could make Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. That meant he could produce the trees in batches in the future. But that was just a fleeting thought. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals produced by the tree was of little use. They could only rank bottom in the same level because they would fall behind in the use of realm, horizon, and supernatural power. However, it would act as a high-level gift since one fruit was equal to a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Who else could be this generous? After obtaining the yellow plum tree, Ming continued walking towards the deeper parts of Mount Buju. The pressure in the mountain intensified gradually. Ming cultivated his body through the pressure. Each step he took contributed a little more towards the strengthening of his body. The mountain became steeper as Ming climbed upwards. He finally made it to the hillside. Besides the strong pressure, strong gale of astral wind swept from all directions. If a normal primordial unity golden immortal resisted the wind with his body the way Ming did, he would already be suffering grave injuries. On the contrary, the ferocious astral wind could be a tool for Ming for cultivation. When he was first attacked by the wind, there were some scars and even cuts on his body. But after Ming got used to the wind, there were not any cuts, let alone scars on him. Ming didn't plan to continue walking towards the peak, although he had gotten used to the wind. The astral wind above could be more dreadful, and he may also encounter the stronger Sanmei spiritual wind. More importantly, he had yet to finish touring the hillside where he could find other treasures. Minghe refused to believe that there was only one treasure, the yellow plum tree, in the entire Mount Buju. After a long journey, Ming still came up empty. It puzzled him. Even if there were no other spiritual treasures, how could there not be any primordial spiritual roots, like cucurbit vine and musa growing in Mount Buju according to legend? Ming had already toured around most of Mount Buju, but there was still no sign of the two uncommon spiritual roots. The cucurbits growing on cucurbit vine were all powerful treasures. Take the purple golden cucurbit that highest elder lord owned, or the demon hunter flying knife of Luya, the demon summoning banner of goddess Envaiwa, and 99 soul splitting cucurbit of Hongyan. Unfortunately, the rest of the cucurbits were missing. Musa also had an amazing backstory. According to legend, 3 fans were grown on the Musa. One was the fan of fire and wind that highest elder lord owned. The other 2 were Musa fans belonging to Princess Iron Fan in Journey to the West. One blue wind, another blue rain. These 2 fans caused a lot of troubles for Sun Wukong Monkey King. Perhaps the right time for them to be born had not arrived. As Ming was fretting over this, 2 waves of throbs were felt in his original spirit. Upon inspection, he found these 2 waves of throbs came from the red lotus of fire and the half-formed merit of origin, respectively. Looking around, Ming tried to find out the cause. Was it a warning or attraction from other things? No abnormalities were found nearby, so it could not be a warning. Then it must be something that attracted the red lotus of fire and the half-formed merit of origin. Mings gave up looking for it and followed the direction led by the red lotus of fire and merit of origin. Mings found himself in a valley inside of Mount Buju after circling around. However, the valley was quite ordinary. It puzzled Mings. He thought that the red lotus of fire was his fully converted inherent treasure, and the merit of origin was gained from separating the heaven and earth. He had never felt such throbs like this, but they guided him here. He wanted to know why. Was there something off about this valley? He scanned the valley with his spiritual sight. What? He was amazed. As soon as he tried to use his spiritual mind, it would be absorbed by the valley and he could detect nothing. It seemed that this place was guarded by an extraordinary formation. Ming felt the throbs of the merit of origin getting stronger, and it seemed to lead him further into the valley. However, it would be quite troublesome if he was trapped in the formation. Oddly enough, Ming felt no danger despite existence of the strange formation. For a person with such cultivation realm like Ming, he would instinctively detect danger. That was considered a kind of warning from the way of heaven. Since there was no sense of danger, Ming could only trust the red lotus of fire and merit of origin. Even if he was trapped in the formation, his cultivation and various magic weapons was enough to ensure his survival. Ming stepped into the formation and disappeared instantly. The valley was as silent as if no one had ever come. Inside the formation, Ming saw a beam of white light and he found himself in another realm built like a utopia. He was not trapped. Instead, he went past it and entered the inner part of the formation, which confused him greatly. Weird things happened every day, and now it was his turn to experience it. Ming's attention was attracted to the things in front of him: a green lotus, a pool of milky liquid, and a broken jade scroll. Each of them was no simple treasure. Their mere presence could trigger a large-scale war in untainted land. He never expected that the red lotus of fire and merit of origin would lead him to such a place full of treasures. Fate, this must be fate. Ming repeated the words with such excitement, and he almost drooled. It was reasonable since these three things were really precious. Ming also found out why the red lotus of fire and merit of origin reacted so strongly. The green lotus, named 12th-grade green lotus of fate, was the highest grade primordial spiritual treasure, which had unrivaled defense function and shared origins with the red lotus of fire, black lotus of destructions, and golden lotus of merit. It was conceived with the combination of the green lotus of chaos and its 4 crushed lotus seeds. The red lotus of fire guided Ming here after detecting the presence of its brethren. The pool of milky liquid was the converted marrow of Pangu after his death, called Pangu's jade essence. It could snatch and absorb fate from heaven and earth. Ming had believed that if he took the Pangu's jade essence, his body would be greatly improved and his strength could rival that of the ancestor of sorcery. And though the little broken jade scroll was not eye-catching, it was the famous jade butterfly of fate. According to legends, it had the record of the 3,000 ways of Great Way. After the separation of heaven and earth, the jade butterfly of fate was broken into pieces. The larger one fell into Hongzhen's hand, while the smaller pieces were scattered all over untainted land. Nevertheless, confronted by these treasures, Ming began to hesitate. He was led by the red lotus of fire and merit of origin to this place. Outside the formation, the red lotus of fire did not have much reaction, while the merit of origin fluctuated abnormally. That showed that the merit of origin was the key to enter this place. Moreover, these 3 treasures were all related to Pangu. Upon these thoughts, Ming knew that this place was arranged by Pangu before he died, and these treasures were left for the people with the merit of origin from the same lineage of Pangu. Apart from Ming, who had half-formed merit of origin, the other who had the merit of origin in untainted land were 3 pure ones and 12 ancestors of sorcery who originated from the Pangu clan. Ming was distantly related to Pangu and possessed half-formed merit of origin, but he was far from being part of the Pangu clan. Thus, these treasures were meant for 3 pure ones or the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Ming had judged that these treasures shall be left for 3 pure ones. It was recorded in the myth that the 12th-grade green lotus of fate was broken into 3 parts. 3 pure ones owned one respectively. The red flower, the white lotus, and the green lotus leaf belonged to the same religion in the past. Pangu predicted the heavens' will before he died and tried to remind 3 pure ones. Unfortunately, they failed to understand him and all suffered a great loss during the investiture war, giving advantages to the West. Since the treasures were left for 3 pure ones, Ming had dared not to take them imprudently in case he formed a bad karmic relationship with them. One must know that 3 pure ones would be the destined sages, 3 preordained sages. If one owed karma to them, it would not be easy to repay them. However, Ming could not bring himself to return empty-handed after seeing these treasures. Ming believed that he had a predestined fate with this place since he finally came all the way here. In addition, he was somehow related to Pangu with the half-formed merit of origin. Thus he deserved to have a share of the treasures. If he took all the treasures, he would owe karma to 3 pure ones. What about taking a portion of these treasures? Having made this decision, Ming exerted the merit of origin in his original spirit and prayed to heaven, great divinity Pangu. I'm Ming, guided by the merit of origin, and came here by chance. If the treasures had a predestined connection with me, then I'll take them. If not, I'll leave immediately. At the end of his speech, the 3 treasures began to react. First, Pangu's jade essence flew into Ming's body. The jade butterfly of fate then pointed a silver light between Ming's brows. Lastly, 3 lotus seeds flew from the green lotus of fate, stopping in front of him. Minghe was pleased with the result. Although he didn't get all the treasures, these were a lot for him. Pangu's jade essence could help Ming's original spirit cultivate and reach the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. The silver light from the jade butterfly of fate had records of medicine, weapon, and formation, which were skill sets of 3 pure ones, but Ming's learned them all. The 3 lotus seeds were part of the green lotus of fate, which would allow Minghe to produce 3 9-grade green lotus of fate. Minghe's red lotus of fire had produced several red lotus seeds, but only the first 3 seeds could be cultivated into 9-grade red lotus of fire, followed by some of the seeds into 6-grade or 3-grade red lotus of fire, and the last remaining seeds could only be used to refine pills and elixirs. Ming cultivated a total of 3 top-grade 9-grade red lotus of fire, 5 mid-grade 6-grade red lotus of fire, and 7 low-grade 3-grade ones. The 12-grade green lotus of fate was the best among the 4 kinds. Combined with the other three, it could be restored as the Green Lotus of Chaos. Even if it was not comparable to the original, it was still a spiritual treasure of chaos. The way of heaven would never let such things happen, so it was destined that the Green Lotus of Fate would be broken into 3 parts for 3 pure ones respectively. Ming knew that the Green Lotus of Chaos could not be restored, so he changed his way of thinking. If the Red Lotus of Fire engulfed the origins of the other 3 lotuses, it could advance to the next grade. It might not break through to the spiritual treasure of chaos, but it might be possible to break through to the primordial supreme treasure. With this thought, Ming could not wait to cultivate his 3 Green Lotus seeds into 3 level 9 Green Lotuses of Fate. As for the Black Lotus of Destructions and the Golden Lotus of Merit, it was no easy task to get them or their seeds. The owner of the Black Lotus of Destructions was Liu Hu, the Lord of Devils, but it was impossible to steal the lotus from him. And the Golden Lotus of Merit was in Hongzhen's hands. This was later passed to Jiyan when Hongzhen was preaching in the Zixao Palace, so there was a higher chance of getting the Golden Lotus of Merit from Jiyan. Ming was reminded of the Mosquito Taoist. He was the first mosquito born of Blood Sea, locked up by the Golden Lotus of Merit held by Jiyan. The Mosquito Taoist would eat his level 3 Golden Lotus of Merit. However, this event would only happen in the future, and Ming's could not wait that long. This would all happen in the future, so there was no hurry. At this moment, the most important thing for Ming was to refine Pangu's jade essence. When it entered his body, he felt his composition changing, and with a formation in Blood Sea, it was the best place for him to cultivate. For self-protection, he summoned his Red Lotus of Fire, sat on its altar, and began to cultivate with all his strength. The purple heaven thunder mark between his eyebrows began to release heavy thunder and lightning, helping Ming to complete his transformation. When Ming exerted his power, the Pangu's jade essence began to melt at an increasingly rapid rate. It became a strong force spreading throughout his veins. His body was becoming stronger while slowly absorbing the force. This was the effect of Pangu's jade essence. Several days later, Ming's body and his original spirit both reached the peak stage of primordial unity golden immortality. The 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and human on the cloud of blessings over his head were getting ready to bloom and release the blessings. Suddenly, his vigor rose sharply, and these 3 flowers slowly blossomed. Auspicious signs appeared in the cloud of blessings. Ming opened his eyes and exhaled. His face shone with joy. Finally, after 1,000 years of cultivation, he had reached Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm. It was completely different from his former realm. One could say that this was the realm where it all began. It was believed that stepping into the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm meant sharing life with heaven and earth. However, this was on the premise that one was not involved in the cultivation tribulation. If one entered the cultivation tribulation, he could die even attaining the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm. During the Longhan cultivation tribulation, the Wu and Demon clans cultivation tribulation, and the investiture of the gods, nobody knew how many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals had died, including sages to be. The basic reason that cultivation really began upon entering the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm was the divine law. After breaking through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm, one could begin to understand the divine law and really feel the true power of the heaven and earth. Only then could enlightenment be achieved from the way of heaven. The power of divine law was the mighty force of heaven and earth. The reason a sage was so powerful was that they had entrusted their original spirits to the way of heaven for them to gain better insight into it. Even in combat, one could use the power of divine law from the way of heaven to enhance one's attack. This was the reason that anyone below sage was considered a nonentity. However, the power of divine law was not that simple. The 3,000 great ways were the 3,000 divine laws, so some would not be able to gain enlightenment for as long as they lived. Fate, chance, and the ability to comprehend were all very important. Even if someone managed to gain enlightenment on the divine law, to increase the depth of comprehension was no small feat. When Ming broke through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm, he began to understand the existence of the divine laws, and to his surprise, he had perceived 2 kinds of laws. One was the law of killing, which was absolutely one of the most powerful divine laws with attack power. The other was the law of spiritual beings, which was one of the most peculiar and difficult to comprehend divine laws. Yet again, it was normal for Minghe to comprehend these 2 divine laws, since the Shura tribe that he would create years later was a clan meant for killing. He would not die unless Blood Sea were to dry up. This was also a reflection of the law of spiritual beings. If his flesh body was destroyed, Ming's could be reborn through his clones of Blood God from Blood Sea like a cat with 9 lives. Upon grasping the divine law, Ming finally stepped into the ranks of the strong and powerful. If one gained enlightenment on the divine law, one would not only be the best among his realm, but one could fight against someone of a higher realm. However, the divine law was not that easy to cultivate. Despite gaining the law of killing and the law of spiritual beings, he was still just a beginner. All he could do was spend time cultivating to deepen his enlightenment. Breaking through to the zenith heaven golden immortality realm ensured that one's body was equal to that of a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. When compared to the body of the ancestor of sorcery, it was known how it would fare. Ming was very satisfied with his journey in Mount Buju, and after ensuring there were no more treasures to be had, he decided to return to Bloodsea for a closed-door meditation. But first, he had one more thing to do, the sermon. Of course, Ming would not be the one preaching, and instead, he was to place the 3,600 refining enlightenment tablets at the foot of Mount Buju. Each enlightenment tablet had a simple formation that formed a mysterious sign, and any creature that was attracted to it would arrive at the foot of Mount Buju and receive enlightenment. Although it could not be compared to the merit received from direct preaching, this was much safer. This was not the time for Ming to be famous in untainted land, so it was best to be low-key. As for who would receive enlightenment from the tablets, this had nothing to do with Ming. 100 years later, Ming finally finished touring Mount Buju. Aside from the 2 previous gains, he did not find anything else that was satisfying and worth the trouble. Ming was not a greedy person, and he felt that if it was meant to be, it would be. Greediness was not a good quality. All 3,600 pieces of enlightenment tablets had been placed at the foot of Mount Buju, and Ming made a simple 7-color rays formation before leaving. This formation was not meant to do anything other than to release a few flashes of colorful rays as if to indicate there was treasure buried here. Having completed everything, he left Mount Buju. He did not stop until he reached Bloodsea. He had just broken through to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm, and thus he needed some time to strengthen his cultivation. Besides, the strength from achieving comprehension of the power of divine law made him yearn for it, so he needed time to do that. After all, the power of divine law was the foundation of one's cultivation. In Mount Buju, the 7-color rays shone, attracting all sorts of creatures living around it. They were terrified of the extreme pressure from Mount Buju, but it was very dense at the foot, so the creatures came forward hurriedly to see what was happening. When these creatures arrived at the foot of the mountain, the enlightenment tablets were naturally discovered. Although 3,600 pieces seemed like a lot, when placed at the foot of the mountain, it was actually very little. Yet what Ming wanted was just to gain some merit, so he could not be bothered to refine more tablets. Once news of the enlightenment tablets spread, more and more creatures dared to visit, including some from stronger clans in untainted land. Although the cultivation techniques left by Ming were not profound, they were very precious to these ordinary creatures. Although some of the clans had the presence of the primordial spiritual inheritance left by primordial Mazingers, many of the techniques, especially the simpler ones, would only be taught to their clans and not to others. The appearance of the enlightenment tablets broke that barrier. With more and more enlightenment tablets being explored, Ming's cultivation techniques gradually spread among untainted land. When the creatures obtained the cultivation techniques, they started their own cultivation, and untainted land suddenly calmed down. It was like the peace before a coming storm. The benefits were the reason for war, and the strength and capability was the base to fight for benefits. The enlightenment tablet was a key to unleash one to live in a better environment and to achieve greater skills, especially when one had the capability. Previously, the cage was simply broken, and time was needed to unlock it. The enlightenment tablet helped to open it in advance and release the wild beasts inside. What would happen next? When all the enlightenment tablets were found, Ming knew it immediately, for he obtained merit from heaven for his sermon, spread across untainted land. After all, this was the first sermon of untainted land, and he got as much as one of the merit of creation. This was considered a great harvest. In addition to the merit he received, Ming found something surprising: menace intent from heaven. This was not a good sign, as it meant that the first cultivation tribulation had already begun, and someone like Ming, who had comprehended on the law of killing, would be really sensitive to the evil spirits as it increased. Ming had not expected that the first cultivation tribulation would begin ahead of time, because of what he had done for merit's gaining. Regardless whether it was good or bad, Ming did not want to join the cultivation tribulation this time, and what he needed to do first was to go back to Bloodsea to cultivate for a longer period of time. He still had time, as the cultivation tribulation had just begun, and the main characters of this term were the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan. They had not yet divided untainted land. With the release of the merit of heaven, the menace intent from heaven, and the killing intent of heaven and earth breeding, these mysterious signs could not escape the people with strong supernatural power. Somewhere in untainted land, an old Taoist sat cross-legged with a broken piece of jade scroll in his hands. He frowned and muttered to himself, "With unforeseen signs from heaven, the cultivation tribulation is coming, and so is my fated chance." Upon returning to Bloodsea, Ming began his closed-door meditation, not caring what was going on outside. he needed to continue predicting the tactical methods and researching the medicines, weapons, and formations that he had just received. More importantly, he needed time to cultivate the divine law as he had just obtained enlightenment. Besides, spiritual roots and medicines were settled in Sacred Island, and the whole Blood Sea formation was activated. Therefore, this place was completely closed. Ming was immersed in his cultivation in Blood Sea. So were the 100 tribes of untainted land. Their strength had been improved remarkably after receiving the Enlightenment Tablet. They used to lack cultivation on tactical methods, but there were now a number of talents among them, even though the tactical methods predicated by Ming were quite complicated. The 3,600 Enlightenment Tablets acted as the key to pursuing immortality. Once the path to immortality was opened, the talent of the 100 tribes of untainted land was released, and those with great talents could predict and convert the original tactical methods, magic skills, and tactical formations into one suitable for their own clans. Over the next 10,000 years, their strength improved remarkably. There were plenty of golden immortals and black immortals. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals could be labeled as superiors, and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were the top figures in Untainted Land. It was possible that there were sages to be like Hongjun and Liuhu. Among the 100 tribes of Untainted Land, the Dragon Tribe, the Phoenix Tribe, and the Kylan Tribe developed the most rapidly. They made use of their primordial advantages and ruled a specific region. The 3,600 Enlightenment Tablets put aside by Ming were mostly gained or stolen by these three tribes. As a consequence, there were a great number of master hands in these three tribes. A powerful man sat on the dragon throne in the East Sea Dragon Palace. It was Zhu Long, ancestor of the Dragon Clan, with a late-stage cultivation of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortally. The people beneath were nearly of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm, in either the early stage or secondary stage, and could definitely be rulers outside. Zhu Long looked at the people and asked, "Everybody, since our clan is quite powerful right now, I intend to go on an expedition towards Four Seas. What's your opinion?" Ao Tian, one of Zhu Long's brothers, said, "Brother, among Four Seas, the Scoot clan has the largest population, but there aren't many master hands. Instead, there are a great number of master hands in our clan, hence it's only a matter of time to rule the whole Four Seas." Hearing this, Zhu Long was quite elated. "Well, on my orders, starting from today, our clan will prepare for a war and send troops to Four Seas in 3 days. Ao Tian showed consent. The Dragon Clan was bellicose, and peace meant nothing to them. The same situation occurred in the Phoenix Clan and the Kylan Clan, only with different targets. The Phoenix Clan wanted to rule the Fowls Clan, and the Kylan Clan wanted the Beast Clan. These three clans shared the same ambitions, but with different targets. As the expedition continued, the strength of the three clans improved gradually, and their territories expanded as well. Their main purpose was to seize fortunes in untainted land and gain merits thereupon. As the leaders of the three clans, Zhu Long, the Lord of Phoenix, and the King of Kylan would obtain greater benefits, such as accelerating their cultivation. They all entered the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality realm. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and Ming had completed his closed-door meditation. As a result, he reached the late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality regarding cultivation, and the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality regarding the realm of original spirit. With all the supernatural power and magic weapons he had obtained, he could even fight against one reaching the early stage of Sage to be. Moreover, during these years, Ming had obtained enlightenment on the law of killing and the law of spiritual beings, and he also reviewed all his own tactical methods and magic skills. This improved his understanding of the path of cultivation. In addition, he gained enlightenment from the inheritance of the Jade Butterfly of Fate as well. However, he got the deepest enlightenment in tactical formations. Regarding the cultivation of the divine law, Ming was quite distraught since the great way of divine law was intricate and covered plenty of areas. He spent most of his time on the enlightenment of the divine law. If the results had been unsatisfactory, he would have been furious. Ming received 10 enlightenment of the law of killing and 15 of the law of spiritual beings, which explained his confidence in fighting against a sage to be. 10 of the law of killing would strengthen his attack. If combined with the Yuntu sword and Abai sword, their power would be more than doubled. Receiving 15 enlightenment of the law of spiritual beings was significant for him. The most direct advantage was taken for the magic skill, Clone of Blood God, whose cultivation was generally 2 ranks lower than his. For example, if Ming was at the late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality, then the Clone of Blood God was at the late stage of Golden Immortality, a shortage of 8 small ranks, 2 full ranks. When Ming returned to Blood Sea, he was just at the early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality. After getting enlightenment from the law of spiritual beings, the Clone of Blood God made a breakthrough at the early stage of Golden Immortality and reached the peak of Golden Immortality. Although there was still a shortage of 2 ranks, the difference had been shortened from 8 small ranks to 5. What surprised Ming most was that the function of the law of spiritual beings was much more than that. The 49 blood god doppelgangers were the greatest in the way of heaven. 15 enlightenment in the law of spiritual beings could help Ming refine special avatar, whose cultivation was 1 full rank below himself, like the second original spirit. Therefore, Ming named it the blood god doppelganger to distinguish it from the clone of blood god. The 49 blood god doppelgangers owned separate feelings and were connected to the mind of Ming. Currently, they had all reached the peak realm of primordial unity golden immortality, and they would improve to reach as far as the peak realm of zenith heaven golden immortality when Ming entered the realm of sage to be. By then, they would secure the safety of Blood Sea even if Ming was out. After the closed door meditation, Ming sensed Blood Sea and found that Blood Sea had expanded again with stronger evil spirits, which was not a good sign. Through prediction, he knew that the war among the 3 clans had begun, so did the first cultivation tribulation of untainted land. Of course, Ming knew that his enlightenment tablets had accelerated the first cultivation tribulation in untainted land. He was a little guilty, for many creatures had died because of him. Nevertheless, he soon forgot about this because he believed everyone should fight for himself. He was not a loser anymore, and Mixed Nascent Core was his ultimate goal. Even if millions of creatures died because of him, he would not care since he was the master of Blood Sea, and he would kill anyone who was the obstacle in his way. 100 tribes of untainted land had been engaged in battles for 1,000 years. The battle ended with the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix and Kylan reigning over untainted land and temporarily residing there. At the same time, the 3 tribes divided untainted land into 3 portions. Except for Blood Sea and the faraway land on the west side, basically, all other lands had been completely occupied by the 3 tribes. This point in time, the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix and Kylan of untainted land flourished, and highly skilled swordsmen grew at an increasingly fast rate in the 3 tribes internally. This moment untainted land had reached its pinnacle of growth. The tyrant leaders had resulted in arrogance among everyone in their tribe, especially the descendants of the higher authorities in the tribes. They were haughty and pompous, constantly asserting superiority over everyone else. This resulted in continuous conflicts among the tribes, and as time passed, their misunderstandings became even worse. Zhu Long, ancestor of Dragon Tribe, Lord of Phoenix Tribe and forefather of Kylan, naturally were aware of all these. They knew a war would soon break out among the tribes, but it was still too early. The 1,000-year-long battle had dealt great losses to the tribes. While the prosperity of untainted land was with them, it was the best time to not only recuperate but also grow the strength of their tribes. Meanwhile, none of them had the confidence to win. The 3 leaders of the tribes were already at the peak of zenith heaven golden immortal. They had been trapped in this realm for thousands of years, and they could not move forward, not even an inch. Even though they felt that they were just a door away from being a sage to be, the door was nonetheless closed to them. At last, they all recalled the merit from heaven at the beginning, and remembered the one that made the 3,600 pieces of enlightenment tablets as a sermon for untainted land would get the reward from the way of heaven. The benefits of the merit were well known to them. If they were able to use the merit to make a breakthrough into the realm of sage to be, that would be great. With the thought, they did not hesitate to take action. The 3 tribes immediately set up an altar and prepared numerous offerings. Prayers to the heaven were a sacred matter that should not be taken lightly. Moreover, it concerned the future of the tribes. The way of heaven was merciless but fair, so they must complete the prayers well with sincerity. When everything was ready, the leaders began their prayers across the 4 seas and 8 lands. The way of heaven above, Elm Zulong, the Lord of Dragon Tribe. My tribe witnesses the chaos in the 4 seas. Grant us the power to unite the Scoot tribe that has been fighting each other. Here I'll pray, from today onwards, Dragon Tribe will be the Lord of Scoot Tribe. The moment he finished, the merit rained down from heaven. After Zulong received a big portion of the merit, he immediately broke through into the sage to be realm. It was a pity that he did not have the power of the way of separation, or he might have been able to execute a merit or evil separation. The way of heaven above, Elm the Lord of the Phoenix Tribe. My tribe witnesses the chaos of untainted land and how the Fowls tribe had been having internal conflict. Grant us power to unite the Fowls tribe. Here I'll pray to thee, from today onwards, the Phoenix tribe will be the Lord of Fowls tribe. It was followed by forefather of Kylan, who said, the way of heaven above, Elm the Lord and ancestor of Kylan tribe. My tribe witnesses the chaos of untainted land and how the Beast tribe battles continuously. Grant us power so we can unite the Beast tribe. Here I'll pray to thee, from today onwards, the Kylan tribe will be the Lord of the Beast tribe. After the prayers, the way of heaven descended 2 strokes of merit. Once both Lord of Phoenix and forefather of Kylan received the merit, they successfully broke through into the sage to be realm. For a moment, the luck of the 3 tribes was better than ever before. However, the three leaders decided to meditate in solitude to stabilize their realms. Thus, the three tribes were left in temporary peace. These actions by the three tribes naturally caught the attention of those in untainted land. They felt hopeless because most of the prosperity in the land was taken by those three tribes. They could only wait and see. But there were also those among them wanting to borrow their luck and breaking into the Sage-to-Be realm. Some went to seek refuge with Dragon Tribe, some with Phoenix Tribe, or some with Kylan Tribe. This way, the power of the tribes only got bigger. The three tribes were at the top of their game, and naturally no one dared to provoke them. But there were always exceptions. Deep in the mountains far away in the west, a pitch-black palace surrounded by black spiritual mist stood. The mist was curious and strange, as it was similar to the killing intent of heaven and earth, and yet it was different. The mist surrounded the mountains as well. The thick fog was extremely creepy, and shadow could be vaguely seen moving in it. These shadows were oddly shaped, however. They even made occasional roaring noises. Their evil intent was blatant. Inside the palace situated in the center of the mountains, a black-robed man sat above a black lotus. If Ming was there, he would know that this lotus was the black lotus of destruction, of the same origin with his red lotus of fire. And he would naturally know the identity of the black-robed man as well. He was the Lord of Devils, Liu Hu, and the ones outside were his minions from the demon tribe. After Liu Hu heard the prayers of the three tribes, he sneered, "Ignorant fools. You all have been cultivating for years, and with the help of the way of heaven's merit, you finally enter the Sage-to-Be realm, but not know that you're in the midst of a tribulation. So what as a Sage-to-Be late-stage cultivator, killing you all will be as easy as killing an ant. Given that the three tribes are big, I'll also need a well-thought-out plan. But who was the one that released the sermon of untainted land the last time? Could it be Hongjun? Liu Hu and Hongjun were both created by the remnant soul of the Rakshasa, and the first to experience the cultivation tribulation of the creation of heaven and earth. Liu Hu, as the ancestor of the demon tribe, would definitely vie for the prosperity of untainted land to obtain the mixed nascent core. But the demon tribe's power paled in comparison to the three tribes. Even though Liu Hu was nearly peerless, it was not enough. For him to succeed, he had to incite the three tribes to war. He could only reap the benefits when they were at their weakest. Meanwhile, in the east of untainted land, among the holy mountains, sat an old Taoist with a broken jade scroll in his hand. As he looked in the direction where heaven was descending merit, he sighed. The way of heaven is merciless. Heaven's will is like a sword, and the cultivation tribulation has begun. I should get ready for the way of the origin. To be or not to be, it depends on the cultivation tribulation. But who was the one that hastened the arrival of cultivation tribulation? Cultivation tribulation had begun, and heaven's will had been messed up. Thus Liu Hu and the old Taoist naturally were unable to predict Ming's existence. Ming did not know that someone was watching him and was enjoying life on Sacred Island above Blood Sea. He had no other choice, as the three tribes were overwhelmingly powerful, and there were highly skilled remnant souls of the Rakshasa like Liu Hu and Hongjun. If he appeared now, he would be likely to be eyed upon. He might as well wait for the war began and then go out to pick any leftovers. On his island, Ming napped on an armchair. By his side were a plate of spiritual fruits and a pot of tea, giving him a sense of comfort and relaxation. Not far away was the forest formed by the spiritual roots, where the highest grade primordial spiritual roots, the yellow plum tree, sat center. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the tree had fully recovered, and flowers were budding on its branches. On its side were naturally the primordial spiritual roots tea tree and the enlightenment fruit tree. The tea that Ming was drinking was plucked from this primordial spiritual roots tea tree. Its taste was indescribably wonderful. As for the enlightenment fruit, Ming had eaten 3 pieces. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have gone so smoothly. Ming put the remaining fruits away. It would a waste for him to eat anymore, for it wouldn't improve his cultivation. It would be better for him to leave them for his disciples. Moreover, he did not lack spiritual fruits to eat. Ming was living a leisurely life on Blood Sea. He was in no hurry to participate in this cultivation tribulation. He knew someone would be anxious about it, and then all he had to do was to wait for his time. His goal was not to vie for the prosperity of untainted land. It had always been the treasures. And this time, his target was the treasure trove of the 3 tribes. Ming was not anxious, but someone else was. Somewhere in the far west, Liu Hu saw the 3 tribes at their pinnacle having a little friction from time to time and having ongoing small fights. However, one thing made him feel depressed. After the leader of the 3 tribes broke through the realm of Sage-to-Be, they actually toned down without intending to go to war at all. How can Liu Hu not be furious? Liu Hu signaled to his henchmen and asked, "Is everything ready?" A man covered in flames and sporting crimson horns walked up and replied, "My lord, your orders have been carried out. As soon as you give a word, we can begin moving at any moment." The one who spoke was Liu Hu's right-hand general, Balrog. He was created by the primordial refined fire combined with the demonic aura. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Liu Hu was pleased with his words. Good, Balrog. Indeed, you haven't disappointed me. This is my order, start the operation, but don't be hasty. You have to make sure the plan is carried out flawlessly. Once we succeed, I wonder if the 3 tribes will be able to live as they're now in peace. The demons answered, yes, we'll follow your decree, sire. After receiving their orders, they left. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, a boy of 11 or 12 human years was playing by riding on the back of a prawn soldier. This child was very noble as he was the grandson of Ancestor of Dragon, the ancestor of Dragon tribe, named Ao Kun. He was utterly pampered by his grandfather, which led to his wild and undisciplined nature. The boy hit and scolded the soldiers often. Even worse, he beat some of them to death. Boring, don't you have any new toys to please me? Useless bunch. If you can't think of any fun stuff, I'll execute you all. Ao Kun pointed at the soldiers in front of him and scolded them whilst riding on the back of another prawn soldier. The group of soldiers was scared half to death and kneeled down, begging for mercy. Crown Prince, please have mercy. At that time, a dragon flew in from outside and transformed into a human form. He kneeled and bowed down. Jiao San is here. What made your highness angry? After seeing Jiao San, Ao Kun's temper subsided. Jiao San was his confidant and was often able to think of new ideas to entertain him. Jiao San, it's all because of these useless bunch of idiots. The things they think of aren't fun at all. Oh right, did you see anything fun on your recent travels? Grandpa is doing meditating and father refuses to let me leave, so I'm bored to death. Jiao San laughed. So your highness is bored. Please allow me to accompany your highness to play in Untainted Land. On my travels this time, I have gained insight on many new things. Untainted Land is so vast that it's filled with unimaginable things, many of which the sea don't have. This would definitely allow your highness to have the utmost fun. Hearing him speak, a fascinated look appeared on Ao Kun's face, but thinking about his father's orders, he frowned and said, but father doesn't allow me to leave the palace, especially to Untainted Land. He says that it's too dangerous. Besides, what if father finds out? I don't want to be punished. Jiao San smiled and said, it's simple. We just need a soldier to pretend to be you. Your father is currently assisting your ancestor in his meditation. He won't realize you're away. As for any potential danger, don't worry about it. You have high cultivation and powerful magic weapons protecting you. And with the dragon tribe's prestige across the 4 seas and 8 lands, who will dare lay a hand on you, your highness? Ao Kun listened and clapped his hands in agreement. He said, okay, we'll do as you say. Right after he finished, he pointed at a soldier and turned that soldier into a clone of himself. Listen up, stay here and don't talk to anyone. If you're found out, be careful of your head. The soldier heard it and hurriedly said yes. With everything set, Ao Kun followed Jiao San and left the East Sea Dragon Palace, flying towards Untainted Land. The same scene was happening in the royal families of the other 2 tribes. More or less, they all left their land and headed towards the lands of the other 2 tribes for various reasons of playing, sightseeing, showing off their own tribe prowess, treasure hunt, and so on. But soon after, news of deaths was relayed home one by one. The higher-ups of the tribes were furious and found out the deaths were caused by the other 2 tribes. Even the leaders were disrupted in their meditation. The relationship of the 3 tribes was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and war could erupt at any given moment. In the West Demon Lair, Liu Hu received reports of success from his subordinates and said, good job. There are absolutely no loopholes. After the death of so many descendants, I'd like to see how they'll be able to stay out of it. Now the leaders are no longer meditating. It looks like an earth-shaking war will be erupting soon. Balrog saw Liu Hu rejoicing and reported, my lord, the 3 tribes have now deemed the deaths of their descendants are the work of the other 2 tribes. According to the latest news from our men placed in the Dragon tribe, Ancestor of Dragon and Ao Tian are leading the troops targeting the Phoenix and Kylan tribes respectively. New changes in the situation will be reported within a few days. After rejoicing, Liu Hu calmed down and said, all right, since the first step of our plan is a success, then we can start our next step. This is also the most important step for us to reign over Untainted Land, so we must work carefully. Don't be hasty, or all our hard work will be in vain. His minions replied, we'll follow your highness Lord of Devil's decree. We'll do it carefully. True enough, in just a few days, war erupted between the 3 tribes. They fought viciously, with the air in Untainted Land quickly becoming foul and the evil spirit of heaven and earth thickening. Ming's blood sea expanded daily and quickly, which showed how fiercely the 3 tribes fought. In Mount Yujing, the old Taoist was still the same. It seemed like he did not budge even a little over tens of thousands of years. Looking at the thick evil spirit of the heaven and earth, he could not help sighing. Pity, pity. The 3 tribes are already in the midst of a tribulation, and yet they still don't repent. Their luck has gone downwards, and there will be no going back. Looks like Liu Hu had made his move. Hongjun must get ready as well. This old Taoist would later be known as the ancestor Hongjun in the near future. In this extreme tribulation, the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan appeared to be the main characters. In fact, Hongjun and Liuhu were the ones to experience the tribulation. At the end of it, Hongjun and Liuhu would battle it out. The battle would decide who would be the way of the origin. In the war, Ming did not just stand by and watch in Blood Sea. His clones of Blood God and Blood God Doppelganger had started to make their move. The battle had only begun and their foundation was still firm. It was not yet a good time for Minx to rob their treasure vault. But Ming did not give up on the bodies of the fallen members of the three tribes and robbed their treasure vaults of the Scoot, Beast, and Fowl tribes as well. The main strengths of these tribes were sent to the war zone by the three tribes, leaving their strongholds empty, so it was a good chance for Minx to act. Though most of the good items had been plundered by the three tribes, the remaining items were things that would lessen as time passed in untainted land. It might be useful to save them for the future. Moreover, the dead bodies of the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan were excellent materials for refining weapons. Though they were no use for Ming, perhaps his future disciples and descendants might need them. Ming knew that such actions would attract others' attention, especially Liuhu, the Lord of Devils, the mastermind who stirred up war among the three tribes. However, Ming had come up with a strategy to disrupt his sensibilities so that Liuhu would not be able to guess who had done this. The existence of Blood Sea was well known, but Ming was not. What Ming relied on was one of the skills he had created previously, the Blood God transformation. The clone of the Blood God and the Blood God Doppelganger he sent would first refine the blood of essence of the 100 tribes of Untainted Land. They would travel Untainted Land as a member of these tribes and collect treasures and dead bodies from them for Ming. Suddenly, Ming felt like he was becoming slightly perverted. He had not been afraid of blood in his previous life, but now he was stealing dead bodies. It seemed that he had gotten used to Untainted Land and had become the true Lord of Blood Sea, Ancestor Ming. While the Blood God Doppelganger and clones of Blood God were scavenging outside, Ming quietly cultivated on Sacred Island. The emergence of Sage-to-Be was a great burden, and several hundred years later, he successfully broke through to the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality Realm, just one step away from the Sage-to-Be realm. The Sage-to-Be realm might or might not be a challenge for him, and he had two methods devised. One was quite simple. He would absorb merits and enter the Sage-to-Be realm. Thereupon, he could even do the separation work through the primordial spiritual treasures. The only disadvantage was that this method could cause an unstable foundation. According to his prediction, Ancestor of Dragon, Lord of the Phoenix and Forefather of the Kylan, had entered the Sage-to-Be realm through merits from the Way of Heaven, but they were only in the early stage. When calculating the Way of Separation, one separation meant the secondary stage of Sage-to-Be, two separations the late stage, and three separations the peak level. Separation through merits could help Ming reach the secondary stage of Sage-to-Be, but skipping the early stage could lead to an unstable foundation and affect the future cultivation. Another method was to cultivate through the divine law. Currently, Ming has enlightenment on the law of killing, and the law of spiritual beings had reached 8% and 20% respectively. 20% was the maximum a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could comprehend, and so as long as Ming could comprehend any of the laws above 20%, he would be able to enter the early stage of Sage-to-Be realm. According to his prediction, if separation was not done, he could reach the early stage of Sage-to-Be after understanding 30% of the divine laws, and 40% understanding would result in the secondary stage of Sage-to-Be, 50% the late stage, and 60% the peak level. Thus, to be a sage, Ming needed to receive 70% of the enlightenment of the divine laws. The problem was that cultivation through the divine laws was as difficult as going to heaven. The path of the first method was very simple for Ming since he was endowed with half of the merit of origin, and the Blood River Formation had been constantly amassing merits for Ming ever since its origin. Every little bit counted, and it had collected 1% merit of origin. Adding onto it was the 1% merit of origin from his sermon tablets. It was enough for Ming to make the separation. Nevertheless, Ming was unwilling to take this shortcut because cultivation through merits was unpredictable. Moreover, all his merits had their own use. There was a golden wheel above Ming's original spirit in the center of Blood Sea, and this was a representation of all the merits that Ming had obtained. The original spirit had always been the most important part for cultivators. When one's body was destroyed, it could be restored using the original spirit. When the original spirit was destroyed, one would be destroyed with no hopes of reincarnation, and a great number of magic weapons could cause damage to the original spirit in Untainted Land, so Ming had to be very careful. Hence, he made the Golden Wheel of Merit by using the merit of origin as the core, and combining the post-celestial merits of the Way of Heaven that he had gotten. The Golden Wheel of Merit was above his original spirit to protect it from any form of attack, even from demons. It acted as a simplified version of the Baraka Exquisite Pagoda, which was a post-celestial treasure of merits. Minghe was not willing to destroy the golden wheel of merit just for an unpredictable shortcut, and the golden wheel took a lot out of him before it was stabilized. Besides, cultivation was a path against the heaven, and only hard work and effort could lead to the way of great way. Any shortcut, while seemingly useful now, would surely be only a route for destruction. After giving up the first method, Ming had to take the second one. Luckily, he was assisted by numerous clones of Blood God, which would accelerate his enlightenment on the divine law. The clone of Blood God could contribute a lot to the prediction of techniques, but little to the cultivation itself through the divine laws. Though minimal as it was, Ming was quite satisfied. As the old saying, when a contented mind is a perpetual feast, Ming suddenly hummed. He was currently in closed-door meditation to gain enlightenment from the divine laws. Both the Blood God doppelgangers and the clones of Blood God were linked to him mentally, and they would not disturb him for any reason, unless the war among the three tribes was about to end and the base camps were unprotected. But the war was not supposed to end so soon. It had only just begun. Seeing the message from the Blood God doppelgangers, Mink was surprised at first, then exultant. Ha ha ha. God has blessed me. I was always searching for you while traveling throughout untainted land. Now you're right before me. I'll get you this time. Ming stepped out and turned into a cloud of blood, flying towards untainted land. Inside a spiritual mountain somewhere in untainted land lived the Golden Lion tribe, one of the beast tribes ruled by the Kylans. Most of the tribesmen were on the battlefield of the war among the three tribes. The person remaining with the highest cultivation was their third elder, who was in the late stage of the primordial unity golden immortality realm. One day, third elder was cultivating inside the mountain. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past him. He was attacked by something and lost consciousness. Then, a flash of blood aura taking human form emerged. It was one of Ming's Blood God doppelgangers. The Blood God doppelganger was a primordial unity golden immortal. Adding on to his uniqueness and the ability to utilize the power of divine laws, he would still stand a chance even if an early-stage Zenith Heaven golden immortal was here. In addition, there were tens of thousands of clones of Blood God hidden within each Blood God doppelganger, which could form diverse tactical formations when necessary. Even if the Blood God doppelganger could not defeat his opponent, he could escape easily by sacrificing some clones of Blood God. After third elder fainted, the Blood God doppelganger walked towards the Golden Lion tribe's treasure vault furtively. The treasure vault was protected by some tactical formations. It would attract others' attention, and war would break out if he tried to break them. Though Minghe was not afraid of killing, it did not seem reasonable to steal from others and kill them all. This was simply how he felt, his core of thoughts. Ming stunned third elder with a sneak attack, so he could steal treasure without attracting others. The tactical formations guarding the treasure vault was not as complicated as he had originally thought, so the Blood God doppelganger went out with the formations silently and as easily as it had gone in. After flying and submerging for a long time, the Blood God doppelganger stopped and checked his gains. He was shocked to notice a small flag. This was the center Wuji apricot flag from the same origin as the Xunyuan water control flag. This was a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure, and it had been thrown in the vault and treated like trash. The Blood God doppelganger found that the Wuji apricot flag had been sealed with a restriction. Damn, the Blood God doppelganger wanted to scold the foolish Golden Lion tribe for sealing such a treasure. But frankly speaking, the Blood God doppelganger was wrong about the Golden Lion tribe. The Golden Lion tribe had just obtained the Wuji apricot flag. Ordinary treasures were spiritual, never mind the highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure. The tribe leader had tried to convert the flag, but since he was just at the peak of primordial unity golden immortality realm, he received resistance from the flag. It ended in a deadlock, so the tribe leader had no choice but to seal it and continue cultivating until he reached the Zenith Heaven golden immortality realm. However, with the outburst of the war among the three tribes, the tribe leader had been called out by the forefather of the Kylan. Hence the conversion was put aside, providing Minghe with ample opportunity to pick up from what was left behind. The restriction seal on the flag was not too complex. These kinds of seals had originated from Minghe's enlightenment tablet. Despite the small changes, it was a piece of cake for the Blood God doppelganger to break the restriction. Upon removal of the restriction, the Wuji apricot flag regained its vitality. Waves of spiritual air converted into 10,000s of golden lotuses, guarding the flag on both sides, and then the flag attempted to submerge into the sky. But there was no way the Blood God doppelganger would let it go, for countless clones of Blood God had made the Blood River formation block its escape path. Upon the exertion of the formation, the blood aura pervaded into the sky and absorbed the golden lotus gradually. The Wuji apricot flag was the highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure with 10,000s of golden lotuses. This gave it the ability to ward off all evil and invincible defenses, making it indestructible. But now the flag had no master. With no one to use it, could only depend on itself by absorbing the heavenly spiritual air, which would not last long. Moreover, being in the midst of the Blood River formation, the heavenly spiritual air was cut off. With only the boundless evil blood aura and the lack of the heavenly spiritual air, reviving the Wuji apricot flag was hopeless. Once the golden lotus had been wiped clean, the blood god doppelganger immediately inserted an original spirit and started refining the treasure. From then on, the Wuji apricot flag belonged to Ming. The blood god doppelganger began to remove the formation by taking back the clones of blood god when finishing the first step to convert the flag. In a rush to prepare for his return to Blood Sea, he then handed the Wuji apricot flag to Ming. After all, this flag was a treasure. It was not safe to leave with an avatar, and the flag was only in the first step of conversion. It still needed Ming to personally convert it in the next step to be able to serve its purpose. After a few steps, the blood god doppelganger heard a cry behind him. "Fellow Taoist, please hold on a moment." The blood god doppelganger could not help but shiver, knowing that anyone who had read The Investiture of the Gods or novels about untainted land knew about this phrase. The lethality of this phrase was shocking, and the blood god doppelganger could not help but be afraid. Only two people regularly used this phrase. The first was the famous sage of the heavenly way, Zhenti, who Ming knew was the most shameless sage. He often used this phrase to hold up fellow Taoists, saying how they were fated to meet, basically lying and cheating to get what he wanted. Anyway, no good could come out of meeting Zhenti. The second one was Shen Gongbao, who heavily relied on this phrase to help Emperor Zhou of the Shang dynasty reel in dozens of powerful cultivators and disciples of the clan of Severity. In the end, all of them were killed and ended up on the list of investiture of the gods. Upon hearing these words, the blood god doppelganger could not help but think of those two. Anything could happen, and if it was meant to be, it would be. Hearing this phrase right after laying his hands on the treasure, the blood god doppelganger simply thought it was hilarious. He turned around and saw a middle-aged Taoist walking over. The blood god doppelganger sighed in relief. He thought about, even if Zhenti was born, Zhenti would have to follow Jian to the west to train. And as for Shen Gongbao, he was someone who would only appear during the War of the Investiture Gods, and he was not even born yet. The blood god doppelganger blamed himself for being too paranoid. When the Taoist caught up to him, he arched his hands and bowed. "I, ancestor of heaven and earth, have seen my fellow Taoist. Just recently there was a luminous bright light with lots of golden lotus around here. I'm not sure if you, my fellow Taoist, know what happened." The blood god doppelganger listened and thought to himself. If he had known earlier, he should have set a blood river formation before unsealing the Wuji apricot flag, and now trouble had befallen on his doorstep. The ancestor of heaven and earth, the blood god doppelganger, had not heard of such a person before, and there was no mention of such character in the myth of untainted land either. However, armed with a cultivation realm of zenith heaven golden immortality late stage, the blood god doppelganger did not dare to be careless. He replied politely, "Oh, so it's the heaven and earth fellow Taoist. I'm merely passing by and did not see any extraordinary happenings. I still have other urgent matters and will be on my way." Just as the blood god doppelganger was leaving, the ancestor of heaven and earth blocked his way with an unpleasant expression. "Fellow Taoist, you're lying. You were the only one here, so how could you not know what happened here, unless you're afraid that I would steal from you?" Harumph. His tone was not as polite as before. It was no wonder, as in the eyes of the ancestor of heaven and earth, though the blood god doppelganger was at primordial unity golden immortality peak, it was nothing to be afraid of. The blood god doppelganger felt that the situation could not be settled peacefully now. He could only stubbornly insist. "I did see some abnormality, but when I rushed to the site, I saw a yellow light heading towards the west. I was going to chase after it, and if you will, you could even catch up to it." The ancestor of heaven and earth said coldly, "Harumph, you think you, with such low realm, can cheat me. Release your original spirit immediately and let me check. If what you said is true, then I'll allow you to go. But if you dare lie," Humph, the ancestor of heaven and earth released his zenith heaven golden immortality late stage, imposing it towards the blood god doppelganger. But he was surprised to see that the blood god doppelganger did not seem to be affected by the pressure. Without any change in his facial expression, this seemed to be slapping the ancestor of heaven and earth in the face. He originally wanted to force the blood god doppelganger to hand over the treasure, but unexpectedly, the blood god doppelganger was not affected by the zenith heaven golden immortality pressure at all. Then again, although the blood god doppelganger only had primordial unity golden immortality peak realm, the 49 blood god doppelgangers had been created by Ming by splitting his original spirit. Even though at that time Ming's supernatural power had only been at the primordial unity golden immortality peak level, his original spirit realm was already within the realm of zenith heaven golden immortality. Now, Ming's was at the peak of the zenith heaven golden immortality realm. With only mere zenith heaven golden immortality late stage, There was no way the blood god doppelganger could be affected. The blood god doppelganger saw that the ancestor of heaven and earth was beginning to have murderous intent. He quickly converted into a blood cloud to run away. Naturally, the ancestor of heaven and earth did not let the blood god doppelganger have that chance. He brought out a ruler and waved it against the blood god doppelganger. A gust of heaven and earth breath, division of yin and yang, was shot towards the blood god doppelganger. The blood god doppelganger saw the ruler and not dare to belittle him. He instantly brought out the Wuji apricot flag. The Wuji apricot flag stood atop the head of the blood god doppelganger, scattering 10,000s of golden lotuses, and stood guard on both sides. The gust of heaven and earth dispersed once the flag appeared, but blood god doppelganger did not dare to underestimate the ruler of the ancestor of heaven and earth, as it was most likely the famed ruler of heaven and earth. The ruler of heaven and earth was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure containing a breadth of heaven and earth. The world's yin and yang and heaven and earth formed into one to represent the yin and yang of the world. It would be used by the Dipankara Taoist in the future, who would then use it to launch a surprise attack on Zhao Gongming of the clan of Severity and cause severe injuries to him. The ruler and the sea protection pearl were reliant on each other, so the Dipankara Taoist used the ruler to make 24 sea protection pearls evolve to form the 24 heavenly soldiers. Blocking an attack from the ancestor of heaven and earth, the blood god doppelganger attacked back by waving the sword in his hand. The sword had been refined by Ming in the image of the Yuntu and Abai sword, combined with an abundance of evil blood aura from Blood Sea. Although it was only a highest-grade post-celestial spiritual treasure, its attack power could not be dismissed. It was on par with the primordial spiritual treasure, and each of the 49 blood god doppelgangers were armed with one. The blood god doppelganger moved seemingly like a dance that diffused blood air as the sword struck out. The Rain of Blood was the first stance of the technique Boundless Sword Incantation that Ming had created. It may have simply looked like blood air was diffusing, but yet it hid a vast menace intent. Blood aura was false, whereas the sword's aura was real. Moreover, the sword's aura was tainted with an evil spirit. To be injured by the sword aura was no simple matter. When the blood aura attacked, the ancestor of heaven and earth was not fazed. A map glowing with green light rose from him and absorbed all the blood sword's aura into it. The sword of the blood god doppelganger, filled with menace intent, was resisted just like that. The map of heaven and earth, which was a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure, contained the world of heaven and earth and could contain anything. The world in the map did not lose to the holy grounds of untainted land when facing an enemy. The ability to move the power of heaven and earth and to absorb thousands of attacks into the map ultimately belonged to Lao Zai of Three Pure Ones. Seeing the appearance of the map of heaven and earth, the blood god doppelganger felt the urge to vomit blood. The man was an ancestor of heaven and earth, and all his magic weapons had something to do with heaven and earth. Was there a need to be so extraordinary? However, Ming's magic weapon did not lose to that of the ancestor of heaven and earth. After blocking an attack from the blood god doppelganger, the map of heaven and earth kept itself above the head of the ancestor. The ancestor of heaven and earth could see the Wuji apricot flag above the head of the blood god doppelganger. His eyes flashed with a glint of cunningness. "Kid, this must be the treasure you just got. Not bad at all, but this isn't something you can handle. If you hand over this treasure, I'll let you go. How about it?" The blood god doppelganger heard and could tolerate him no longer. "No way, the treasure is right here. Come and get it." The ancestor of heaven and earth boiled with rage after seeing how the blood god doppelganger acted. Menace intent rose up. Bringing forth the ruler of heaven and earth, the ancestor of heaven and earth used all the force he had, including the power from the map of heaven and earth. The attack landed on the Wuji apricot flag's shield. Suddenly, half of the golden lotus disappeared. The golden light defense trembled upon the attack. Pooh, the blood god doppelganger spat out fresh blood. It was obvious that he was injured, and though the defense was not broken through, the Wuji apricot flag was only in its preliminary refinement, so part of the attack still landed directly on the blood god doppelganger. The blood god doppelganger wiped the blood stain on his lips. The difference between a primordial unity golden immortal and zenith heaven golden immortal was a large boundary to overcome. The attack from the ancestor of heaven and earth could not be deflected by the Wuji apricot flag alone. Since defense was not working, foregoing it might have been best. As the old saying went, the best defense is the best offense. The blood-burning tactic was meant to be a trump card for emergency use for the future disciples. But who knew that the first person to use this technique would be Minghe's own blood god doppelganger? The activation of the technique caused the blood god doppelganger's blood to burn. Once every second blood was being ignited, his presence became stronger with hair like blood and the aura bright like a rainbow. The ancestor of heaven and earth was surprised when he saw this. He considered the blood god doppelganger was struggling impotently. He pretended to be saddened and said, "Why bother? To reach the realm you're at was not easy. Why struggle so hard for one treasure? My promise still stands. I'll spare your life so long as you hand over the treasure. The blood god doppelganger laughed coldly. Oh, really? But now I want your life, and your two magic weapons seems to be fated with me. If you hand them over, I could spare your life. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger's power grew, reached the state of being equivalent to an early-stage zenith heaven golden immortal. The ancestor of heaven and earth opened his mouth in shock. He only thought that the doppelganger was a goner for burning his blood essence to become slightly stronger, but he could not have known that his strength would increase a realm. Such secret techniques were rare. The ancestor of heaven and earth had immediately thought to defeat him and force the doppelganger to spit out the technique. Rain of blood. The doppelganger struck out with his sword, and a burst of blood rain hurtled towards the ancestor of heaven and earth like a thunderstorm. It was completely unlike the previous attack. A primordial unity golden immortal at its peak might seem like only a step away from an early-stage zenith heaven golden immortal, but they were incomparable. The ancestor of heaven and earth saw the attack, and the map of heaven and earth unfurled above his head. Countless green lights shone from the map, becoming a blurring swirl that absorbed the attack. The ancestor of heaven and earth sneered when he saw that. The technique might be good, but it did not last. He could just use the same methods till the doppelganger lost his strength, and that would be when he could go in for the final blow. The blood god doppelganger did not stop his attack, even when he saw that the blood fog released by the sword was absorbed by the map of heaven and earth. He struck again and again until the sky was literally raining blood. This confused the ancestor of heaven and earth. Having used the same method more than 10 times, the blood god doppelganger finally stopped. His body grew weaker, and he would revert back to his original realm subsequently. Though all his attacks had been absorbed by the map of heaven and earth, he laughed it off. The ancestor of heaven and earth maneuvered his weapon to suck in the blood fog from the sword's aura. After seeing how weak the doppelganger became, he laughed. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you only know of this one technique. It might look flashy, but it's useless. Now it's my turn. Prepare to meet your doom. The blood god doppelganger laughed eerily. Really, my sword's aura won't be swallowed so easily. Immediately, the face of the ancestor of heaven and earth had changed, as the green light of the map of heaven and earth trembled and then disappeared. The map seemed to have suffered a great blow and lost its luster, only to fall straight from the top of the ancestor's head. Humph! The blood god doppelganger laughed hysterically at the ancestor of heaven and earth's miserable appearance, blood dripping from his mouth with bloodshot eyes. Biwahahaha. Did you really think that my sword aura would be so easily destroyed? Old fool. Blood river formation. The blood god doppelganger released dozens of clones to create a blood river formation that emitted a dangerous aura. The ancestor of heaven and earth did not dare to underestimate him and instantly cast an art of immortality to block the attack whilst trying to take back the map of heaven and earth. The map of heaven and earth was available for anyone to take control of. How would the blood god doppelganger let him take it back? The attack was actually a bluff. What was hidden within the attack was the real killing move. Though it was a real technique being released, the attack itself hid dozens of clones of blood god. The map sucked in the attack together with the clones, flying in unnoticed by the ancestor of heaven and earth as he was too fixated on the blood god doppelganger. The clones of blood god found the center of the map and instantly self-destructed within. The self-detonation of dozen of peak golden immortal, especially in the center of the map, was a huge blow. The map of heaven and earth was badly damaged, which resulted in the ancestor of heaven and earth's original spirit being erased, thus making the map a free treasure. There was no way for the blood god doppelganger to allow the ancestor to lay his hands on it again. Evil blood aura, the second stroke of boundless sword incantation, struck down as if to split the sky. The doppelganger's sword cast out countless sword auras. Unlike the rain of blood which was used to kill hundreds in a simple stroke, the evil blood aura was a focused attack. The sword auras gathered and, slowly turning blood red, barreled toward the ancestor of heaven and earth. Facing the attack, the ancestor of heaven and earth could not think about the map and hurriedly deflected the attack. The clone blood god made use of this opening and snatched the map. It was damaged, but the blood god doppelganger was still happy as the map could be repaired and it would be as good as new. Upon acquiring the map of heaven and earth, the blood god doppelganger looked towards the ancestor of heaven and earth trapped in the formation. He was so furious and reasonably, for instead of stealing from someone, he was stolen from. The anger was intensified because the one who had robbed him was of a lower cultivation realm than him. This was an embarrassing blow, and he would be the joke of the century if this ever got out. The blood god doppelganger did not, nor did he want to know what the ancestor of heaven and earth was thinking, as he was stunned with drool coming out of his mouth. What was that above the ancestor's head? He truly lived up to his name as the ancestor of heaven and earth. Looking at the volume spiritual treasures hanging on him, this was a set, and especially the last piece of the set. An ancient, desolate cauldron with old scriptures written on it was floating above the ancestor's head. While the scriptures looked messy and meaningless, but it encompassed the profundity and essence behind the Tao. The cauldron cast down shafts of aura that looked like a curtain of light, stopping the evil blood aura right before the ancestor. With an incredibly rare treasure before him, the blood god doppelganger could not believe his own eyes. This was what Ming-He had wished for every day and night. With it appearing right before him, how could the blood god doppelganger not be excited? Mine, mine, this shall belong to me and me only. The blood god doppelganger was so obsessed in this treasure that he looked possessed. According to the plan of the blood god doppelganger, after retrieving the map of heaven and earth, he would leave and use the clones of blood god to create the blood river formation. This was to stall for time as the ancestor was a late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal, and the blood-burning tactic of the clones might not be able to defeat him. Better to be safe than sorry, and to use tens thousands of clones in exchange for a peak-grade primordial spiritual treasure. It was a fair trade. But with the appearance of the cauldron, the blood god doppelganger had a change of plans. With such a treasure laid before it, he could not leave or he would regret it for the rest of his life. The blood god doppelganger maneuvered the formation to attack the ancestor while hurriedly informing Ming-He, who was meditating in Blood Sea. This cauldron was exactly the same that Ming-He thought of when he was transforming. This cauldron was formed by Green Lotus of Chaos, a top-grade primordial supreme treasure. It had an incomparable defense with endless air from heaven and earth, the unbelievable ability to return to Genesis, and not only to increase the grade of other spiritual treasures and weapons, but to also convert them from post-celestial to primordial. Since he had seen it, there was no way he would let it go, and considered the ancestor a dead man. Now all he needed to do was to wait for Ming-He's arrival. The ancestor of heaven and earth was shocked. The blood-burning tactic showed its great power, but at this moment, it unexpectedly churned out thousands of doppelgangers, all of which were at the peak of the golden immortality. This secret tactic was truly beyond common sense. If he could use this tactic with his Daluo golden immortal realm cultivation, it meant that he would be followed by countless doppelgangers at the primordial unity golden immortal realm. Thinking of this, the ancestor of heaven and earth was excited again. Looking at the formation in front, his eyes were filled with greed. He believed that if he could retrieve his map of heaven and earth back, loot the Wuji apricot flag and the two secret tactics from the blood god doppelganger, he would gain a great harvest. As for the formation in front, it was formed by golden immortals, so it just seemed full of power but lacked strength. Like ants sieging an elephant, they wouldn't be able to win this battle even in a great number. At this moment, ancestor of heaven and earth was more vigilant than before, so he would not allow himself to suffer losses again. He had realized the principle that a lion should go all out to fight against a rabbit. When the blood river formation was formed, it was filled with a bloody miasma. All evil spirits outside this formation were attracted to it, enhancing its power. However, it was not enough to trap a Daluo golden immortal. Moreover, the ancestor of heaven was a Daluo golden immortal with a defensive spiritual treasure. Launched with tens thousands of clones of blood god, the blood-burning tactic painted a magnificent scene. The clones burned themselves without a care for the consequence, like the blood god doppelgangers. If other cultivators did something like that, they could be killed or injured badly. Although their bodies could be healed, if they did not have any remarkable encounters, they would be disabled. If Ming-He did not have any doppelgangers, he would not use this tactic. However, blood god doppelgangers were different from clones of blood god, which were formed by wisps of Ming-He's original spirit, spiritual thoughts, and essence of blood from Blood Sea. It did not matter for him to burn too much blood because he could go back to his Blood Sea and recover. One thing that needed to be mentioned was that the more fighting capacity increased, the less time the blood-burning tactic would last. Ming had reached the peak realm of Daluo Golden Immortal and would be a sage to be soon. With his speed, Ming could reach here immediately, so what the blood god doppelganger should do was to trap the ancestor of heaven and earth in this blood river formation before his arrival. Tens thousands of clones of blood god forced themselves to break into the early stage of the primordial unity golden immortality, which enhanced the power of the blood river formation. Ancestor of heaven and earth in this formation naturally noticed his situation, which made him incensed. He thought it was illogical that the doppelganger could also use this secret tactic. At this moment, the formation was formed by primordial unity golden immortals instead of golden immortals, so it was not easy for the ancestor of heaven and earth to break out. What worried the ancestor of heaven and earth was that the blood god doppelganger would escape with the map of heaven and earth and leave his doppelgangers to defend him. If so, he would feel a great loss. What the ancestor of heaven and earth thought was the same as the blood god doppelganger's original plan. However, because of the cauldron of heaven and earth, blood god doppelganger changed his mind. tens thousands of clones of Blood God at the early stage of primordial unity golden immortal realm initiated this tactical formation. The Blood God doppelganger acted as the master to control the evil blood aura inside. It formed a blast of sword aura, rushing towards the ancestor of heaven and earth. It flowed like a flood and seemed unstoppable. The ancestor of heaven and earth could not afford to be neglectful in the slightest. He controlled his cauldron of heaven and earth, releasing some fresh air to enhance his force of defense. Actually, the attack formed by evil blood aura could not break the defense of the cauldron of heaven and earth, but left the wall of air rippling gently. Ancestor of heaven and earth struck the attack with his cauldron of heaven and earth, and struck back with the ruler of heaven and earth in his hand. He said, "Boy, you can't break my defensive treasure at all." It was time for me to attack. He swung his ruler of heaven and earth several times, and the power emitted even was much better than that supported by the map of heaven and earth before. He must have provided the power from the cauldron of heaven and earth. There was no surprise that the Blood River formation began to stir under several attacks of the ancestor of heaven and earth, the evil spirit inside starting to scatter and disappear. Seeing this, the ancestor of heaven and earth laughed and said, "Haha, it seems that your formation isn't that powerful. I haven't gone all out, but it's nearly done." His words were full of irony. Sacrifice to the blood god and connect with the origin. Blood River formation, expand. At this moment, thousands of clones of Blood God exploded at the same time, which refilled the Blood River formation with abundant evil blood aura. The attack formed by the evil blood aura sharpened as well, piercing towards the ancestor of heaven and earth without stopping. The Blood God doppelganger sacrificed thousands of clones of Blood God, connecting with the origin of Blood Sea, which largely enhanced the force of this formation. In this way, the supernatural power of the ancestor of heaven and earth would be consumed more quickly. With a little luck, he might beat him down before Ming's arrival. The power of Blood River formation was enhanced, as was the attack. Under the continual barrage, the ancestor of heaven and earth naturally felt more pressure, and his supernatural power also was consumed faster. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth was his eternal spiritual treasure, it was still a primordial supreme treasure. It also had not been completely converted yet. It was a trifle for the ancestor of heaven and earth using his supernatural power at the Daluo golden immortal realm to activate his cauldron of heaven and earth. Moreover, he also needed to defend the attacks from the evil blood aura. However, the ancestor of heaven and earth was not muddle-headed. He activated the tactic, and his cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly turned many times larger. He said, "In the endless heaven and earth, the cauldron covers the universe. Absorb the evil blood aura." After he said this formula, his cauldron of heaven and earth turned into a black hole, absorbing all the evil blood aura around. In this cauldron, a flash of black fire appeared, and the evil blood aura disappeared after being burned, turning into the spiritual air for ancestor of heaven and earth to recover his supernatural power. With the spiritual air, the ancestor of heaven and earth fought back again, forming a powerful blast of air to hit the Blood River formation. Blood God Doppelganger was greatly frightened. The insane cauldron of heaven and earth could turn the evil blood aura back to Genesis, forming it into the primordial spiritual air, which could greatly improve his condition. At this moment, Blood God Doppelganger knew that his plan was over. Moreover, the attack from the ancestor of heaven and earth was too powerful, and the enhanced Blood River formation stirred under the attacks of his ruler of heaven and earth. Right at the moment, the formation was like a small boat in a rough river. Without any other means, the Blood God Doppelganger could only use another kind of magic skill, named Deceiving Eyes. Through this magic skill, he could transform the attacks from ancestor of heaven and earth into clones of Blood God, which could temporarily maintain the Blood River formation. However, the clones of Blood God would be blown away by the ruler of heaven and earth. Actually, clones of Blood God could not withstand the full attack of a late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. Having seen the continual disappearance of clones of Blood God, the Blood God Doppelganger became anxious. At this rate, every clone of Blood God would disappear soon. Finally, his Blood River formation could not bear attack anymore. If Blood God Doppelganger had to face the ancestor of heaven and earth alone, he would definitely die. The time limit of blood-burning tactic was already over, and his supernatural power was lowered into the secondary stage of primordial unity golden immortality due to the side effects. Ancestor of heaven and earth was excited about this situation. Under his attack, he could clearly feel that the Blood River formation was continually weakened. Sooner or later, the Blood River formation would be totally broken. He was starting to expect how to punish him after catching the Blood God Doppelganger. After all, the Blood God Doppelganger had played a trick on him. He would not work off his anger until he tortured him. Right at the moment, the whole formation shook immediately. The evil blood aura inside was also in a mess. The ancestor of heaven and earth, who was still in his victory dream, regained his consciousness. Looking at the scene in front of him, the ancestor of heaven and earth was totally shocked and frowned. Is this the so-called space fluctuation? The ancestor of heaven and earth immediately recognized the real reason causing this phenomenon. All of his magic weapons were full of the force of heaven and earth, and he had comprehended a little piece of the law of space when breaking into the Daluo golden immortality. Facing the scene in front of him, his vigilance sharpened. He was wondering whether it was a trick of the blood god doppelganger or not. He thought he needed to finish this battle as soon as possible, so he swung the ruler of heaven and earth with his full strength. The formation was breaking right at the same time. However, when he saw the scene outside of the formation, he froze and wondered where he was. Out of the expectation of ancestor of heaven and earth, the last stroke by the ruler of heaven and earth effortlessly broke the blood river formation. In general, the formation could not have been destroyed with a single stroke, even if it cannot last for long. A sudden idea came to his mind. Could it be blood god doppelganger had already escaped with the map of heaven and earth? The fact, however, was that blood god doppelganger stood in front of him after the formation broke. His cultivation was just at the secondary stage of primordial unity golden immortal, probably the result of the boomerang. To ancestor of heaven and earth's surprise, blood god doppelganger smiled instead of being frightened. And where was he? Ancestor of heaven and earth looked around and only saw blood sea, which was full of evil spirit. He felt cold, despite his deep cultivation reaching the late stage of zenith heaven golden immortal. He was in untainted land a moment ago. How did he come here? Where was this place? Nether blood sea suddenly came to his mind. In the untainted land exited some untraversed dangerous places. Nether blood sea was one of them. It was said that Nether blood sea was formed by blood of Pangu and gathered evil spirit from the heaven and earth. Therefore, it was a place of big fierce. Untainted land had been around for a long time. Ever since its birth, there had been creatures that never returned from blood sea. Several zenith heaven golden immortals had even gone missing. Thereafter, Nether blood sea had earned its bad reputation. Ancestor of heaven and earth felt a strong wave of the space just now, so he couldn't help feeling anxious. As soon as he came to the blood sea, he smelled a sense of deadly crisis. Who are you? What's your relationship with blood sea? How did you bring me here? Asked he with anger to the smiling blood god doppelganger. Blood god doppelganger laughed at his questions and replied, since you'll die anyway, let me satisfy your curiosity. I'm a doppelganger of blood god, master of blood sea, ancestor Ming. What you call nether blood sea is naturally my home. As for how I brought you here, receiving spiritual thoughts from blood god doppelganger, Ming he went to their location at his top speed. It was cauldron of heaven and earth, the treasure Ming he had longed for day and night. Though he had many primordial spiritual treasures, only a few were suitable for his use. As for primordial supreme treasure, he had none of them. Among all his collections, only 6 were most valuable treasures to him. 4 primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade red lotus of fire, Chunyuan water control flag, book of life and death and judge pen, as well as Wuji apricot flag and map of heaven and earth. They were all enough to make even the sages envious. Besides, Yuntu sword and Abai sword were primordial spiritual treasures of top grade, both of which was tools of massacre, and when combined, they had great power over primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade. As for Zhen Yue, Ming he completely disregarded it. Though he owned many spiritual treasures, few were suitable for him. Yuntu sword and Abai sword were his most valuable treasures for attacking. Red Lotus of Fire had the mightiest power of defense and could also attack by releasing Red Lotus Fire. Chunyun water control flag, Wuji apricot flag, and map of heaven and earth had little defense power, but there were other uses for them. Book of Life and Death and Judge Pen had great attacking power. However, Ming he dared not use them in case of damage, as they belonged to 6 path of reincarnation. Any resulting karma was beyond what Ming he could bear. Now a primordial supreme treasure was in his reach. Ming he couldn't hold himself from owning it. Even the sages would not get a primordial supreme treasure, among whom only 3 pure ones would get from honorable ancestor Hangjun. If Ming he could get one, he would benefit from it a lot. It was not far away from Blood Sea. Ming he traveled fast and spent the time it took for him to drink a few cups of tea to get there. He was relieved to find blood god doppelganger, an ancestor of heaven and earth, still in a stalemate. He would have killed himself if ancestor of heaven and earth escaped. Yet Ming he did not have absolute confidence to defeat ancestor of heaven and earth, for he sensed a wave of divine law from his rival's attack, who must have received enlightenment from some kind of divine law. Seeing ancestor of heaven and earth owned a primordial supreme treasure, he was at least a primordial Mazinger. He would definitely have a unique spiritual inheritance, so Ming he was careful not to underestimate him. Seeing the shaking formation, Ming he thought for a while and made up his mind. With a flick of his sleeve, millions of clones of blood god appeared and formed a much more powerful blood river formation. Reciting the formula, he shouted, "Millions of the clones sacrifice formation transmits homeland calls, heaven and earth shakes. Move it." Millions of clones of Blood God were sacrificed at the same time, elevating the power of Blood River formation. The whole sky was covered by blood and evil spirit. Blood Sea was also rocking. Minghe dared to combine the formation for which the clones of Blood God sacrificed with the formation guarding Blood Sea, channeling the formation for which the clones of Blood God sacrificed through the void into Blood Sea. It had to be admitted that it was not only a crazy move, but also a difficult one. Further, it was to transmit the formation through the void. As soon as he returned to Blood Sea, Minghe spat a mouthful of blood arrows. The pressure in the void was far too great. If not for his strong body, he would have been severely wounded. But this move had badly injured the roots of Blood Sea. It seemed like it would not make a full recovery for another tens of thousands of years. The root of Blood Sea was essential to Blood River formation, and thus its damage would surely decrease the formation's power. Fortunately, the most powerful ones in Untainted Land were currently Sage to Bess. The current Blood River formation was enough to protect Minghe. The Sage to Bess were also not likely to have any ideas about fighting him. That was why Minghe dared to pull such an insane stunt. No pain, no gain. Minghe regarded it as a worthwhile cost to trade the primordial supreme treasure. Now that he was back in Blood Sea, he was safe. Ancestor of Heaven and Earth's desperate struggles would surely be useless. Minghe showed up in front of the Ancestor of Heaven and Earth, who had broken out of the formation. The Blood God doppelganger handed map of Heaven and Earth and Wuji apricot flag over to Minghe and returned to Blood Sea to recover. Ancestor of Heaven and Earth was alarmed at Minghe's appearance because he was unable to see through his cultivation. Moreover, Blood Good doppelganger said he was in another nest at this moment. He was in such terrible condition that he felt cold at the backbone. From the look of things, his rival had a deep cultivation. Trying his best to hide his uneasiness, Ancestor of Heaven and Earth looked at Minghe and said, "You must be fellow Taoist Minghe. I'm the Taoist Heaven and Earth. There must be some misunderstandings between us. I apologize and ask for your understanding. The map of Heaven and Earth is my gift for you." At the moment, Ancestor of Heaven and Earth just wanted to leave as soon as possible. He had no intentions of getting his map back. In his opinion, he was at late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and he also owned Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and Ruler of Heaven and Earth. If he expended all his effort to fight Minghe, he might not lose. But he made a mistake. He did not expect Minghe to make such a great sacrifice to bring. How could Minghe let him go now? Minghe was well aware that a snake he let go would come and bite him back. Minghe said without expression, "Really, it's already mine. You want to apologize. Show your sincerity by offering the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to me." In his mind, Ancestor of Heaven and Earth was talking nonsense. The map of Heaven and Earth was already in his hand. What a joke to compensate a person with his own belongings. The face of Ancestor of Heaven and Earth darkened. "It seems you don't want things to end well. Yes, you have higher cultivation than me, but I'm afraid you're still not capable of entrapping me." He then shouted, "Non-polar, break the heaven." Cauldron and Ruler of Heaven and Earth burst into mighty power at the same time, enveloping a fleeing Ancestor of Heaven and Earth. Minghe chuckled. "Now that you're here, did you think you can leave? You underestimate my Blood Sea. Endless Blood Sea blocked the void." A Blood River formation appeared over the sea, bursting into great power and blocking the whole area. The flying and submerge of Ancestor of Heaven and Earth seemed to hit a barrier and bounced. The whole Blood Sea was barricaded. Ancestor of Heaven and Earth turned deadly pale as he looked at Minghe. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Minghe, don't you push it. If push comes to shove, I'll just drag you down to hell with me. Push it." If Ancestor of Heaven and Earth had not coveted his Wuji apricot flag, would he have angered the killer force, Minghe? Minghe did not want to waste time speaking with him. Holding Yuntu's sword and Abai sword in both hands, he brandished them as he said, "Blood River formation, come to my order Yuntu and Abai sword, kill the immortal." After receiving the enlightenment of the law of killing, he need not use any sword methods. In battles, he needed only to kill. The power of the formation was upon Minghe, and the might of law of killing was its peak. The aura of Yuntu's sword and Abai sword was full of menace intent. With only one strike, the Heaven and Earth faded and Blood Sea rocked, far beyond what Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could bear. As Ancestor of Heaven and Earth saw the deadly strike, he lifted Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to defend himself. However, he underestimated the power of this stroke. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth was hit away by just one strike. Meanwhile, his original spirit in the cauldron was damaged, leaving Ancestor of Heaven and Earth seriously injured and spitting blood. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, however, had absorbed most of the attack. With a single blow, Cauldron of Heaven and Earth was hit away, and Ancestor of Heaven and Earth was severely injured. Minghe naturally would not miss such an opportunity to kill him. Just as Ancestor of Heaven and Earth wanted to retrieve the cauldron, it was already too late. The second strike cut him in half, leaving him to fade into bloody vapor. The Ancestor was considered one of the excellent ones in Untainted Land, but due to his greed, he was reduced to ashes. The death of the Heaven and Earth Ancestor was inevitable since Ming had exerted all his strength. With blood river formation, he could even reach the realm of sage to be, paired with law of killing and law of spiritual beings. Killing a zenith heaven golden immortal was a breeze. Even though his rival possessed cauldron of heaven and earth, he did not have enough cultivation to use a primordial supreme treasure. After his death, the cauldron of heaven and earth and ruler of heaven and earth lost their owner and tried to fly away. Unfortunately, the Blood Sea was closed, so they had no way to go but became Minghe's assets. Minghe was elated to get the two primordial supreme treasures because few own such treasures in untainted land. Hence, he was far ahead of others simply by collecting 4 spiritual treasures in this trip, but he was not delighted even after killing heaven and earth ancestor. It was impossible that his sacrifice of millions of clones of Blood God to exert blood river formation would go unnoticed. He recalled all his Blood God doppelgangers and clones of Blood God to protect the sea, just in case. Blood Sea was Ming's base. He could not allow anything to happen to it. He was wary of even the slightest possibility that someone might keep their eye on his sea. This was untainted land, anyone could die here. As the master of Blood Sea, Ming had seen too many deaths because the sea expanded every single day. It had more than doubled since he first got here. Ming's guess was right on the mark. The sacrifice of the clones of Blood God and the abnormal fluctuation of Blood Sea aroused attention from various parties. The 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan also suspended their war because of this. Few could cause such chaos in untainted land. But even the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan that ruled the land failed to track who was behind it. It frightened them. After an investigation, they learned that the force left in the scene was similar to that of Nether Blood Sea. Was there something going on there? Nether Blood Sea was a forbidden land that no one could make out of alive. It would be a catastrophe if the sea became unstable and flooded untainted land. Hence, the tribes stopped their war and started investigating. However, everyone who went there failed to return. Many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals also died. The 3 tribes had no choice but to give up the investigation and bid their time. Luckily for them, Blood Sea reverted to its usual state after tens of years. The 100 tribes of untainted land were relieved. At Mount Yujing, Hongjun was predicting the way of separation and rectification while holding onto Jade Butterfly of Fate. Cloud of blessings rolled above him. He had finished good separation and evil separation, bringing himself closer to the sage to be peak level. After completing separation of obsession, the 3 separations could be combined. Fusing with Hong Meng Immortal Qi, he could become the sage of the heavenly way. Hongjun was naturally aware of all the chaos, but had no clue who was behind it. Cultivation tribulation had begun and heaven's mystery was in chaos. Evil spirit in untainted land had gotten denser. Hongjun sighed and said, "Alas, who on earth caused such chaos and slowed the speed of cultivation tribulation? Well, it gives me more time to cultivate. If I don't become a sage, I'm nothing." Hongjun was of course pleased to see such a situation, because he had only completed good separation and evil separation. He needed more time to complete the more difficult separation of obsession. What Minghe did was to stop the war among the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan, and slow the spawning of evil spirits. It would be hundreds of years before the next war, and the 100 tribes of untainted land were given a chance to rehabilitate. Where someone was happy, someone else was naturally furious. In the Demon Tribe Mountains, Luo Hu exploded in anger. "Damn it, who's the one behind this? Why the strange phenomenon in Blood Sea? My plan has been put on hold since the 3 tribes' war stopped. Have you all found out why?" Looking at the indignant Luo Hu, Flame Demon trembled with fear. Ever since Luo Hu's cultivation realm increased, even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were terrified to be in his presence. Flame Demon answered, "My lord, I've sent our people to investigate in Blood Sea, but no one returned. Not even Shadow Fiend." Luo Hu got angry and shouted, "What? The Shadow Fiend died too? What was wrong with the Blood Sea, or had anyone done this on purpose? If it was not for the fact I was in a crucial stage of cultivation, I had to take a look by myself to find out what was going on there." Luo Hu reached the late stage of sage to be, same as Hongjun, but what he cultivated was the divine law of demons. In the end, the way of Great Way would be the same. Flame Demon replied, "My lord, what should we do next? Do we wait for our chance to act or?" Luo Hu sneered and said, "Wait, they're just daydreaming if they want to rest now. Order the people we placed in the 3 tribes to act and bring them back to war. Only in this way can I." Humph. Minghe was quite clear about what was going on outside and killed everyone who tried to enter Blood Sea for investigation, even the people from demon tribes sent by Luo Hu. He was not relieved until the consequences of the incident gradually faded. This irrational act had exposed Blood Sea to the 100 tribes of untainted land. Luckily, Ming's existence was still unknown. This could be considered the best result. With time, memories of this incident would fade. After all, the most important event at the moment was the war among the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan. Not even Luo Hu had the time to care about Blood Sea. However, Ming had no regrets. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. so it was worthwhile taking risks to obtain treasures like Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. Even if he was really noticed, he could protect himself through Blood Sea. The fact that nobody could kill Ming except the sage was enough to boost his confidence. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth made it easier to cultivate weapons and medicines. What was crazier was that he even cultivated his own body, though the speed was slower than our original spirit cultivation. What Ming He wanted was the simultaneous cultivation of both his body and original spirit. In recent years, the speed of his body cultivation had fallen far behind his original spirit cultivation. With Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, Ming could cultivate his body directly through the fusion of veridical fire and purple heaven thunder. The speed was improved greatly, and his body cultivation had caught up with his original spirit cultivation in a short 100 years, reaching the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This meant he could fight against a top Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal simply with his body. In addition, his divine law cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He made no further progress after receiving 20 enlightenment of Law of Killing and Law of Spiritual Beings. The Sage-to-be realm was only one step away from him, but he always failed to get there. It depressed him a lot. Ming knew that the cultivation could not be rushed, so he halted the cultivation and turned into the study of medicines, weapons, and formations. The way of Great Way could be achieved in numerous ways. Sometimes the inspiration was crucial for cultivation, and Ming needed to review what he got in recent years to make further progress. After studying divine law, Ming found that the greatest truths were the simplest. The tactical methods, formations, and magic skills he had previously predicted before were all too flashy. It was the result of the influence martial arts stories had on him. However, they were all useless. Take Pangu, for example. He could destroy anyone with raw strength, no matter what methods or formations his opponents used. That was true power. Initially, Blood Sea was formed by the polluted and residual blood of Pangu and 3,000 Mazingers. As the master of Blood Sea, Ming He knew about the importance of the initial Blood Sea, so he separated it from the newly formed Blood Sea after he set up the Blood River formation. Blood Sea might be horrifying to others, but to Ming it represented a huge treasure vault. Moreover, the initial Blood Sea was a rare treasure through which Ming could gather some knowledge about the mystery of Rakshasa. He envisioned many methods of body cultivation from the enlightenment of the Rakshasa's vital force left in the initial Blood Sea. By killing the heaven and earth ancestor, Ming obtained two things. The first was the spiritual treasures, like the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the other was the spiritual inheritance of the heaven and earth ancestor. The spiritual inheritance of every primordial Mazinger carried distinct characteristics from which Ming could use to his advantage, so he made sure not to miss this opportunity. Even though Ming killed the heaven and earth ancestor and ensured that he had no chance of reincarnating, he did not destroy all the original spirit and kept some original spirit pieces through the law of spiritual beings. This way, he could gain the primordial spiritual inheritance of the heaven and earth ancestor. Ming He was surprised to find that the heaven and earth ancestor was actually a being converted by the residual soul from one of the 3,000 Mazingers, the Mazinger of heaven and earth who was adept in the law of heaven and earth. His every move involved unfathomable power. Naturally, the heaven and earth ancestor had inherited the law of heaven and earth and received enlightenment when he reached the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality and was awarded some clues about the law of space. However, the heaven and earth ancestor had paid great attention to his treasures rather than the cultivation of the divine law. If he had had 10 enlightenment of the law of heaven and earth, he could have broken the blood river formation set by the blood god doppelganger. With the magical power of the heaven and earth, he would have been able to kill the blood god doppelganger easily. What a pity. The Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and the ruler of heaven and earth had diverted his attention from the cultivation of the divine law, and the nature of Rakshasa destroyed him. These two things had spurred his arrogance, but he had never known that there were plenty of sage to be master hands like Hong Jun and Liu Hu who remained unknown. To Ming, his death was slightly wasted, as what he needed the most now was to battle with other skilled cultivators. Had the heaven and earth ancestor paid more attention to the enlightenment of the law of heaven and earth, he could have fought against Ming. This was like an ancient Chinese saying, miss an inch and you miss the whole battle. Ming He moved on to concentrate on the primordial spiritual inheritance of the heaven and earth ancestor. He was disappointed at the result because the residual soul and the spiritual inheritance were too little to cultivate, which also accounted for the unstable state of mind of the heaven and earth ancestor. Although Ming He did not gather much information about Rakshasa, he gained some understanding on the method of body cultivation from Rakshasa. According to his previous prediction, the strength of the physical body of a Mazinger was achieved by cultivating his body through the air of chaos. But Ming He was only half right. The method of a Mazinger's body cultivation required the air of chaos, but the core part was the divine law. The strength of the physical body of a Mazinger was achieved by cultivating his body by absorbing the power of divine law, so every single move involved the magic power of the divine law. Not only that, the spiritual treasures which Rakshasa used were also embedded with the power of divine law. The power and quality could be improved and even upgraded to higher grades upon reaching a certain stage. Knowing this, Ming was disgruntled. He now had to predict tactical methods again and complete another circle of cultivation after the prediction in order to prevent an unstable foundation. This would consume a lot of time. However, the cultivation tribulation had begun and would be completed in a comparatively short time. Ming did not intend to get involved in the war between Hongjun and Liuhu, but he wanted to gain some benefits from the war among the three tribes. Given the current situation, he would probably miss the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Ming came up with an idea. He called out the cauldron of heaven and earth and poured numerous primordial materials into it, as well as the residual soul pieces of the heaven and earth ancestor. He also added some blood of Rakshasa and tens of millions of clones of the blood god. In a word, this was a hodgepodge. Others would definitely scorn him for wasting so many first-grade materials, including 64 enlightenment fruits. A peculiar-looking fetus of a magic weapon came into being after 49 years of calcination. A sphere. That's right, this fetus was a globe-shaped object. Ming separated one portion of his soul after the fetus was formed and set up a tactical restriction formation. The spiritual treasure finally appeared after another 81 years. Its appearance spurred Blood-Sea, and even Ming could not calm it down. All of a sudden, Ming felt extreme pressure and began to sweat out of tension. Looking up, he saw a vertical eye floating atop Blood-Sea. It was the Eye of Great Wei. Yes, it was. Ming had sworn to the Way of Great Wei when he first arrived here and had experienced its power and mystery. It was definitely the Eye of Great Wei. Ming was quite terrified to be scrutinized by the Eye of Great Wei. He had not done anything that went against the heaven, so why had the Way of Great Wei come to him? Even if he had done something against the heaven and changed the momentum of the heaven and earth, it should be the Way of Heaven who came to him. Was it Ming's look to the newly born spiritual treasurer because of this? Ming became increasingly nervous as the Eye continued to watch him. The Way of Great Wei kept looking his way for a long time, making Ming feel torturous. The Eye of Great Wei finally moved after a long time, and a silver light ejected from it right into the spiritual treasure. Then the Eye of Great Wei disappeared like nothing had happened. Ming was relieved. It was an agony to be stared at by the Eye of Great Wei, especially when he was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Ming picked up the spiritual treasure and wondered what the silver light had done to it. It was a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Ming was elated to be able to refine a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure through the cauldron of heaven and earth. But this spiritual treasure was unique. It did not have any attack power, and even the defense strength was similar to that of a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Luckily, it had an extremely strong prediction power when combined with the separated soul from Ming. All the clones of Blood God and Blood God doppelgangers combined could not be compared to this portion of his soul. If it were not for Ming's proficiency in the law of spiritual beings, he would not have dared to do so, and even then, such damage would take thousands of years to recover from. Luckily, Ming had the 3 light holy water, which could heal the soul trauma, and if Ming could make further progress in the enlightenment of the law of spiritual beings, the recovery speed would be quickened. Fortunately, all his efforts were paid off in the end. The spiritual treasure in front of him was the payoff. When Ming first talked about prediction, he linked it to the modern world supercomputer with a calculation speed of 1 trillion bits per second. If a mere mortal from the future generation could make such powerful machines, so could Ming. Thereafter, the first computer in Untainted Land emerged, and it was also a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Ming named it the Magical Tau Mirror. Its prediction power was thousands of times better than Ming and all his doppelgangers combined. It was for this reason that the Magical Tau Mirror captured the attention of the Way of Great Wei. Only the Way of Great Wei knew that Ming came from the future and had knowledge of that time from Ming's memory. However, the Way of Great Wei was impartial and would not expel him even if he was an abnormality. Besides the Way of Heaven, there was the Submerging Yi, which represented fated chance, and all creatures in Untainted Land were likely to become the Submerging Yi and surpass the Way of Heaven. Currently, the Way of Heaven had no idea what the Magical Tau Mirror was, but it knew that although the treasure was against the heaven, Ming had not done anything against the heaven. Therefore, the Way of Great Wei had only come to give him a warning, and the silver light from the Eye of the Great Wei had covered the secret Magical Tau Mirror. As a result, nobody knew what exactly had happened in Blood-Sea, even the Way of Heaven. Seeing the first half of the messages left by the Way of Great Wei, Ming was greatly moved. The Way of Great Wei had not destroyed this spiritual treasure, and it even covered the secret for him. It was so good to him. However, upon seeing the second half of the message, Ming jumped up and cursed. The magical Tao mirror could have been a primordial supreme treasure rather than a primordial spiritual treasure if it were not for the interference by the way of Great Way. Despite it being at the highest grade, it was far lower than a primordial supreme treasure. In addition, the way of Great Way had left restrictions on the use of the magical Tao mirror. There were no limitations to predicting tactical methods, tactical formations, and magic skills through the magical Tao mirror, but it was supposed to be used to predict the divine law, like the jade butterfly of fate. The difference was that the jade butterfly of fate was endowed with 3,000 ways of Great Way, while the magical Tao mirror had nothing, and could only be used to predict the divine law, which Ming had been enlightened with before. To predict the divine law through the magical Tao mirror should have been an easy task, and then Ming could become a zenith heaven golden immortal of the origin soon, and surpass the way of heaven. However, the way of Great Way did not leave so many advantages for Ming. Since it was unfair for other creatures in untainted land, the way of Great Way had restricted its ability to predict the divine law. Ming had to sacrifice something like the spiritual air, spiritual treasure materials, spiritual fruits and medicines, power of original spirit, supernatural power or merits to the magical Tao mirror before he could use it to predict the divine law. For example, the abundant spiritual air in the untainted land was necessary for every creature to cultivate themselves. When the spiritual air was consumed to a certain extent, the cultivation tribulation would befall. Those who died in the cultivation tribulation would return to Genesis and convert to the spiritual air again. The cultivation tribulation would end in a certain circumstance, which constituted a self-protection way of the untainted land. If Minghe wanted to sacrifice spiritual air to the magical Tao mirror, he needed to deplete a vast amount to do so. Besides, Minghe would be connected to karma, and his soul might disintegrate when the cultivation tribulation started. Even if he could survive the cultivation tribulation, the strong karma would affect his cultivation. Regarding other materials, the blood was abundant in the blood sea, and could be consumed as long as it would not damage the initial blood sea. Spiritual fruits and medicines were renewable resources, so that they could be recycled. The spiritual treasure materials were too precious to be sacrificed. The power of original spirit and supernatural power could be sacrificed as long as they would not be overused in case the original spirit and foundation would be damaged. As for merits, Ming was not willing to sacrifice them, but they turned out to be the most effective. Although the blood river formation could repeatedly provide merits by absorbing the evil blood aura in untainted land, its effect would become weaker after the sorcerer and demon tribes' cultivation tribulation. Then, the blood river formation would grow weaker and be unable to provide enough merits as required by the magical Tao mirror. Ming got a longing for merits now. He could earn some merits based on his understanding of the untainted land. Now, however, it was the most economical way to sacrifice spiritual fruits and medicines, power of original spirit, and the supernatural power whose effect was weaker but more enduring. Upon getting the magical Tao mirror, Ming started another closed-door meditation. He planned to make thorough progress on his tactical methods. Ming would have no opportunity to do so once he reached Sage to be, and his enlightenment on the divine law could not be stopped if he wanted to enter the realm of Sage to be. Ming started his closed-door meditation with no care as to what went on outside. The three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan stopped the war for nearly 100 years, but then they went at it again. This time, the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan stopped again due to Blood Sea. The 100 tribes of untainted land and individual cultivators all noticed the violent movements of Blood Sea. They had diverse explanations about it. Some said the sea was going to submerge untainted land, while others claimed some superior treasures were going to appear. All kinds of rumors were being spread everywhere. Inside Mount Yujing, Hongjun was curious about Blood Sea as well. He wondered and thought, what is going on in the Blood Sea? Is it possible that some spiritual treasures or creatures are going to appear? It's really strange that I can't predict anything about it. How should I cope with the unforeseen signs from the heaven? Liu Hu bristled with anger. Damn, the last time the three tribes stopped the war was because of Blood Sea. I put in so much effort to start the war again, and now it has stopped again. If I ever catch that person, I'll definitely torture whoever it is to death. After venting for a while, Liu Hu calmed down and gave orders to Flame Demon. Flame Demon, you'll slip into the three tribes yourself this time and make sure to incite war among the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan. As for Blood Sea, we'll leave it aside for the moment, and I'll take a closer look after I reach the Sage Realm. But unexpectedly, Flame Demon failed to incite war and got himself killed. The three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan were shocked to find tracks left by the Demon Tribe and realized that they had been infiltrated by them. The appearance of the Demon Tribe made Heaven's mystery clearer. Besides, Ancestor of Dragon, the Lord of the Phoenix, and the Forefather of the Kylan, had all reached the secondary stage of sage to be and naturally spotted the plan of the demon tribe through some predictions. In a fit of anger, they bound together and started to attack the demon tribe. However, it was too late. The previous war had exhausted too much of their strength, and Luoho had all his spies in the three tribes pull out when Flame Demon was killed. As a result, all demon tribe members retreated to the west, impairing the strength of the three tribes and increasing their own power. After making clear what was going on, although the three tribes could not put down all resentments, they decided to launch an attack on the west for revenge. What surprised them was that the demon tribe could resist their attack by themselves. This also showed that the strength of the three tribes had been weakened to a great extent. However, this was not what Liu Hu desired. According to his original plan, when the strength of the three tribes was severely depleted, he would lead the army of the demon tribe towards the east and capture the whole untainted land single-handedly. The two movements of Blood Sea spoiled his plan. Liu Hu hated Blood Sea with every fiber of his being. Were it not for the two movements of Blood Sea, the demon tribe would not have been exposed so early. Actually, it was partly due to Liu Hu's impatience to instigate the war among the three tribes which caused the demons planted in the tribes to be exposed. All in all, Liu Hu would not let go of Blood Sea. If he had known that the two movements had been caused by man, he would have started attacking Blood Sea. Of course, Ming somehow sensed the grievance from Liu Hu. He sneered and joked, "Is someone missing me now?" Had he known that the guy missing him was Liu Hu, he would not have been so relaxed. 100 years later, a riot broke out again in Blood Sea, which was smaller than the twice before. A great amount of energy penetrated from Sacred Island, even including the power of the divine law. On Sacred Island, Ming was sitting on the red lotus of fire, with the magical Tao mirror which was refined 100 years ago suspending in front. After 100 years of closed-door meditation, Ming had successfully stepped into the realm of Sage to Be. With his firm foundation, although he was only at the early stage of Sage to Be, Ming could be considered among the strongest in untainted land. As for the law of killing and the law of spiritual beings, he had successfully achieved enlightenment by 30%. Besides, Ming had also been enlightened by another kind of the divine law, the law of blood, which was the law of origin of Blood Sea. Refining his body with the law of blood was the most suitable way for Ming to return to Genesis on his road to Rakshasa. In this way, the quality of his blood lineage could be improved. Due to the law of origin of Blood Sea, although Ming's enlightenment was a little bit late, he could still reach 30% of that. Coordinating with the law of blood and the law of spiritual beings, Ming had comprehended another kind of magic skills, the rebirth with blood drops. Originally, Ming's could reborn through his clones of Blood God or Blood God doppelgangers even if he was killed. However, compared with Ming's himself, the foundation of the clones of Blood God and the Blood God doppelgangers were too bad. It was different now. One drop of blood was enough to allow him to be reborn. Even though he would be seriously injured, there was at least still hope to regain his previous glory. If Ming had kept some of his blood in Blood Sea, he could be reborn in the sea even if he was killed elsewhere. Besides his cultivation breakthrough, Ming also reorganized his exercise methods and officially named them the Mazinger magic skills. He had made up his mind to become Rakshasa. This time he had comprehended a few principles of Mazinger from the spiritual inheritance of ancestor of heaven and earth, so he would not miss it. Under the natural law, there would only be 6 sages besides Hongjun. They were 3 pristine ones, Goddess Nuwa, Junti, and Jiyan. The Hong Meng immortal chi from the foundation of the Great Way was a necessary condition to become a sage of the heavenly way. Later, there would be another Hong Meng immortal chi. That unfortunate fool was Hongyun. However, one needed to leave his original spirit with the way of heaven to become a sage of the heavenly way. Although one would become immortal after becoming a sage, there was still a shortcoming. If untainted land or the way of heaven was destroyed, one would die with it. This was not what Ming wanted. The rearranged Mazinger magic skill was a method for becoming Rakshasa. Ming was not sure whether he was on the way to become Rakshasa, but the prediction of his magical Tao mirror told it was possible. There were too many obstacles in front of him, so he could only trust his magical Tao mirror and himself. Looking at the magical Tao mirror, Ming had a love-hate relationship with it. During the short 100 years, with the help of it, Ming greatly improved. However, it also consumed 20% to 30% of his collection among the tens of thousands of years. This collection not only contained his own treasure, but also the others he stole from the storehouse of the 100 tribes of untainted land. Although the 20% to 30% was low-grade treasure, the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan would also consider them precious. Since all his low-grade treasures had nearly been consumed, Ming he needed to feed the mirror slightly higher-grade materials, or even spiritual fruits. He was not too happy about doing so, as he knew he still had a long way to go before breaking into the Genesis. It was akin to marriage, where the path of spending had just begun. A shudder cold ran through Ming when he thought about this, but no pains, no gains. He saw a great boost in his power after breaking into the realm of Sage to Be. Particularly, his clones and doppelgangers achieved a new realm, achieving 480 million primordial unity golden immortals and 49 Daluo golden immortals respectively. Coupled with his blood river formation, not even Hanjun or Liu Hu could escape unscratched from him. While Minghe was immersed in his thoughts, the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan were engaged in a fierce war against the Devil tribe in the west of Untainted World. Out of the blue, a strike of evil spirit pierced the sky and filled the west with an ominous air. When a formation wrapped by 4 combative swords appeared on the battlefield, the three tribes made an immediate retreat. By contrast, the Devil tribe appeared untouched and even pursued the three tribes, forcing them out of the inner parts of the western territory. At the moment, the sword formation in the west attracted all the evil spirit in Untainted Land, resulting from the cultivation tribulation. The entire western region was covered with evil spirit, enveloping it in the darkness that shadowed the heaven and earth. In front of their armies, Xiulong, Lord of Phoenix and forefather of Kylan, all stood suspended in the air. Their expressions were grim as they stared at the sword formation that suddenly popped up in the west. Liu Hu, on his level 12 Black Lotus of Destruction, sat at the center of the formation. Looking at them, he laughed. "Well, you all look shocked to see me." Just as Liu Hu was about to speak, a rhyme descended from the sky. "On the 9 clouds, I realized the real Tao. Outside of the Baraka, I'll be respected as a master." Pengu turned into heaven and earth, 2 images turned into 4. Talents are born in the Taoism, and Hongjun is one of the best. A golden bridge materialized in the sky. That was a primordial supreme treasure of the highest grade, the map of Taichai. And the man who was standing on the bridge was none other than Hongjun himself. The three of them were once again shocked by Hongjun's appearance. This was another master who was at the peak level of Sage to Be. Had the world gone mad, they were the ones with the best cultivation in the War of the Three Tribes, but 2 masters with precious treasures suddenly showed up. Even at their full strength, they were unlikely to match up to those 2. Hongjun told them, "Fellow Taoists, the cultivation tribulation is the result of your 3 tribes. It plunged the creatures in Untainted Land into misery and suffering. Have you ever considered how you will pay off your karma? Countless creatures died in the war among the 3 tribes. The majority of the karma fell on the tribes and a smaller portion on Liu Hu." The 3 listened to Hongjun and looked at their luck of their tribes. They were alarmed that their luck had been badly destroyed. Under the weight of an endless karma, it was likely that their tribes would soon be extinct in Untainted Land. After a moment of silence, they came to a decision. Xiulong said, "I, Xiulong, am steeped in sins. I hope to die for the sake of my offsprings. Our dragon tribe swears to guard 4 seas forever to atone for our sins." The Lord of Phoenix continued, "I, Lord of Phoenix, am steeped in sins. I hope to die for the sake of my offsprings. In order to atone for our sins, our Phoenix tribe swears to guard sempiternal volcano." And finally, Forefather of Kylan said, "I, Forefather of Kylan, am steeped in sins. I hope to die for the sake of offsprings. In order to atone for our sins, our Kylan tribe swears to guard Untainted Land." After making their vows, the 3 destroyed their original spirits at once. The way of heaven felt the disintegration of their souls and descended endless merits, which then disappeared immediately, paying off the majority of their karma. The armies of the 3 tribes then retreated, thus marking their exit from the stage of Untainted Land. Liu Hu looked at Hongjun with a faint smile on his face. "Hongjun, did you really think you have the ability to fight me? I didn't think you would force the 3 ancestors to destroy their original spirits. They were at secondary stage of Sages to Be. With their help, wouldn't you have more confidence in defeating me?" Liu Hu then clapped his hands, looking like realization hit him. "So you're worried they'll get a piece of your merits." However, his expression turned grim. "Hongjun, you're too arrogant. We're both at the peak level of the Sage to Be. There's no telling who will be the victor. Don't be too confident. Let's see if you can break out of my god-killing sword formation first." Liu Hu's voice had barely faded when the formation suspended in the western sky came alive. This formation was a highest-grade god-killing sword formation, strengthened with a primordial supreme treasure. It could dominate the killing methods of the Way of Heaven. Its many mysterious changes exuded endless menacing intent and promised invincible dangers. When the formation was created by a sage, it would take no fewer than 4 sages to destroy it. Hongjun showed no expression facing the formation, as if it had nothing to do with him. He stood in place without speaking or avoiding, merely allowing the formation to swallow him. Liu Hu was stunned by his seeming obedience and suspected he must be up to something. When it came to Hongjun, Liu Hu dared not be careless. He immediately followed Hongjun into the formation and started controlling it. Inside the god-killing sword formation, Hongjun looked as firm as ever. He was atop the golden bridge formed by his map of Taicha that protected him. The sword attacks were unable to touch him at all. Liu Lu recognized the map and naturally knew the depth of its strength. God-killing sword formation, killer of gods and deities, kill them all. Go, Luo Hu shouted. 4 flashes of sword shadow rose from the formation, standing at its 4 corners. Boom. The 4 swords released an endless stream of killing intents. They were different from the usual red, these were purely black, and carried the will to kill the gods and destroy the heaven and earth. The chilling killing intents froze the formation, and black snowflakes fell everywhere, finally forming 4 sword columns pointed at the heaven. The formation kept shifting until it tore a large opening where countless black lightning burst out. The power from the lightning was beyond all creatures and capable of destroying everything. Seeing this, there was finally some expression on Hangjin's face. The formation was stronger than he had anticipated. All the black lightning clung to the 4 sword columns. Countless lightning fragments twisted around the columns, condensing into 4 enormous black talisman symbols: kill, trap, slay, and sever. The moment the talisman symbols were formed, the swords made a deafening hum. They gleamed, reflecting black light, and the strong killing intents formed into 4 tornadoes that connected the heaven and earth. The blood light in Liu Hu's eyes rose a few feet again. Pointing at Hangjin, Liu Hu released 4 enormous currents of gray sword aura, breaking a large part of the defense and locking Hangjin by his killing mind. Liu Hu was fairly confident in his attack this time. His god-killing sword formation was naturally full of power. It was further strengthened by the inclusion of all the evil spirit in this cultivation tribulation. Therefore, it would not be difficult to break into the defensive layer of the map of Taichai. Hangjin was unflustered. The golden light beneath his feet shimmered and formed a shadowy golden lotus. He released his jade butterfly of fate. Endless columns of lights were reflected onto the golden lotus and gradually solidified it. 4 currents of sword aura of chaos attacked the golden lotus, shaking the whole formation. When the sword aura of chaos disappeared, the golden lotus was full of cracks and also gradually disappeared. Hangjin's face turned red. Evidently, he received damage from the attacks earlier. Hangjin was in no hurry. Some cloud of blessings appeared over his head. 3 figures flew out from the flowers of heaven, earth, and human, which were the 3 separations of Hangjin. Liu Hu was totally shocked of the 3 separations that were all at the peak level of sage to be. When his 3 separations appeared, Hangjin started to move. The golden bridge under his feet changed into 4, protecting Hangjin and his 3 separations to fly to the 4 sides of the god-killing sword formation. Liu Hu tried to stop this change immediately, but Hangjin waved his hands and a flag turned out in the sky. A current of sword aura of chaos released from it, moving towards Liu Hu. The Pangu banner, the map of Taichai, and the bell of chaos were called the 3 treasures of heaven and earth creation, and were all primordial supreme treasures of the highest grade. The 3 treasures possessed the power to tear apart the Hongmeng chaos, crush the time and space of heaven and earth, dominate 10,000s of abstruse cultivation methods, and create a new universe. The banner could nurture an enormous amount of sword aura of chaos, giving it unrivaled power. Liu Hu remained on alert, and the black lotus of destructions materialized under his feet to defend against the sword aura of chaos. The lotus, however, faded slightly after taking the hit. Having accomplished his purpose, Hangjin split a portion of his godly will to control the Pangu banner. Though the power of the sword aura of chaos was not enough to destroy Liu Hu, it could stop him for an instant. That was what Hangjin needed. The moment Liu Hu was forced back, Hangjin and his 3 separations rushed towards the 4 sides of the formation. With a little time, the whole formation seemed to have gotten stuck and stopped at once. Liu Hu was shocked. After a dark light flashed, a black spear appeared in his hands. It was another killing supreme treasure, God-killing spear. The God-killing spear was a top-grade primordial supreme treasure, which was formed by the mixture of the stems of the green lotus of chaos and the evilist aura in the chaos. Its attacking power was above the Pangu banner, and karma need not be taken into account after killing. It was simply a tool of massacre without special functions. It was unlike other primordial supreme treasures. It did not have the ability to suppress luck like the 3 treasures of heaven and earth creation and the cauldron of heaven and earth. The god-killing spear gave out an attack, instantly bursting powerful killing intents. At the same time, the Pangu banner fought back, endless sword aura of chaos spearing out. However, the Pangu banner was controlled by a separation of Hangjin, which could not match with Liu Hu. Liu Hu started to feel panic. He knew his god-killing sword formation would be destroyed sooner or later. Who could have guessed Hangjin had 3 separations with the same cultivation with himself? Hangjin was, after all, the only one who had mastered the way of the 3 separations. It truly caught Liu Hu off guard. The only way for Liu Hu to win now was to destroy Hangjin's original spirit mark on the Pangu banner and snatch it before his formation was destroyed. Just as Liu Hu tried to make a grab for the banner, Hangjin enforced supernatural power into it. The banner erupted with infinite power and enhanced the power of the sword aura of chaos, forcing Liu Hu back again. When the power suddenly erupted, Liu Hu's reaction was not quick enough. Though the Black Lotus of Destructions was known for its defense, it was nevertheless a primordial spiritual treasure of the highest grade. It could not be compared to the full force of Pangu Banner. Coupled with the sudden enhancement of the sword aura of chaos, Liu Hu was put in a truly sorry situation. Liu Hu gave Hangjun a glare of pure hatred as he descended next to the Pangu Banner. In Hangjun's hands, there were still a sealed formation and 4 swords. Was that not his god-killing sword formation? Liu Hu did not expect Hangjun to have the capability to break his formation. With all the weapons covering him from head to toe, Hangjun took advantage of the moment to charge fiercely at Liu Hu. Liu Hu became more and more desperate. The god-killing spear could match up to the Pangu Banner, but it could not break the double defense of the map of Taichi and the Jade Butterfly of Fate. Liu Hu's Black Lotus of Destructions was also not enough to defend against the attack of the Pangu Banner. What was worse was Hangjun had fully equipped his 3 separations with the Golden Lotus of Merit at 12 grade, the Emerald Lotus flag, the Natural Cloud Realm flag, and so on. If Ming were around, he would have definitely tried to rob Hangjun. After the fight went on for 3 days and nights, Liu Hu ended up heavily injured. The light of his god-killing spear and Black Lotus of Destructions was a lot dimmer. Evidently, they had absorbed a significant amount of damage. Hangjun appeared as calm as ever, earning him a hateful glare from Liu Hu. He shouted furiously, "Hangjun, it won't be easy for you to realize your Tao. Even if I die, I also won't benefit you. Let it explode, explode, X." Following Liu Hu's screams, the whole western land shook with the explosions of the Devil Tribe and the western spiritual pulse. Liu Hu also exploded himself, the tremors shaking the whole untainted land. The explosions left the west terribly damaged. This was also the reason why the land would be infertile later on. The massive explosions did not leave Hangjun unharmed, despite his many treasures for protection. He was in fact heavily injured. What was worse was that the western land was destroyed due to his battle with Liu Hu. The enormous karma naturally fell down on him. That was like adding salt to his injury. Looking at the badly damaged western land, Hangjun murmured to himself, "Could it be that the way of heaven was denied against me?" Hangjun returned to his ashram with his formation and a body full of injuries. He did not even have the heart to look for the Black Lotus of Destructions and the god-killing spear that disappeared after Liu Hu's explosion. Minghe naturally knew what happened in the West, but what he did not expect was that he would leave his closed-door meditation after 100 years to find that the first cultivation tribulation in untainted land was over. His plan to rob the treasuries of the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylin was ruined as well. After Liu Hu's explosion, untainted land became clear again as the evil spirit began dissipating. Endless merits fell down from heaven. 70 went to Hangjun's Mount Yujing while 30 went to the 3 tribes, but the merit was not absorbed as it was used to offset their karma. Minghe was stunned as the last 10% merit struck down on Bloodsea. He had not participated in the cultivation tribulation, had he? Minghe now understood the reason for karma. The enlightenment tablets he had placed in untainted lands had caused the cultivation tribulation to be brought forward. Stealing from the various tribes had caused them to suspect each other. The movements from Bloodsea exposed Liu Hu, which in turn had caused the cultivation tribulation to end earlier. The Way of Heaven witnessed everything that occurred, thus resulting in the 10% merit of cultivation tribulation. Ming was elated about getting the merit. This 10% merit of cultivation tribulation class was equal to 30% merit of creation. Using it to power the Golden Lotus of Merit could not have been better, and by absorbing the merit, Ming's original spirit multiplied in size on the golden wheel of merit above his head. How could he not be happy? Just as he was celebrating, Ming suddenly received spiritual thoughts from the clone of Blood God and frowned. Through the protective formation of Sacred Island, he saw a black lotus and a long spear appear in the midst of Bloodsea. Ming recognized the 2 items the moment he saw them. It was the 2 spiritual treasures, the Black Lotus of Destructions and the God-killing spear. They had disappeared without a trace once Liu Hu's self exploded. How had they materialized here? Ming was suspicious. He looked at the 2 spiritual treasures. They were sucking in the evil blood aura from Bloodsea in an effort to recover. Ming had been keeping an eye on the battle of Hangjun and Liu Hu. Liu Hu had been dependent on these 2 spiritual treasures for days when battling against Hangjun, causing the 2 treasures to suffer trauma. Both the Black Lotus of Destructions and the God-killing spear could absorb the killing intent of heaven and earth for self-recovery. Now that the cultivation tribulation was over, the sky was clear, and if anywhere else was said to have an abundance of evil aura, sadly, they were only left with Ming's Bloodsea. These 2 magic weapons wanted to quickly return to their normality, so Bloodsea was the best choice. Though it seemed logical on one hand, it was freakishly odd on the other. At one time, Liu Hu, a renowned, cruel man, had been their owner. He was a master on par with Hangjun, a sinister and evil man who had lost the battle to Hangjun and then self-exploded, ruining the whole western area. The only things missing were these two spiritual treasures. With the precious treasures in front him, Ming hesitated. Liu Hu was not a kind man. Even if he died, he would not make it easy for others. The ruin of the West and the shocking karma prowess Hangjun had received were proof. It was difficult to ensure that these two magic weapons did not retain any hidden tricks from Liu Hu, but if he did not retrieve them and allowed both the Black Lotus of Destructions and the God-killing spear to recover, it would not be a smart thing either, as they would be a pain to deal with after recovery. This became a troubling quiz for Ming, to retrieve or not to retrieve. That was the predicament Ming was faced with. After some thought, his eyes glinted. When he looked at the Black Lotus of Destructions and the God-killing spear floating atop Blood Sea, a sinister leer appeared on his face. Some time passed. Ming left Sacred Island and landed right in front of the Black Lotus of Destructions and the God-killing spear, checking the two rare treasures with care. Not even the slightest hint of original spirit was left. They were just like normal treasures without an owner, but all the more, this caused Ming to be anxious. Treasures without a master would not act in such way, just as when Ming's blood god doppelganger released the seal on the Wuji apricot flag and killed the ancestor of heaven and earth. The Wuji apricot flag, the cauldron of heaven and earth and the ruler of heaven and earth wanted to break free and run. All magic weapons had thoughts of their own. Naturally, they did not wish to be converted by humans. They might even have intelligence and be able to shapeshift into human form. If something was out of the norm, then there must be a hidden motive. The Black Lotus of Destructions was a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure, and the God-killing spear was a top-grade primordial supreme treasure. How would they simply recognize just anyone as their master? Minghe did not have the confidence or the arrogance, so the only way was to let the two treasures recognize Blood Sea as their master, and this was the only reasonable explanation. Minghe looked at the two treasures in front of him and his heart itched. When watching the battle of Liu Hu and Hangjun, he had seen the prowess of the two treasures, and now the two treasures were right in front of him. Although they were damaged, it did not affect Ming's appreciation for the majestic power of the two treasures. Stretching out, Ming had picked up the God-killing spear first. Cracks could be seen on the spear, but Ming was familiar with the law of killing, and he could feel the malice-killing intent hidden within the spear. No wonder the attack power was on par with the Pangu banner. Dripping his blood and injecting his original spirit, Ming could actually refine the God-killing spear as his own easily. What's going on? Don't tell me I'm wrong. Liu Hu had not actually done anything to the God-killing spear. This was just too strange, unless Liu Hu had changed for the better. Soon after that, Ming got ready to convert the Black Lotus of Destructions, only to see a black glow shoot out from it. Unable to react, Ming was sucked into the center of his sea of knowledge. Entering the sea of knowledge, a menacing shadow figure clad in black began to form. Was that the Lord of Demons, Liu Hu? More accurately, it was a residual spirit. Liu Hu looked at Ming's original spirit and laughed out heartily. Ha ha ha. Kid, despite your restraint, in the end, you were still tempted by the God-killing spear and the Black Lotus of Destructions. If it weren't for your actions in Blood Sea, I wouldn't have been exposed. Now it's time for payback. Come, let me eat you and reincarnate using your body. Ming looked at Liu Hu happily talking away and snickered sinisterly. Is that so? Liu Hu, if you want this body, I'll give it to you. Goodbye. Waving his hand, Ming left the body of the original spirit, leaving Liu Hu staring at the empty sea, dumbfounded and lost. Liu Hu was stunned. Who was it that he had tried to rob the body from? By giving up his body when threatened, the owner was too spineless. Before he obtained the body, Liu Hu found out that Ming had the cultivation realm of sage to be early stage. Liu Hu's original spirit realm had been sage to be peak. Now he was just a mere soul residue. If he wanted the body, he was prepared to fight to death for it. It was unbelievable that he could get it so easily. Hold on, what the hell is this? A frightful expression crept onto Luo Hu's face. Primordial Unity Golden Immortality Early Stage. What happened? Why is it only a cultivation realm of Primordial Unity Golden Immortality Early Stage? It was definitely the sage to be early stage just now. Unless, Luo Hu glared at Ming, who appeared before him again. Liu Hu had not expected to be cheated by someone else. The Mings before him definitely had the cultivation of sage to be early stage. Staring at the sneering Ming, Liu Hu gritted his teeth. Kid, you dare play with me, I'll have you. Ming interrupted Luo Ho. Hee. Liu Hu, this is called karma. You reap what you sow. Who told you to rob me, to rob my body? Stop dreaming. Now your God-killing spear and Black Lotus of Destructions belong to me, and you've only robbed one of my doppelgangers, one with only the cultivation of Primordial Unity Golden Immortality. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Liu Hu was stunned. He tried telepathic communication to both the God-killing spear and the Black Lotus of Destructions, but there was no movement. He roared, "What did you do, kid?" Ming rubbed his hands together gleefully and grinned. Nothing much. Although you left a plan B in the God-killing spear and the Black Lotus of Destructions, you should never have let me insert my original spirit into them. Liu Hu stared as he saw the divine law on Ming tremble. Law of spiritual beings. I did not expect you to learn the law of spiritual beings. You must have used it to make me think that doppelganger was your true self. My original spirit insignia must be sealed by your divine law, am I right? Liu Hu guessed correctly. What he had taken from Ming was a clone of blood god, nothing more. Ming snapped his fingers sharply. Bingo, correct answer. Too bad there was no price to be given. Now allow me to send you on your merry way. Despite the fact that the stage was set, he needed to prevent any more unexpected occurrences. If Liu Hu managed to escape, it would be bad. Liu Hu looked around, the formation above Blood Sea moved. The space had been locked and there was no way out. Liu Hu sighed deeply. The heavens have abandoned me. The heavens have abandoned me. Kid, although I've lost, I'll never die in your hands. Explode. Liu Hu exploded. With the red lotus of fire beneath Ming's feet, Liu Hu's explosion could not touch him or much more injure him. Liu Hu was really dead this time. His spirit had disintegrated and vanished completely. Ming used the law of spiritual beings and locked onto the spirit of Liu Hu, and when Liu Hu committed suicide, the remaining spirit faded into smoke and disappeared into thin air. Ming was relieved. Liu Hu died and heaven sent down another merit. Even though it was not much, there was 1% merit of creation. Getting 2 rare treasures and gaining the merit again, Ming was beyond delighted. Ah, Luo Hu, you really are a servant. If Luo Hu were still alive and could read Ming's thoughts, he would have died from anger, the Lord of Demons being treated as a servant. Heaven had rained down merits twice on Blood Sea. This was naturally noticed by everyone in Untainted Land, especially Hongjun of Mount Yujing who had just returned. The cultivation tribulation had just ended, and the heavenly opportunity was obvious. Naturally, it would not be missed from Hongjun's prediction. Hongjun sighed and said, "Oh, Liu Hu, you've escaped from death once already. Why do you need to be so greedy?" Wrongdoings from heaven could be forgiven, but if wrongdoing was done on purpose by oneself, there were responsibilities to be realized. After Liu Hu's self exploded, he had used the Black Lotus of Destructions, carrying a residual of his soul, to escape and managed to escape unharmed from the cultivation tribulation. But he was obsessed with the movements from Blood Sea. To him, if it were not for the 2 abnormal movements of Blood Sea, he would not have been exposed so quickly and defeated by Hongjun. One could not be too sure of anything, who knew that Blood Sea would become Liu Hu's burial ground. This benefited Ming, as he got a top-grade primordial supreme treasure, the god-killing spear, and a highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Black Lotus of Destruction. Ming was elated. Within the Untainted Land, there were limited primordial spiritual treasures, and the powerful ones like the primordial supreme treasure and primordial spiritual treasure were even less. Now Ming's assets could be considered so wealthy that aside from Hongjun, even the sages of the future could not compare to him. The man was faulted, not by himself, but through what he had, and Ming understood what that meant. Since the sage was yet to be born, Ming was still safe. But now Hongjun's 3 separations had been separated and would become a sage at any moment. He listed out a few sages of the heavenly way. Once they entered the sage realm, Ming would not be able to avoid being found and eyed upon. A huge sense of insecurity disturbed Ming. Strength. He had the need for strength so desperately. No doubt spiritual treasures were good, but they were just items. Only if one was powerful, then one would not be controlled by the spiritual treasures and lose one's core of thoughts and be troubled by it. But the cultivation way of divine law was not something that could be rushed. It required years of enlightenment. If it was possible to understand it overnight, that would be great, but that was not something that one could get simply by wishing. To cultivate the divine law using the Purusa combined with the cauldron of heaven and earth plus Sixeo thunder together refined the body. The Purusa and flesh went hand in hand, and then the great way could be expected. Time. What Ming needed the most now was time, if only. Hey, Ming suddenly breathed out a deep sigh and drops of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. That was close. While he was daydreaming, Ming caught himself just in time when he realized that his thoughts were unstable. Cultivation was already going against the will of heaven, and if he were to keep worrying about what-ifs, this would cause evil to set in his heart and his cultivation would never be improved. It was better to treasure the present rather than to ponder about what would happen in the future. Having just received Liu Hu's god-killing spear and the Black Lotus of Destruction, upon close examination, he realized that the 2 treasures had been badly damaged during the war between Liu Hu and Hongjun. While the god-killing spear was still alright, Ming only needed some Blood Sea origin and infinite evil spirit to repair it. The Black Lotus of Destructions was different. The Black Lotus of Destructions was severely damaged, and most of its origin was already consumed. Even if he let it rest to recover part of its origin and regain its highest-grade primordial spiritual treasure power, due to the damage, it could not produce any more lotus seeds and had lost its ability to level up. Ming's 12-grade red lotuses of fire origin was complete. If it was able to absorb the 3 9 grades of green lotus of fate grown from the 3 green lotus seeds, it could obtain a large portion of the green lotus of fate's origin. This would give it a great opportunity to break through the primordial spiritual treasure's limits and become a primordial supreme treasure, but the Black Lotus of Destructions had already lost its opportunity. In this case, by allowing the Red Lotus of Fire to consume the Black Lotus of Destructions, it may advance to an even more powerful primordial supreme treasure. As of this moment, it could barely do so. It needed further improvements and the help of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to assist it in consuming the 9 grades of Green Lotus of Fate and the 12 grade of Black Lotus of Destructions. To further understand the divine law, time was needed. Another option was the way of the 3 separations. Ming suddenly thought of Hongjun's way of 3 separations and his battle with Liu Hu. Though Ming was at Bloodsea, he pictured it clear as day, but Hongjun had not been ordained, thus was not able to preach. Ming was unable to gather information about the way of the 3 separations, regardless of whether he was able to locate Hongjun, and even if he was found, Ming might get what he wished for anyway. As the saying went, if there's a will, there's a way. If Hongjun was able to understand the way of the 3 separations, Ming might be able to understand it too. Picking up the magical Tao mirror and sacrificing countless spiritual products, Ming started to predict the way of the 3 separations. Luckily, Hongjun had used the 3 separations, and Ming had recorded a little of their vital force. With these little bits of vital force and understanding, it might be possible to do a reverse insight into the way of the 3 separations. Who knows, it might work and produce results. Once the cultivation tribulation was over and untainted land had recovered, the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan went into hiding. The 100 tribes began to live their lives in peace. The creatures of untainted land were able to cultivate much more smoothly, and many Zenith Heaven golden immortals began springing up. Untainted land had entered its golden age. In the center of untainted land, 10 million miles away, there was a holy mountain. With the rainbow, the sun and the moon shining down, trees of old age scattered the land and rain brought a refreshing scent to the area. There was a cave with exotic flowers and raw silk. Green patches of grass grew beside the bridge, blooming red peaches lined the whole ridge, and velvet green long grass grew outside the cave. This was the famous Mount Kunlun. In the center of the cave, 3 people were sitting on cushions: an old man with a long white beard, a handsome man of 40 old years, and a 20-year-old man with thick eyebrows shaped like swords. The 3 of them had pieces of the cloud of blessings forming together as one above their heads as they tried to gain enlightenment on the way of Tao. They were the 3 pristine Taoists formed by Pangu's Purusa. The old man with the white beard was the leader known as Layazi, Lord of the Way and its virtue of the Grand Pure One. The middle-aged man was Yu Qing, the primeval Lord of Heaven, and the young man was Tongshan, the shanking spiritual Lord of Heaven. Above their heads were 3 blooming flowers that unleashed multicolored light, with dew-like pearls and golden brightness. Untainted land was a land with a continuous mountain range. A huge palace sat at the top of one of these mountains. There were 12 differently shaped shadows, refined by Pangu's blood of essence and known as the 12 ancestors of sorcery. In front of them was a huge blood pool with a continuous shadow. These shadows would become the Wu tribe in the future. In Mount Buju, in a place like that of an immortal abode, stood a female with a human face and a serpent body. She was as beautiful as a blooming flower and had hair that spread across her shoulders. She immediately changed into her human form. She seemed to be about 20 years of age. She had a slim waist, slender wrists and fingers, glistening eyes and small, pouty lips as red as blood. Every glance and smile of hers captured every man's soul. She was the human tribe's sacred Lady Goddess Envaiwa. In addition to Goddess Envaiwa, there sat a 30-year-old man who touched people's hearts with his music. He was known as the Great Sage, Fuzai of the Demon Tribe. He was also Goddess Envaiwa's older brother. Neither of the two had ever left Mount Buju since birth, and the last time Ming came to Mount Buju, searching for treasures, he had not been able to locate where they lived. On the west coast was a barren land, and though Hongjun had left the rough west coast mountain range and land, those destroyed would never come back. The west coast would never return to its past, filled with bustling and richness. This was also the reason the west coast creatures were rare. There was no luck filling the area. A cloud was moving towards the west, and on top stood 2 men. One man was roughly 6 feet tall with yellow skin, and the other had a bundled, hard, and wax-yellow complexion. They were Jai Yin Taoist and Junti Taoist. The 2 men had been born in the West, so it was inevitable that they felt sad about the West's current situation. The sun was shining, the golden crow crowing, and bells were ringing. Across the ocean of the northern underworld, wind and clouds were billowing, and fish was diving around the island. On the western frontier, the holy mountain was surrounded by clouds, and a giant tree towered above bearing baby-shaped spiritual fruits. This was what untainted land would be, and the famous and fortunate primordial Mazingers would appear one by one as the cultivation tribulation had passed. This was their era. This was also Ming's era. Time flew by in untainted land. The three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan had begun to recover vitally, and even the West was better now than when the cultivation tribulation had just passed. The end of the cultivation tribulation signaled the end of the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan era, and symbolized the beginning of a new generation. In Untainted Land, the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan were badly hurt during the cultivation tribulation. The Dragon tribe faded back to Four Seas, the Phoenix tribe to sempiternal volcano, and the Kylan tribe was also nowhere to be found. At that moment, there were no leaders for the 100 tribes of Untainted Land, which also caused the chaos in this land. As time passed by, the 100 tribes of Untainted Land started to fight with each other again. And at that time, a tribe was secretly becoming increasingly strong in the rolling mountains of Untainted Land. Woo, 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 a cheering sound rolled among the mountains. There were two big men wrestling. Although they used some normal fighting skills, they also shook the heaven and earth. A lot of people stood around the two, cheering for them. These people were all formed by the blood of Pangu and could be called the Wu tribe. With strong bodies, the Wu tribe preferred fighting at close quarters, and they also liked to fight with each other in their spare time. One could notice these kinds of scenes everywhere in the rolling mountains. At the center of the mountains, there stood a splendid palace, where 10 strong men and 2 ladies were chatting about some big issues. These 12 were the 12 ancestors of sorcery formed by the blood of essence of Pangu. This palace was Wu tribe's sanctum, the Hall of Pangu. Without the call from an ancestor of sorcery, no ordinary people of the Wu tribe had the privilege to go in. Space ancestor of sorcery Emperor Jiang was shaped like a yellow big sack and as red as the primordial fire. He had 6 feet and 4 wings, but no face. Time ancestor of sorcery Torch Dragon was totally red with a human face and a snake body. Wood ancestor of sorcery Jumeng was as green as bamboo with a human face and a bird body, and rode 2 dragons. Gold ancestor of sorcery Rushu was dressed in gold scales with a human face and a tiger body. He had 2 wings with a snake through his ears and 2 dragons under his feet. Water ancestor of sorcery Gonggong was dressed in black scales with a python head and a human body. He rode a black dragon with a green python twisting around his arms. Fire ancestor of sorcery Zhirong was dressed in red scales with a beast head and a human body. He rode a fire dragon with a fire snake through his ear. Wind ancestor of sorcery Tianwu had 8 human heads, a tiger body, and 10 tails. Thunder ancestor of sorcery Kaingliang had a tiger head and a human body with a snake in his mouth and a snake in his hand. He had 4 hoofs and long elbows. Lightning ancestor of sorcery Zizi had a human face and a bird body with a green snake hanging on his ear and a red snake in his hand. Weather ancestor of sorcery Shibishi had a human face and a beast body. His ears looked like dog ears on which hung green snakes. Rain ancestor of sorcery Xunaming was a fiendish beast and his body was full of bone spurs. Soil ancestor of sorcery Haudu had a human body and a snake tail with 7 hands on her back and 2 hands in front. In her front hands there was a winged snake. Each of the 12 ancestors of sorcery had a kind of power of divine law, which they were born with. They inherited their strong flesh bodies from Pangu to cultivate the 9 cycles arcane techniques, giving them the unstoppable power to match with the primordial spiritual treasures. In the Hall of Pangu, Emperor Jiang, as the eldest brother, looked at his 11 brothers and sisters and said, "Dear all, our Wu tribe has been living in the rolling mountains for tens of thousands of years, with more than 10 million people now. Although at a lower rate, our new tribesmen are still being born from the blood tank which was left to us by our godfather. Soon, this place won't be spacious enough to hold us." In a bad temper, Zhirong immediately shouted, "Big brother, I think it isn't that difficult. Out of these mountains there stands Untainted Land, which was also formed by our ancestor immortals, so there's no need for us to worry about enough places to live." The other ancestors of sorcery heard these words and thought they were rational. However, right at that moment, the second brother, Time ancestor of sorcery, Torch Dragon, started to voice his opinion. He said Zhirong was right, but we still need to be careful. After the last cultivation tribulation, although the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan had faded back from the stage, we can't ignore the power of the 100 tribes of Untainted Land. Compared with the 100 tribes with more than 100 billion people, our clan only contains about 10 million people. If all of them come to attack us, we'll face terrible damage. The youngest ancestor of sorcery, Haudu, nodded in agreement and said, "Big brother, Brother Torch Dragon is right. We're just looking for a suitable place to live, so it's not good to sustain bad damage in a battle." Actually, Haudu was different from the others. Instead of loving to fight, she had inherited the kindness of the soil. Emperor Jiang nodded and thought, "At this moment, our Wu tribe isn't powerful enough to fight against too many enemies. However, this place can't hold us anymore." Then he asked Torch Dragon, "Torch, do you have any good advice?" Torch Dragon smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this situation, my brother. On the basis of these mountains, each one of the 12 of us only needs to lead part of our people around to live. We can expand our land step by step. During that period, we can also cultivate and gradually strengthen our tribe. Emperor Zhang nodded again and said, well, let's follow Jiyin's words. As for the Hall of Pangu, I need 6 archliches to guard here, who are Xingshan, Xiangliu, Fengbo, Yushi, Falian, and Pingyi. As the plan had been settled, the Wu tribe started to take action. As soon as the Wu tribe got out of the rolling mountains, the creatures nearby noticed immediately. They all knew that the Wu tribe had great power, so they faded back proactively. As for those who did not want to leave, they were all directly eliminated by the Wu tribe. During only hundreds of years, the Wu tribe had largely expanded their lands. When their territory was enough to hold their tribe, the Wu tribe stopped their expansion, in case the other clans would start a war out of greed. With enough land to live on, the Wu tribe started to live in large herds and family groups. There were 12 tribes led by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, with many subsections under their control. With the development of the Wu tribe's power, they started their land expansion again. After thousands of years, the Wu tribe became one of the most powerful tribes in untainted land, whose people amounted to more than 10 billion. Actually, most of the 100 tribes were beasts and foul. The Wu tribe hunted them for food and called them the demon tribe. As time went by, these 100 tribes merged into one to defend against the attack of the Wu tribe and also called themselves the demon tribe. At the same time, at the leading star in untainted land, the solar star, there was a palace in red, sitting on the solar fire. In this palace there were 2 men sitting at the center. One was authoritative but gentle, with 2 magic books in his hand, practicing some profound prediction methods. The other was powerful and arrogant. They were to later become the demon tribe emperors, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi. The 2 magic books in Emperor Jun's hand were the river chart and the inscription of the Luo, which were both the highest grade primordial spiritual treasures. The 2 books were greatly helpful for the prediction on the way of heaven and horary astrology. Besides, the Heluo origin formation was formed on these 2, which was one of the best formations for defense. If someone was trapped in, it would be very difficult for him to get out. Beside Donghuang Taiyi, there stood a chaotic dark yellow bell. It seemed to be normal but could release endless power. It was called one of the 3 treasures of heaven and earth creation, Bell of Chaos, which was a highest grade primordial supreme treasure. It not only owned the power of defense but also could repress the luck of a clan. What a god-given treasure. Donghuang Taiyi looked at Emperor Jun and asked, brother, you know the Wu tribe is stronger than the demon tribe, so why shouldn't we descend to untainted land to unify the demon tribe? Later on, we'll strive for a decisive victory against the Wu tribe. Actually, Donghuang Taiyi and Emperor Jun were formed by the golden crows with 3 legs, who also belonged to the demon tribe, so they could not wait to leave the demon tribe in untainted land suppressed by the Wu tribe. Hearing this, Emperor Jun closed the river chart and the inscription of the Luo in his hand, smiled and said, don't be in a hurry, my brother. I know what you're thinking about, but it's not the right time to descend to untainted land. You know, although we can conquer the demon tribe with our supernatural power, there will still be someone disaffected. Why not wait for the demon tribe to invite us to lead them when they really need our help? Then, conquering the demon tribe will be a piece of cake. Emperor Jun was really a born emperor. When he traveled with Taiyi in untainted land, they saved numerous people of the demon tribe from the Wu tribe, which made them well known among untainted land. The 10 great demon sages in the demon tribe invited Emperor Jun and Taiyi as their leaders to protect them. Since then, they became the demon emperor and the royal demon, controlling most of the demon tribe in this untainted land, whose force could match the Wu tribes. After the Wu tribe and the demon tribe formed, untainted land returned to chaos. People from the 2 would always fight against each other for the land or spiritual products. Although these battles were all on small scales, untainted land also became chaotic after tens of thousands of years of peace. Fortunately, the 2 clans still wanted to enhance their forces instead of fighting the final combat, so untainted land was in a relatively peaceful situation. Minghe naturally knew about the birth of the Wu and demon tribes. At this moment, the Wu and demon tribes were both at a weak stage. When Hangjun preached his sermon in untainted land after he turned into the sage, plenty of sages to be would show up. If the Wu and demon tribes completed their 12 divine beings killing formation and the full stars formation, they would have enough power to defeat their enemies, and even the 3 pristine ones would be afraid of them. The time waited for no one. Since the Wu and demon tribes had formed their strength, the cultivation tribulation would not be far behind, so with the age of the sage. Right at that moment, Ming felt a strong sense of urgency. Fortunately, compared with the 3 pristine ones, the goddess Nuwa and Junti, Ming was still in the lead. Speaking about the spiritual treasures, Ming owned the most, and as for his cultivation, Ming had ascended to the secondary stage of sage to be after 10,000s of years of practice. However, the others might remain at the stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. Ming knew untainted land clearly, so he would not lose. During 10,000s of years after the cultivation tribulation, Ming had been practicing all the time. He had a deeper comprehension of the Tao of divine law. With his insane magical Tao mirror, Ming's comprehension ability had been greatly enhanced. Although it consumed a lot of treasures, Ming made further progress on the divine law during 10,000s of years. Right at that moment, Ming had comprehended 40% of the law of killing, the law of spiritual beings, and the law of blood. The three divine laws had all been improved, which greatly enhanced Ming's supernatural power. With these three divine laws and spiritual treasures, Ming could protect himself from getting hurt, even in the face of the ones at the peak level of sage to be. Besides, Ming also was enlightened in the cauldron of heaven and earth, the map of heaven and earth, the ruler of heaven and earth, and even the law of heaven and earth. Although he only comprehended 30% of the law of heaven and earth, his power was really amazing. Actually, Ming knew that the Tao of divine law was full of magic, so he needed to learn step by step. What was more, he was interested in the law of heaven and earth after getting part of the primordial spiritual inheritance from the ancestor of heaven and earth. In the great way from the heaven and earth, there were more than 3,000 divine laws. Actually, plenty of divine laws were interlinked. For example, if one could totally be enlightened in the divine law of water, he could also comprehend the divine law of ice. The divine laws of 5 elements had an allelopathic effect on each other. On the Great Way, the origin was the main point. The heaven and earth had the same base, and the yin and yang were separated. The law of heaven and earth was the foundation of the world, which had some similar features to the law of yin and yang, as well as the law of space. It was the true purpose for Ming. The law of space was the most powerful divine law in this world. If Ming could totally be enlightened in it, he would have more confidence when faced with a sage. It was a pity that Ming did not find any piece of the law of space even after being enlightened in the law of heaven and earth for 10,000s of years. Ming was a little bit upset, but fortunately, he had been enlightened by a large part of the law of heaven and earth. Without any weapons or treasures, he could give out an attack which could shake the heaven and earth. However, the more he was enlightened in the divine laws, the more troubles would arise. At the moment, Ming was a little unable to take in the 4 kinds of divine laws enlightened together. Although he had the magical Tao mirror when he predicted the divine laws, he could only choose one kind to enlighten in, which wasted too much time. That was the way of the 3 separations. If he could release his 3 separations, he could predict 4 kinds of divine laws at the same time with the 3 separations. Although the 3 separations were a part of Ming, they also thought independently. Their cultivations could even surpass Ming, which could be called the perfect enhanced version of the blood god doppelgangers. However, the way of the 3 separations was not that simple. Ming had predicted it only on the basis of Hangjun's 3 separations, so his progress was not good. When he used his magical Tao mirror to predict, he found a strange thing in Hangjun's way of the 3 separations, which was a reason why Ming gave up continuing to predict. Ming could feel the similar vital force between Hangjun and his 3 separations. It seemed that Hangjun and his 3 separations shared the same origin. If someone wanted to become a sage, he and his separations needed to turn into one. It was not difficult for the things with the same origin to unify together, but how about the ones with different origins? If Ming released his 3 separations by the primordial spiritual treasures or even the primordial supreme treasures, there would be no hope for him to unify with his 3 separations, since Ming was formed by the placenta of blood sea. In this way, it was nearly impossible for Ming to become a Daluo golden immortal of origin through the way of the 3 separations. Since it was impossible, Ming did not have to waste his time and resources to predict the way of 3 separations. At the time when Hangjun preached to untainted land, he would naturally talk about it. During the 10,000s of years, Ming had consumed plenty of treasures for his prediction, so he would not like to waste more. Since Ming could not make any progress on the way of the 3 separations and the Tao of divine law, he decided to travel around untainted land. Once Ming's state of mind to Tao was not steady because of worrying about the appearance of the sage, so he understood that his state of mind did not match with his cultivation at that moment. If his condition continued, it would be a disaster for him one day. It was better for him to travel around untainted land. Compared with his last travel for collecting treasures, this travel was for mental cultivation. When arriving at untainted land, Ming dropped the clouds and walked around. At this time, he considered himself as an ordinary cultivator instead of a sage to be. Ming did not worry about his blood sea because his blood god doppelgangers and clones of blood god had also broken into a new realm after he broke into the stage of sage to be. His clones of blood god were all at the secondary stage of primordial unity golden immortal, and his blood god doppelgangers were at the early stage of Daluo golden immortal. When he got out of blood sea, Ming got off the clouds. It was his first time to travel untainted land on foot. Looking at the mountains and trees around him, Ming was a little stunned. He always stood on the clouds to look down upon this world, but when he stood on the ground, he finally found that he was such a tiny creature. Not far away from Bloodsea, the scenes were awesome and amazing. Compared with these, the mountains and waters he had seen in his last life were nothing. After a while, Ming heard a roar from a beast, which made him feel weird. Although it was far away from Bloodsea, there were still plenty of evil blood auras, so there were nearly no creatures among the millions of miles from Bloodsea. Ming wondered where the roar came from and what creature had gotten here. With curiosity, Ming moved forward to find out what happened here. Walking around the forest in front, he finally found the place where the roar came from. Ming was suddenly shocked and found a blood lake, which was formed by the evil blood aura year after year. This kind of blood lake was normal near Bloodsea. What really made Ming surprised was that a creature could live here. It seemed that this creature had already gotten used to Blood Lake. How could Ming not be shocked by this supernatural creature? He murmured, "Does it mean that it's relative to me?" That was the pet phrase of the shameless Shunti. Looking at this creature carefully, Ming figured it out clearly. It had a dragon head, deer horns, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, snake scales, horseshoes, and an oxtail, which were the symbols of a Kylan. Since the last cultivation tribulation, the Kylan tribe had disappeared in untainted land, so there was an old saying going that a Kylan would bring auspicious signs. However, there must be something wrong with this baby Kylan, having both auspicious signs and evil blood aura. Most importantly, its appearance was a little bit weird, totally different from the fire Kylan, water Kylan, thunder Kylan, black jade Kylan, and some others Ming had seen during the last cultivation tribulation. This one's body was blood red and seemed like a blood jade. Counting on his fingers, Ming finally found out what happened to this Kylan, which used to be a black jade Kylan. In the battle between the three clans and the Devil tribe, it was run after by the Devil tribe when it was retreating. It had nowhere to go but found this place. At that moment, it was badly hurt and fell into a lethargic sleep after unintentionally swallowing the special blood jade Ganoderma lucidum growing around Bloodsea. The black jade Kylan, but now the blood jade Kylan, with evil blood aura on its body, thought that it had no face to go back to its tribe, so it stayed here since then. With the help of the blood jade Ganoderma lucidum and the blood from Blood Lake, it improved at a fast speed. It was only at the secondary stage of golden immortality before falling into sleep, but at this time, it had broken through the early stage of primordial unity golden immortality. What a fate. The blood jade Kylan had adapted to the evil blood aura, so he could survive near Bloodsea. Moreover, these creatures could cultivate through the converted blood jade Ganoderma lucidums, which grew through absorbing pure blood air. It was also the first time for Ming to find a creature who could cultivate through absorbing the evil blood aura apart from himself. However, this blood jade Kylan did not convert the cultivation method of the evil blood aura. He was just improving his cultivation by absorbing the evil blood aura and eating the blood jade Ganoderma lucidums out of instinct. Now that he could absorb the evil blood aura, Ming felt an intimacy with him. Having lived in the Blood Sea for such a long time, he was quite lonely indeed. It would be nice to be accompanied by a divine beast like the blood jade Kylan. Ming stepped out and floated above the blood lake. The blood jade Kylan noticed him and shouted fiercely. The bellow shook the whole blood lake as if the blood jade Kylan was trying to declare his domain to intruding enemies. Seeing this, Ming was confused. It should not have been like this. The blood jade Kylan had reached the realm of primordial unity golden immortality, which meant that even if he had not transformed into a human body, he should have converted a human being's throat and could speak like a person. Right now, he had seemingly lost his spiritual mind. It suddenly occurred to Ming that he had been born in Bloodsea, so the evil blood aura could not damage his body. This was not the case for other creatures. Although the blood jade Kylan absorbed the evil blood aura, he was unable to neutralize the evil spirit. The killing intent of heaven and earth was quite harmful. In the event that it penetrated into one's body, it would not only erode the body but also damage the soul. Ultimately, the soul would be eroded, and one would lose his spiritual mind. Just like the blood jade Kylan, who had lost his spiritual mind, instead of a spiritual beast, he was an omnious beast at the moment. Noticing that Minghe did not retreat, the blood jade Kylan made a heavy stomp on the ground, causing the blood in the blood lake to become disturbed and form into arrows pointed towards Ming. These blood arrows were highly erosive and could cause much damage to normal creatures or even kill them. However, this meant nothing to Ming. He pointed one of his fingers towards the sky and the blood arrows stopped up in midair. Then he whispered a word gently, split. Immediately, the blood arrows turned into the evil blood aura and disbanded. The blood jade Kylan intended to launch another attack after the first failure, but Ming had decided it was time to end this. He pointed out his fingers again and said, "Freeze." Blood Lake became tranquil in no time, and the blood jade Kylan remained in the shouting posture, unable to make a single move. The simple hold person tactic was effective when a sage to be exerted towards a primordial unity golden immortal. Looking at the frozen blood jade Kylan, Ming smiled. Peace at last. Well, since you and I are destined to meet, I'll keep you alive. Ming stretched out his hands and a blood lotus flew out, precisely the 6th-grade red lotus of fire nurtured by the lotus seed of the red lotus of fire. It flew atop of the blood jade Kylan and absorbed all the evil spirit inside him. Consequently, his eyes turned from blood red to normal. Right now, he was not even qualified to be the black jade Kylan. You kept absorbing the evil blood aura, and now you've become the blood jade Kylan, Ming said. It's nearly impossible for you to return to the Kylan clan. I'm the master of blood sea, ancestor Ming. Since you're destined to meet me, are you willing to be my personal ride? Upon hearing this, the blood jade Kylan was speechless for a moment while he thought about his predicament. He could not return to the Kylan clan. The individual in front of him was the master of blood sea with unmeasurable cultivation. There was no harm in following this guy. He kowtowed to Ming. You have all my respect, master. Ming laughed. Well, you're Chixuan from now on. The 6th-grade red lotus of fire is a gift for you which can assist you better in converting the evil blood aura. Ming waved his hands and a silver light and the 6th-grade red lotus of fire were embedded in Chixuan's eyebrows. What Ming taught Chixuan was the spiritual inheritance method he had received when he was born. Chixuan could only cultivate into the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality and needed help from Ming for the latter realms. However, that was not imperative now and could be done when Chixuan reached the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality. With Chixuan, Ming did not have to walk on his feet. Now, he could lie on Chixuan's back and tour untainted land with ease. When he was bored, he would talk to Chixuan and preach to him. As time went by, Ming ventured far away from Blood Sea and saw an increasing number of creatures. Ming would hide Chixuan in his map of heaven and earth when there were lots of creatures so as to let him cultivate inside. The purpose of this tour was to cultivate his mind, and he would be estranged if he rode Chixuan, a blood jade Kylan of primordial unity golden immortality, which would ruin all his original plans. In order to cultivate his mind in a better way, Ming even converted to a body of the demon clan through the blood god transformation. Every time he passed a demon clan, he would transform himself into the same shape and live with them for a while to have a taste of the life of the demon clan with low cultivations. Over the next hundreds of years, Ming lived in more than 10 clans like the bear, tiger, rabbit, etc. Some were leading a comfortable life, some were preoccupied with killing, and some were being killed. However, Ming stayed out of all these since he wanted to experience the vicissitudes of normal life so that he could understand his core of thoughts thereby. The reincarnation had not appeared yet, and Ming had to treat each experience in every clan as a full life. The dozens of lives were quite effective. His Taoist heart was stabilized, and his state of mind was improved. At the current speed, Ming could achieve his goal of this tour after nearly 1,000 years. It was easy to change rivers and mountains, but difficult to change a person's nature. The primary goal of this tour was to cultivate his mind, but Ming would still collect spiritual treasures and materials when he found them. After all, the magical Tao mirror was a bottomless pit, so he did not want to miss any of them. Besides, he had found some problems with these clans after the long tour, which could be an excellent opportunity for him. Nowadays, nearly all creatures in untainted land were cultivating, but they lacked basic laws of refining elixir and weapons. In other words, they possessed numerous spiritual treasures and materials, but did not know how to use them. During the tour, Ming had seen that most of the creatures were swallowing treasures directly or sacrificing with their blood, which was quite disgusting indeed. However, this was not their fault. The methods of cultivations for the 100 tribes of untainted land had been gained when Ming gave his sermon here, and they had developed to such a degree so far. However, Ming had not taught them the laws of refining elixir and weapons, resulting in the unsatisfactory situation now. This situation might get better when Hangjun became immortal and gave a sermon to untainted land. However, this gave Ming inspiration. He needed a large number of spiritual treasures and materials to sacrifice to his magical Tao mirror, while the creatures in untainted land needed magic weapons, elixirs, and tactical formations. Therefore, he could tour untainted land and peddle his magic weapons, elixirs, and formation flags at the same time. Moreover, he did not have to peddle any high-grade stuff, just some normal elixirs for cultivation and healing, and some magic weapons and formation flags which were from the post-celestial spiritual treasure. Of course, he would prepare some high-grade items for the stronger clans. In order to improve efficiency, Ming called 12 blood god doppelgangers to act as peddlers. In this way, he could continue his tour and concentrate on his business at the same time. Each blood god doppelganger had the cultivation of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality, so ordinary people did not dare to annoy them, and they could escape easily without being trapped. As soon as the blood god doppelgangers began to peddle things, the surrounding clans were interested. They were delighted to find that they could buy magic weapons, elixirs, and even formation flags from the blood god doppelgangers, for they had cultivation methods then but no such property. As a popular saying in modern time went, the higher the profits are, the greater risks people are willing to take. Furthermore, there was no such thing called law in untainted land. Ming could make great profits with small investments, and the selling price of an elixir could be 4 times higher than the cost of its ingredients. There were plenty of experts who were adept at converting weapons and elixirs, but none of them had as much time as Ming did. Therefore, he had not a single competitor and got a large number of treasures therefrom, which made him extremely content. A few decades passed, and the superiors of sorcerer and demon tribes began to notice the blood god doppelgangers. Ming had to halt for the time being as he did not intend to arouse too much attention, despite the fact that he had no fear towards these two clans at all. After all, the blood god doppelgangers had gone to most of the clans, and Ming had earned a fortune. The disappearance of the blood god doppelgangers really troubled sorcerer and demon tribes, who had intended to recruit them for service in case other clans took the lead. The demon clan was able to research the law of refining elixir and weapons, while in the Wu sorcerer clan, there was no expert because they did not even have an original spirit. As a result, the Wu clan was desperate for an expert in refining weapons and elixirs like the blood god doppelgangers. Ming quit to stay away from trouble, and so he could continue touring in untainted land. The closer he got to the center, the more intoxicating the scenery became. Ming would stop to admire the dreamlike landscape every time he met such places. One day, Ming spotted a terrific hot spring inside a spiritual mountain. The spring was quite cozy to touch, and he strolled aside the current to trace the source. It was a mountainside surrounded by fog. Ming walked for quite a long time and still failed to walk out. Am I lost? He wondered, or is this a confusion formation? He took a closer look and found that he was indeed in the center of a tactical formation. He cursed himself for being so negligent. Luckily, it was just a confusion formation, not a killing formation. With his strength, normal tactical formations would not work. Even with that, he had to be more cautious or he would one day bite at the wrong bait. Ming waved his sleeves and the confusion formation was broken. He was able to see his surroundings clearly and heard some talking. Elder sister, no, please, ah. Younger sister, how dare you play jokes on me, hee. Ming followed the sound and was amazed at what he saw. In the hot spring pool nearby, 2 young ladies were frolicking. Their beauty enchanted Ming. He could not help thinking about a poem. From the north was a beauty unsurpassed. One and only one glance enchanted a city another, the whole country. As a virgin, Ming was bewildered at what he saw. The 2 ladies perceived that the confusion formation was broken and noticed that a strange man was looking at them. They screamed. Ah! The scream was so loud that it made Ming's ears ache and him regain his consciousness. Uh-oh, Ming realized that he was spying on these ladies. Facing the oncoming ice swords, Ming had to evade, and then the 2 ladies came straight towards him with their weapons in hand. The image of their frolicking in the pool stirred up in his state of mind. Despite having lived for such a long time, Ming was still a virgin and he had never fallen in love with someone. Even though they were trying to kill him, how could he not be touched by these 2 beauties? Seeing the situation, Ming promptly explained, "My ladies, please allow me to explain. I broke into this place by accident and I saw nothing of you 2. Hearing this, the 2 ladies became even more irritated. You're a shameless Lothario. The elder sister shouted in anger, I'll split you in 2. She waved her sword towards Ming. He did not dare to fight back and tried to evade her attack. Ming was not willing to hurt such a beautiful lady. The younger sister joined the fight and the valley was full of sword aura. The comely scenery was ruined by the fight. The 2 beauties failed to hurt Ming and got tired after a long effort while Ming was enjoying all this. At this point, Ming continued to explain, I did break into this place on coincidence. I was just trying to trace the source of the hot spring and refresh myself from the long journey. I truly apologize to you, my ladies. Ming explained in detail so as to save himself from this first impression. The 2 ladies gave up arresting Ming since they knew they could not succeed. Hearing the apology from Ming, they became interested in him. It was weird that with a higher grade cultivation, Ming was not trying to defeat them. Instead, he was panicked and covert upon seeing them. The sisters whispered to each other, elder sister, he seemed to be unintentional and he's such a fascinating person. He's at least a secondary stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, even better than our eldest sister. However, he's quite funny, unlike the guys we've met before. Hearing the chatter between the 2 beauties, Ming felt confused. They should have been at the secondary stage or late stage of primordial unity golden immortality, but they talked like novices. Perhaps this was the first time they had left their eldest sister and toured an untainted land. While they were talking, Ming had time to observe the 2 beauties. The elder sister was mature and sexy, while speaking in a cute manner, the younger sister was gentle and quiet. Both were definitely enchantresses in these ancient times. The 2 beauties both had good figures. They were dressed up in laurel green gowns and behaved like fairies. They could enchant any man in the world. What moved Ming most was their vital force. He was full of yang vital force through cultivating his body, while the two sisters possessed the purest yin vital force. Yin and yang were destined to be attracted to each other, which explained why Ming had a special feeling towards the two beauties upon seeing them. Was this called falling in love? Having lived for so long, Ming still had no idea of what love was. Each twinkle and smile of theirs seemed to attract him more, and he found his heart could not help beating rapidly. He must have fallen in love with these two beauties. After talking for a while, the two sisters stopped and said to Ming, "Hey, it's impolite to watch us, you're slobbering." Ming wiped his mouth and found there was no saliva at all. Hee, haha. Hearing their laughs, Ming realized that he had been fooled by them. He was quite embarrassed and thought that his reputation had been ruined by them. Ming apologized again. "You two are the most beautiful ladies I've ever seen before, so I was at a loss just now. Please generously forgive me." Every girl enjoyed being praised for their beauty. As Ming had expected, the two sisters burst into giggles from Ming's compliment, or maybe it was because of his cute appearance. The elder sister was gratified to hear Ming's words and asked, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Ming replied, "I'm Ming." He hesitated for a while before continuing, "I'm from Nether Bloodsea. For normal creatures in Untainted Land, Bloodsea was a forbidden land and those from that place were not good people." Minghe was stunned to find that the two sisters were not frightened at all but even curious. "Nether Bloodsea, where is it? We haven't heard about it. Is it fun?" Minghe did not know how to answer them. Where on earth did these two beauties come from? How could they have not even the slightest idea about Nether Bloodsea? So he gave them an explanation. After Pangu separated the heaven and earth, he converted into Untainted Land. His grimy blood was collected in the immense blood sea, namely Nether Bloodsea. It's a forbidden land for those in Untainted Land. It's also where I was born. Minghe was frank about his birthplace because he found it unnecessary to hide. Even though he liked the ladies, he did not want to lie to them. The younger sister said, "Oh, I once heard someone say that Nether Bloodsea is a sea of death. Those who go there never return. Is it really that dreadful?" Ming nodded. Normal golden immortals would definitely die if they went there. Even Primordial Unity Golden Immortal and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal can't escape from Bloodsea unscathed. Indeed, anyone below the level of Sage to be would be dead if Minghe desired it so. The two sisters became silent. Minghe was unwilling to continue this topic with the two beauties. It felt inappropriate to discuss the horrors of Bloodsea. "May I ask what your names are? Where are you from?" The elder sister said, "I'm Chang Zai and this is my sister Wangshu. We're from the Lunar Star. We sneaked out while our eldest sister is meditating behind closed doors to play around in Untainted Land. You know, it's too boring on the Lunar Star." Chang Zai, Wangshu. That means they're the goddesses of the Lunar Star. Their eldest sister should be Zith. Minghe vaguely recalled the three sisters from ancient Chinese mythology, but their stories came with many variations. Some believed that there were only Zih and Changzai, while others argued Wangshu existed. He did not expect all three goddesses to exist on the Lunar Star. Ming smiled. "I see the Lunar Star and the Solar Star are the top stars in this universe with outstanding people. Since you want to travel around this land, why don't I be your guide? This way, I can show you the great Untainted Land and protect you as well. Although you're both Primordial Unity Golden Immortal, there are plenty of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in this land." The two sisters agreed with his suggestion. Minghe was naturally pleased as he showed them around Untainted Land. He told them about the local customs, practices, and political divisions to bring them up to speed about the land. What disappointed Minghe a little was that no one had the good taste to disturb these two beautiful ladies. Even though a hero saving a damsel in distress was a pretty stale tactic, it was still effective. Sadly, they never came across any troublemakers throughout their nearly 100-year tour. Was the reason not obvious? The two beauties in the blood jade Kylan from Ming's map of heaven and earth, they were riding on totaled 3 Primordial Unity Golden Immortals. Moreover, the ladies were in the company of a super master who was a mystery even to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, which death-defying fool dared to seek trouble, as the old saying went that all good things must come to an end. After traveling together in Untainted Land for nearly 100 years, they had developed inexplicable, unfathomable feelings for one another. Minghe did not rush to express his feelings as time was, after all, abundant for an immortal. But when it came to the final farewell, he was reluctant to see them go. When Zif found her two younger sisters had gone to Untainted Land after completing her meditation, she naturally got worried and sent them a message, summoning them to come home. Changzai and Wangshu had no choice but to go home to Lunar Star. Before their departure, Ming gifted each of them a 9-grade red lotuses of fire. He knew the two sisters did not have any spiritual treasures after traveling together for so long, so he took the opportunity to give them the treasures as a way of protection. Ming had cultivated 3 9-grade red lotuses of fire in total. Each of them was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure with strong defensive ability. They were able to release fire of red lotus to attack enemies and were also suitable for separation in the future. After the two ladies left, Ming was once again on his own. It was a good thing he was not too concerned about romantic relationships. He was confident that he would meet them again in the future, so it was not necessary to be hasty now. Ming once again continued his tour in untainted land after the ladies left. Even though his cultivation was interrupted for nearly 100 years, he found that his state of mind continued to escalate. That was because the emotion was also a part of his cultivation. Inside a palace made of ice on the lunar star, Chang Zai and Wang Shu were looking down, not daring to look at the lady in front of them. This lady had similar looks with the sisters. From a distance, she resembled an iceberg. She was a cold beauty through and through. She was their eldest sister, Zi. Zi rebuked them in anger. "How dare you slip out to untainted land when I was in my closed-door meditation? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Even I, a zenith heaven golden immortal, can't guarantee my safety in that land. How dare you do so as mere primordial unity golden immortals?" Chang Zai softly said, "Didn't we make it home safe and sound?" But it only irritated Zif further, and she said, "Danger lurks in every corner." Chang Zai dared not say anything else. Despite her seeming fearlessness, she was very afraid of Zif. Wang Shu said fearfully, "Sister, we know we're in the wrong. We promise not to do it again. Don't be mad anymore." Zif was mollified upon hearing her words. Her two sisters were not familiar with the outside world. It was incredibly lucky for them to make it home safely from the hazardous untainted land. Zif was doing this for their own good. Chang Zai was finally at ease when her sister calmed and grinned. "Sister, we won't go to untainted land without your permission again, but we didn't come back empty-handed from our tour. We became friends with an interesting person and he gave us each a lotus before we left." Looking at the treasure like red lotus on Chang Zai's palms, Zis' expression turned grim and she asked, "What's this?" Chang Zai said, "This is his present. Wang Shu has one as well. I think it's called 9-grade red lotus of fire or something like that." Zis' face turned darker when Wang Shu revealed another red lotus of fire. Zis said sternly, "Do you have any idea how precious these lotuses are? They're top-grade primordial spiritual treasures. The person who can give them to you as gifts can't be anyone ordinary. Explain to me properly how you met this person." They had no choice but obediently tell Zith the whole story. She became furious and said, "What? That guy was born in Nether Bloodsea. Do you know how scary that place is? You're not to see the guy from now on. For him to gift you two these priceless treasures, he must not have any good intentions." Chang Zai pursed her lips. "Why?" Zith rebuked her and said, "What do you know? In the last cultivation tribulation, not even the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan, and the Demon clan can get insight into the secrets of Bloodsea. So many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals died there. Do you think a person born in that place can be a kind person?" Ming, far away in untainted land, naturally had no idea about this conversation. Had he known, he would have scolded this lady. He had not made any trouble for her. Was she not trying to break up the lovebirds? Either way, Ziz's prejudice against Ming did lead to some troubles for him in the future. After 3,000 years, Ming was once again at the feet of Mount Buju, looking up at Pangu's relic. He still looked like he was in his early 20s, though there was a trace of weariness in his eyes. After all, he had toured the whole Wu tribe, Demon tribe, Dragon tribe, and 4 seas all these years. His cultivation of the mind was not up to his expectations, but it had at least caught up with his physical cultivation. In the past 3,000 years, he did not see great improvements in his cultivation, but his enlightenment of the law of heaven and earth had finally become on par with the 3 other divine laws. Fresh knowledge can be gathered upon a reflection. Ming spent considerable time reviewing what he had previously learned. If his current knowledge was version 1, then his new enlightenment can be considered version 1.1. Even that 0.1 was enough to give a significant boost in his strength. It was near impossible to rapidly gain cultivation for a sage to be unless one made separation on coincidence or increase cultivation through merits. Those were the shortcuts. Minghe was not interested as he believed a step-by-step approach was much more effective. It was more important to have a solid foundation. A good example was his mount, Chikshuan. When he was still a blood jade Kylan, he relied on a single tactic to reach Golden Immortal. He later had the cultivation of Primordial Unity Golden Immortal by absorbing Evil Blood Aura and swallowing Blood Jade Ganoderma lucidum. Despite his high cultivation, his foundation was incredibly unstable. In the beginning, Ming imparted spiritual inheritance of the Way of Heaven on Chikshuan, but Chikshuan started his cultivation directly as a Primordial Unity Golden Immortal, leading to an unstable foundation. Minghe failed to notice until he returned from his tour and rebuked Chikshuan for doing so. Considering Chikshuan's current condition, it was unlikely he would ever reach the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal for the rest of his life. So Ming forcibly took away all Chikshuan's cultivation and healed the damage to his foundation with elixirs, allowing him to restart his cultivation. Since Chikshuan was Ming's mount, he ought to have proper cultivation lest he embarrassed his master. It so happened that Ming wanted to gain enlightenment from Pangu's relics in Mount Buju. He could take the opportunity to preach to Chikshuan as well. If he was confused by any of the tactic methods, Ming could explain it to him. One day, Ming felt someone peeping on him as he was preaching to Chixuan. He initiated his spiritual thoughts but felt no creatures nearby. It was a peculiar situation. With his cultivation of secondary stage of sage-to-be, no one could approach him without being noticed. Unless, of course, it was a sage. Moreover, Ming found he had this feeling each time he preached to Chixuan. The man with the highest cultivation in untainted land at the moment ought to be Hongjun, but he was not yet a sage. Besides, he bet Hongjun was not interested in his preaching. Who exactly was it? Ming considered and thought for a long time before abruptly stopping. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. No wonder he failed to track the eavesdropper with his spiritual thoughts. That person was millions of miles away from him and was using magic skills to eavesdrop. Ming gave a light rebuke. What a bold monkey. How dare you eavesdrop on my preaching? What courage. Come here this instant. After a moment, the feeling of being eavesdropped on disappeared. Ming laughed and continued to preach to Chixuan. Several years later, a monkey carried a huge stone pot with much difficulty and went to Ming. This monkey was pretty unusual, for he was only a veridical immortal, but could bear the pressure of Mount Buju. What left the biggest impression on Ming was the monkey's 6 ears. In the world, there were 5 immortals in total: heaven, earth, god, human, and ghost. 5 insects: bold insect without feather, scale insect fish, dragon, fur insect Kylan, feather insect phoenix, and carapace insect shellfish. This monkey did not belong to any of those categories. A smile appeared in Ming's face when he looked at the 6-eared monkey. Everything became clear to him. This monkey was Liu Macaca Mula, with great hearing abilities and human-like intelligence. In the journey to the west, Sun Wukong killed him for pretending to be the Monkey King. What Ming failed to anticipate was that Liu Macaca Mula would be born so early. He deemed it possible upon second thought. Liu Macaca Mula would not be able to rival Sun Wukong if they were born in the same period. Assuming they were born in the same period, Liu Macaca Mula would still fall behind Sun Wukong. Even though the 6-eared monkey had mastered the somersault cloud and the 72 changes, he was no match against Sun Wukong, who had stolen many peaches and elixirs of life from Palace of Heaven and cultivated piercing eyes and indestructible body in the 8-trigram furnace. There was no way for Liu Macaca Mula to equal Sun Wukong's strength. Considering Liu Macaca Mula's early birth, he would become a Zenith Heaven golden immortal by time journey to the west rolled around. Sun Wukong was nothing but a product of the times. How could he fight against Liu Macaca Mula in the future? This was a mystery. Ming was too lazy to get to the end of that mystery. Now that he met Liu Macaca Mula, he would not let him go. With proper cultivation, Liu Macaca Mula would have a bright future, thus alternating Ming's destiny as well. Luckily, this monkey showed up and even brought him a gift. Earlier, Ming was not trying to scare off Liu Macaca Mula. He was trying to offer him an opportunity. Had the monkey disappeared out of fear, he would have missed the fated chance Ming was giving him. Furthermore, he would also die in Sun Wukong's time, as the way of heaven went. What inside the stone pot was the famous monkey liquor, made of 100 kinds of fermented fruits which were reserved for their winter storage. This was wonderful for Ming, as there was no concept of liquor in untainted land. Ming was happy to have a taste. Wine was perfectly mellow and fragrant. It was truly a peerless wine. After taking a sip, Ming grinned. "You're a pretty clever monkey. Since you're here, are you willing to be my disciple?" Liu Macaca Mula was overjoyed upon hearing this and kowtowed excitedly. "Master, your disciple greets you." Ming nodded. "My disciple, do you have a name?" Liu Macaca Mula replied respectfully, "I was born with 6 ears, so I call myself Liu. It was a pragmatic name indeed." Ming said, "That's nice." "Liu, I'm the master of Nether Blood Sea, ancestor Ming. From now on, you're my eldest disciple. This 9-grade red lotus of fire is a gift for you. I'll teach you cultivation methods when we return to Blood Sea." Ming had no intentions of taking too many disciples, so the red lotus of fire acted as a sign of his disciples. The remaining 9-grade red lotus of fire was naturally left for his first disciple. As for a weapon, Ming would carefully refine one for him when they returned to Blood Sea. Liu was happy when he recognized the red lotus of fire. He also keenly felt Ming's generosity. Even though his cultivation was not high, his ears helped him learn many things, and he knew the preciousness of primordial spiritual treasures. What Ming gave him was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure with excellent attack and defense ability, which was even more priceless. How can Liu not be excited? Having accepted Liu as his first disciple, Ming's tour was considered to end with a successful merit fulfillment. He kept Liu and Chixuan in the map of heaven and earth and flew towards Blood Sea on clouds. It took less than an hour for him to return to Sacred Island on Blood Sea. To be honest, Ming had really quite missed Blood Sea and Sacred Island since he had not returned for 3,000 years. It was, after all, his home no matter how other creatures in untainted land viewed it. For Ming, his affection for Blood Sea was irreplaceable. Back in Bloodsea, Ming began imparting cultivation methods to Liu Er. Normal tactical methods were not suitable to utilize Liu Er's complete potential. Consequently, Ming taught him the arcane way of divine beings. The arcane way of divine beings comprised 9 parts. After finishing all of them, one could reach the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin. Right now this was simply Ming's prediction, but completing 8 parts could definitely push one to the realm of Sage to Be, which was also Ming's current realm. The 9th part was still being predicted by Ming. Liu Er was one of the 4 monkeys of destruction with a strong body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist the pressure from Mount Buju as a veridical immortal. The arcane way of divine beings was most definitely the perfect method to cultivate one's body. Given the opportunity, one could even return to Genesis and rebuild the body of Rakshasa. If one wanted to return to Genesis and recreate the body of Rakshasa, it could only happen by fated chance. It was a change in quality, so sufficient quantitative changes needed to be first accumulated. Moreover, the Rakshasa was a presence not tolerated by the way of heaven of the untainted land, and divine punishment would befall the body of Rakshasa created there. But there were shortcuts to achieve this, which was to head to the chaos and convert into the physical body of the Rakshasa. The divine punishment could be deflected this way, but one would still be struck upon entering the untainted land and could not exert most of their strength. This was not a good thing, as one would be seen as an invader by the way of heaven of the untainted land. Anyone who could kill the invader would gain merit. It was a safe method, but by doing so, one would not have a foothold in the untainted land, and his power would be also limited. Everyone would not lose the opportunity to gain merit, especially the sages. But if one endured the divine punishment in the untainted land and convert into the physical body of Rakshasa, he would be affirmed by the way of heaven and would not have any more worries. If one could not enter the untainted land, then what was the meaning of converting? To Ming, he had no other choice even if the first route was dangerous. But it was not like his chance of survival was completely zero. After all, he had the purple heaven thunder for the creation of heaven and earth between his brows. The thunder had merged with Ming. While it might not rival the holy thunder of destruction, it could at least improve his chance of success. Ming was also unsure when he would reach the stage of being ready for conversion, but he still had plenty of time to enhance his strength in preparation for the divine punishment. Upon Ming's return to the Bloodsea, he taught cultivation to Liuer and Chixuan while reviewing his trip to secure his mind. For cultivation, haste made waste. Rushing to cultivate did not mean one would easily reach the breakthrough in his present realm. Under his guidance, Liuer and Chixuan improved rapidly. Liuer was one of the 4 monkeys of destruction, and the other was a divine beast, the Kailan. Both had immense talent and were under Ming's mentorship. No doubt they cultivated quickly. Another 3,000 years passed in a flash. On sacred island of Bloodsea, 2 shadow figures fought each other with a spear and a rod. Though there was no trace of supernatural power being used, the impact generated from their physical bodies alone was not something ordinary immortals could withstand. Their impact completely dissipated after traveling a short distance. 64 flags danced around them not too far away, in the primordial 8 trigrams formation with the ability to trap, attack, and puzzle, and absorb the impact. 2 figures stopped after staggering away from each other in a move. They were naturally Liuer and Chixuan. In the short span of just 3,000 years, Liuer's arcane way of divine beings had reached the 6th level in secondary stage, akin to the secondary stage of primordial unity golden immortal. But the realm of his original spirit was only at the early stage of primordial unity golden immortal. Appearance-wise, Liuer had changed a lot compared with his first time in Mount Buju for a master. He now had a black golden stick in hand and wore a phoenix feather cap, a golden chainmail shirt, a pair of cloud walking boots, and a cloudy brocade red robe. Damn, this was completely a replication of Sun Wukong from the book Journey to the West, but Liuer looked way better by comparison. Sun Wukong's compliant golden whooped rod was just a refined post-celestial spiritual treasure, with additional merits gained from controlling floods. As for his golden chain mail shirt, it was taken from the East Sea. While dashing, they were basically useless. Liuer's appearance was different. His rod was refined in the cauldron of heaven and earth by mixing different refined ingredients with a dash of merit. That rod became a top-grade merit spiritual treasure of origin. Weighed 24,600 jin and could change in size, with the ability to kill without incurring karma. The phoenix feather cap, golden chain mail shirt, and cloud walking boots were all low-grade primordial spiritual treasure Ming refined. The phoenix feather cap protected the original spirit, the golden chain mail shirt protected the physical body, and the cloud walking boots increased Liuer's flying speed. The cloudy brocade red robe was created from the 9th grade red lotus. All of these were far superior to Sun Wukong's. Other than creating spiritual treasure for Liuer, Ming also taught him a few magic skills. First was the blood god transformation. Liuer had converted the blood essence from 108 types of the divine beasts, giving him the might of the divine beast. The second was the cloud-escaping blood. Although incomparable with Ming, he could travel 120,000 Chinese miles in a breath's time. As for the blood shadow movement for the fight, Liuer only spent 100 years to reach the highest realm and create 9 blood shadows which were different from an avatar. It had no attack power, but could confuse enemies after a fight using the vital force left in the shadows. Ming did not teach Liuer the clone of blood god technique, as only the master of the blood sea could master it. But the technique of out-of-body incarnation was suitable for Liuer, as each strand of his fur could turn to be one entity. Each entity was in the black immortal realm, as Liuer was only at the level of the primordial unity golden immortal. Each was only 3 realms lower than his own cultivation, and would disappear after being attacked. This was similar to the replication technique in Naruto. As for the deceiving eyes technique, it was useless without learning the clone of blood god. Ming had taught Liuer the blood-burning tactic, warning him to use it only in a life-and-death situation. Overusing the technique could severely damage his foundation. Though Chixuan was Ming's mount, Ming was not biased against him. He was given a soul-destruction spear that Ming refined. Though it was a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, it had a sliver of the origin of the god-killing spear, with an inherent strong power was strong naturally. As for a cloak, it did not fit him. Chixuan was used to being low-profile, even though wearing a cloak would have looked cool on him. Their lessons on cultivating magic skills were similar, but Liuer had no interest in the way of the elixir, weapons, nor formation. Ming only taught Chixuan the way of tactical formation due to his interest and talent in it. Liuer was Ming's chief disciple, whilst Chixuan was his mount. Their cultivation base level affected how he would be perceived by others. So he was pleased with the both of them, as they were not only talented, but also hardworking. Over 3,000 years since his return to Blood Sea, Ming tried to gain insight from his experience in the untainted land while training his disciples. Though his cultivation of the divine law did not improve much, his state of mind had become more stable, and this solved his worries about future cultivation. But Ming also realized the flaws in his previous experience. He did not rely on his supernatural power even with the diversification technique. He remained the same. What he could experience was limited, which affected how much insight he could gain. Ming indeed had a better technique for cultivating his state of mind, but now was not the right time. The appearance of that thing a few thousand years later would be the time for Ming's cultivation to skyrocket. Before then, Ming's could only improve slowly. In Mount Yujing, Hongjun sat on a cushion with the jade butterfly of fate in his hand. His stable vital force was a proof that the wounds from his battle with Liu Hu had been healed. However, he was grappling with anxiety. Looking at the occasional flicker of purple light from the jade butterfly of fate, Hongjun yelled in anguish towards the heaven. "Is the will of the heaven, Liu Hu, you died, but you had destroyed my way of Tao, must I walk on a path of no return?" Liu Hu's self-explode almost destroyed the West, inflicting Hongjun with severe karma. With his 3 separations foundation badly damaged, it was impossible for him to unite them in his current condition. The only way for him to be a sage was to rely on the jade butterfly of fate. This was not what he wanted, but he was left with no other choice. The situation had been ongoing for 1,000 years. Previously, he was too fixated on cultivating the divine law that he neglected his body. As his divine law cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it was the right time for him to cultivate his body so that things would be balanced. Ming's creation, the arcane way of divine beings, followed the divine law of the Rakshasa. Using the divine law to refine his body naturally had different effects on him. The law of killing was destructive in nature, allowing him to strengthen his physical form. The law of spiritual beings was an anomaly and mysterious in nature, allowing his rebirth with blood drops. The law of heaven and earth emphasized on strength and used the power of heaven and earth to refine the body. This helped strengthen the body and increase its power at the same time. With the power of heaven and earth merging with the body, it filled every movement of the body and could release an inexhaustible might. Ming's thought that the law of blood should be renamed the law of flesh. It uses the law of blood to convert the endless blood aura from the blood sea into the purest blood of the origin. Then, it would start strengthening and ultimately improving the quality of the flesh. Ming really looked forward to it. Ming's current power of yang was different from the sun's power. It did not have strong attacking capabilities, but it can condense the blood aura to refine the red lotus. Unless it was stronger than Ming's blood aura, ordinary magical power would not be able to break his defense. Ming slowly expelled his breath. The blood aura vortex gradually disappeared, and Ming finally reached the stage of merit fulfilled. He put away his red lotus of fire and returned to the island. He nodded in delight when he saw Liuer and Chixuan still cultivating. Both were talented and hardworking in their cultivation during the years that Ming was away to refine his flesh. His disciples had lived up to his expectations. They were already at the primordial unity golden immortal peak realm. Success was just around the corner. Minghe was thinking of testing their cultivation when music flowed in the air, flowers blossomed, and 1,000 beasts gathered. Auspicious signs were spread through untainted land, evolving in the Great Way. Countless rare spiritual treasures became spiritual entities in a sudden. Some even got the shapeshift. Ming's pupils widened. This was. Had Hongjun become a sage? Only the birth of a sage could cause such a scene in the untainted land. What was meant to be would eventually come. It was only a matter of time. Instead of being fearful, Minghe was filled with excitements and expectations. The minute the auspicious signs appeared, an immense pressure was felt throughout the untainted land, and all creatures kneeled in reverence. A majestic voice said, above the 9 clouds on the cushion of Great Way, other than heaven and earth, I shall rule over all. Pangu birthed Taichi, creating 4 heavenly creatures. One Chi transforms into Hongjun. I'm Hongjun. Today is the day that I have become a sage. I'll be giving a sermon in Zixeo Palace out of the 33rd heaven. Fated people are welcome. With a wave of his sleeve, the great formation for defense on the sacred island was activated, isolating the pressure from the sage. With such commotion, Liwer and Chixuan were jolted out of their cultivation. They thought Ming was the best and never considered that producing such fierce pressure is possible. They walked over to Ming. Liwer asked confusedly, Master, who is he, to produce such pressure? Minghe replied, it's the first sage of the untainted land. You should know those below the realm of sage are all non-entities. Both of you stay on the island. I'm leaving for Zixeo Palace to listen to his sermon. Ming turned around after taking a few steps. Liwer, don't even try to eavesdrop on your magic skills. Being bound by karma with the sage is no laughing matter. Liwer rubbed his head in embarrassment. Were it not for Ming's warning, he would have done so. Minghe rushed to Mount Buju after leaving the island. He decided not to bring Liwer and Chixuan with him. They had not reached the surname state, so it was pointless to even if they went. They could always listen to Ming's sermon, so there was not much of a difference. On Mount Kunlun, Supreme Lord Laozi, Jade Pure One of the Origin, and Superior Lord Tongshan overlooked their domicile. Though they had worked together to block Hongjun's pressure, their expressions were bitter, having experienced the power of a sage. Honored Lord of the Origin asked, Brother, do we need to go and listen to his sermon? It was no wonder they felt that way. The 3 pristine ones were created from Pangu's original spirit, thus they had the abilities to back up their arrogance. This was especially true for Honored Lord of the Origin, who saw himself as the second best next to Laozi, as they were the original descendants of Pangu. How could he suppress his hatred and jealousy, knowing someone had achieved the Great Way before them? Making a final decision, Laozi said, the one who attained Great Way first is the teacher. Let's go and take a good look at the way of the sage. Honored Lord of the Origin naturally would not say anything, and Tongshan did not have an opinion, so the 3 of them left Mount Kunlun and flew directly to Mount Buju. The 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered in the hall of Pangu. They did not think much of Hongjun becoming a sage. They worshipped neither heaven nor earth, only Pangu alone. Moreover, they did not have the original spirit, so sage's preaching did not affect them. The ancestors of sorcery may not be interested, but there were many who were. From the west came Zhunti and Jiyin. From Mount Buju came Goddess Nuwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun Donghuangtei, Zhenyuanzi, Hongyun, and Kunpeng, so on and so forth. Various individual cultivators started appearing and rushed to Mount Buju, afraid of missing the sermon. The peak of Mount Buju was the Treastrimsa heaven of the untainted land. At this period of time, the heavenly court was not formed. What it had were numerous stars and brutally cold astral wind. Any mistake would be the last step to the disintegration of the soul. Higher up was the divided realm, the boundary between the untainted land and the orbit of chaos. It was necessary to pass that realm to enter the orbit of chaos. The chaos was filled with endless possibilities, not to mention all kinds of sudden situations. The air of chaos was more than a person could bear. Without high cultivation and numerous spiritual treasures for protection, one could hardly enter the chaos and reach Zixeo Palace. This was the first obstacle for those who wanted to listen to the sermon, enough to prevent a large number of people from proceeding. Thereafter, a group of cultivators had gathered before the divided realm, with the weakest of them being primordial unity golden immortals. Most were in the realm of the Daluo golden immortal, but there were a few sage to be cultivators among them. When Ming had reached the divided realm, many cultivators had already gathered. He observed them and found there were sage to be cultivators among them. It seemed there were many who cultivated with the Tao of divine law. Those people ought to be important figures. Ming did not rush headfirst into the chaos. Instead, he began by observing. The danger was everywhere inside. Even a tiny whirlpool was enough to kill. Even those with sage to be cultivation had to tread carefully to survive. Most stopped to observe, but there were impatient ones who tried to maneuver their spiritual treasures to bring them in. But as soon as they stepped into the chaos, they were killed with no hopes of the reincarnation. This sight was enough to make everyone else hesitate, as no one liked serving their lives up on a platter. As everyone hesitated, three figures stepped through the divided realm into the midst of the chaos. One of the figures had a yellow pagoda above his head. The pagoda released endless golden light which protected them by deflecting the air of chaos. Ming naturally recognized these three people, especially the golden pagoda. Inside the pagoda contained the merit of origin. Ming, who had obtained half merit of origin, was naturally familiar with it. It must be a post-celestial merit, the Baraka exquisite pagoda. When the untainted land was formed, 30 of the merit of origin meshed with the mysterious yellow air materialized into the pagoda. It was a rare defensive treasure in the untainted land. Once it was activated, nothing could stand in its way. After someone got in, those who were remaining naturally followed. They moved forward toward the chaos with their magic skills or magic weapons. Actually, the chaos was really dangerous, and plenty of cultivators died out of carelessness once they got through. Looking around, Ming didn't find Changxi and Wangshu. It seemed that they didn't get there to listen to Hongzhen's preaching. With the red lotus of fire, he could feel that they were still in the lunar star. Ming would have been disappointed for their absence thousands of years ago, but at this moment, his mind was finally peaceful. Whether one cultivator could comprehend a law depended on his lucky chance. After more and more cultivators got into the chaos, Ming didn't hesitate and stepped in with no obstacles in his way. However, he had no idea where the Zixao Palace was. Soon after, a simple and unadorned palace appeared in front of him. What surprised him was that the Zixao Palace seemed to find him by itself. When Ming arrived at the palace, many cultivators had already arrived. He thought that this was the so-called fate. At that moment, the gate didn't open, and all the cultivators were waiting outside. Ming was in no hurry, looking at the cultivators that continued gathering there. After a while, there were thousands of cultivators standing outside the palace, and no others got through the chaos anymore. Right at the moment, two young attendants opened the gate and walked out. One was a girl and the other was a boy. They were both cute and pretty, bowing to all the cultivators. They said, "Zixao Palace is open for you all. This way, please." As soon as the two finished their words, all the cultivators couldn't wait to rush in. Minghe was still in no hurry and walked slowly towards the palace. When passing by the two young attendants, he glanced at them several times, because he knew that they would someday be the Jade Emperor, Heishan, and the Queen Mother, Yachi. The two were both in good health and also had outstanding qualities. Although they were still young children, they both had better cultivation than his Chixuan and Liuer. In this palace, there were 6 cushions at the platform where Hongzhen would do his preaching. Those 6 cushions looked as if they were very special, so all the cultivators rushed to swarm them. Suddenly, all the others were forced back by unified power, and then the 3 front cushions were occupied. They were Leiazi, Tongshan, and the primeval Lord of Heaven. When they stepped into the palace, they immediately felt that fate had given them the chance with these cushions. With their powerful cultivation, they easily got the first 3 with concerted efforts. The others, finding the first 3 had been occupied, could only scramble for the remaining 3. After all, the Zixao Palace was a sacred place for the first sage in untainted land to do his preaching, so no one dared to mess things up. Besides, they all knew that the 3 pristine ones were all at high levels, so no one would rob the seats from them. Among the crowd, Fuxi protected his sister, Goddess Nuwa, all the way, and directly pushed her onto the 4th cushion. He had planned to get the 5th one, but 2 shadows flew over him and directly occupied the next 2 seats. On the 5th seat, there was a Taoist with hawk eyes and a crooked nose, who was a Kunpeng Taoist born in the sea of northern underworld. On the next cushion, there sat a Taoist dressed in red, who was a Hongyan ancestor, formed by a red cloud. They were able to win the cushions by relying on their fast speed. Finding all the 6 seats had been occupied, the rest had to give up and looked for another place to sit, waiting for the sage Hongzhen to do his preaching. However, there was a person who didn't scramble with the others at all for any seat. That was Ming, actually. When he stepped into this palace, he found a remote corner to sit in, looking coldly from the sidelines at these busy cultivators. Ming had already known that the 6 cushions represented 6 sage seats, which were definitely important for someone to become a sage. If Ming wanted one seat, he must have the chance to get one. However, he had no interest in this, because becoming a sage of the heavenly way needed to rely his original spirit on the way of heaven of untainted land, which had both gains and losses. In the long run, the losses would be larger than the gains. A sage needed to put his original spirit on the way of heaven of untainted land so that he wouldn't die until heaven was destroyed. Besides, they could borrow part of the power from the way of heaven. However, if untainted land was destroyed, the sage might not get his original spirit back, so he would disappear with untainted land. Although it might take a very long time for untainted land to be destroyed, Ming thought he needed to avoid any possibility, so he needed to be powerful himself. At this moment, Ming had found his way to the Tao, so the so-called sage of the heavenly way held no attraction for him. After a sweeping look through the palace, Ming found that there were 2,998 cultivators, including himself. Hardly did he feel confused when two cultivators suddenly broke into the palace. Obviously, the two had suffered a lot in the chaos, so they looked extremely embarrassed. With those two, there were 3,000 cultivators in this palace, which was just right, who were the so-called 3,000 guests from the world of mortals. One of the two was Jai Yin of the West, who was pulling a long face and seemed that he just recovered from a dangerous illness. The other was the most shameless person in untainted land, Junti. He had a square face and big ears, which showed a prosperous look. They were from the West, so they were obviously later to get there than the other cultivators. When finding there were no seats left, Junti felt worried at once and looked at his senior, Ji Yin. Ji Yin was also speechless and sighed slightly. Seeing this, Junti became a little bit angry and said, "Brother, we struggled to get here from the far west to find out the methods to save the mortal lives, only to find that there is not a seat left for us at all. We will feel guilty about ourselves if we can't listen clearly to the great way, and then we should die of our shame." Saying this, he pretended to knock into a pillar. Actually, there were quite lots of fools in this world, like Hangyun. When seeing Junti trying to commit suicide, Hangyun was worried about him and immediately stood up, saying, "My fellow Taoist, you are really an insistent and wise person. I respect your stronger mind for the mortals, so I give up my seat for you." Hangyun was really an honest person. He didn't seem mad even after seeing Junti's behavior, and then he found a seat to sit down behind Zhenyuanzi. However, seeing this, the others all showed their contempt for Junti. When Junti sat down, he tried to say hello to the people around him, but no one wanted to chat with him except the primeval Lord of Heaven. Suddenly, Junti turned around and got mad at Kunpeng, saying, "This place is where the sage makes his preaching. How could you, a stupid feathered animal, sit beside me? Why not give up your seat for my brother?" Hearing this, the primeval Lord of Heaven also chimed in and said, "Right, we can't sit with a feathered animal born from an egg. Leave now." Laezi said nothing, and seemed that he didn't hear what the primeval Lord of Heaven had said, so did Tongshan. The goddess Nuwa was not happy about this situation, because she was one of the demon tribe. It seemed that the primeval Lord of Heaven's mean words towards Kunpeng were also related to her. However, goddess Nuwa didn't want to contract enmity with the others, so she closed her eyes and had a rest as Laezi did. Noticing the hostile expression on the others' faces, Kunpeng said nothing and got up from his seat. When he walked by Hangyun, he glared at him angrily. Jai Yin naturally sat down on Kunpeng's seat, which definitely made Kunpeng mad at Hangyun. Without Hangyun's giving it up, Kunpeng wouldn't have been pushed aside by the others and lost his seat. Actually, Hangyun didn't realize the madness from Kunpeng, as he was sitting beside his best friend, Zhenyuanzi, chatting with him. A wintry smile showed on Ming's face. He thought that Junti was really shameless and the primeval was also a narrow-minded person. Then looking at Hangyun, who stayed not far away, Ming smiled more deeply. Actually, Hangyun was famous for his yes-man attitude towards everyone. With his good strength and being friends with Zhenyuanzi, he was doing well in untainted land. However, in Ming's view, Hangyun was courting death because his nosy habit would make him twist with a lot of karma, which was one of the most terrible things for a cultivator. Especially this time, if he didn't give up his seat first, Kunpeng wouldn't have lost his. This would leave great karma for him, and it was not easy to end. Ming didn't care about the life and death of Hangyun, but what he really cared about was whether Hangyun would get the foundation of the Tao, like in the novels that he read. If so, he was afraid that Hangyun must die in the end, because Kunpeng would be the one who wanted to kill him. As a crisp bell rang, all the people calmed down. Suddenly, Hangjun silently appeared out on the platform without any prior indication. Ming was shocked and his pupils shrank slightly. He thought, "God, he is so powerful. Is this the so-called force of a sage?" Sitting on the platform, Hangjun looked around the cultivators below. When noticing Ming, Hangjun paused for a short moment and said, "From now on, the seats are settled and won't be changed anymore. This preaching will last for 3,000 years. In the beginning, a being formed from the chaos before the heaven and earth. Although it was alone in this universe, it insisted on its principles. After a long period of cultivation, it became the original mother of the world. I don't know her name, so I call her Tao. Because of her strong force, I add a de in front of her name, which means full of power. De also means going away means far, and the far means coming back. Therefore the Tao is de, the heaven is de, the earth is de, and the creatures are de. The Tao is the principle of everything, but it isn't unchanging, while the name of something will also change someday. At the beginning of the heaven and earth, everything has no name, but once it has a name, it becomes the origin of everything. Therefore, one needs to stay in a desire-free state to observe the subtleness of the Tao, while staying with a right desire to observe the micro-knowledge of the Tao. These two concepts are divided from the one Xuan, which was the principle of all the exercising methods. The merits are all formed by the Tao, but the Tao doesn't have a visible figure. It seems chaotic but has a changeable shape. It seems chaotic but contains everything in. It is profound with essence in it. The essence is real and reliable. The Tao is running like a river around the universe. All the creatures are moistened by the Tao, but the Tao will never intervene in their development. We can consider it small since it cultivates all the creatures but doesn't try to get paid back. We can consider it large since all the creatures are coming to be its subsections, but it didn't want to be the master. It never regards itself as a great one, which makes it the greatest one. Hongjun deserved to be a sage, whose preaching was totally significant and full of knowledge. Above the Zixeo Palace, a mysterious sign showed up. Millions of golden flowers floating in the sky and golden lotuses turned out from the ground, releasing out-fulfilled spiritual air. The spiritual air formed into all kinds of mystical beast shapes such as crying immortal cranes, roaring kailan, walking tigers, and so on. Splendid mysterious signs continued emanating out. Flowers fell down from the shining sunlight. Actually, Hongjun's content was not that difficult to understand. He started from the beginning cultivation of all the creatures to the realm of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Although most cultivators here had already been at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality, they still listened carefully. Hongjun's content was all-embracing, so everyone could learn from it even if it was not essential for his cultivation. 1,000 years later, Hongjun finished his explanation of all the realms under the sage to be. As an old Chinese saying goes, one can always learn from others. Although Hongjun didn't impart any knowledge of the way of the three separations, Ming also benefited a lot from him, since he could use what he had learned to prove his own transforming exercises. At the same time, the magical Tao mirror didn't stop working. Recording every single word of Hongjun, he thought it would be a very good sample to teach his apprentices. Besides, Ming found that the ability of his magical Tao mirror enhanced as his cultivation reached a higher level. He realized that the Great Way didn't totally destroy the foundation of his magical Tao mirror in the beginning. How lucky it was. Ming didn't think that Hongjun would continue his preaching after finishing the content of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality. This time, Hongjun started to talk about the Tao of Divine Laws, which were parts of the 3,000 Great Ways recorded in the Jade Butterfly of Fate. Ming was surprised and delighted since he knew that it would definitely be beneficial for him if someone could give some advice on the ways of divine laws. Even if the Tao of Divine Laws from Hongjun was the basic knowledge to understand the divine laws, Ming seemed to get a priceless treasure. As Ming listened to the preaching, he also drove his magical Tao mirror to record the 3,000 Great Ways. The Jade Butterfly of Fate had primordially recorded the 3,000 Great Ways, while his magical Tao mirror could post-celestially record them. With deep prediction, the mirror might become the same kind as the Jade Butterfly of Fate. Unfortunately, in the next 2,000 years, the Tao of Divine Law that Hongjun had referred to was a little bit superficial. It seemed that Hongjun gave a seed for each cultivator. Whether this seed would grow or not depended on the cultivator's chance and perception. Among the 3,000 cultivators, most of them had good comprehension skills. Many quickly comprehended the divine laws with the help of Hongjun's preaching, and the most shocking thing was that 10 of them even stepped into the sage to be realm. Moreover, the 6 on the cushions all broke through the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality, each becoming the real sage to be. Noticing the entire situation, Ming couldn't help praising the outstanding talents of the 6. They deserved to be called the Sage of the Heavenly Way because they had reached the peak stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal after totally comprehending their own divine laws on the basis of Hongjun's preaching. Only one last step was needed to break into the sage to be, and Hongjun could give them help in time. Everyone here had got what they needed, more or less, as had Ming. With the unbelievable skill of the magical Tao mirror, Ming had recorded all the knowledge that Hongjun had preached in case he needed them someday. Unfortunately, Hongjun didn't describe the several strongest divine laws in a very detailed way. Actually, even if Hongjun had turned into a sage, he didn't totally comprehend all of the 3,000 divine laws, maybe just a few at most. In his preaching, all the Tao of Divine Laws were from his Jade Butterfly of Fate, in which some powerful divine laws like the law of space, the law of time, or the law of karma weren't explained in detail. Besides, there was a quite important divine law absent. That was the law of reincarnation. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation didn't completely form, leaving a defect in the way of heaven of untainted land. That meant that someone would turn into the reincarnation, completing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only if the law of reincarnation was completed, the way of heaven would be perfect. Silently and smoothly, 3,000 years passed by. Hongjun stopped his teachings, and all the cultivators finally woke up from the mysterious realm. At this moment, they felt terrible as if they were in a desert and they couldn't get enough water to drink. Several cultivators even started to raise hell, but when they found that they were still at the Zixeo Palace, they gradually calmed down again. That's the end of the first teachings. Go back, my fellows, and the next time will be in 3,000 years. Ancestor. Ming suddenly realized that the reason why Hongjun made his preaching was that he could get enormous luck from the cultivators here, most of whom were the top ones in untainted land. These cultivators all called Hongjun the ancestor so that Hongjun could get the luck from them. Luck, essential to one's fate, was very mysterious. Every creature would gain its own luck at its birth, more or less. Although the luck was invisible, it was closely related to one's cultivation. The more luck one had, the easier his cultivation would be. Conversely, the less one had, the more disasters he would come across. If one's luck disappeared, his soul would also be disintegrated. During the days of the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan dividing untainted land into three parts, they all had powerful luck. However, their luck gradually faded away after they started to fight against each other, and finally disappear from untainted land, and dwelled in corners of the land. Owing to the weaker luck, fewer and fewer cultivators with a high level would arise in their tribes. However, Ming wondered why Hongjun tried to absorb the luck from all the creatures in untainted land. Fortunately, Ming had his own treasures to protect him from losing luck: the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, Red Lotus of Fire, and Black Lotus of Destructions. The other cultivators were different from Ming, since maybe few of them had treasures to protect them. There were karmas among all these things. The cultivators' coming was the cause, and paying for their luck to Hongjun was the result, which was all related to fate. Since Ming had realized what happened here, he would be more cautious about Hongjun. It also seemed that Hongjun was not a very simple person. Although Ming didn't know why Hongjun tried to absorb the luck from the others, he knew that Hongjun wouldn't have a simple mindset since he had fought against the monster Liu Hu for the fated chances. Ming didn't care about the others since his luck wouldn't be lost. Ming patted his garment, stood up, and walked out. He didn't know that Hongjun was keeping his eyes on him. The jade butterfly of fate in Hongjun's hand shone splendidly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Actually, Ming had already guessed partly correct, but he was wrong about one thing. His luck was also lost a little. Because of his treasures, his loss was minimized to the least amount, so that Ming didn't notice. The karma from a sage was not easy to get rid of. Besides, all the cultivators had lost their luck, more or less. The three pristine ones had merit of creation and Baraka exquisite pagoda to protect him. The Emperor Jun and Tei of the demon tribe had the river chart and the inscription of the Luo and the Bell of Chaos to hold their luck, while Zhenyuanzi had the Book of the Nether World. In untainted land, there were plenty of powerful cultivators. The first teaching ended. No one stayed in Zixeo Palace, and all went back to untainted land. What Hongjun taught this time was not completely digested, so most of them needed to do closed-door meditation for enlightenment. The three pristine ones, who were already sages to be, made those Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the top grade very envious. One's status in untainted land depended on his real strength. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was the highest rank before, but now sages to be appeared. Nearly 20 made the breakthrough to the sage to be realm just during the teaching, not including those who were already in this realm. Sage to Bay only, a word's difference from the sage, and contained the same word. Sage was superior to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The appearance of sages to be made the latter's status lower. More than 3,000 masters who came to listen to the teaching were all proud and arrogant. Every one of them was eager to break through the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. Ming went through the chaos and then came back to Mount Buju. Seeing the majority leaving, he had a complex feeling in his heart. Such a contrast. There were just less than 10 sages to be during the first cultivation tribulation. What's more, he himself became a sage to be at the end of that tribulation by chance. Yet now, more than 10 sages to be appeared in such a short time, after Hongjun's first teaching about surname homiletics. Next time, he would teach the methods of cultivation for sages to be. It would be predicted that more sages to be would appear after Hongjun's next teaching on the way of the three separations, which would probably lead to a chaotic, untainted land. The way of the three separations needed a primordial spiritual treasure for separation, thus all the primordial spiritual treasures would be wanted. However, primordial spiritual treasures were scarce, which would surely lead to killings. The next cultivation tribulation was coming. Ming wondered how many creatures would die in this disaster. No matter how, what he should do was to improve his own strength. He still had an advantage over others, except for Hongjun, since the highest cultivation was sages to be. The status of sages to be would decrease sharply after Hongjun became the Great Way of Tian and the 6 sages appeared. Fortunately, he still had time. Ming had got new enlightenment of the 4 divine laws. It wouldn't take long before he stepped into the late stage of sage to be. At first, he planned to return to Bloodsea to do closed-door meditation, trying to make a breakthrough to the late stage of sage to be. However, just as he was leaving Mount Buju, he sensed spiritual air from the mountainside, which should be a sign of the birth of spiritual treasure. Ming wouldn't miss the chance to get one, so he hurried to go there. In the mountainside, a celestial vine was frondant, with spiritual air gathering, for its fruits gourds would be mature. Celestial vine was fantastic with 7 different color gourds, each of them having special magic power. There were already 6 gathering around the cucurbit vine, the 3 pristine ones, Goddess Enviwa, the Great One, and Hongyun. Previously, they were on their way back, but were attracted by the spiritual air that was the spiritual treasures choosing their masters on their own. No one could rob them. Suddenly, the spiritual air floated away, which was a sign of the celestial vine's fruits becoming. Layazi said, "We are original Pangu, so we should get the first 3 fruits." Goddess Envaiwa, the Great One, and Hangyan nodded and said, "Sure." Layazi took the first gourd that was later refined to a purple golden gourd, and also used it to contain elixir, which was also known as the treasure used by Silver and Gold Point recorded in Journey to the West. Yuanxi and Tongshan came up to take the second and the third ones, yet no one knew their usage. After the 3 pristine ones took the gourd, the other 3 each took a gourd. What the goddess Envaiwa took was a yellow gourd, which was refined to the demon's summoning banner to control demon tribe. By only putting a slice of a soul in it, the soul's owner would be manipulated by the banner's master. What the Great One took was a golden gourd, which was the former name of the well-known murdering immortal killing sword, Luya's magic weapon, that appeared in Creation of the Gods 5 times. It was written to have killed Bai Lei, Yu Yuan, Yuan Hong, Qiu Yin, and Dejai, famous for its fierceness. The last one to pick a gourd was Hongyan, and he took a blood-red one, the former name of the magic weapon 99 Spirit Killing Gourd, for which Hongyan was famous. It had red magic sand that could harm one's Purusa. According to the myths, after Hongyan's death, it never appeared again. The 6 stared at the last one, which was quite different from the former 6. Its size was just half as large as the 6 and was not mature. Layazi said, "It is not mature, so it must be waiting for its time. Let's leave it to the predestined man." Then he left with Yuanxi and Tongshan. Goddess Envaiwa, the Great One, and Hongyan said farewell to each other and left one by one. Before long, Ming arrived and became depressed looking at the empty celestial vine. Apparently, from the traces of the gourds, those that were picked were all mature. Yet the last black one surely had maldevelopment. Just then, the cucurbit vine began to wither. Ming was shocked and checked it carefully, finding the black gourd eating the celestial vine's vital essence. Ming immediately picked up the black gourd, then the celestial vine stopped withering. Ming waved his sleeves and took the celestial vine into his pocket together with its roots, planning to cultivate it in the map of heaven and earth and wait for other fruits. To his surprise, the celestial vine had taken a patch of primordial earth with it. Primordial earth was a good staff. It is the ancestor of all kinds of earth. It was extremely effective at cultivating spiritual roots. It was said that Goddess Envaiwa used primordial earth to create human beings. He could not tell whether it was true or false. Ming put the celestial vine and primordial earth into the map of heaven and earth. Then he watered it with 3 light holy water in order to cure its damage caused by the black gourd. After dealing with the celestial vine, Ming had time to look carefully at the black gourd. Though it was not mature, it could count as a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. It would be a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure at least, if it had been mature. However, the black gourd was almost wasted. If the cucurbit vine had enough essence to nourish it, it would have probably become a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, or better. It was a pity that the black gourd was basically the shape and could not grow anymore. Ming felt so much regret now that if he had understood earlier, he would surely have watered it with the 3 light holy water until it became mature. What a pity, though Ming had lots of treasures, the more the better, and it was also good to keep it for his apprentices. Ming sighed to himself, "I have the fortune lost in my life." Then he took Cloud to leave. Before long, 2 flashes came in front of him. He looked carefully, finding 2 Musa fans. Were they choosing me as their master? Ming's thought, he got the black gourd just now and then the Musa fans. Good fortune. Playing with the Musa fans, Ming knew their power. The 2 were both mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures, one for wind, which could blow someone away to 84,000 lees, another for rain, which could resist the most yang fire. Ming frowned and thought, could they be the Musa fans of Princess Iron Fan in Journey to the West? How could they find him? It's unreasonable. After thinking for a while, Ming got a sudden idea. Princess Iron Fan in Journey to the West, also called Luo Sha in Vy, is a rare beauty. Does she have any relationship with the late Urshura tribe? Otherwise, the Musa fans won't find him. Never mind. Since he could not figure it out, he would let it go. What precious spiritual treasures. Why not keep them? Putting away the Musa fans, Ming went straight to the Blood Sea without stopping. The 3 pristine ones and some others had made a breakthrough to the Sage to be realm, which put pressure on him. It would be a shame if he lagged behind those who were not sages. He must work hard. As soon as he returned to Shingling Island in the Blood Sea, he started his closed-door meditation directly, leaving Li Yuer and Chixuan alone. The 2 were confused about Ming's behavior. However, since Ming had already shut the door, they decided to let go their curiosity about the Zixao Palace and waited for Ming to come out. In his closed-door meditation, Ming tried to comprehend what he learned from the Zixao Palace teaching. The magical Tao Mirror had recorded the law of 3,000 divine law seeds on the way of Great Way, yet it was better not to bite off more than one could chew. At present, Ming had mastered 4 divine laws, and any more would just encumber his cultivation. Lots of masters went back to do meditation just as Ming had done. Yet there were others who were not in a hurry, like Emperor Jun and the Great One. They went to their headquarters in untainted land instead of directly returning to the solar star. Hundreds of masters had also attended the Zixao Palace teaching together with Emperor Jun and the Great One. Among them were notably the 10 sacred demons who were the most powerful. They were Jai Meng, Yingzhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Zhu Ying, Shang Yang, Bai Zi, Qin Yuan, Xiai Tai, and Gui Qi. These 10 demons had the highest cultivation, second to Emperor Jun and the Great One. All had reached Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Peak after the teaching, and Emperor Jun and the Great One made great progress and achieved the early stage of Sage to Be, which gained them high prestige among other demons. In the past, though, the demon tribe regarded Emperor Jun and the Great One as the demon emperor and royal demon, for they had powerful treasures and were on par with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, but in actual fact, most of them just pretended to obey their orders. After all, they were just Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. While it seemed the demon tribe was united, the truth was they were in a state of disunity. Besides large numbers of demon tribes gathering around their headquarters, there were more demon tribes living scattered far and near. Unlike them, the Wu tribes lived like a circle spreading out, centered by the Hall of Pangu, which overwhelmed the demon tribes. However, it was different now as both Emperor Jun and the Great One made a breakthrough to Sage to Be cultivation. Moreover, both of them were changed from the three-legged golden crows and were quite familiar with the law of fire. It was these two divine laws that they relied on to break through from the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to Sage to Be during the teachings. In addition, Emperor Jun, as the demon emperor of the demon tribe, also knew the law of sovereignty. When he made progress on mastering the law of fire, his enlightenment on the law of sovereignty also reached the early stage of Sage to Be. What's more, the two laws complemented each other, which was a power to be reckoned with. Emperor Jun and the Great One could only be considered as the real emperors of the demon tribe now. Emperor Jun planned to take this opportunity to unify the demon tribe in order to form a formidable force on par with the Wu tribe. The number of demons in the demon tribe was more than 10 times that of the Wu tribe, but many were just minions. In terms of combat power, the former had less than the latter. Moreover, many demons did not join in their cause, such as Fuxi, Godness Envaiwa, and Peng Kun of the northern underworld. If they joined, the demon tribe's strength would have definitely increased. In the demon tribe's headquarters, Emperor Jun and the Great One gathered the 10 sacred demons and all the demon tribe's tribe chiefs in order to discuss the plan for their future development. Emperor Jun easily gained the upper hand through the breakthrough of law of sovereignty and reaching the Sage to Be realm. Emperor Jun was quite satisfied looking at the demons sitting before him. With the pressure from his Sage to Be aura, primordial power of law of sovereignty, and together with help from the Great One, the demons were willing to pledge their allegiance and acknowledge him. Having achieved the expected effect, he relaxed, and the demons beneath him also felt at ease. Emperor Jun said, "All of you are elites of our demon tribe. I call you here to discuss the great plan for our development. Though we have hundreds of billions of a population, our overall strength is weak, as we are scattered everywhere and many masters have not joined us yet. Unlike us, the Wu tribe are headed by the 12 ancestors of sorcery while invading our territory bit by bit. In the long run, we will be in danger of extinction of our entire tribe." Hearing this, all of them became really grim, with the exception of the Great One, who seemed to not care. Unlike Emperor Jun, who mastered the law of sovereignty that could also be refined by ruling the whole demon tribe, the Great One was focused on the law of fire and was fond of battles instead of politics. In his opinion, his older brother Emperor Jun was always right. The atmosphere was a little heavy, so Emperor Jun said, "But there's a solution." Hearing that, someone asked immediately, "Your Majesty, do you have any ideas?" Emperor Jun said, "Firstly, sacred demons that have attained enlightenment from the teaching in Zixao Palace, I hope you can share your enlightenment with others. Currently, cultivation exercises that our tribe uses to cultivate were originally from the enlightenment tablets. It was very limited and was evolved by our ancestors to become what it is now. Nevertheless, what Hongjun taught this time helps us to complete our cultivation methods. With a completed cultivation exercise, we will be able to nurture master cultivators, thus eliminating the gap between us and the Wu tribe. The sacred demons thought it was reasonable, as their cultivation methods were truly too messy, and many tribes only had cultivation methods till the Golden Immortal Realm. If anyone managed to cultivate till the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, the strength of the demon tribe would surely increase day by day. Seeing that all agreed on his first suggestion, Emperor Jun continued to say, "Secondly, we are all scattered, unlike the Wu tribe who lives as a group. I hope all of you could cast aside your prejudice and look at the big picture. Thus we can form a united front to be able to beat the Wu tribe." Jai Meng cut in, "Your Majesty, your suggestion is great, but I wonder how all of us can live together, as we are a huge population." What he pointed out was the main point. No wonder that he was regarded as the wise man of the demon tribe. Emperor Jun frowned as Jai Meng had a point. The Wu tribe occupied nearly half of the eastern untainted land, yet it was impossible for them to find a place where hundreds of billions of the demon tribe could live, so they could only give up. Suddenly, a mysterious sign appeared around Mount Buju, and the heaven and earth trembled, releasing a fresh scent in the air, and a channel to heaven appeared. Emperor Jun, the Great One, and other sacred demons sensed it immediately and felt a throb in their state of mind. Apparently, this was meant for them. Meanwhile, the mysterious sign from Mount Buju also caught others' attention, yet they knew this was not destined for them, so they ignored it. Even Minghe was startled, yet he continued his closed-door meditation after a glance in the direction of Mount Buju. Emperor Jun, the Great One, and other sacred demons hurried to the top of Mount Buju at once and saw the channel to heaven and flew directly into it. On the other end of the channel, they felt as if they had arrived at another world. A huge door appeared in front of them, with 3 Taoism characters, which meant Southern Gate, on it. They walked through the Southern Gate and were awed by the scenery in front of them, palaces surrounded by an immortal aura, the air full of blessings, and red clouds with golden light shining through. There were also silk clothes, lotus hats, jade hairpins, pearl shoes with purple ribbons and gold prints. They became aware that they were in the heavenly court, which was divided into 36 floors, vast and wide. They walked all the way till the 36th heaven, which was the most honorable place, called the Divine Wind Palace. The Divine Wind Palace was even more magnificent, with gold nails in the jade pillars and a colorful dancing phoenix on the red door. The corridors were made with exquisite architecture, with many eaves on the building designed with dragons and phoenixes which seemed alive. There was also a bright purple-gold, rounded gourd top. How extravagant! Emperor Jun was ecstatic about the appearance of the heavenly court and exclaimed, "Haha, we are blessed by the gods. Such a precious gem should be ours. This place is full of spiritual air and the power of the stars. It's the best place for us to cultivate. Listen, all of you, go back instantly and call all our tribesmen to move to the heavenly court. This will be our new headquarter from now on." All the sacred demons were elated, as they now had the heavenly court as their foundation. Their strength would surely increase rapidly. Those weak demons needed not be afraid of being killed and eaten by the Wu tribe any longer. Upon receiving Emperor Jun's order, they hurried back to untainted land and began their relocation process. Demon tribe was unable to escape attention in untainted land after causing such a huge commotion by moving to heavenly court, especially from their nemesis, Wu tribe. The minute demon tribe made their move, the 12 ancestors of sorcery was once again gathered in Hall of Pangu to come up with a solution. The eldest brother, Emperor Jiang, spoke first. "What do you all think of demon tribe's move to heavenly court?" The brainless Zhu Rong said, "The old hag's Emperor Jun and the Great One must be scared of our Wu tribe, or else they wouldn't have ran away." Everyone chose to ignore Zhu Rong's words. After some thought, Zhu Jigen said, "Brother, I think their move has its pro and cons. The pro is that if demon tribe moves to heavenly court, our tribe can dominate the entire untainted land. We can then develop and grow stronger." The ancestors of sorcery agreed with his words, but their expressions became grim when they heard Zhu Jigen continue. When demon tribe gathers in the heavenly court, their powers will be consolidated. With Emperor Jun's abilities, it won't take long to integrate demon tribe. What's more, the spiritual air in heavenly court is no less than an untainted land. Demon tribe will definitely get much stronger. Emperor Jiang said, "Do you have solutions, second brother?" Zhu Jian answered, "We should take advantage of demon tribe's move and capture their territory immediately. We should leave some of their tribe members alive as a way to hurt their spirit. Besides, it's also a good chance to put our tribe to practice. We should cultivate our tribesmen with leadership potential and strengthen our fighting capacity." With Zhu Jian's plan for countermeasure, 12 ancestors of sorcery all made their preparations to act. The army of Wu tribe was aimed at demon tribe. Wherever they went, victory belonged to them. Emperor Jun and the Great One were caught off guard, having not expected Wu tribe to launch an attack at this time. They were distracted by their happiness of obtaining heavenly court that it was too late for them to even rescue their tribesmen. Several years later, the number of demon tribesmen who made it to heavenly court did not even make up 100 billion. There were tens of billions of demon tribe who were trapped in untainted land by Wu tribe. Many more sacred demons died fighting Wu tribe. Emperor Jun naturally took great offense with this outcome, but as the leader of demon tribe, Emperor Jun would not be impulsive. The strength of his tribe was now not enough to have an outright war with Wu tribe. They could only swallow this humiliation, concentrate on their recovery, and wait for their tribe to expand their strength before battling Wu tribe. Emperor Jun and the sacred demons were gathered in the Peak Palace. The Great One was missing as he had devoted all his attention on his cultivation and completely had no mind to participate in state affairs. Emperor Jun looked at the demoralized sacred demons and said, "I know you're all distressed by our loss this time, but you have to look at it from a long-term perspective. Our demon tribe has found a good foundation. It's a good thing. We just have to rest for thousands of years and we'll be able to surpass our strength now. Jai Meng said, Your Majesty is right. Our demon tribe has now taken over Heavenly Court and has the heaven as our backing. With Heavenly Court as our foundation, we can justify the name of our tribe and declare our dominance in untainted land. Emperor Jun nodded. Their tribe was declared demon tribe by themselves, and they were not recognized by those in untainted land or the way of heaven. If they build up their tribe, they could gather all the luck belonging to demon tribe, allowing their tribe to develop even more rapidly. Then it would not take long for them to possess the strength to fight Wu tribe. Jai Meng's words alerted Emperor Jun, and he took immediate action to pray to the deities. The tribesmen who resided in Heavenly Court were all called. He summoned even the Great One out of his closed-door meditation. It would not look proper if the royal demon, the Great One, was absent at such a huge event. When everything was prepared, Emperor Jun lit the incense and prayed. The way of demon, our demon tribe has emerged to meet our historic destiny. With Heavenly Court as our foundation and bell of chaos, the river chart, and the inscription of the Luo to suppress luck, we established demon tribe. We pray that the way of heaven allow our existence. Emperor Jun kowtowed 3 times. Demon tribe stand. The minute Emperor Jun's prayers ended, auspicious clouds sprouted all over Heavenly Court, with sky lotuses blossoming everywhere. The lotuses comprised the way of heaven and merit. Half of them belonged to Emperor Jun, and the Great 130 went to the sacred demons that attended the ceremony. The remaining were scattered among the tribesmen from Heavenly Court. The cultivation of Emperor Jun and the Great One instantly heightened after receiving merit and helped them consolidate the early stage of sage to be realm. It saved them from spending thousands of years of difficult cultivation. Other than consolidating the realm, the rest of the merit was not enough for them to enter the secondary stage of sage to be, but it was enough for future use. The sacred demons that gained merit also experience increased cultivations, especially the 10 sacred demon like Jai Meng. In the first place, they were already in end stages of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and 1 step away from the realm of Sage to be. With the merit of forming their tribe, their cultivation surged and they successfully entered the Sage to be realm. The commotion in Demon Tribe, especially Emperor Jun's loud cry at the prayers, resounded throughout untainted land. To the creatures of the land, it reminded them of the establishment of the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan. With the formation of Demon Tribe, Wu Tribe naturally did not fall behind. Outside the Hall of Pangu, 12 ancestors of sorcery prayed to the deities. The way of Tao above, please look after us. Our Wu tribe are gathered here today with untainted land as our foundation and Hall of Pangu suppressing luck. Wu tribe stand. The way of heaven once again rained down merit, raising the cultivations of 12 ancestors of sorcery. Although they did not practice their purusa, their flesh cultivations were no less than sage to be. Moreover, Wu tribe only respected Pangu and could not care less about the way of heaven, so they only prayed to the way of Tao. Creatures of untainted land were surprised with the establishment of sorcerer and demon tribes one after another. Just by forming their tribes, they were able to gain such great merit. It was obvious that both tribes would be favored with long-lasting luck in the future. It was less than the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan when they were formed, perhaps even beyond them. After the formation of their tribes, their luck surged. Luck was the root of each tribe. The stronger their luck was, the more talented people there were. Their cultivations would also be more successful. Sorcerer and demon tribes seemed to have reached an agreement. With the heaven and earth as their boundaries, demon tribe controlled heaven while Wu tribe controlled earth. There were not many conflicts between them at the moment. Nearly 3,000 years later, Ming He had finally ended his closed-door meditation. His cultivation got a successful breakthrough. It was not his flesh cultivation that made it to the late stage of sage to be, but also his purusa. After all, good things come in pairs, but Ming He had clearly found his shortcomings in his cultivation. In his closed-door meditation, he only understood half of the law of blood and law of killing among the 4 divine law. As for the law of spiritual beings and the law of heaven and earth, he completely had no time for them. It seemed like it was necessary to separate his being. However, the second preaching of ancestor Hong Jun was imminent. The way of the 3 separations was within reach. After the separation, he would be able to double his speed of learning the divine law. When that time comes, Ming He's strength would definitely increase substantially. After ending his closed-door meditation, Ming He summoned Liu and Kai Xuan and taught them the way of Zenith Heaven. They had been stuck in primordial unity golden immortal for 1,000 years. With their strong foundation, they were only 1 step away from reaching Zenith Heaven. With Ming He's preaching, to reach that stage was only a matter of course for them. After only 3 months of preaching, Liu and Kai Xuan gained the breakthrough to Zenith Heaven stage one by one. Seeing their success, Ming He made them do closed-door meditation to consolidate their realms. It was also time for ancestor Hong Jun's second preaching. Ming He ought to prepare well. This time he was especially excited for the way of the 3 separations. Most from Zixio Palace came to finish like Ming He one after another. If missing the teaching by ancestor Hong Jun, it was not worthy. It was just surname homiletics last time. The whole people didn't harvest too much, but now sage to be was the most necessary thing for getting realm of zenith heaven golden immortal. A few years later, a crisp ring resounded through untainted land, followed by Hongjun's voice. The time has come. Zixeo Palace is open. Those who are fated are welcome to sit in on my preaching. Countless figures soon flew there, worried they might miss the beginning of the lesson. Ming headed straight to the peak of Mount Buju after leaving Blood Sea. He did not take long to pass through the chaos and arrive at the gate of Zixeo Palace. Observing the cultivators who were already at Zixeo Palace, Ming found that it was the same group of people who came the last time. There were no new faces at all. Shortly, all who were interested in the preaching were gathered. There were exactly 3,000 cultivators, not one person more or less. There were actually more who meant to come, but it was the same 3,000 of them who found Zixeo Palace. Perhaps this was what Hongjun meant by fated people. The unlucky ones missed it the first time, but truly had no fate with Hongjun the second time. Ming sat at a corner, observing those who came to listen to the teachings. Except the three pristine ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jiyin and Junti, there were surprisingly 20 to 30 cultivators who were at the realm of sage to be. Among them were people who would be famous in untainted land in the future, such as Emperor Jun, the Great One, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, Kun Peng, and so on. There are also people whose background he could not guess, but was sure they were not ordinary. In the palace, ancestor Hongjun quietly appeared on a small stage above the ground. It made him look much more mysterious and ancient, almost blending into the palace. Even though he did not exert pressure on his audience, everyone got a sense of irresistible pressure. Ming found Hongjun much more impressive than the last time he saw him. By right, sages could never quickly improve their cultivations. Have a seat. I'll begin my preaching today. When he saw everyone had arrived in the palace, Hongjun started his teachings. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal, the name that can be named is not the eternal name, the nameless is the origin of heaven and earth, the named is the mother of myriad things. Thus, constantly free of desire, one observes its wonders. Constantly filled with desire, one observes its manifestations, the two emerge together. But differ in name, the unity is said to be the mystery of mysteries that is the door to all wonders. The wise student hears of the Tao and practices it diligent. The average student hears of the Tao and gives it thought now and again. The foolish student hears of the Tao and laughs aloud. If there are no laughter, the Tao would not be what it is. The reasons have expressed themselves. Hence it is said, the bright path seems dim, going forward seems like retreat, the easy way seems hard, the highest virtue seems empty, great purity seems sullied, a wealth of virtue seems inadequate, the strength of virtue seems frail, real virtue seems unreal, the perfect square has no corners, great talents ripen late, the highest notes are hard to hear, the greatest form has no shape, the Tao is hidden and without name, it alone nourishes and brings everything to fulfillment. Three separations are ghosts that walk invisible in the human world, feeding on oblations. If a person has a premature death, his corpse will most definitely be a ghost that will parade self-indulgently and oppress the living. On a day each month, they will report the sins of people to the heaven, and the God will punish the guilty humans according to their mistakes. Of the three separations, one is called Chingu, who will cut one's eyes and killing the light within, wrinkle one's face and rot in their teeth. Another one is Baigu, who will depress people and eliminate all their hopes for life. Therefore, humans should always first keep inner peace and drink elixirs to help them become immortals, ridding them of the three separations. 3,000 years imperceptibly passed during the teachings. Later, Hongjun stopped and said, after the creation of heaven and earth, I gained a great tool from God to help me reach the way of Tao. The only thing requested of me was to preach 3 times to help more people reach the way of Tao. I need only another lesson to accomplish my duty. The next lesson will be held tens of thousands years from now on. If you have any questions now, I can give you the answers. Leiazi stood up and asked, Teacher, is there a way to reach the way of Tao? The others soon fixed their eyes on Hongjun, wanting to know the answer. It was well known that people who wanted to reach the way of Tao all aimed to be immortal, something not even Sage to Bess and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals can do. Only the sages could be immortal. Hongjun paused briefly before giving his answer. There are in fact many ways for you to reach the way of Tao. Every one of them can also help you realize the mixed nascent core. As far as I'm concerned, 3 ways will be enough for you to reach the way of Tao and be immortal. One is to reach it through your own cultivation and supernatural power. Another one is to release your 3 separations, which include your kindness, evil, and arrogance, and reach the way of Tao. The last choice is to accumulate merits by doing kind deeds in your life. Hongjun's answers fascinated everyone present, but their reaction was normal, as there were so many ways to reach the way of Tao and gain the divine law. But enlightenment was required, and the divine law was pretty difficult to decipher. Sage to Bess would find it much more difficult to understand the Tao of divine law. The reason why Ming could predict the Tao of Divine Law at such a high speed was his use of the magical Tao mirror. But unlike Ming, not everyone has a magical Tao mirror. Countless cultivators stepped into Sage to be realm after the last lesson 3,000 years ago. In other words, even though they could make progress, the effect would not be that optimistic, for the Tao of Divine Law would only become more difficult to understand. Now that Hangjun had given them 3 ways to reach the way of Tao, they were naturally excited. No one even considered the first way. To reach the way of Tao through the accumulation of power was just seeking a death sentence. Not even the great divine Pangu succeeded and ultimately perished. They were not so arrogant to think they could surpass him. The second and third ways were much simpler. After Layazi received his answer, the primeval Lord of Heaven hurriedly asked his question. Teacher, what exactly is the 3 separations? Since the first way to reach the way of Tao was impossible for him, the primeval Lord of Heaven decided to be a sage through the way of the 3 separations. Hangjun explained, the 3 separations exist inside human bodies. One of them is called Pengju, responsible for monitoring humans' upper jiao. The second one is Pengzan, supervising people's middle jiao. The third one is Pengjiao, managing humans' lower jiao. Pengju is in the head, Pengzan in the back, and Pengjiao in the spine. They record sins and report them to the heaven at a specific time each month. Furthermore, there are also 9 undead insects existing in humans' bodies, stopping the flow of their blood. Moreover, the 9 undead insects all have names. The first 5 of them are called Fugu, Longgu, Baigu, Rugu, and Kaigu respectively. Next 4 are Jigu, Feigu, Weigu, and Qianggu. The 3 separations and 9 undead insects both occupy important acupoints in the body. Sometimes they will give you lewd dreams and then let you have a nocturnal emission, consuming your energy to reach the way of Tao. However, one needs a primordial item to displace his kindness and evilness when ridding the 3 separations from his body. One's cultivation level will also be influenced by the primordial item. The item should be selected carefully. Hangjun then waved his hands to his audience. The lesson today is over. You may now leave. He disappeared into thin air once he finished his sentence. The audience left Zixeo Palace after bowing to the place where Hangjun once stood, as a way of showing their gratitude. On their way back, everyone included Minghe was discussing the way of the 3 separations. It turned out that way of the 3 separations was be the best chance for them to reach the way of Tao. They had all subconsciously decided to store their kindness and evilness in primordial spiritual treasures after they driving the 3 separations out. Those people now knew that the primordial item they chose would influence their cultivation after eliminating the 3 separations in them. So it occurred to them to use primordial spiritual treasures. It seemed that a battle for primordial spiritual treasures was inevitable. Although there were plenty of primordial spiritual treasures in Untainted Land, they were not enough for 3,000 of them. Moreover, Hangjun now owned a part of these primordial spiritual treasures, so bloody battles would surely occur in the next tens of thousands of years when more primordial spiritual treasures showed up. It was really a question of whether all of 3,000 of them would be able to listen to the 3rd lesson alive. Ming had directly returned to Bloodsea after passing through the chaos and arrived at Untainted Land. The reason why he returned in haste was not because he was afraid of others asking him for primordial spiritual treasures. It was because he felt the best time for him to eliminate the 3 separations was coming, so he needed a quiet place for him to cultivate. After Ming's returned, he began cultivating at Sacred Island. Liu and Chixuan did not disturb him, seeing him in a rush. During the cultivation, Ming had called up all of his spiritual treasures. In a moment, the glow from all his treasures lit up the entire island. 2 top-grade primordial supreme treasures, Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and God-Killing Spear. 6 primordial spiritual treasures, Red Lotus of Fire, Black Lotus of Destruction, Chunyun Water Control Flag, Wuji Apricot Flag, Book of Life and Death and the Judge Pen. 6 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, Yuntu Sword, Abai Sword, Ruler of Heaven and Earth, and 3 9th-grade Green Lotuses of Fate. 5 mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures, Seal of Mountain Repressing, and 4 6th-grade Red Lotuses of Fire. 8 low-grade primordial spiritual treasures, 1 black gourd, and 7 3rd-grade Red Lotuses of Fire. Aside from using the primordial spiritual treasures, the primordial objects also could be used for separation. Minghe also had some precious primordial things. The gourd celestial vine that he'd just gotten in primordial earth, a highest-grade primordial spiritual roots yellow plum tree, a top-grade primordial spiritual roots enlightenment fruit tree, and a mid-grade spiritual roots tea tree. The final object was Zixeo Thunder, which had brought him here. The higher-level primordial objects were the yellow plum tree and Zixeo Thunder, but these 2 things were not suitable for separation to Ming. He was not an incarnation of primordial spiritual roots, nor did he have the divine law of thunder enlightenment. He would only get into trouble by using these 2 things for separation. As for the rest, Ming could only choose to use primordial spiritual treasures for separation, as he felt reluctant to use the primordial supreme treasures. By using the primordial spiritual treasures, which contained kindness, evil, and obsession to kill separations, the treasures would be the body of 3 separations. And to restore the consumed spiritual treasure's energy during the separations, it would need a long time of nurturing or the cultivation breakthrough of the 3 separations. Ming only had 2 primordial supreme treasures. The cauldron of heaven and earth must be kept to put down luck, and also it could reverse post-celestial to primordial. He was unwilling to use it for separation. The god-killing spear was also the best one for killing. With the law of killing, the power would enhance greatly. Using it for separation would be like putting a giant fish in a small pond. And after meeting the 3 separations of Hongjun, Ming knew that there was no way to realize Tao using the 3 separations. Although Hongjun hadn't said that when he was teaching, according to the way of the 3 separations told by Hongjun and the magical Tao prediction mirror, Ming had proven his assumption from many years ago. Now because the 3 separations couldn't be unified, Ming He must maximize the benefits of separation. After separation, the 3 separations would need magic weapons to protect themselves. Ming had 2 primordial supreme treasures to protect himself, the god-killing spear and the cauldron of heaven and earth. Ming also had to take the other 3 separations into consideration. His cultivation was already in the late stage of sage to be. Both the good separation and the evil separation could already be killed. His 3-flower purusa vibrated excessively, so it wouldn't be easy to just kill a separation. Even though it was not enough, with his solid foundation, he could kill the good separation and evil separation by good. After thinking for a long time, Ming's finally decided to use primordial spiritual treasures to settle the good and evil spirits. Firstly, the primordial spiritual treasure map of heaven and earth which he'd looted from the ancestor of heaven and earth flew out. It contained the world of heaven and earth, combined with the law of heaven and earth that Ming had attained. The separation killed by the map of heaven and earth would enlighten the law of heaven and earth more quickly. Above Ming's head, the cloud of blessings appeared. As the 3 flowers swayed, the map of heaven and earth flew into one of the 3 flowers, the flower of people. Then Ming shouted, "Kill." A Taoist dressed in a blue robe jumped out from the flower of people and landed in front of Ming. He looked like Ming. He was surrounded by fresh air and flickering vital force. It seemed that he was a part of the heaven and earth. The Taoist bowed to Ming and said, "I am the Taoist of heaven and earth." Looking at him, Ming didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. The way of the 3 separations was indeed astonishing. Although the person in front of him was himself and had the same thoughts as him, he had a different personality, which was quite weird. Ming laughed, "You and I are the same, so you don't need to do that." The Taoist of heaven and earth also laughed, "I am you, but you are not me." Surprised, Ming stared at the Taoist of heaven and earth, and then he nodded his head. The Taoist of heaven and earth then turned into a cyan blaze and morphed into the flower of people to cultivate. The Taoist of heaven and earth was the good separation Ming had killed with the primordial spiritual treasure map of heaven and earth. He had inherited Ming's comprehension of the law of heaven and earth, so he had already achieved the late stage of sage to be cultivation when born and already had 60% of Ming's attack power before Ming had killed the separation. And it would be even stronger when the map of heaven and earth recovered from the injury of killing the separation. Even though the body of the Taoist of heaven and earth good separation was the map of heaven and earth, with the perfect defense, the foundation of the good separation was likely to be severely damaged when defending with his original body. Therefore, Ming prepared 2 spiritual treasures for him, the ruler of heaven and earth and the Wuji apricot flag, which were used for attack and defense. Combined with the law of heaven and earth, the Taoist of heaven and earth would have no opponents among sages to be. As for the evil separation, Ming had decided to kill it with the red lotus of fire as its foundation. However, it was not the 12th grade red lotus of fire, but the red lotus of fire combined with 3 9th grade green lotuses of fate and the 12th grade black lotus of destruction. It was a big job. Ming's called the cauldron of heaven and earth, putting the 3 9th grade green lotuses of fate and the 12th grade black lotus of destruction into it. He used the power of infinity to power the cauldron of heaven and earth to refine the lotuses, which would make them return to Genesis. As the time passed by, the lotuses slowly withered, and finally became 2 origins of cyan and black. The cyan origin was the Tao of Fate represented by the green lotus of Fate. The black origin was the Tao of Destruction represented by black lotus of Destruction. It took 3,000 years to return to Genesis. Within this period, Ming used the blood river formation to seal the blood sea thoroughly, in case the mysterious sign surprised the others. The primordial spiritual treasure was extremely precious not only for its various functions, but also for the untainted land luck inside it. When the primordial spiritual treasure was destroyed, a mysterious sign would appear. The stronger the primordial spiritual treasure was, the more significant and broad the mysterious sign that emerged would be. 3 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures and a primordial spiritual treasure were destroyed at the same time. The whole blood sea was turbulent, and the sound of sorrow echoed above the sea. If Ming hadn't prepared sufficiently earlier, the entire untainted land would have definitely been attracted. And if they knew that Ming was destroying 4 primordial spiritual treasures, they would probably be exasperated. On the one hand, they wanted the primordial spiritual treasure but couldn't get it, and on the other hand, Ming was destroying it. After returning to Genesis, Ming took out 2 round origins from the cauldron of heaven and earth and summoned the red lotus of fire. Once the red lotus of fire showed up, it had some reactions to them, and Ming could clearly feel that the red lotus of fire couldn't wait to swallow them. And this was what Ming wanted. He had been afraid that the red lotus of fire would show no reactions, and that he had just wasted 4 primordial spiritual treasures. As he released the red lotus of fire, the red lotus of fire immediately flew to the 2 round origins and devoured them. After devouring the 2 round origins, the red lotus of fire swelled considerably. In addition to the blood red, the lotus plate had 4 extra halos, 2 cyan and 2 black. Slowly they fused, and the red lotus of fire slowly turned from blood red to amaranth, and its petals increased. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Finally, it became a lotus with 21 petals. When the lotus opened, the heaven and earth above the blood sea sounded, playing a joyful song as if it was celebrating the birth of the lotus. Ming was extremely excited when he looked at the 21st grade red lotus of fire. A 21st grade red lotus of fire was a mid-grade primordial supreme treasure and had 3 magical powers from the red lotus of fire: the power of fate, the power of destruction, and the power of attack and defense. The lotus was a deep amaranth color. Even the flame from the red lotus was tinged purple. Touching the new red lotus of fire, Ming felt a little bit reluctant to use it for separation, but he knew what he should do. Controlling the red lotus of fire as it flew into one of the 3 flowers, the flower of earth, Ming concentrated on his evil thoughts and shouted, "Kill." A Taoist dressed in a red robe jumped out from the flower of earth. Wearing a red robe with an auspicious purple cloud on it, he had long amaranthan hair. His vital force, neither good nor evil, gave him an aura of mystery. "I am the red lotus Taoist," he said. Ming nodded his head. Just as the Taoist of heaven and earth before him, the red lotus Taoist then returned to the flower of earth. The evil separation was indeed a bit strange. With 3 kinds of origin powers and the law of killing given by Ming, his cultivation had reached the peak level of sage to be when he was born, which was higher than Ming himself. But in terms of attack power, Ming was superior to him, as his cultivation had already been in the late stage of sage to be before he'd killed the good separation. After killing the good separation, his power increased 20%, and after killing the evil separation, his power was increased by almost 30%. Before, Ming had already had a vigorous supernatural power, and now it had nearly doubled, which was more than an average late-stage sage to be could achieve. The Red Lotus Taoist's ability in defense was already pretty excellent with his Red Lotus of Fire. Different from the map of Heaven and Earth used by the Heaven and Earth Taoist, the Red Lotus of Fire defended the attack, while the map of Heaven and Earth preferred to absorb the attack and then weaken it. The problem with the map of Heaven and Earth's way was that it would be easily destroyed if the attack was too powerful, so Ming chose to give the Yuntu sword and the Abai sword to the Red Lotus Taoist eventually. After driving the good separation and the evil separation out of his body, Ming's capacity was greatly improved. As the third teaching would be held tens of thousands of years later, Ming had decided to further cultivate himself in a quiet place. What's more, his law of heaven and earth and law of spiritual beings were still at the secondary stage of sage to be, so it was a good chance for him to improve them with the assistance of the good separation and the evil separation which were driven out of his body. As time and tide waited for no man, Ming needed to be strong enough to protect himself among sages who would be appointed by Hongjun and created by goddess Envaiwa tens of thousands of years later. Since the way of the three separations had gone public, the untainted land was badly influenced. Any information about primordial spiritual treasures would cause bloody battles, for few figures among those 3,000 who had listened to the second teaching possessed primordial spiritual treasures. However, primordial spiritual treasures played a pretty significant role in driving separations out of one's body. If one could not obtain primordial spiritual treasures, other elemental objects could also affect one's cultivation. They might be not as effective, however. People could still make breakthroughs in the Sage to be realm by using them. Some Zenith Heaven golden immortals, who did not have primordial spiritual treasures, would choose other primordial things to drive separations out of their bodies. Gradually, they found that even the low-grade primordial spiritual treasures could help one reach the sage to be secondary stage, while other elemental objects could only assist people to reach the sage to be early stage. Furthermore, the quality of separations driven by common primordial things was pretty bad. Some of them only reached the primordial unity golden immortality realm. To be honest, there was a large gap between the sage to be early stage and the secondary stage, and it was quite difficult for people to further improve their cultivations once they entered into the sage to be stage. What's more, the tool one used to drive the three separations out of oneself would further influence the quality of separations. Therefore, primordial spiritual treasures became more precious than ever before. Since everyone had noticed the significance of primordial spiritual treasures, all figures, ranging from zenith heaven golden immortals to sages began to irrationally steal primordial spiritual treasures. That meant that one who owned a primordial spiritual treasure would never get a sense of happiness. On the contrary, the primordial spiritual treasure might bring him bad luck. To kill for treasures was a pretty common thing, let alone to battle for improving one's cultivation. Meanwhile, important figures of the demon tribe were gathering together at the Divine Wind Palace in the Heavenly Court. The demon emperor, Jun, and the royal demon, Donghuangtei, were sitting in front of others. Their status in this tribe were the highest. It was obvious that both of them had become much more powerful than before. If Ming had been present, he would have known easily that both of them had already driven the three separations out of their bodies. Just like Ming, both Emperor Jun and the Great One had begun to cultivate themselves after hearing that the way of the three separations to reach the way of Tao could help them become immortal. With the merits left over from the previous tribe formation and countless treasures in their tribe, they too drove good separations out of their bodies successfully. However, because they knew that driving the three separations out of their bodies would surely hurt the treasures used in the process, they eventually chose the top-grade primordial spiritual treasures to hold their kindness rather than the river chart and the inscription of the Luo and Bell of Chaos. Once they'd driven the good separation out, their cultivation levels were soon improved. What's more, to drive separations out had never been easy. As for Jai Meng and other great figures of the demon tribe, although they were also in the sage to be early stage realm and indeed owned primordial spiritual treasures, they could still not drive the good separation out. That was to say, to drive separations out also needed luck. Presently, Emperor Jun was sitting upon a chair carved with dragons, displaying his authority at the center of the court. Meanwhile, the Great One was sitting right behind him. Although the Great One's expression was not as serious as Emperor Jun, he still gave the sacred demons a sense of pressure, for he had primordial supreme treasures and the Bell of Chaos, which made him appear superior to Emperor Jun. The reason Emperor Jun had gathered the sacred demons together here was to finish the rest of his speech from when they moved to this heavenly court. At that time, Emperor Jun had only presented 2 of his goals in his speech to the public, and the rest of his ideas were left waiting to be expressed as he had been too busy with his tasks. However, both Emperor Jun and the Great One had reached the sage to be secondary stage, so it was time for them to put forward all of their goals they'd set for the tribe in order to unite everyone together. Everybody, today I call you here to put forward the third point about our tribe's development. I did not mention this before when our tribe was just built. After hearing Emperor Jun's words, it occurred to the sacred demons that Emperor Jun had not finished his speech last time due to other responsibilities, like moving the whole tribe to another place. In the meantime, no one had realized that Emperor Jun still had plans for their tribe's development. Jai Meng then asked, "Your Grace, do you want to allow other great figures and individual cultivators to join our demon tribe?" After hearing Jai Meng's question, Emperor Jun looked at him with admiration. The content of his question was what Emperor Jun had just been thinking about. Emperor Jun nodded his head. "That's right. We, the demon tribe, have occupied this heavenly court for a long time. We have already become much stronger than before with you, Jai Meng and the other 10 sacred demons who are at the sage to be early stage. In addition, both I and the Great One have reached the sage to be secondary stage after driving the good separation, so it's time for us to add some new blood to our tribe." Fei Lion was a brash man, and he was not good at considering things from different aspects, much like Zhirong, the ancestor of sorcery. Hearing Fei Lion's advice, Jai Meng immediately opposed him. "Your Grace, I don't think Fei Lion's advice is reasonable, for we, the demon tribe, have just settled. I'm afraid that we cannot conquer all the other figures and individual cultivators at once. If we fail, we will create many enemies." Hearing Jai Meng disagree with him, Fei Lion glanced at him angrily and then back to the crowd, even though he thought Jai Meng's words were reasonable to some degree. In the meantime, Emperor Jun agreed with Jai Meng. Although the demon tribe had many sage-to-be figures, Fei Lion's way would surely bring them a lot of trouble. Emperor Jun then asked Jai Meng, "What's your opinion?" Jai Meng did not reply. Then, after thinking for a while, he said, "Figures like Goddess Envaiwa, Fuxi, Kunpeng in the northern underworld, and the Thunder God in the Thunder Blessing are all at the sage to be level. I'm afraid that if you persuade them to join us, it will cost you something." Emperor Jun continued asking, "What's the cost?" For the demon tribe's sake, Emperor Jun was willing to make a sacrifice. After seeing Emperor Jun's attitude, Jai Meng hesitated for a short while before replying. Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa in Mount Buju were already in the sage-to-be realm at the second teaching in Zixeo Palace. Both of them have no tribes, so they will surely join us if you give them high status in our tribe just like the Great One. After hearing Jai Meng's advice, the other sacred demons felt pretty unhappy, for another two important and powerful figures would show up in their tribe. That was to say, another two figures would share their tribe's luck to cultivate. The reason why Emperor Jun and the Great One could make improvements in cultivation so fast was that they occupied much of the luck of their tribe, so if another two figures joined them, the luck remaining for common sacred demons to cultivate would be less. As for Emperor Jun and the Great One, the arrival of Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa would also share their luck, so Emperor Jun had to consider this well. In the meantime, Jai Meng also saw Emperor Jun's hesitation, so he began to persuade him. "Your Grace, one cannot make an omelet without breaking eggs. Even though Royal Fuxi and Royal Goddess Envaiwa would have high status in our tribe, they have no interest in authority, so both you and the Great One would remain the most powerful figures. On the other hand, if Fuxi and Envaiwa were to join us, many other individual cultivators would also be attracted here because of our sincerity." Jai Meng's words surely eased Emperor Jun's worries. Emperor Jun nodded. "Well then, after this meeting, I will go to Mount Buju with Jai Meng to invite Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa to join us." Emperor Jun could send the Great One to invite Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa, but the Great One was too arrogant. The Emperor was afraid that he would mess this up, so he would just go by himself. Emperor Jun then asked again, "So how about others? How can we get others to join us?" With a good plan for inviting Fuxi and Envaiwa, Emperor Jun definitely wanted to invite more powerful figures. Currently, every time they fought with the Wu tribe, they would fail because no figures in their tribe were capable of defeating the Wu tribe. He hoped to change that shortly. Jai Meng said many of the powerful warriors of the demon tribe have gone into hiding. The Wu tribe has the greatest influence in untainted land now. We can either sincerely invite them to join us or pressure them into joining, and then reward them enough to stay. Take Thunder God at the Thunder Marsh, for example. He was converted from a thunder beast and has an aggressive nature. If His Majesty Tei pressures him and promises him with a primordial spiritual treasure, he'll definitely serve the heavenly court. A primordial spiritual treasure was a great temptation to individual cultivators like Thunder God, who would have a hard time getting one otherwise. Emperor Jun frowned and spoke after a short silence. "I'll instantly reward a primordial spiritual treasure to each sage to be that joins the heavenly court. I won't mistreat you sacred demons either. If you make contributions, you're also entitled to one. These sacred demons must be given equal treatment because they had been following him for a long time." The sacred demons were excited as some of them do not even have a primordial spiritual treasure. Though they have not reached the level of separation, they could still keep the treasure for protection. There were still some primordial spiritual treasures left in the warehouse of the demon tribe. Though they were mostly low-grade ones, they still hoped to get one. But nevertheless, it was not enough for all of them. Emperor Jun could only reward them based on contribution. Emperor Jun was completely on board with Jai Meng's plan. However, Jai Meng looked like he was hesitating to speak just as everyone was buoyed with happiness. Emperor Jun asked, "Do you have anything to add, Jai Meng?" Whatever that made Jai Meng frown cannot be anything good. Hearing Emperor Jun's words, Jai Meng replied, "There's a person who greatly benefits our demon tribe if you can convince him to join us. Not only will we have a great warrior in our hands, we can also increase our speed in conquering untainted land and four seas. This way, the power of the heavenly court will be greatly increased." "Who's that person?" Emperor Jun asked. Jai Meng spat out two words with great difficulty. "Kunpeng." Everyone in the Divine Wind Palace fell into silence. Even Tei, who had been distracted all day, glanced at Jai Meng. Emperor Jun's expression changed. Few mentioned Kunpeng at the heavenly court, not because he was of poor reputation, but precisely because he was well regarded in the demon tribe. His reputation made him the thorn in Emperor Jun's side. Though Emperor Jun was the one who united the demon tribe, there was someone who enjoyed a similar reputation as he was. How could he be happy? There was a fish with large scales at the northern underworld, whose name was Kun. It was uncountable miles long. When it transformed into a bird, its name was changed into Peng. The bird was also of uncountable miles long. When it flew away in anger, its wing was like a cloud in the sky. This ancient text that many had heard of was a description of Kunpeng. Kunpeng was born at sea in the boundless northern underworld, where it was deep and dark without any sunshine. Kunpeng regarded the sea of northern underworld as his base and ran it well. Unlike Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa at Mount Buju, he not only had strength but also ambition. Kunpeng was already at the peak level of the Daluo Golden Immortal then with considerable strength, but why did no one help him? In the end, he finally understood it was a matter of influence and reputation. There were 5 of them in front, but it was he that Shunti chose. Was it really because he was one of the demon tribe? Of course not. 3 pure ones were converted from the original spirit of Pangu and enjoyed high reputation in untainted land after the first catastrophe of Longhin. No one dared to offend them because they were completely united. Goddess Enviwa's strength was not bad, and she was also a woman. Junti was naturally embarrassed to snatch her seat, but what did Kunpeng have? From that moment on, an ambitious seed was planted in Kunpeng's heart and sprouted one day. He took advantage of the expansion of Wu and demon tribes and quietly housed some demon tribesmen that suppressed by the Wu tribe. Over the 3,000 years since the first sermon, Kunpeng had housed more than 1 billion demon tribesmen in the northern underworld sea. These tribesmen were not particularly strong, but given careful guidance, they would grow into a considerable force in untainted land. Besides, how could mere 1 billion tribesmen occupy the vast northern underworld sea? Moreover, his sea was near the North Sea. With the limited power the dragon tribe had, they would probably have a little reaction even if some of those tribesmen occupy their sea. After the second sermon, the heavenly court was created and the demon tribe migrated there. Due to the actions of the Wu tribe, there were still 10 billion tribesmen remaining in untainted land. To be precise, they were abandoned by Emperor Jun. Kunpeng took the opportunity to rescue billions of demon tribesmen from the hands of the Wu tribe. So far, there were no less than 30 billion demon tribesmen in the northern underworld sea. Kunpeng knew how to pick the talented ones out. He reorganized the way of Great Way he learned in Zixeo Palace and taught them to the tribesmen in his sea. Furthermore, the tribesmen were able to recuperate and enhance their strength without the disturbance from the Wu tribe. If this was all Kunpeng had done, Emperor Jun would naturally not find him a pain. But he did something that made Emperor Jun worry about his existence. That was why Emperor Jun's expression changed when Jai Meng proposed Kunpeng's recruitment. In untainted land, the spiritual inheritance of transforming exercises were all recorded in the Taoist characters. They were also the characters for the Way of Heaven and understood by everyone in untainted land. The condition was they had to be in the realm of the veridical immortal. Though the 3,600 enlightenment tablets Ming refined were written in the Taoist characters, the tablets used as a post-celestial spiritual treasure could directly instill transforming exercises in the mind. However, the size of the demon tribe was enormous with more than 100 billion tribesmen. No one knew how long it would take to instill the transforming exercises in them. Furthermore, Ming had recovered the enlightenment tablets in case his special refining approaches were revealed to others after the first catastrophe of Longhin. They were embedded with some merits and luck due to the teaching of transforming exercises to the 100 tribes of untainted land. Ming did not want to leave them outside. This was why, despite its size, the demon tribe was incomparable with the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe also cultivated only one transforming exercise, Pangu's 9 cycles arcane techniques. The great divinity Pangu also left them a spiritual inheritance recorded in the Wu characters. Characters were the core spiritual inheritance of a tribe. The Wu tribe had theirs, yet the demon tribe did not. Recognizing the importance of the talisman's spiritual inheritance, Kunpeng went into the closed-door meditation for thousands of years and eventually developed a set of characters for the demon tribe. When the demon characters were born, clouds hung over untainted land and heaven rewarded merit to Kunpeng, helping him to drive the good separation. Although the treasure he used was a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, this made Kunpeng a top expert in untainted land and improved the luck of the demon tribe. After creating the demon characters, Kunpeng's name naturally became known throughout untainted land. His status rose rapidly in the demon tribe. The strength of the northern underworld sea expanded greatly after the demon tribesmen from untainted land and 4 seas sought refuge there. Someone even called him Demon Master, and his influence was comparable to Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun was naturally worried about such Kunpeng with his power, fame, stature, and high reputation as Demon Master among the tribesmen in the heavenly court. No one would believe that Kunpeng was not an ambitious man, but what Jai Meng said was indeed right. If Kunpeng was willing to join the heavenly court, it would bring them great advantages. Firstly, with another secondary stage sage to be with them, it would be easier to fight the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Secondly, Kunpeng was wise enough to make plans to defeat the Wu tribe in the future. Thirdly, the demon tribe at northern underworld had great power. If Kunpeng joined the heavenly court, their power would rise by combining their tribes together. Fourthly, as Kunpeng had great prestige as demon master in untainted land, the heavenly court could use him to recruit the tribesmen of the Wu tribe and the top individual cultivators in untainted land. Though one stone could kill all 4 birds, some risks still existed. If they could not recruit Kun Peng, it would affect the prestige of Emperor Jun and the demon tribe at Heavenly Court. Even if Kun Peng joined them, such an ambitious man would not be willing to serve other people. Thus his stay in the Heavenly Court would also make Emperor Jun insecure. Emperor Jun paused for a long time before saying, "We can discuss recruiting Kun Peng later. Jai Meng, prepare expensive gifts and accompany me to Mount Buju. Invite Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa. Tei, go to Untainted Land with the others to invite the reclusive demon tribe and other individual cultivators. Be very careful as the Wu tribe is currently dominating Untainted Land." Tei replied without concern, "Got it, older brother." Emperor Jun felt helpless hearing Tei's tone. Tei was inherently arrogant, and fortunately he had the right to be. Even if Tei was being besieged by the ancestors of sorcery, it would also not be a problem for him to escape. Moreover, as the 12 ancestors of sorcery now lived apart, it was basically impossible to encounter several of them at once. That was why Emperor Jun felt assured in sending Tei to Untainted Land. Emperor Jun took 2 valuable gifts and headed to Mount Buju with Jai Meng. The gifts were not ordinary. They were both top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, rare even in the demon tribe. The gifts would suffice in demonstrating Emperor Jun's sincerity. As they arrived at Mount Buju, Emperor Jun and Jai Meng went straight to Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa's Immortal's Cave. Outside the cave, Emperor Jun shouted, "I'm Emperor Jun of the demon tribe. I come here to hope that fellow Taoist, Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa could come out for a meeting." His voice was not loud, but it contained his profound supernatural power. His voice directly passed through the Guardian tactical formation into the cave. In the Immortal's Cave, Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa were discussing ways to gain insight into the Tao. Cloud of blessings floated above their heads and unfolded as a flower with their own deductions of the Tao. A figure could be seen inside each flower, which was their separation. It was unknown as to whether it was a good separation or an evil separation. In the way of the 3 separations, the good and evil separations were easy to be separated. The separation of obsession of self-centric was the most difficult. The order of these 3 was not fixed, thus one could first separate the one that seemed appropriate. Regardless, it was necessary to produce all 3 separations if one wanted to become a sage through the way of the 3 separations. "I'm Emperor Jun of the demon tribe and come here to hope that fellow Taoist, Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa could come out for a meeting. I'm Emperor Jun of the demon tribe and come here to hope that fellow Taoist, Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa could come out for a meeting." Emperor Jun's voice echoed throughout the immortal cave, interrupting Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa's discussion on the Tao. Goddess Envaiwa frowned in confusion and asked Fuxi, "Brother, we have no contact with Emperor Jun at all. What's the purpose of his visit?" Since Emperor Jun, as the emperor of the demon tribe, had lowered his stature by paying a personal visit, he must be here for something. How could that not puzzle Goddess Envaiwa? Fuxi opened his eyes and did some divination with his fingers. The demon tribe is occupying the heavenly court with growing influence, but the strength of the Wu tribe in Untainted Land is no weaker than theirs. Moreover, the Wu tribe has 12 ancestors of sorcery. Each of them has unrivaled cultivation compared to those in Untainted Land. As for the demon tribe, only Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tei can match up to them, but the sacred demons under Emperor Jun are a lot weaker. To narrow the gap in power, there are only 2 ways for the demon tribe. One is to vigorously cultivate their sacred demons. The second is to invite reclusive strong cultivators of the demon tribe or individual cultivators to join the heavenly court. "So, my dear sister, what do you think of the purpose of his visit?" Fuxi was indeed worthy of his reputation as an almighty of the demon tribe. His primordial prediction was incomparable, allowing him to predict Emperor Jun's purpose in the blink of an eye. Goddess Envaiwa's eyebrows furrowed. "Brother, then do we see him?" As a member herself, Goddess Envaiwa was naturally concerned about the demon tribe. She was resistant, however, upon thinking she and her brother may be under the control of others. Thus she naturally did not want to meet Emperor Jun. Fuxi said, "Of course we should see him. You and I belong to the demon tribe and Emperor Jun has come here specifically for the demon tribe. There's no reason for you and me not to see him." He got up and walked out, with Goddess Envaiwa following behind him. After disabling the tactical formation outside the cave, they saw Emperor Jun and Jai Meng waiting outside. Fuxi said with a smile, "So it's my fellow Taoist, Emperor Jun, coming to visit. Please forgive us for not coming earlier. Please come in." Emperor Jun said, "Please pardon me for the intrusion." After saying some polite words, he and Jai Meng followed Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa into the Immortal's Cave. Fuxi, Goddess Envaiwa, and Emperor Jun sat down, but Jai Meng had to stand on the side while holding 2 gift boxes. The 3 of them were equivalent in status, but Jai Meng was just a subject to Emperor Jun, so he could not sit with the emperor, as that would not only be against the propriety between a monarch and his subject, but would also offend Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa. Fuxi looked at Emperor Jun and said, "Emperor Jun, I believe you're not here just to pay a simple visit." Fuxi went straight to the point. a departure from the later generation of untainted land who liked beating around the bush. Moreover, cultivators had no need for those fake courtesies. Emperor Jun said, "I have long heard that your prediction is unparalleled in the world. You've known my purpose before I even say a word. That's very impressive. Then I'll just be straightforward. I'd like to invite you both to join the heavenly court to realize the great plans of the demon tribe. What say you?" Goddess Envaiwa interrupted before Fuxi could answer. Emperor Jun must be joking. The demon tribe has a strong influence in the heavenly court with numerous sacred demons. Jai Meng and the other 9 sacred demons are at the level of sage to be. My brother and I are just mere individual cultivators with not much power in hand. We live a secluded and carefree life in Mount Buju, and we just want to cultivate. We're unworthy for the demon emperor to personally come and invite us. Emperor Jun laughed. "Nuwa, you're too modest. In untainted land, few people can be a match against you two. As for the strength of the heavenly court, what you said is quite true. But Jai Meng and the other sacred demons are still lacking and can't be compared to the 12 ancestors of sorcery of the Wu tribe. You too should know that there have been disagreements between the Wu and demon tribes since the beginning. When our demon tribe moved to the heavenly court, the Wu tribe launched a sneak attack and killed countless of our tribesmen. This hatred is irreconcilable. Even now, there are still 10 billion tribesmen in untainted land being preyed upon by the Wu tribe. This is abominable. I come forth with sincerity to invite you two to join the heavenly court on behalf of the demon tribe. I'm willing to bestow the title Royal Fuxi and Royal Nuwa, as well as the same status as Tei. To show my sincerity, I also brought 2 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures as gifts. What do you two think?" As soon as Emperor Jun finished talking, Jai Meng placed the brocade boxes on the stone table and opened them before retreating to the side. Inside were a sword and a jade hairpin in their respective boxes, both of which were top-grade primordial spiritual treasures. They were sealed to prevent the treasures from escaping. When Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa saw the spiritual treasures on the table, they started considering Emperor Jun's words. Emperor Jun showed enough sincerity by offering high official positions and giving valuable gifts. It was really attractive. He also gave them a righteousness reason to join the demon tribe. It was very difficult for them to reject him. Glancing at Goddess Envaiwa, Fuxi said, "Since you're sincerely inviting my sister and I, we agree to your cause and will set off for the heavenly court soon." Emperor Jun was elated to hear Fuxi's words and said, "With your presence, we'll not need to worry about the Wu tribe taking over our tribe in the future." Emperor Jun happily went on his way after successfully inviting Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa. He told Jai Meng to prepare a palace for them. Since they had agreed, they were now the royalty of the demon tribe and shall not be neglected. It was only appropriate to prepare a place of grandiose for them to stay in advance. Emperor Jun had a smooth trip, but that was not the case for the rest. Although Phalian and the other 8 sacred demons were all at the level of sage to be, they were not strong enough to overwhelm the almighty of the demon tribe and other reclusive individual cultivators in untainted land. Tei had great strength, but he was too arrogant and showed contempt for them. Even though those people dared not offend Tei, they could hide from him. Throughout their trip, they only managed to invite a few top cultivators, none of whom was at the level of sage to be. It was inevitable the Wu tribe found out about the huge stir the demon tribe caused. Though the Wu tribe did not invite any individual cultivators to join them, they would not let these cultivators join the demon tribe either. The 12 ancestors of sorcery proclaimed that any cultivator joining the demon tribe was making an enemy of the Wu tribe in untainted land. The Wu tribe would hunt down those cultivators to their deaths. Those reclusive individual cultivators who did not want to get involved in the fight naturally ran away. Untainted land was their home. If they offended the Wu tribe, they would suffer in their later days. Moreover, once the Wu tribe discovered the demon tribesmen that came to untainted land to make invitation, they would be hunted and killed. This further deepened the hatred between the Wu and demon tribes. Untainted land also became more turbulent. Those cultivators who had experienced the previous cultivation tribulation could see the appearance of evil spirit. Even though it was very subtle, it really existed. This was an omen for the cultivation tribulation. Cultivators who had experienced previous cultivation tribulation were aware of its dreadfulness. In the early tribulation of Longhen, only 5 sage to best were involved. They were Hongzhen, Liuhu, Zulong, Lord of Phoenix and forefather of Kailan. But now, the tribesmen at the level of sage to be in the Wu and demon tribes had exceeded 10. This was only the beginning of the tribulation. One could imagine this tribulation would be so much worse than the last time. During the thousands of years that the Wu tribe and the demon tribe fought with each other, they were only small conflicts, not serious battles. It was not for their fear, but because they were making preparation for the final battle. As for the demon tribe, their force was greatly enhanced with the joining of Fuxi and Goddess Envaiwa. Although Goddess Envaiwa was titled with Royal Envaiwa, she preferred not to get involved in the issues of the demon tribe. Fuxi was just the opposite. With his exquisite wisdom and skill in the primordial prediction, he obtained the trust of Emperor Jun Fuxi, deserved to be called the Royal Fuxi. He had created plenty of powerful formations for the demon tribe, which greatly enhanced the force of their army. Emperor Jun had even lent his eternal spiritual treasures, the river chart and the inscription of the Luo, to Fuxi for enlightenment. With these treasures, Fuxi immediately predicted out the cosmic stars formation. The cosmic stars formation was one of the four most mysterious formations in the land. The other three were the God-killing sword formation, the 12 divine beings killing formation, and the gods killing formation. The God-killing sword formation had shown up at the first catastrophe of Longhin, but the other two had not appeared yet. The cosmic stars formation could gather the power of 365 stars. With the solar star and the lunar star as the eye of the formation, it was full of mystery and menacing intents. Refining this formation would require 365 large cosmic stars banners, representing 365 main stars in the sky, and 14,800 small cosmic stars banners, representing 14,800 subordinate stars. When this formation began, the 365 large cosmic stars banners would be the root, the 14,800 small cosmic stars banners would be the branches, and the billions of members of the demon clan would be the leaves. The three parts were tied together by the force of cosmic stars, so nobody knew how powerful it would be. However, it would be a very large project to refine the cosmic stars banners needed by this formation. In addition, the suitable cultivator needed to be chosen from the demon tribe to control this formation. To complete all of these preparations, it would take more than thousands of years. They needed time. On the other side, the Wu tribe's situation was similar to that of the demon tribe. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were maneuvering to refine the 12 divine beings killing formation, which was succeeded from Pangu. Maybe it was fate determined by the heaven that the Wu tribe and the demon tribe had both created a mysterious formation at the same time. Actually, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had known about the 12 divine beings killing formation for a long time, but they knew that this formation was too dangerous. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery would lose a lot of their power when starting this formation. This whole time, the Wu tribe hadn't had any opponents in the untainted land, so they just left the formation for a long time. However, since the 12 ancestors of sorcery noticed that the demon tribe occupied the heavenly court, and that the force of the demon tribe had enhanced greatly with Fuxi and goddess Envaiwa, they'd felt the potential pressure from the demon tribe. If things continued this way, the demon tribe would catch up with the Wu tribe. But the 12 ancestors of sorcery weren't worried. In order to have a deadly kill action, the 12 ancestors of sorcery started to refine the 12 divine beings killing formation. Although this formation would cause much burden for the ancestors of sorcery, the effort would be rewarding. It would give out amazing power, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery decided to do this. The Wu tribe and the demon tribe both enhanced their power secretly, and there was a short period of peace in the untainted land. It seemed like the peace before the coming of a storm. But maybe a big war would happen sooner or later. Although the untainted land was silent these days, the evil spirit didn't decrease between heaven and earth. In fact, it even increased slowly. When it came to a peak, the cultivation tribulation would start formally. On the sacred island of the Blood Sea, Ming saw the evil spirit increasing day by day and started to worry. Although this cultivation tribulation was between the Wu and demon tribes, most creatures in the untainted land would be trapped in. Moreover, Ming had never thought about avoiding it. Ming knew that in this cultivation tribulation, the combat between the Wu and demon tribes was not the main point. It was the appearance of the human tribe. Later, 6 sages would turn out. Ming thought that he was better than any one of the 6, so naturally, he must complete his own origin before this cultivation tribulation. Or else, when facing with a sage, Ming would fall behind and his life would be in danger. After finishing the teachings from Zixao Palace, Ming had been in his closed-door meditation for a long time. With the help of his good separation and evil separation, Ming sped up his prediction of the divine law. The Taoist of heaven and earth worked on predicting the law of heaven and earth, the Red Lotus Taoist on the law of killing, and Minghe was responsible for the law of blood and the law of spiritual beings, which meant the 4 divine laws would be moved forward together. The good separation Taoist of heaven and earth did his separation when he reached the late stage of sage to be. When he had predicted half of the law of heaven and earth, the map of heaven and earth was restored. It had damaged during the separation. Although the Taoist of heaven and earth was still at the late stage of sage to be, it was much better than before and only 1 step away from reaching the peak stage of sage to be. The evil separation Red Lotus Taoist was born with the peak stage of sage to be, but he still needed to enhance his foundation since his high-level cultivation partly came from the mid-grade primordial supreme treasure, the Red Lotus of Fire. In order to strengthen his foundation and restore the damage to the Red Lotus of Fire, the Red Lotus Taoist never stopped his work to cultivate during the thousands of years. While nourishing the Red Lotus of Fire with 3 light holy water, Ming was also predicting the law of killing. In order to enhance his peak stage of sage to be at the 3rd time teachings in the Zixao Palace completely, Ming even sacrificed his merit to the magical Tao mirror directly. Not long before, the Red Lotus Taoist had predicted 60 of the law of killing successfully, which meant that his cultivation was enhanced completely. Unfortunately, Ming had separated the law of killing and the law of heaven and earth when separating his good separation and evil separation. That meant Ming could comprehend beyond the divine law of his 2 separations, but his cultivation wouldn't be enhanced together. It seemed that when a sage placed his original spirit on the way of heaven, he could borrow the power from the way of heaven, but he couldn't improve his cultivation from it. The evil separation Red Lotus Taoist could suddenly comprehend 60 of the law of killing and completely enhanced his peak stage of sage to be, but Minghe didn't make it as his separation did. Fortunately, Minghe could also increase his fighting capacity through the law of enlightenment from his 2 separations. This was also beneficial for his enlightenment on the law of spiritual beings. The law of spiritual beings was full of mysteries. It was the foundation for Ming's clones of the blood god doppelgangers, and rebirth with blood drops. Actually, if one separated the power of divine law with the separations like Ming had, he couldn't share the laws among his 3 separations, even if the speed of enlightenment could be accelerated. But it wasn't the same as when he'd gained the law of spiritual beings. Ming could feel the enlightenment process of the divine law through his separations clearly. Although his cultivation couldn't be improved by this, he could enhance his power during a fight against enemies. It was still something pitiful that the good separation and evil separation couldn't understand any piece of the law of spiritual beings. Ming could only rely on himself to comprehend it. Although there were still some flaws in it, Ming felt content at this moment. Ming knew that he still needed to enhance his flesh body as well as his cultivation. He was on his way to becoming a Rakshasa. Having a strong flesh body would be fundamental. He also knew that the reason he was able to break through the late stage of sage to be was that he had comprehended half of the law of killing and the law of blood, but his flesh body still stayed at the secondary stage of sage to be. Therefore, he needed time to cultivate his flesh now. For 7,000 years, Ming had cultivated with his 2 separations the whole time. Ming never stopped offering his merit to the magical Tao mirror. Until now, the consumption was even equal to the merit from the tribe formations of the Wu and Demon tribes. What made Ming's heart ache most was that his golden lotus of merit, which he had saved for several long years, shrank greatly. No pain, no gain. In addition to the improvement of his good separation and evil separation, Ming also gained a cultivation level of the peak level of sage to be. As for the 4 laws, he had comprehended 60 of the law of killing and the law of blood, and 50 of the law of heaven and earth and law of spiritual beings. Besides, Ming's flesh body also enhanced. He could even fight against a peak stage of sage to be with just his bare flesh. The more profoundly one comprehended on a law, the more power he would get. 60 comprehension of the law of killing and the law of blood made Ming's flesh body several times better than before. With the refining from the cauldron of heaven and earth, Ming was confident that his flesh body could match with the ancestor of sorcery. Meanwhile, he felt that he hadn't yet reached the limit of his flesh body. He knew that it would take a long time for him to overpass his limit. Ming had also been working on comprehending his obsession. Although he might not become a sage through the way of the 3 separations, his force could be enhanced greatly with 1 more separation. Unfortunately, he still hadn't gotten any theory of the 3rd separation after thousands of years. He decided to give up for a while. Self-centric separation was the most difficult one to be separated. Minghe knew that he needed to wait for a chance. The 3rd teaching in Zixao Palace would come soon, and the topic this time was of the origin of Great Way, which was the Tao of a sage. In due course, Hongjun would accept some disciples and gift them some treasures. Ming knew that such supreme treasures as the map of Taichai, the Pangu banner, and the god-killing sword formation were only prepared for the 6 seats in front. Actually, there were still a few things for Ming to care about. The first was whether Hongyun would also receive one. Hongmeng immortal Qi after the 3 pristine ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Ji-yin and Junti were each getting one. The second was who would own the golden lotus of merit. Ming's evil separation Red Lotus Taoist was converted from a 21st grade Red Lotus of Fire. He could reach the origin after Red Lotus of Fire by swallowing a 9th grade Golden Lotus of Merit that had been cultivated by at least 1 seed of the Golden Lotus of Merit. If Ming or one of his separations reached the zenith heaven immortality, he would have enough strength to match with a sage. However, he knew that it would not be easy to get a Golden Lotus of Merit. By now, only Ming and the Red Lotus Taoist had a chance of reaching the origin in a very short time. The Taoist of heaven and earth could not do so easily. both Ming and the Red Lotus Taoist were at the peak level of sage to be, which seemed to be only a step from the origin. However, this step was just as difficult to cross as a natural moat. After his meditation, Ming watched the Wu tribe and the demon tribe. They were the major characters in this cultivation tribulation. If a fight were to happen, the cultivation tribulation would occur ahead of time. It seemed that the Wu tribe and the demon tribe would not fight for a while. Emperor Jun and Tei did not want to miss the incoming third teaching by Hongjun because of a battle against the Wu tribe. The peace would not last long, and so it was time for Ming to make a plan for his future during this fight. The Wu and demon tribes' formations, merits and spiritual treasures would improve his strength, and with the creation of the human tribe, if he could create the Ashura tribe as well as the Shura religion, he could receive merit from them. Merit was the last method to protect himself. He could use all his merit, or even damage his golden wheel of merit, for the Red Lotus Taoists absorb of all the merit and reach the origin if he was in danger. Although this realm of origin could only be reached with supernatural power, Minghe would have the ability to protect himself. However, this was his last resort because the Red Lotus Taoist would need to spend a very long time strengthening his foundation if Minghe did this. In fact, the 6 sages had become sages by their merits. Goddess Envaiwa got a grand merit for the creation of humans, while the 3 pristine ones, Jian and Junti in the West, got theirs by establishing clans. Since they owned the foundation of Great Way to protect themselves, they could rely on their original spirits and the Way of Heaven to make up for their weakness in the realm. The foundation of Great Way, Ming wouldn't let it go if he got it. He might gain insight into the Way of Heaven with it, or even become a sage after combining his merit. However, Ming's believed this was even worse than his last plan. What Ming's pursued was to overpass the Way of Heaven, not to be a sage of the Heavenly Way. A sage of the Heavenly Way would definitely die if he couldn't bring his original spirit back from the Way of Heaven when the untainted land was destroyed by the immeasurable cultivation tribulation. Ding, ding, ding bells rang in the untainted land. Ming woke up upon hearing the voice of Hongjun. Tens of thousands of years have passed by, and I will start to teach the origin of Great Way in Zixeo Palace. The fated ones can come to listen. All the cultivators in the untainted land were excited at Hongjun's words and flew to the Zixeo Palace immediately because being an original meant to become a sage, under which were non-entities. However, compared to the last teaching, less than 3,000 could reach the Zixeo Palace. Ming arrived at the Zixeo Palace within a short time. There appeared to be no new cultivators in the hall this time. What was different was that the number of sages to be had increased to nearly 100. Walking into the Zixeo Palace, Ming still sat in a corner. Actually, his title ancestor Ming was well known in untainted land, but not that good. His well-known was first because of the abundant blood jade Ganoderma lucidums growing around his blood sea. Blood jade Ganoderma lucidum had great benefits for the cultivation of the Wu and demon tribes, but it was very difficult to pick one from the evil spirits surrounding the blood sea. However, a lot of cultivators from the Wu and demon tribes still wanted to take the risk and pick one owing to the insufficient resources in the tribe. Soon all the blood jade Ganoderma lucidum around the blood sea had been totally plucked, and some cultivators started to turn their target to the blood sea, which had been a forbidden place since the appearance of the untainted land. Instead of trying to stop these cultivators, Minghe allowed them to search around his blood sea. He even prepared them some 100 tribes' blood of essence to attract more for finding counterparts for his disciples Liwer and Chixuan. On the sacred island, Ming had taught them the Tao, and Liwer and Chixuan had fought in addition to their daily cultivation. However, these fights couldn't match with real ones, so Ming had decided to attract more cultivators here for being his disciples' training partners. Unfortunately, those training partners might lose their lives, since Liwer and Chixuan, as Mingle's first disciple and mount, respectively were at the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality. Their master Ming must be much better. Thus, Ming naturally became known in the untainted land. However, with the exaggerated remarks from the cultivators seeking treasures, Ming was known as a wicked devil. After a while, cultivators arrived one by one for the teachings. The number of cultivators here was just over 2,400. More than 500 cultivators who weren't there might have died. Otherwise, they would not miss the teachings on the origin. Ding. With a bell ringing in the Zixeo Palace, all the cultivators looked at the platform in front. The honorable ancestor, Hongjun, showed up quietly from the void in a wild-colored Taoist robe and sat on a cloud bed. His vital force had become more mysterious and his strength had improved even further. Ancestor Hongjun closed his eyes and began his remarks on Great Way slowly. The way bears sensation. Sensation bears memory. Sensation and memory bear abstraction. An abstraction bears all the world. Each thing in the world bears feeling and doing, and imbued with mind, harmony with the way. Practice non-action. Attend to do nothing. Taste without flavor. Magnify the small while multiplying the few. Return love for hate. Deal with the difficult while it is yet easy, deal with the great while it is yet small. The difficult develops naturally from the easy, and the great from the small, so the sage, by dealing with the small, could achieve the great. Who finds it easy to promise, finds it hard to be trusted, who takes things lightly, finds things difficult. The sage recognizes difficulty, and so has none. What lies still is easy to grasp, what lies far off is easy to anticipate, what is brittle is easy to shatter, what is small is easy to disperse. Yet a tree broader than a man can embrace is born of a tiny shoot, a dam greater than a river can overflow starts with a clod of earth, a journey of 1,000 miles begins at the spot under one's feet. Those who wish to change the world on their own desire cannot succeed, so the sage will be neither wasteful nor violent. People often fail on the verge of success, take care at the end as at the beginning, so that you may avoid failure. The sage desires no desire, values no value, learns no learning, and returns to the places that people have forgotten. He would help all people to become natural, but then he would not be natural. Nature is not kind, it treats all things impartially. The sage is not kind and treats all people impartially. Nature is like a bellows, empty, yet never ceasing its supply. The more it moves, the more it yields, so the sage draws upon the experience and cannot be exhausted. The teaching for this instance was of the origin, which was unusually mysterious and obscure. Even the three pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Ji-yin and Junti sitting in front, were also frowning. The three pure ones had a spiritual inheritance of Pangu, enjoying more advantages than the other three. Thus, they had understood about 30 to 40%. As for Goddess Envaiwa and Junti, they only understood 10 to 20%. Goddess Envaiwa frowned the entire time, but Junti had a grimace on his face as if someone owed him lots of money. Ji-yin, with a stronger willpower and perception than both Goddess Envaiwa and Junti, just frowned or smiled, gaining an understanding of 20 to 30%. As for the cultivators sitting behind, those sages to be had only understood a little. Those who were still at the zenith heaven realm understood nearly nothing. Hongjin's teaching at this time was also not prepared for them, but for the three pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Ji-yin, and Junti mainly. However, Ming, sitting on the side, harvested a lot. Hongjin's teaching of the origin to him was like finding an oasis in a desert. His realm of original spirit had been upgraded largely, and the Tao of divine law had also been improved. Minghan, his evil separation, had made a solid foundation for realm of sage to be peak level, and his good separation also had a sign of a breakthrough. 3,000 years later, Hongjin finally finished his teaching on the Tao of the origin. Few could keep sober among the more than 2,000 people in the hall. Most of them were dizzy. It was not surprising. The Tao of the origin was extremely mysterious, and those whose cultivation were at low level could be like this after listening to the content. Those dizzy people naturally woke up when Hongjin said, "After Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, I got a fate jade plate and have obtained an insight into the great way, so I followed the will of the heaven to teach all living beings for 3 times. Now it has reached the fulfillment. After today, I will combine myself with the way of heaven and not come out unless the general trend of the universe." Everyone bowed to him upon hearing that. Hongjin continued, "Under the way of heaven, sages shall come out following the way of heaven and become zenith heaven golden immortals of origin, obtaining insight into the origin and leaving their original spirits in the void for being an immortal body in the tribulation. If you cannot become sages, death will fall during every cultivation tribulation. Therefore, no mixed nascent core will always mean nonentity." Everyone was shocked after hearing that, but then Hongjin's next words were even more shocking. "There should be 6 sages accepted by me." 6 sages. Everyone reacted instantly and looked together at the 6 people sitting in front. These 6 seats represented 6 sages. Some people were envious and some were regretful, but 2 people were different from others. One was Hongyun. He should have occupied a sage seat, but had given up in vain. He was naturally filled with remorse in his heart. Although he was a good man, he still could not be as generous as before on being a sage. The other one was certainly Kunpeng. Now Kunpeng was angrily staring at Hongyun. If it was not Hongyun, Kunpeng maybe not lose the chance to be a sage. If the eyes could kill, Hongyun had already been poked full of holes by Kunpeng's eyes. Of course, there was someone who was not reconciled that asked, "May I ask, teacher, who can enjoy the chance to be the 6 sages?" Although they had guessed that the 6 sitting atop the cushion enjoyed the chance, they were naturally unwilling to believe if Hongjin himself did not say that. Hongjin stretched out his hand, and a piece of immortal qi appeared in his hand, which must be the foundation of the Great Way, Hongmeng immortal qi. And then he said, "Pangu created the heaven and had grand merit. Laozi, the primeval lord, and Tongshan are converted from Pangu's original spirit, and you 3 can be my disciples. When the fated chance arrives, you can enjoy its merits and become sages." After speaking, 3 immortal qi flew out from Hongjin's palm into the 3 pure ones' eyebrows. There instantly appeared a joy on the 3 pure ones' face. Hongjin continued, "Goddess Envaiwa is my last disciple. She also has grand merits to do in the future and can be a sage. Another immortal chi flew out into goddess Envaiwa's eyebrows. However, after saying that, Hongjun was silent. Jiyin and Junti became very anxious seeing that. Goddess Envaiwa was the last disciple, and then what would Jiyin and Junti be? Seeing that, Junti immediately kowtowed and said, "Teacher, my senior brother and I wholeheartedly seek Tao and hope teacher could help us." His tears and snot came down when he said, if he was in the later life, he must be a great actor. Hongjun, after hearing Junti's crying, said, "Jiyin and Junti can be my listed disciples. Although with no primordial merit, you're destined to establish a great tribe and obtain merits, so you also can be sages." Then another 2 immortal chi were handed out, but everyone had been staring at the immortal chi in Hongjun's hand. After handing out 6 immortal chi, 1 still remained. Everyone had immediately rejoiced. That meant they still had a chance, so they instantly copied Junti's kowtow and said, "We hope teacher has a blessing for us." This made Ming break out in cold sweat, thinking they were all great movie stars. Hongjun helplessly shook his head and sighed at this display. "Well, all right, I'll just give it to you." The last immortal chi in his hand flew out and wandered around the hall. Everyone would have liked to grasp it, but there was no way to do that. It could not be grabbed at all. This Hong Meng immortal chi had wandered around the hall for a long time, but it still did not fall. Ming was also anxious seeing that from the sidelines. Finally, Hong Meng immortal chi flew directly into a man in a red robe as quick as a flash. Who could it be but Hongyun? Hongyun was ecstatic after receiving the Hong Meng immortal chi and even forgot to appreciate Hongjun's gift. He was so happy there that he completely did not notice the malicious looks from the crowd, especially the ferocious eyes hidden in them. Zhen Yuanzi had sat beside him signed after seeing that. He also did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for Hongyun to get the Hong Meng immortal chi, and he needed to remind Hongyun when they came back. Kunpeng, looking at Hongyun who was still in joy, gritted his teeth spitefully. Hongyun himself willingly gave up his position, but it caused him to lose the chance to be a sage as well. But now, since Hongyun had gotten Hong Meng immortal chi, how would it make Kunpeng not hate Hongyun? Finishing handing out the Hong Meng immortal chi, Hongjun continued to say, "The great way has 50, and 49 can be predicted from the way of heaven. 1 fated chance is left. So although the way of heaven has fixed number, those who have great perseverance and wisdom can also be a sage. You all need to fight for that fated chance." As soon as Hongjun made this remark, the atmosphere below suddenly became strange. All the immortals were staring at each other ferociously. Did it mean that the Hong Meng immortal chi could be snatched? The 3 pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jiyin and Junti, were all Hongjun's disciples who they did not dare to snatch, but Hongyun was not. Those who only showed unkind eyes to Hongyun before started to have an intent to kill him. Every immortal having cultivated to this level thought they had great perseverance and wisdom and should have a chance to reach a mixed nascent core. Thus, what they lacked was just a Hong Meng immortal chi. Ming was very clear about this. Hongjun's words seemed to be kind, but it, in reality, hid evil conscience. Poor Hongyun had been tricked by Hongjun, but Hongyun still immersed himself in the joy of getting Hong Meng immortal chi too deeply to withdraw, giving him little chance to live. But it did not mean there was no way for self-saving. Hongyun and his friend Zhen Yuanzi were at the level of sage to be, but only they too may not secure this Hong Meng immortal chi. The Wu and demon tribes and individual cultivators in untainted land would come to kill Hongyun, so how would Zhen Yuanzi help Hongyun out? If Hongyun could be able to abandon the Hong Meng immortal chi, he might save himself. The Hong Meng immortal chi was the one that all cultivators wanted, and even Kunpeng would have no time to take revenge on Hongyun at that time. Thus, Hongyun would naturally escape from the scheme of Hongjun, but would Hongyun give it up easily? Becoming a sage had a fatal attraction to any cultivator. Hongyun apparently had been deeply attracted by the Hong Meng immortal chi, judging from his appearance now. Even that Zhen Yuanzi tried to persuade Hongyun to give it up, he might also fail in the end. At this time, there was thin evil spirits between heaven and earth in untainted land, and cultivation tribulation was about to appear. If all the people snatched the Hong Meng immortal chi from Hongyun, the evil spirit would increase rapidly no matter who died. Moreover, supposing someone at the level of sage to be died, the cultivation tribulation for this time might be triggered completely. Ming also considered as he looked at Hongyun. Hong Meng immortal chi was useless to him. As Ming's cultivation had reached present realm, he had understood the Great Way and would definitely not to give up his Great Way for a Hong Meng immortal chi. But he was a little curious about the Hong Meng immortal chi, on what special use of it could help people quickly to actualize the realm of origin. Hongjun continued, "Some fights have now taken place between all living beings of untainted land. However, you don't have suitable treasures. As my disciples, you should enjoy some fated chances. I traveled around untainted land before and found some spiritual treasures. Since I will merge with a Great Way, these treasures are useless to me and will be given to you for protection as well as helping to control tribe in the future." The people below became very jealous upon hearing that. They had spared no effort to find spiritual treasures, while those people sitting in front could get treasures for free. Although they did not know what those spiritual treasures were, those that could be handed out by ancestor Hongjun and used to control the luck of tribe must be the best. The Sikh sitting in front was very excited. Hongjun took out a map which was surrounded by thousands of blessing lights. The predictions of the way of Tao floated above it, and magic figures loomed in it. Hongjun said to Layazi, as you were converted from Pangu's original spirit and my first disciple, you should be in charge of this map of Taichai. Everyone was stunned by the map of Taichai. It was one of the three treasures of heaven and earth creation and a primordial supreme treasure. It had the ability to suppress the power of earth, water, fire, and wind and convert yin and yang as well as embrace all the changes of the world. It was also the one that ancestor Hongjun relied on to prevent from Luohu before. Even though Layazi was a man with no desire, he took the map from Hongjun with joy upon his face. Layazi, Creation, and Tongshan were all converted from Pangu's original spirit. Except for a post-celestial merit supreme treasure, the Baraka exquisite pagoda, Layazi gained nothing after birth. Then he found a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the dragon crutch converted from a part of the green lotus of fate and a spiritual inheritance of the Tao of elixirs in Mount Buju. Now Layazi suddenly got a primordial supreme treasure. He could not be more excited. The origin sitting beside him was a little jealous. Layazi, as the head of the three pure ones, is born with the Baraka exquisite pagoda, but Tongshan and I are born with nothing. I would always have nothing if I did not find the three-treasured jade that was converted from a part of the green lotus of fate. In the past, Ming left the secret realm of Mount Buju after getting Pangu's jade essence, 3 lotus seeds of the green lotus of fate, and the spiritual inheritance in elixirs, tools, and formation. A few years later, the 3 pure ones traveled there, and each got 1 spiritual inheritance from the debris of the jade butterfly of fate left by Pangu. The green lotus of fate was divided into 3. The lotus flower was converted into a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the dragon crutch owned by Layazi. The lotus root was converted into a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the 3-treasured jade taken by the primeval lord, and the lotus leaf was converted into a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Kimping sword for Tongshan. Thus, the lotus flower, root, and leaf 3 tribes originated from one. Layazi sat back after receiving the map of Taichai. Hongjun then took out a banner. It came out with plenty of colorful lights shining around the world and the power of a king showing its incomparable arrogance. Hongjun said to the primeval lord, Origin, you're also converted from Pangu's original spirit. The Pangu banner can rip the chaos apart. It deserves a good use and can also be used to control your tribe in the future. Origin could not wait to take it from Hongjun upon hearing that. Everyone else became even more jealous. Those that had seen the fight between Hongjun and Luo, who knew that it was this banner that helped ancestor Hongjun to defend against Luohu and have the opportunity to break the god-killing sword formation. As one of the 3 treasures of heaven and earth creation, it could rip the chaos apart, smash all spaces, rule all laws, and create new heavens and new piles of earth. When it came to Tongshan's turn, Hongjun pondered for a little while and then took out a map of formation in which 4 sharp swords could be seen clearly. Although it was still suppressed by ancestor Hongjun, the killing intent had already scared all the people. Those cultivators who had recognized this were beyond jealousy now. Hongjun said to Tongshan, Tongshan, since you're born with the nature of killing, I will give you this god-killing sword formation. But you need to use it cautiously because of its strong power and heavy killing intent. It can only be broken by 4 sages jointly. Tongshan was fond of kendo and tactical formations. This map combining swords with formations suited his taste very much. It was natural that he felt very happy. Could only be broken by 4 sages jointly. Everyone was shocked. Except for ancestor Hongjun, even though all the 7 people that received Hong Meng immortal chi became sages, there was still no hope to break this formation. The 3 pure ones were from one family, so would they not interfere when the other 4 sages came to break the formation? All cultivators below agreed to not offend the 3 pure ones for their own safety. Tongshan was very happy to receive the god-killing sword formation. Layazi glanced at it and showed no changes on his face, but Origin was not happy. It was reasonable that Layazi received a better treasure than him, but now after Tongshan got the god-killing sword formation, he would become the weakest among the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones were converted from Pangu's original spirit, but they shared different characters. Layazi was quiet with no desire. Tongshan was straight and impetuous, while Origin was arrogant and thought highly of himself. Now even Tongshan was more powerful than the primeval lord, which certainly made the primeval lord so jealous that he complained about honorable ancestor's favoritism. Why did honorable ancestor give the god-killing sword formation to Tongshan? If I could, I would rather change for it with my Pangu banner. Now it was Hongjun's last disciple, goddess Envai's turn. She was extremely jealous of the three Pure One's primordial supreme treasures. She looked forward to it very much since, except for the eternal spiritual treasure, she only had one top-grade primordial spiritual treasure that was given to her by Emperor Jun. Hongjun took out two treasures, a map and a ball, and said, "Goddess Enviwa, you have a mild character and do not like fighting, as you will have great merit in the future. I will give you the mountain and river map and the red woven ball for protection and defense. They will keep you safe." Goddess Enviwa thanked him immediately and took the two treasures. The red woven ball was a primordial spiritual treasure and a merit sacred tool which could manage marriages of heaven, earth, and humans in the three realms. It also had astonishing power. No matter how strong supernatural power you had, no one could escape from it. Both the physical body and the original spirit would be damaged when touched by it. However, it would not have such influence when encountering those at the same level. The mountain and river map was a primordial spiritual treasure with a huge power that could be on par with a primordial supreme treasure. It was the map of untainted land, recording all the mountains, rivers, and terrain in untainted land, including a great universe where hundreds of millions of creatures could live. It was just like a small real world. Ming was a little envious of Goddess Enviwa for receiving the mountain and river map. His map of heaven and earth and the mountain and river map were both primordial spiritual treasures, but the mountain and river map bettered his treasure in terms of power by a large margin. The map of heaven and earth could only use the power of heaven and earth in the heaven and earth world, but the mountain and river map had the power of using the power of untainted world. Hongjun said nothing after gifting treasure to Goddess Enviwa and had no intention to give more. Junti instantly kowtowed and begged, "Our western world was barren and has few treasures. Master, please show some mercy to us and give us some treasures for protection." Jian also immediately kowtowed at Hongjun. Ancestor Hongjun glanced at them and said, "You two also have great perseverance and wisdom and have a fated chance to gain insight out of Tao, but you still belong to the western world. Okay, I will give you the 12-grade Golden Lotus of Merit and Kate's Divine Rod." Jian received the 12-grade Golden Lotus of Merit and Junti got the Kate's Divine Rod. Kate's Divine Rod was just a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure with an ability to beat mortals and immortals, but the 12-grade Golden Lotus of Merit's ability enticed Ming to snatch it immediately. Upon seeing that Junti had begged for treasures successfully, everyone immediately kowtowed to beg the honorable ancestor. The hall became noisy instantly. Those fated primordial spiritual treasures have been given to their owners. The rest are placed on the treasure gifting rock in the southeast of the palace. You can go for them. Hongjun said a few words to comfort the people. Upon hearing that, those people immediately rushed out of the Zixeo Palace and headed to the treasure gifting rock. Ming had been waiting for his words and rushed out as soon as Hongjun said it. Hongjun gifted nothing to him, but there were many treasures on the treasure gifting rock. He should snatch some. In fact, Ming was very jealous of the treasures of the three pure ones, Goddess Enviwa, Jiyin, and Junti. Those treasures were all of the highest grade except for Junti's Kate's Divine Rod. Now he had to comfort himself by getting some treasures on the treasure gifting rock. After leaving the Zixeo Palace, Ming rushed to the treasure gifting rock. It was not large, but it was overflowing with an unusual brightness and was really attractive. It was covered by some tactical formations, and the treasures on the rock were still there as they could not easily be taken away. The three pure ones followed Ming, and upon seeing that they were pursuing him, Ming plunged directly into the rock. He immediately recognized that he seemed to have stepped into another space that was formed by some common tactical formations. Inside, the space was bending and nobody was able to fly. Ming immediately released his good and evil separations to find more treasures. The rock had been set by Hongjun, so no one could find as much treasure as he wished it. All depended on one's fate. Minghe was the first to get into the treasure gifting rock, and the other cultivators, who were not willing to be left behind, quickly followed. The rock was full of glory, and it seemed that there were a lot of treasures within it. But with 2,000 cultivators there, the supply would not meet the demand, so most of them would get nothing. It did not take long before the treasure gifting rock vibrated, and all of the cultivators that had entered were forcibly ejected. When Ming came out, he took his 2 separations back. He had gained a lot, but he thought that it was a little bit strange. The 3 pure ones had undoubtedly gotten the most. Layazi's map of Taikai was full of glory, which meant that he had gained a few primordial spiritual treasures, while there were over 20 primordial spiritual treasures in Yanshi's Pangu banner, and that made him full of smiles. However, when he found out what Tongshan had gained, his pleasant mood suddenly disappeared. There were dozens of primordial spiritual treasures under Tongshan's god-killing sword formation. He was maybe the one who had gained the most. As for Goddess Enviwa, Fuxi, and Tei, they all had gotten their own treasures, and even Jiyin and Junti had gained some, which made them both happy. Ming had counted the treasures he had gotten from the treasure gifting rock, and he was really satisfied with the result. On top of that, his good separation had gained 33 primordial spiritual treasures that were not at a very high level, but had a great formation. All of the treasures were beads, which caused Ming to complain. With all of these beads, you just want me to open a jewelry shop, right? Although each of the 24C protection pearls were low-grade primordial spiritual treasures, combining all of them would turn them into a top-grade treasure. And with the combination of these pearls and the ruler of heaven and earth, Ming could predict the Deva Loka. The other 9 pearls were the 5-element spiritual beads and the 4-sign spiritual beads, each of which were mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures. If combined together, they would become a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. His good separation had gained 3 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, which was not bad. The only top-grade primordial spiritual treasure that the evil separation Red Lotus Taoist found was actually a lotus lamp. The lamp should have been a magic weapon of Envaiwa, but somehow it was acquired by Red Lotus Taoist. The power of the lamp was really great, having no less than a primordial spiritual treasure did. Ming would need to go back home and study its details. In contrast, Ming himself gained the least. He had only obtained 1 mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure and 3 low-grade primordial spiritual treasures. The mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure was a god lock, which could be used to block immortals' original spirits, while the 3 low-grade treasures were respectively a blade, a sword, and a halberd, which were all disdained by Ming. The crowd was ejected from the treasure gifting rock, and this caused it to violently shake. Eventually, all of the obstacles and the tactical formations disappeared, revealing the remaining primordial spiritual treasures. All of the primordial spiritual treasures turned into a stream of light that shot toward untainted land. Seeing that, the cultivators who had not found any treasures were greatly shocked, feeling that there must be a method of finding spiritual treasures in untainted land. It was a pity that spiritual treasures had souls and that they could not show themselves or easily be found by other people. They could only be found by someone who had gotten lucky. With all of the treasures gone, leaving only the empty treasure gifting rock there, the cultivators were disappointed and either went back to the Zixao Palace or to untainted land. Ming looked at the treasure gifting rock and then waved his sleeves to collect it. Even though he did not know what the rock was, he knew that it could not be a bad treasure because it had been used to hold Hongjun's primordial spiritual treasures. Everyone present who saw Ming collect the rock were regretting the fact that they did not think to do the same. The teaching was over and ancestor Hongjun would now combine himself with the Great Way, which was a good chance for the people to feel the stateliness of the Way of Heaven, so they would not miss this. After going back to the Zixao Palace, they saw Hongjun's vital force change to become illusory, and although it was still there, it seemed to be non-existent. Hongjun looked at the dozens of people there and said softly, "Since the creation of heaven and earth, all of the beings were created and I received the mortal instrument of fate and made teachings, receiving a fulfillment of merit." All of the people bowed and said, "Master, please think twice." Ming stood far away and stayed out of the affair. Moreover, he despised their hypocrisy. Actually, all the people had been secretly pleased for a long time. They knew that Hongjun would be least likely to come out after the integration. In that case, the people present would gain supremacy over all the others in untainted land, because they all were sages to be. Hongjun looked at them and continued by saying, "Keep it in mind that, for the way of heaven, you only need to consider the trend and fortune of heaven. Thus, the great way will be prosperous. The saints will appear if you comply with the way of heaven. When you become a saint, you will be eternal if you are free from the influence of karma. And by doing nothing, the saints will neither fail nor have any loss. Hence, a sage eschews excess, extravagance, and pride. We will not forget what you said, Master." Everyone bowed again. Finally, Hongjun said, "Keep in mind that I will not appear unless there is a cultivation tribulation between heaven and earth. From now on, I am the way of heaven, while the way of heaven is not me. Please take care of yourself." Hongjun's words could be considered as advice or a warning. In the end, Hongjun summoned the jade butterfly of fate and gently spit out 2 words, "Great Way." Then the jade butterfly of fate immediately became a golden wheel, and Hongjun's figure moved toward it and disappeared. Finally, the wheel also hid inside the void and disappeared. After Hongjun's disappearance, the people who were present left one by one. On the way home, Ming was thinking about the golden wheel. In his opinion, it had to be the way of heaven. From it, Ming could deeply feel the power of heaven, which was not as easy as he thought. After returning to untainted land, Ming took a look in the direction that Hong Yu had left and then flew to the Blood Sea. Hong Yun was temporarily safe because he was together with Zhen Yuanzi. However, his death would be close at hand if those ambitious schemers were unable to resist themselves any longer. Even if Zhen Yuanzi deliberately protected him, Hong Yun would be doomed to die. On his way back to the Blood Sea, Ming looked over the treasure gifting rock. As for the treasure, there were different opinions in many novels. Some said that it was turned from the cauldron of heaven and earth. However, Ming owned the cauldron of heaven and earth, so that was ridiculous. After removing the outermost layer of the treasure gifting rock, Ming finally saw its true appearance. Actually, it was a piece of the original Chaos Rock, and it was also rare in the Chaos. Although it could be a good material for refining weapons, in a short period of time it was useless. The original Stone of Chaos was extremely tough, but the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth could convert it. Regrettably, Ming was not capable to convert it into a magic weapon. To do that, he had to reach the realm of the origin at least. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the treasure. After his return to the Blood Sea, Ming started his closed-door meditation again, but he did not plan to spend a lot of time on it because he just wanted to rethink his perception of the way of the origin. Moreover, he would not be in the mood to continue his closed-door meditation because big events would be happening unceasingly. Therefore, it would be bad to miss anything. After the third teaching in the Zixio Palace, Hongjun combined himself with the Great Way, so there was no sage gaining supremacy over others in untainted land. However, there were some other people who could become sages. Therefore, if those almighty ones in untainted land had evil intentions, a bloody fight would be unavoidable. However, even if they were bold enough, they would not dare to take actions against the 6 people, including the 3 pristine ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jiyin, and Jun Ti, because Ancestor Hongjun had mentioned that those 6 people could become sages. If they dealt with those 6 people, Ancestor Hongjun would be offended. Therefore, Hongjun became the target of all the almighty ones. However, Hongjun did not know his plight. At that time, he was enjoying ginseng in Zhenyuanzi's mansion. At the border between the Western and Oriental world existed the misty mountains upon which a Taoist temple, surrounded by misty clouds all year around and stood at the peak. Furthermore, a plaque written with 3 words, Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, was right there hanging over the gate of the temple. Here was the Taoist temple of Zhenyuanzi, the primordial Mazinger. Inside the temple, there were no sculptures of gods worshipped. What was consecrated in it were just 2 words. One was heaven and the other one was earth. What was more, in the backyard of the Taoist temple grew a huge old tree called the ginseng tree with spiritual roots. These all told people that Zhenyuanzi had a good opinion of oneself. Zhenyuanzi showed up with a tiny ginseng tree and the magic weapon book of the Nether World. The Book of the Nether World was a primordial spiritual treasure that could synergize all natural power on untainted land. It also helped Zhenyuanzi become the ancestor of earthly immortals. As for ginseng tree, it had highest grade spiritual roots. Furthermore, it would take 3,000 years for it to blossom and another 3,000 years to yield fruits. What's more, to totally ripen also required another 3,000 years. To be honest, only 30 fruits would be yielded every 10,000 years. People who were lucky enough would extend their life to 360 years long if they smelt the fragrance of the tree once, and they could live for 47,000 years on Earth if they ate those fruits. Meanwhile, their supernatural power and cultivated treasures would also be strengthened. However, those fruits yielded by the ginseng tree were a little bit special as their shapes were pretty like babies. They would leave the tree when they met gold, dry when touched by wood, disappear when splashed by water, and go underground when feeling the soil. Therefore, if one wanted to get 1 fruit from the tree, he must use golden tools. However, there were only 10 more fruits left. In the meantime, 2 Taoists were sitting on the ground in the garden of the Taoist temple. One of them, young as a child, wore a gold hat and clothes decorated with cranes. He was Zhenyuanzi. Meanwhile, the other was in a red robe, lying on the ground with ginseng fruits in his hand. He was Hongyun, who was pretty famous in untainted land. He treated people very well. Many individual cultivators called him Ancestor Hongyun. Seeing Hongyun's comical way of enjoying the ginseng fruits, Zhenyuanzi's emotion was pretty complicated since he could just taste a few of those fruits when they were ripe, but nearly half of them were swallowed by Hongyun. However, there was nothing Zhenyuanzi could do to stop Hongyun from taking those precious fruits. In the meantime, Hongyun's happiness did not influence Zhenyuanzi at all. On the contrary, Zhenyuanzi was pretty serious. After hesitating for a moment, Zhenyuanzi began to say, "Hongyun, how about your Hongmeng immortal qi?" When hearing the words Hongmeng immortal qi, Hongyun's mood suddenly became bad. He put down the ginseng fruits in his hand and said, "Well, you know, my Hongmeng immortal qi does not improve even a little bit after listening to teachings for such a long time." Zhenyuanzi then worriedly said, "Hongyun, I do not know whether I should tell you or not." Hongyun then looked at Zhenyuanzi in confusion and replied, "Zhenyuanzi, you are my best friend, so just say what you want to say directly. I will not blame you." After hearing Hongyun's promise, Zhenyuanzi felt relaxed and said, "Hongyun, actually now, I don't know whether Hongmeng immortal qi will bring you good luck or disaster." Hongyun then asked, "What do you mean?" "Hongmeng immortal qi is good to me because it is the foundation of the Great Way." Zhenyuanzi then continued saying, "That's for sure. The Hongmeng immortal qi is pretty precious. However, you know, at our current cultivation level, we too cannot keep it if the Wu and Demon tribe, as well as other individual cultivators, want to rob it away from us." As Zhenyuanzi finished talking, Hongyun suddenly noticed the seriousness of the matter. Even though there were 7 Hongmeng immortal qi existing, everyone knew that the one that Hangyun had was the most valuable one. Hangyun indeed enjoyed great popularity though, and nothing could change his identity as a sage to be figure. So it would be pretty hard for him to defend the Hong Meng immortal chi he had at his current cultivation level. Furthermore, the three pristine ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Ji Yin and Junti, were all disciples of Ancestor Hangjun. Ancestor Hangjun had made it clear that all of his 6 disciples would be sages, so if someone wanted to attack them to rob the Hong Meng immortal chi, Hangjun would certainly help his disciples. However, Hangyun's situation was different. For he was not the disciple of Ancestor Hangjun, and no one had declared that he would be a sage in the future. To be honest, Zhen Yuanzi might be the only one who was willing to help him in the untainted land. Thus Hangyun had reasons to trust his words about the Hong Meng immortal chi. However, he did not want to give it up so easily, as no one could refuse the attraction of becoming a sage. Actually, Hangyun knew it pretty clear that many people wanted to rob his Hong Meng immortal chi, and at that time, even though Zhen Yuanzi could help him, their power to defend it was still limited, so Hangyun sincerely did not want Zhen Yuanzi to get involved in his battles. Meanwhile, looking at Hangyun's tangled expression, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly had no ideas about what to say. To reach the Great Way and to be an immortal sage was every cultivator's dream. Right now, the chance to become a sage was right in front of Hangyun, and so it was too difficult for him to give up this chance. To be honest, even Zhen Yuanzi could not give up the Hong Meng immortal chi, even though he trapped this dilemma. Zhen Yuanzi also had no ideas regarding Hangyun's situation, so all he could say was, Hangyun, actually, I also do not have any good advice for you now, but one thing I can assure you of is that I will use a formation to cover my Wuzhuang Taoist temple in order to protect you from being disturbed by others as long as I can. During this period of time, you'd better try your best to master the Hong Meng immortal chi. As for the result, it's all about fate. In the meantime, Hangyun was pretty moved by Zhen Yuanzi's words. If he was with others now, they might certainly kill him for his Hong Meng immortal chi, and no one would help him as Zhen Yuanzi. As for Zhen Yuanzi, he had already begun to make his formation with the natural power on the untainted land, centered on the Book of the Nether World. In attacking ability, the formation created by Zhen Yuanzi was just so-so, while for defensive strength, barely any other formations could compare with it. After covering his temple with a formation, figures who stayed outside the Wuzhuang Taoist temple suddenly could not see what was happening inside. While they did not act rashly and blindly, there were no sage-to-be figures showing up until now. How dare they, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, act first? Actually, those figures who were waiting outside all knew that there was little hope for them to get the Hong Meng immortal chi, since many sage-to-be figures who were much more awesome than them also wanted it. Though they still wanted to try for Hong Meng immortal chi. Meanwhile, although there were many ways to help people become sages, the way of using Hong Meng immortal chi was the simplest. That was why so many figures fixed their eyes on that Hong Meng immortal chi owned by Hangyun now. Furthermore, as for those cultivators who had cultivated for tens of thousands years, the reason why they wanted that Hong Meng immortal chi so badly was that immortal ancestor Hangjun showed them how powerful sages were. However, no figures outside the Wuzhuang Taoist temple were going to lead the battle to rob that Hong Meng immortal chi. Everyone knew that the nail that stuck up got hammered down. What's more, the one who kept Hong Meng immortal chi was a sage-to-be secondary stage figure, and he now both had the protection of Wuzhuang Taoist temple and Zhen Yuanzi, who was at the secondary stage of sage-to-be. It was also pretty difficult for them to find a good chance to attack. Meanwhile, many other sage-to-be figures also chose to stay and observe, for although the sage-to-be level was the highest among the untainted land, the sorcerer and demon tribe would be much more powerful. Therefore, those individual cultivators dared not move first before those two powerful tribes. As for demon tribe of Heavenly Court, after Emperor Jun and the Great One successfully invited Envaiwa and Fuxi to their tribe, they immediately returned back to the Heavenly Court and sent many demons who were good at cloaking to supervise Hangyun inside the Wuzhuang Taoist temple. At the same time, they also sent some demons to monitor the Wu tribe and see whether they were planning something to deal with Envaiwa. Now the sorcerer and the demon tribe could never become friends again, and a bloody battle would surely occur sooner or later. As for now, the strength of those two tribes was pretty similar, so if Emperor Jun got the Hong Meng immortal chi after their goddess Envaiwa became a sage, the Wu tribe would certainly disappear in Hong Huang, so the Wu tribe must have some plans for this. Therefore, the Wu tribe would also be trying robbing the Hong Meng immortal chi to stop demon tribe from becoming more powerful than them. Even though the 12 ancestors of sorcery had no interests in that Hong Meng immortal chi, they would never allow another sage appear in the demon tribe. If goddess Envaiwa was a threat to them, the Wu tribe would immediately find ways to kill her without caring too much about her identity as an honorable ancestor. The Wu tribe knew about the huge movement happening in the untainted land. When they heard that, during the third teaching in Zixeo Palace, Hongjun had conferred the title of sage upon the goddess Envaiwa and granted a placement to the listeners. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were shocked and could no longer keep their cool. In the hall of Pangu, the 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered with discoloration filling their faces. It was obvious that they were disturbed by the placement of the 7 sages, and the sage that caused the most headache for them was goddess Envaiwa. 3 pure ones were still all right, as they were from the same lineage under Pangu, so they would not do any harm to the Wu tribe. From the west, Ji Yin and Zhen Ti did not have any contact nor any beef with the Wu tribe, so they definitely would not strike out at the Wu tribe. Goddess Envaiwa was different. Once she became a sage, the demon tribe would become invincible. When it was time, the Wu tribe would be under incredible pressure. This was not what the 12 ancestors of sorcery wanted to see. As the head of 12 of ancestors of sorcery, Emperor Jiang asked, "How do you all think of this situation? You may speak your mind." Zhurong roared, "Big brother, what's there to think of? Let's just go and barge into the heavenly court to kill that sniveling little thing and snatch her sage placement." An ancestor of sorcery sitting beside Zhurong spoke out. His aura and thoughts were totally opposite of Zhurong. If Zhurong was to be described as fire, he would be water. He was indeed the ancestor in charge of the water element, Gonggong. "Zhurong, are you serious? Is the heavenly court that easy to get in? You go, but I won't." Zhurong flared up upon hearing what Gonggong said. "Gonggong, what do you mean? You're the most stupid one. Come and fight me if you dare. Don't be sarcastic and think that I can't hear it." Gonggong challenged Zhurong back. "Come on then, I'm not afraid. Let's do it." Hearing Zhurong and Gonggong quarreling, Emperor Jiang flew into a rage. He said, "Both of you shut up. We should be discussing strategies, not arguing. Sit down, both of you. Jigin, what do you think we should do?" Zhurong and Gonggong were 2 individuals with totally opposite personalities. They would fight whenever they saw each other, and no one could stop nor control them, except Emperor Jiang. For the sake of peace for the tribe, Emperor Jiang specifically separated them to the north and south out of fear that if their villages were next to each other, a war might break out. Instead of 2 villages going to war, a battle between both Zhurong and Gonggong would be better for the sake of peace for the Wu tribe. Seeing Emperor Jiang raged, Zhurong and Gonggong glared at each other before sitting back down. Other ancestors of sorcery looked at this familiar scene helplessly, but thankfully, Emperor Jiang was able to settle them down. Zhurong and Gonggong finally quieted down. Zhu Jigin said what Zhurong said made some sense. Zhurong turned to Gonggong, lifting his brows and sneering when hearing this. Gonggong snorted and ignored him. Zhu Jin shook his head when he saw Zhurong's attitude and continued. "But the heavenly court is heavily guarded. Even if we used all of our forces to attack the heavenly court and killed Envaiwa, I'm afraid we will suffer major casualties. Plus the most important point, Hongjun." Zhu Jigin knew that the Wu tribe did not respect Hongjun at all, but he went on and said, "The Wu tribe only respect the Father God, but Hongjun is a sage now. And though he is already one with the Great Way, he will not allow Envaiwa to die." Previously, when Hongjun became a sage, we felt the strong aura of the sage. So even if we use our last resort, we are most definitely not Hongjun's opponent. Listening to his analysis, the rest of the ancestors went silent. Zhu Jigin continued, "That is why this is not the best idea." Emperor Jiang's eyes flashed. "Jigin, since the battle is not the best idea, what other ideas do you have?" Zhu Jigin nodded and replied, "Of course. With our tribe's current prowess, we can still beat the demon tribe. We have to train our people strictly while perfecting the 12 divine beings killing formation. On the other hand, we need to keep a close watch on the movements of Heavenly Court. Once Envaiwa makes any movement, we have to stop her. As long as Envaiwa does not become a sage, she is not a threat to us. This is the second best strategy." Sitting at the back, Hu Tu questioned, "Then Jin, what is your best strategy?" A menacing look materialized on Zhu Jigin's face. "Eliminate Hongyun. Snatch his foundation of Great Way. Though Hongyun has some ability, he is definitely not an opponent for most individual cultivators of the untainted land. Moreover, Emperor Jun of the demon tribe is ambitious. He will set his eyes on Hongyun as well. If we do not strike, he will. If he managed to get it, then." Zhu Jin stopped, but the other ancestors knew what he was trying to say. If that were true, that 2 sages appeared in the demon tribe, and then the Wu tribe would be facing destruction. This was what they were trying to avoid, so they might as well try to snatch the foundation of Great Way, then maybe the Wu tribe can also produce a sage. Emperor Jiang commented after listening, "All right, then we'll do as Jin said. We'll carry out both the best and second best strategy in case of any sudden changes in the situation. From now on, send someone to keep an eye on the demon tribe in Wuzhuang Taoist Temple. The moment Emperor Jun or Envaiwa make any movement, we must stop them." All the ancestors of sorcery agreed with what Emperor Jiang said. Once the ancestors had a plan, the whole Wu tribe started to implement it. It was alright if only the Wu tribe had a plan, but now the demon tribe also had a plan of their own. With both the Wu and demon tribe proceeding with their act, the air in the untainted land became taut with tension. Many incredibly skilled individual cultivators did not dare to act in fear of being dragged into it. Somewhere in the Blood Sea, Minghe noticed what had gone on in the untainted land. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since he returned from the Zixeo Palace. The untainted land became eerily peaceful, and Ming automatically knew this was the last peaceful moment till the next cultivation tribulation, and the spark to end this peacefulness was Hangyun. Ming had been in closed-door meditation since he returned and was enlightened in the way of origin taught by Hangjun. The teachings were deep yet rewarding. Ming and the Red Lotus Taoist sage to be peak realm was stabilized. The Taoist of Heaven also broke through the sage to be peak level realm, with 3 sage to be peak realm battle power. Ming was the strongest after the sage. But this was not what he wanted. Despite the fact that he seems to be very powerful, being unable to enter the origin, he was still considered as a non-entity. Though Minghe and his second separation reached the sage to be peak realm, he was still far from the origin. With the enlightenment on the way of the origin, Ming could feel the difference in between the origin and sage to be even more distinctly. With a battle ensuing, the cultivation tribulation might occur at any moment. Soon, sages would begin to appear, so of course Ming would be nervous. Reaching the state of enlightenment was not easy for Ming. To hasten the divine law of prediction into the origin, Ming only had 2 choices. One was to depend on the magical Tao mirror. Ming does have many treasures to offer up to it. At most, he just used up the treasures that he kept in his treasure vault. But even if it was the magical Tao mirror, it could not be done on a whim. Time was needed for prediction. Ming was afraid that time was what he lacked. The other choice was Hangyun, or more accurately, the Hongmeng immortal chi on Hangyun. Hangyun being dead or alive had nothing to do with him. It was obviously a stage set by Hangjun, a stage filled with plenty of malicious intent. There were 5 batches of people hitting on the idea of Hangyun. The first batch, the demon tribe of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun would not let the chance of getting the foundation of Great Way to slip through his fingers. The second batch, still the demon tribe, but this time it was the northern underworld demon tribe of Kunpeng. He hated Hangyun, and now Hangyun owns the foundation of Great Way. How could Kunpeng just leave it be? The third batch would naturally be the Wu tribe. Envaiwa already held a sage placement, and the Wu tribe could not bear to see the demon tribe produce another sage. They would desire a sage placement for themselves as well, so that the advantage that the demon tribe had with a sage in their tribe would be nullified. The fourth batch would naturally be those sage to be individual cultivators, and they would definitely not pass up on a chance like this. The last batch would be those Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, 5 batches fighting for the Hongmeng Immortal Chi on Hangyun. The outcome was obvious. The strength of Wu tribe and demon tribe was immense. Those who died were mainly individual cultivators of sage to be and the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. The impact of the death of so many individual cultivators was great. They were no longer a threat to the Wu and demon tribes. Both tribes could fight in peace. Hangjun naturally achieved his motive of clearing the untainted land of skilled and powerful cultivators, especially those of the sage to be realm. Sages to be were a considerable threat in untainted land, not only to the Wu and demon tribes, but also to the future human tribe. For this cultivation tribulation of the Wu and demon tribes, having at least one master of the sage to be level was better than nothing. The moment this tribulation was completed, even the Daluo golden immortals would be scarce. If they survived, they would most probably choose to live like a recluse. Though the setup of this situation was overt for Ming, he had no choice but to get involved. If he could get the Hongmeng immortal chi and gain the enlightenment from it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the divine law. Ming had not thought who would have the Hongmeng immortal chi for now. He had not even gotten his hands on it, so it was pointless to dwell on that. Since Hangjun wanted to kill all the renowned and skillful individual cultivators, then let Ming be the blade in his hand. Firstly, this act could spread his name within untainted land. Ming had kept a low profile all these years, and it was time for him to show his prowess. He needed everyone in untainted land to know that his reputation was not undeserved. Secondly, it was because of the cultivation of the divine law. Out of the 4 primary divine laws that Ming was cultivating, the law of killing was best used for attacks. Honestly, in the thousands of years that had passed, Ming did not have the chance to cause a massacre. As per its name, the law of killing was gaining the enlightenment through the slaughters. Without the opportunity to kill many, Ming did not have the chance to gain an insight into the law of killing. To ensure his law of killing could improve, Ming needed to undergo a massive battle, and it seemed like a good idea to bathe in the blood of many Daluo golden immortals as well as sages to be to achieve his great way. Ming's blood started boiling in excitement when he thought of this. He was the master of Blood Sea, a killer by nature. There was nothing besides killing that could excite him more. Wait, what Ming needed to do now was to wait. He needed to stand by until Hangyun drew out more cultivators. That would benefit him more in his enlightenment of the law of killing. Danger could already be tasted in the air, yet how many people could escape and survive? Ming was not a sentimental person. At the moment his mind was on the lamp in his hand, the lotus lamp. The lamp was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure that the Red Lotus Taoist received from the treasure-gifting rock. He felt a sense of familiarity, and upon closer look he found some clues. The lotus lamp was 9 inches tall and as white as snow in the shape of a fully bloomed lotus. Its core of the light was Erlang Shen's sister and the third sacred Lady Yang Chan's magic weapon. This magic weapon had an unbelievable power, but the wielder had to be a person with immense kindness to control it. Its power could shake and reverse the effects of heaven and earth. The lamp was supposed to go to Goddess Nuwa before passing on to Yang Chan, but when the Red Lotus Taoist was at the treasure-gifting rock searching for treasures, he experienced a sense of insight with the lamp. So the Red Lotus Taoist gave up searching for other primordial spiritual treasures and settled on the lotus lamp with that sense of insight. Ming found it strange and decided to investigate. To be able to have telepathy with the Red Lotus Taoist's Red Lotus of Fire, it would definitely be an extraordinary treasure. Taking a part of the origin of the lotus lamp, Ming used the magical Tao mirror to predict its source. The final prediction turned out to be a 36-grade lotus. Ming was surprised by the outcome. No wonder the lotus lamp had telepathy with the Red Lotus of Fire. They were born of the same origin, from the pieces of the 36-graded green lotus of fate. From his prediction, Ming also came to know the real entity of the lotus lamp. It was said that in the chaos, there was a green lotus of fate. The green lotus had 5 leaves with a 36-petal flower and 5 lotus seed. This lotus birthed the great divinity Pangu, giving rise to its name as the perfect heavenly treasure. After the creation of heaven and earth, it broke into pieces because it could not endure the attacks from 3,000 mazingers and the power of heaven and earth. After the green lotus of fate broke into pieces, its 5 leaves formed the 5 flags of heaven and earth. They were named the Central Wuji Apricot Flag, the Eastern Emerald Lotus Flag, the Southern Floating Flame Flag, the Western Natural Cloud Realm Flag, and the Northern Chunyuan Water Control Flag. Together, the flags formed the primordial 5 elements formation. With its infinite power, the formation was impenetrable and capable of warding off evil. And among the 5 seeds, 4 were ripe and became a 12-graded lotus, namely the Green Lotus of Fate, Red Lotus of Fire, Golden Lotus of Merit, and Black Lotus of Destructions. The Green Lotus of Fate was the most powerful. If it absorbed the ripe lotuses and the last lotus seed, it would be able to go through atavism, with the hope of creating another 36-graded Green Lotus of Fate. Therefore, heaven and earth did not tolerate its existence. First, it was taken by Ming, as he had gotten 3 green lotuses. Later on, one of the seeds transformed into another 3 seeds, and these were obtained by 3 pure ones. The last lotus seed was not ripe yet had fallen to untainted land. After the 36-graded Green Lotus of Fate broke into pieces, it lost its nutrients and was naturally unable to grow. It then slowly began to form a spiritual treasure and finally evolved into the lotus lamp. Having predicted this secret, Ming suddenly understood one thing. To be able to nurture the great divinity Pangu, the Green Lotus of Fate should be perfect. The lotus leaves form the 5 flags north, south, east, west, and center respectively at 5 corners of heaven and earth, yet there were only 4 lotuses. It turned out that one of the lotus seed was not ripe. To correspond with the 5 corners of heaven and earth, there was 1 lotus flower short, giving off a sense of imperfection. If all the lotus seeds ripened, it would presumably evolve into a 12-graded white lotus of purity. Sadly, this was not meant to be, but with the 5th lotus seed becoming the lotus lamp, Ming was no longer in a rush to get the golden lotus of merit or its lotus seeds. With the lamp, it was enough for Ming's 21-graded red lotus of fire to further improved. According to Ming's original plan, Red Lotus Taoist could use merits to enhance his supernatural power to the realm of the origin, but only as a last resort. Even though it was just a duplicated origin, at least it could still provide Ming with the ability to defend himself. But it was different now. If the 21-graded Red Lotus of Fire was able to swallow the 5th lotus seed's origin, it would be able to further improve itself and evolve as the primordial supreme treasure of top grade. The Red Lotus of Fire was the flesh of the Red Lotus Taoist. Regardless if it was his flesh or original spirit, they were at the realm of the peak level of sage to be. If the Red Lotus of Fire was to evolve once again, Red Lotus Taoist would be able to possess the power of origin. The flesh actualizing the origin was different from merely possessing the power of origin. The body was the Red Lotus Taoist himself, even if he could not fully control it, but the realm of his cultivation was at least stabilized, as compared to using merits to forcefully increase one's realm of the supernatural power. This route was much safer, and there was no catch to it, so long as one was able to catch up with the cultivation of the divine law. Looking at the lotus lamp in front of him, Ming's sense of urgency disappeared. Red Lotus Taoist's way of Great Way was a success. If he was able to get the Golden Lotus of Merit or it bore a lotus seed in the future, the Red Lotus of Fire would be perfect for it. It might even become the highest grade of primordial supreme treasure. The sense of satisfaction after creating a highest grade primordial supreme treasure with his own hands greatly excited Ming. At the moment, it was best to let the lotus lamp return to Genesis and use the 3-light holy water to nurture it. When it became the white lotus of purity, and its origin grew to the maximum, that was the perfect time for the red lotus of fire to absorb it. The lotus lamp gave him an extra lifeline and saved Ming a lot of trouble. Ming had planned to use the cauldron of heaven and earth to convert the lotus lamp into the power of origin, and use the sliver of origin in the seed from the red lotus of fire to nurture it, along with a fragment of the lotus lamp's origin. There would be great losses for him, but there was no other way. But he had no need for it now, as the 5th lotus seed had given him a lifeline when it formed the lotus lamp. Most of its power of origin was still left in the core of the lamp. All he needed now was to use the 3-light holy water, and it would grow into the white lotus of purity in no time. After taking out the core of the lotus lamp and placing it in the holy water, the water was visibly lessened. Luckily, Ming's Xunyun water control flag had accumulated quite a lot of the 3-light holy water. It would not have been enough otherwise. As for the lamp holder, Ming just threw it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The lotus seed absorbed the power of origin he gave to the white lotus. After absorbing the power of origin, the seed was considered complete. After a while, its speed in absorbing the holy water suddenly slowed and the core cracked open, revealing a wholly grown white lotus. Though slightly small, it was a 3rd-grade white lotus of purity. Compared to the size of Ming's 3rd-grade red lotus of fire, the size difference was similar to an apple and a watermelon. The newly born white lotus of purity had just reached 3rd grade and needed more time for improvement. Ming had no idea how far it would grow in the end, and only God could decide. Moreover, Ming did not plan on allowing the red lotus of fire swallow the white lotus of purity. After swallowing 3 9th-grade green lotuses and a 12th-grade black lotus of destructions, the red lotus of fire reached 21 grade. However, Ming found its flaw in that the 3 origins coexisted in the red lotus of fire. Although Red Lotus Taoist possessed 3 powers at the same time, it could be quite dangerous. The forces of fate and destruction contradicted each other. Once attacked by a strong external power, they could damage the Red Lotus of Fire. Red Lotus Taoist had to make sure the origin of the Red Lotus of Fire completely absorbed the forces of fate and destruction as he cultivated it. Even though this method would result in the Red Lotus of Fire losing the power of fate and destruction, but it was a safer option for the long haul. More than that, the origin of the Red Lotus of Fire could also be improved this way. Everything came at a cost. Ming understood there were no such things as perfection. A content mind was indeed a perpetual feast. While Red Lotus Taoist was busy controlling the Red Lotus of Fire to absorb the forces of fate and destruction, Ming was enlightening the divine law and cultivating his flesh. He also sent his blood god doppelganger to Wuzhuang Taoist temple to keep an eye on Hongyun. Once Hongyun or some other people made a move, he would be informed instantly. As for Heaven and Earth Taoist, he was converting 24 sea protection pearls. In Investiture of the Gods ancient Chinese mythical fiction, Dipankara Taoist used the ruler of heaven and earth, and the 24 sea protection pearls transformed the 24 heavens and enabled it to absorb living beings and items and enhance the power of attacks. The Taoist even attacked Tongshan sage with this treasure. The power of the 24 sea protection pearls was terrifying, obviously. According to legends, the Chaos Pearls broke into pieces during the separation of heaven and earth, one of which was the Sea Protection Pearls. Ming did not plan to predict the Sea Protection Pearl, and it was nearly impossible. Consequently, he did not bother wasting time and energy. There was still a long way to go for the complete conversion of 24 Sea Protection Pearls, as was the prediction of the 24 heavens. Things could not be rushed. The original form of Heaven and Earth Taoist was the map of heaven and earth containing the world of heaven and earth. For Heaven and Earth Taoist, who was an expert in the law of heaven and earth, it was nothing difficult to predict the 24 heavens. Yet it was not his plan to convert the 24 heavens from the 24 sea protection pearls. Instead, he planned to convert the pearls into his world of heaven and earth to strengthen its origin. That was a suggestion from Ming. Despite sounding like a material world, it was merely a fictitious space. A real world like untainted land with complete divine laws was able to birth countless creatures. Although spiritual roots and products were plantable in the world of heaven and earth, it lacked the divine law and could not birth creatures. What Ming had wanted to do was transforming it into a real world and expanding it, even if it was a low-grade Zyaokian world consisting of 1,000 universes. The world classified into several grades, namely Zyaokian world, Zhongqian world consisting of 1,000 Zyaokian worlds, Dacian world consisting of Zhonkian worlds and above. Ming had no idea about the grades beyond, nor which grade untainted world was in. If the world of heaven and earth was converted into Ziokian world, the potential of heaven and earth Taoist would match that of Red Lotus Taoist. Compared to the time the map of heaven and earth was just newly attained, the world of heaven and earth had witnessed much improvement. Ming had planted numerous spiritual roots of various origins to strengthen the power of the divine law. In addition, he also attained several dragon veins to improve the ley line's power of the world. If he expanded the world this way, it would take forever for the evolution of the world of heaven and earth to take place. But as long as Ming could mesh the 24 heavens with the world, he could significantly improve its origin. Thinking about this, Ming slapped his forehead. He really was too stupid. Since the sea protection pearls could strengthen the world of heaven and earth, perhaps the 5-element spiritual bead and 4-sign spiritual bead could do the same. The 5-element spiritual bead could convert the 5-element divine law of the world, and the 4-sign spiritual bead could convert dragon, white tiger, and Suzaku, which could stabilize the 4 poles of the world. By then, the strength of the world would improve remarkably. If possible, Ming had to reassess the merit body of heaven and earth Taoist. If the world of heaven and earth could evolve into Ziokian world, the strength of heaven and earth Taoist would be significantly improved. It would not be surprising if his power would be close to that of a sage's. Once it grew into a world as vast as untainted land, then heaven and earth Taoist could own the power similar to the way of heaven. These thoughts excited Ming. The tour to the treasure-gifting rock gained him some treasures, even though there were not many, but they were all destined for him and were quite useful. The quality of treasures overtook its quantity. It was conceivable that when Ming's original body, good separation, and evil separation reached the origin way of Great Way, even at the level of the lowest early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin, he would have discourse power. Who would dare to belittle him then? Hongyun hunkered on a cloud bed in Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, laboriously enlightening the Hongmeng Immortal Qi of original spirit in the hope of getting something. However, the Hongmeng Immortal Qi was too tricky. Ming's got nothing out of over 1,000 years, making him feel incredibly helpless. Perhaps I'm really not fated for the foundation of Great Way, Hongyun complained to himself. O Hongmeng Immortal Qi, I've tried to gain enlightenment from you for over 1,000 years, but you still show no reaction. Why did you choose me in the first place if we're not destined? After so many years without results, Hongyun began to suspect his fate with the foundation of Great Way. Did he really have to give up? In fact, he knew that it was not Hongmeng Immortal Qi that chose him, but rather Hongjun who chose him as the start of the cultivation tribulation. As Hongyun was stewing in his frustration, Zhen Yuanzi opened the door and walked in. Seeing Hong Yuan's frowning face, he asked, "How did it go?" "Still nothing." Hongyun nodded helplessly. Zhen Yuanzi frowned. "Hongyun, it's been over 1,000 years, yet there's still no reaction. How about?" Zhen Yuanzi went no further since it was hard to say so, especially to his good friend. Hongyun looked up at the hesitating Zhen Yuanzi and sighed. "I know what you are going to say. After such a long period, I still get no reaction. Perhaps this Hongmeng Immortal Qi is not fated with me. You want to tell me to give up, don't you?" Zhen Yuanzi nodded. He did want to do so, but he could not bring himself to say it. After all, the Hongmeng Immortal Qi represented glory and a fated chance for every seeker of Great Way. Convincing a person to leave the chance was like blocking his fortune. Furthermore, the person was his longtime bosom friend. Hongyun said with a complicated expression, "I understand your worries. Not only did I fail at enlightening the Hongmeng Immortal Qi, I might bring a fatal disaster upon myself. Perhaps it's not meant to be, but it's so unfair. I've fought in untainted land for hundreds of millions of years, but why isn't this treasure fated with me? I'm unwilling to give up. The way of heaven is unfair." Facing a Hongyun who seemed a little off his rocker, Zhen Yuanzi did not know how to continue and comforted him. "Perhaps your fated chance has not arrived. You may continue your enlightenment. I just stopped by to tell that I gained some enlightenment about the way of the 3 separations recently and needed to make my separations through closed-door meditation. During my meditation, you must definitely not go out." Even without Zhen Yuanzi's warning, Hongyun knew that there were at least thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals out there, never mind the handful of sages to be hiding among them. The reason why they did not launch an attack was that they were not fully prepared. Perhaps none of them was willing to take the lead. "I understand. Zhen Yuanzi, go and start your closed-door meditation." After seeing Hongyun nod, Zhen Yuanzi took his leave. If Zhen Yuanzi succeeded in his separation, his strength would significantly improve, and he could have a better control of the following situation. There was not yet a sage to be in his late stage in untainted land. Zhen Yuanzi turned around and left for closed-door meditation, trying to make another separation. Hongyun was happy for him, just like how he felt for his getting Hongmeng Immortal Qi. The two were more than brothers. Zhen Yuanzi was anxious to go into closed-door meditation, mainly because he wanted to improve his strength to help Hangyun. However, Hangyun looked at his back with a complex expression, murmuring, "Genuanzi, I wonder if we'll meet again. It's my own business, so I really don't want to drag you into trouble. If I will be alive, let's chat as usual." It seemed like a farewell. Before long, he left the Wuzhuang Taoist temple quietly without telling Zhenyuanzi and his child attendant. Without being noticed, Hangyan left the protection formation outside, only leaving a jade slip with a recorded voice message. Actually, Hangyan had no choice but to leave. During these years, he tried hard on Hong Meng Immortal Qi, but hadn't got any enlightenment. Yet recently, Hong Meng Immortal Qi was beating violently in his original spirit, seemingly to express some kind of message. He had no idea whether it was a blessing or misfortune. The misfortune would be that those eyeing him were about to take action. He and Zhenyuanzi could handle it when facing a few, but probably the Wu tribe and the demon tribe wouldn't miss the chance to rob him as well. Under such circumstances, he would have no chance to survive, so why drag Zhenyuanzi to death? During these tens of thousands of years, Hongyan had only one confidant that was willing to accompany him at risk of his life. Yet Hongyan would feel guilty if he put Zhenyuanzi at risk, so he had better go. As long as he left, Zhenyuanzi would be safe. The blessing would be the arrival of his fated chance. If he could take this chance to become the sage, all the pressure he faced now would be nothing. Yet it was not a long-term option to stay in Wuzhuang Taoist temple, because he would miss it if his chance was somewhere else. Anyhow, Hongyan chose to leave. Though he was aware that the latter was far less likely than the former, he wouldn't give up if there was a slight chance. He had no choice but to take a risk. Outside the Wuzhuang Taoist temple, most of those eyed at Hongyan were Zenith Heaven immortals, spreading in all directions, in the sky, under the ground, in the hills and trees, in everywhere. That could be called a heaven net. As long as Hongyan came out, he would be spotted. Suddenly, the dramatic supernatural power caught everyone's attention. Someone shouted, "Hongyan ran, go for him." When those individual cultivators came, they only found several dead bodies lying on the ground. Not far away, a piece of red cloud was escaping away fast. Those individual cultivators were instantaneously aware that it was Hongyan ancestor. Only he could turn into a red cloud in the untainted land. What was more, those bodies on the ground were all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Though it was a sneak attack, to kill several Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals with a single stroke required one to have at least a level of sage to be cultivation. Therefore, the red cloud must be made by Hongyan ancestor. The red cloud flew very fast, tens of thousand miles in a single breath. The individual cultivators hurried to use their magic skills, like mount the cloud and fog and driving the magic weapons. They were like shooting stars, chasing after the red cloud, yet they were far behind and the red cloud was almost out of sight. Suddenly, several magic weapons appeared in front of the red cloud and blocked its way. The red cloud turned into human shape that was Hongyan ancestor. He was full of anger and asked, "Which fellow Taoists, why block my way?" Over 10 figures showed up with an extremely similar vital force. Apparently they were all masters at the sage to be level. One of them said, "Hongyan, don't think about running away. You are surrounded by our tight dragnet of over tens of thousands kilometers. You can't escape." Casting a glance at the individual cultivators coming around, Hongyan's face turned deadly pale. There were more than 1,000 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and nearly 20 sages to be the number was increasing. The longer he delayed, the worse his situation would be. Another sage to be said, "Hongyan, it isn't easy for you to attain cultivation. Give us the Hong Meng Immortal Qi, and I will let you go." Hongyan looked at him and recognized him. He was called the ancestor of wild wind, and he had a little fame. His blowing wind could make one disappear from the world at once, with their soul gone. Hongyan found there was no way to escape, so he decided not to. He calmed down and said with a smile, "All of you want my Hong Meng Immortal Qi, but I have only one. Even if I hand it over, which one of you should get it? How to divide it?" Though he was well known for kindness, he was good at playing the alienation trick. The ancestor sneered, "Hongyan, I thought you were something, but you also play tricks. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. We the 16 sages to be have made an agreement and vowed to the way of heaven. No matter who gets the Hong Meng Immortal Qi, the others are willing to protect him. When he becomes a sage in the future, he shall protect the others, or he must die with the disintegration of his soul." The ancestor was so clever that he predicted Hongyan's trick and had thought about the solution. The 16 sages to be had vowed to the way of heaven that they would be the all together. If one of them got the Hong Meng Immortal Qi and became a sage, the others could depend on him. Hearing that, Hongyan's face turned pale, and the other sages to be along with the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals began to talk about it. The 16 sages to be could count as a force of consequence. Some others also followed their example and were willing to make an alliance. In a short while, over 1,000 individual cultivators were divided into large and small groups. Though their relationship was not reliable, Hongyan was clear that a big fight was inevitable. Ancestor of Wild Wind shouted again, "Hongyan, I ask you for the last time, will you hand over the Hong Meng Immortal Qi? Obviously, Ancestor of Wild Wind had no patience. Hongyan cast a cold laugh and said, "You want to get it, then come to take it." Ancestor of Wild Wind was furious and shouted, "Take action." The 16 sages to be spared no effort to attack Hongyan. They definitely wanted to kill him with one stroke. Following them, others couldn't wait to attack him. Hongyan burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, wanna kill me? It's too late. Let me play with you." Cloud move, wind blow, everything change, red cloud formation go. Suddenly, the clouds gathered together and changed into lots of red clouds. A huge tactical formation quickly appeared. The red cloud formation was created by Hongyan, who was transformed from a piece of red cloud. He started to comprehend the divine law of cloud when he reached the zenith heaven stage. The formation was set up by the cloud law to control all of the clouds. The red cloud formation has 7 curtains and each had special tactics. When the tactical formation starts, it would rain heavily with red water. Once it rained, huge thunder would follow with fire, attacking the enemies from the top. It was extremely dangerous. Actually, he had sneakily gathered clouds from the heaven as he flew. He had delayed for a long time just now, so the clouds from tens of thousands kilometers were all gathered together. Based on the formation, he had summoned a surprisingly mighty force. However, Hongyan knew himself well. Though the red cloud formation was powerful, it was not enough to deal with so many people. If there were only few sages to be, he could fight with them. Yet tens of sages to be, and over 1,000 zenith heaven golden immortals gathering together, the red cloud formation could only resist for a few minutes. Hongyan knew that he couldn't hold on and would probably die with the disintegration of his soul in several rounds if he fought recklessly. Therefore, he made the tactical formation not to wear down the strength of his enemies, but to play with fire. Hongyan read the law, and the whole formation moved with furious vital force laden with thunder fire. Hongyan said in a heavy voice, "Explode." Indeed, Hongyan did not aim to kill anyone by enabling the tactical formation. From the beginning, his aim was to explode the red cloud formation. The power of the red cloud formation was shocking. After disturbing the tactical formation, he would catch the tide to explode the whole formation. The power and damage were so formidable that the tactical formation couldn't compare with. After the astonishing explosion, the untainted land shook. Hongyan in the center of the tactical formation was doomed to die. Meanwhile, he exploded the tactical formation and made a self explode. Since he was caged with no hope of escape, it was better for him to take some of them down on his deathbed. The power of his cultivation was at the level of a sage to be, so it shocked the heaven and earth. Adding to the power produced by exploding the tactical formation, it was impossible for anyone to survive. These people deserved it. Even if Hongyan was an honest man in the untainted land, no one could be more dreadful than him when he was desperate and ruthless. Hongyan's self-explode had drawn many people into the formation with no hope of survival. The remnants of the explosion dispersed. All the things and people between heaven and earth were in disarray. There were a few hundred figures in the sky, most of whom were at the level of sage to be. Although the power of Hongyan's self-explode and formation was tremendous, no masters at the level of sage to be died among the thousands of individual cultivators died. It just left them disheveled. However, those individual cultivators at the level of the zenith heaven golden immortals were different. Only hundreds of people were still alive. Most were at the late stage and peak level of the Daluo golden immortals. Those surviving individual cultivators at the early stage and secondary stage of the zenith heaven golden immortals were few. Many of the surviving individual cultivators ground their teeth with hatred. As the saying goes, you cannot beat a fox to provoke a show. This was appropriate to satirize them. They didn't even see the Hong Meng immortal Qi, but were unexpectedly defrauded by Hongyan, causing the death of thousands of zenith heaven golden immortals. Wild Wind Ancestor looked at the whole mess and burst into anger. He said, "Hongyan, you were an asshole. You wanted so many cultivators to be buried with you when you died. Right, where was the Hong Meng immortal Qi?" Wild Wind Ancestor in the tactical formation naturally felt Hongyan's self-explode. Now that Hongyan died, where was the Hong Meng immortal Qi? Wild Wind Ancestor's snarl subdued the rest of the individual cultivators. They all started to look for the Hong Meng immortal Qi, but they found nothing, even after searching for a long time. Was it possible that the Hong Meng immortal Qi had been destroyed? Not quite. It was the foundation of the Great Way and not easy to be destroyed. When finding the Hong Meng immortal Qi, they didn't realize that the evil spirit between the heaven and earth became so thick that it had reached a critical value. The vital force of the cultivation tribulation in the untainted land was thicker. Supposedly soon, the cultivation tribulation would break out thoroughly. Thousands of zenith heaven golden immortals and one sage to be had died before the fight between the Wu and demon tribes, which definitely caused the evil spirit between the heaven and earth to increase greatly. Fortunately, just one sage to be died. If there were one or two more, supposedly the cultivation tribulation of this time would break out thoroughly. Having searched for a long time, the people, including Wild Wind Ancestor, found nothing but some damaged spiritual treasure debris. It seemed that the Hong Meng immortal chi had disappeared completely and didn't leave any trace or vital force. In desperation, all the people had no choice but to leave. Hong Yun had died and the Hong Meng immortal chi had disappeared. There was no use for them staying there. They had wasted the time of thousands of years to wait for Hong Yun to come out. However, thousands of individual cultivators died because of Hong Yun, who had disappeared along with the Hong Meng immortal chi. How could they not be depressed after such a result? Zhen Yuanzi, who was in the Wezhuang Taoist temple, naturally perceived Hong Yun's astonishing explosion. After hearing Hong Yun's message, he let out a cry of sorrow. Hong Yun, my friend, why did you do this? We were so congenial. I was completely not afraid of death. He said it with a mixture of sorrow and anger, making the heaven and earth moved. Looking at the direction of Hong Yun's self-explode, the eyes of Zhen Yuanzi were filled with menace intent. He swore secretly. Hong Yun, you might rest assured. I would never let those people that murdered you go. Blood for blood. I would use their deaths as the sacrifice for your soul. I wished you all the way best. Zhen Yuanzi was the same as Hong Yun in personality. Both of them were mild and warm-hearted. They didn't like the combat. However, when they were cornered, what they did insanely was not weaker than the fierce people. Hong Yun killed thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals with one action and buried them with himself. In order to take revenge for Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi intended to use the death of tens of sages to be to sacrifice for Hong Yun, which was crazy. Although 10,000 kilometers far away from there, Zhen Yuanzi had reached the realm of sage to be and could easily feel the vital force of those sage to be individual cultivators and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal individual cultivators via spiritual thoughts. Zhen Yuanzi knew he had no chance and did not have the strength to kill those people at present, but as soon as they separated, Zhen Yuanzi would have a chance. And Zhen Yuanzi had a moment of enlightenment in the way of the three separations during his closed-door meditation. The evil separation would be separated. With his cultivation breakthrough the late stage of sage to be and the help of the good separation and evil separation, the strength of Zhen Yuanzi naturally increased. After all, Zhen Yuanzi didn't like those individual cultivators. He not only possessed an eternal spiritual treasure, but also found several primordial spiritual treasures in the treasure-gifting rock. Zhen Yuanzi's good separation was separated through a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, and the primordial spiritual treasure used to separate the evil separation was also at top grade. Thus, his good separation and evil separation's cultivation was better than ordinary people. They were at least at the secondary stage of the sage to be. Adding to his cultivation at the late stage of sage to be after he broke through, it was difficult for people to live under his sneak attack. Resentfully looking at the direction where those individual cultivators left, Zhen Yuanzi flicked his wide sleeve and got into his meditation abode directly to separate the evil separation. It was easier to separate than before because of his vengeful intent. Soon Zhen Yuanzi would break through the late stage and became one of the most advanced cultivators in the untainted land. Hong Yun died with vigor and vitality. All living beings of untainted land felt a sense of awe, and those top cultivators who thought of the plan to kill Hong Yun felt regret at not taking action earlier. They should not have waited and given him time to make such preparations. Otherwise, the Hong Meng immortal chi would not have disappeared. Of course, they also cursed Hong Yun. The people who could reach the realm of sage to be had great perseverance and wisdom. What all the people wanted from the Hong Meng immortal chi, the foundation of the Great Way, was the immortality that would come after becoming the sage, just as ancestor Hong Yun had said. Unexpectedly, Hong Yun, an honest man in the untainted land, was a crazy man. He would rather die than surrender the Hong Meng immortal chi. The man died, he had lost everything. Now that Hong Yun had died, the Hong Meng immortal chi was gone. The only chance to be the sage for them disappeared, making them unwilling. On the sacred island of Bloodsea, Ming's mood was especially nice upon seeing that the white lotus of purity had grown up gradually. Over thousands of years, the white lotus of purity had grown up to be a 6th-grade lotus, and the impetus for growth never reduced. At this speed, this white lotus of purity at least became a 9th-grade lotus. And it would be more beneficial to the red lotus of fire. As to the movement outside the untainted land, Ming never stopped paying attention to it. Hong Yun's appearance didn't escape from his eyes, only he never expected this result. He had never thought that Hong Yun was such a relentless person that he would actually kill thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. It could be considered a significant feat. Just looking at the direction of the untainted land, Ming had a glimmer of a smile on his face. Who said that the honest man can be bullied? If the honest man could make a determined effort, he would be more dreadful than others. Hong Yun, it seemed that the whole of the untainted land didn't comprehend you. But as for the Hong Meng immortal chi you owned, I really wanted to make friends with you. Ming was not surprised at the sharp increase of the evil spirit. All the things were under his control. Now that the cultivation tribulation was like a powder keg and the leg wire had been burned slowly, Hong Yun's astonishing explosion was like a gust of wind, accelerating the burning. The explosion had been at the fingertips. The untainted land storm was brewing. Ming also needed to take action. Looking at the direction of the untainted land, Ming soliloquized, "The cultivation tribulation is coming. I must also take action. Hong Meng immortal Qi, I must obtain you. No one can stop me. All of the people blocking me must die." With the die word coming out, Ming's killing intent rose into heaven. The killing intent gathered into a lotus and scattered all around Ming. The horrific intent was world-shaking, and no living beings could get close to him. Gathering killing intent into a lotus was a sign of success of the law of killing that Ming had cultivated. Untainted land, Hong Meng immortal Qi disappeared just after Hong Yun's death. The individual cultivators who wanted to strike scattered and left. They were not aware that, deep in the mountains billions of meters away from Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, a Taoist with a red robe stood with a deathly pale face, but there was a smile on his face. Was that not the supposedly dead Hong Yun? Hong Yun sat with his legs crossed and regulated his breath for a while, as a healthy complexion returned to his face. He looked towards Wuzhuang Taoist Temple with a proud expression. You're all too slow to rob my foundation of the Great Way. I came up with this trick to get out and kill thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill those sages to be. When I become a sage, I'll avenge my good separation." It was Hong Yun's good separation that exploded earlier. It was in the early stage of sage to be and separated from his wind and fire fan, a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. With Hong Yun's cultivation, he could actually avoid the surveillance of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. However, it was pointless as the sages to be had laid numerous traps outside. Hong Yun had no way to run, so he baited them with his good separation. He first launched a sneak attack, killing several Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and drew off the individual cultivators. He then seized the chance to run in the opposite direction and escaped, but what he pulled off was incredibly dangerous. Everything would have been for naught if the slightest mishap happened. Hong Yun's good separation was in the early stage, which was not that much different than his true self in the secondary stage of sage to be. Yet there were stark differences between ranks in the realm of sage to be. If he allowed things to drag on, it would be obvious to others that he was using his good separation. Thus, Hong Yun decided to forego everything and lay down a formation to blow himself up. The good separation exploded as well, disguising the truth that it was not Hong Yun himself. With his good separation destroyed, Hong Yun was also badly hurt. His original spirit was injured, and his humanly flower of the three flowers almost withered. Fortunately, he could still gather the pieces of his good separation. But before that can happen, Hong Yun had to mend his injuries and cultivate the humanly flower again, so he can recall his good separation using the primordial spiritual treasure. It would just cost him a lot of time, perhaps tens of thousands of years or more. When Hong Yun felt a little better, he continued on his way. He was cautious and completely hid the vital force around him. He did not even dare ride the clouds and only walked on the ground with his magic skills. It was much slower but safer. Before long, he felt numerous ice swords running down his back. Shocked, Hong Yun realized it was a sneak attack. He called the red gourd on his waist, and red sand surged from the mouth of the red gourd, devouring the ice swords. At this moment, an eagle-eyed and crooked-nosed Taoist walked out of the forest. Like Hong Yun, he was one of the 3,000 cultivators who listened to the sermon in Zixao Palace. It was the Taoist Kun Peng. Kun Peng thought Hong Yun looked like a burnt child dreading a fire and sneered. "Hong Yun, where were you going? You pulled a good trick, making a fool of those idiots. What a pity to destroy your good separation to kill thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. That's really a good trick, but it's hard to imagine it's something the honest man of untainted land would do." Hong Yun stared at Kun Peng bitterly. Facing with Kun Peng's sarcasm, he asked angrily, "Kun Peng, there's no enmity between us. Why did you attack me? Was it for the Hong Meng immortal Qi?" That was the only reason he could think about. Kun Peng scoffed. "No enmity. When we were in Zixao Palace, if you haven't given your place to Zhenti, I wouldn't have lost the chance to be a sage. But why did you still end up getting the foundation of the Great Way? Of course I need to demand an explanation. If you give me Hong Meng immortal Qi, I'll consider our old scores settled. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel." Hong Yun said angrily, "How was it my business that you lost out on being a sage? You should go to Zhenti, an honored lord of the origin. Don't dream about my foundation of the Great Way. We're both in the secondary stage of sage to be. Once we fight, I'm afraid it'll be hard to decide a victory. If those individual cultivators return, you can never get Hong Meng immortal Qi." Hong Yun was so desperate he pinned the blame on honored lord of the origin and Zhenti, who both forced Kun Peng to leave. Kun Peng smiled coldly. "I'll deal with Zhenti, an honored lord of the origin, when I become a sage, but our enmity should end today. Since your good separation has been destroyed, you must also be seriously injured. It won't take much to kill you." Hong Yun's expression worsened when Kun Peng pointed out his weakness. His good separation was destroyed, and he himself was affected. It was hard for him to exert all his strength. He should go while he still had the chance. Thinking of this, Hangyun wiped his red gourd, and numerous red sand surged from its mouth towards Kunpeng. He himself retreated quickly, wanting to escape. With a sneer, Kunpeng waved his sleeves and astral wind emerged from his cuffs, instantly blowing the red sand away. He then transformed into a large bird, spreading its wings and flying towards Hangyun. In Untainted Land, only a few people were faster than Kunpeng. Hangyun was obviously not one of those people. In just a short while, the bird caught up with Hangyun, its sharp claws mauling his heart from behind him. Hangyun evaded Kunpeng's attack, but when he turned around, Kunpeng had blocked his way. Hangyun was forced to stop. It seemed that it was impossible for him to run. Kunpeng looked at Hangyun, smiling coldly. Hangyun, don't waste your time. In terms of speed, you're slower than me. Hurry up and give me Hongmeng immortal chi, and I'll spare your life. If you lost your life, you would end up with nothing. What use would Hongmeng immortal chi be to you then? Kunpeng obviously wanted to defeat Hangyun without a fight. Once they battle, he would not be able to win in a short period. As Hangyun's words, it would be bad for both of them if they attracted the attention of those individual cultivators. Besides, what worried Kunpeng the most was the actions of Emperor Jun at Heavenly Court and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. If things dragged on, Hongmeng immortal chi would never belong to him. Hangyun gritted his teeth. Kunpeng, stop dreaming about my Hongmeng immortal chi. I'd rather die than give it to you. You speak too much nonsense. If you want a fight, I'll give you one. Take this. I'll use the 9-9 spirit-killing and life-killing red sand to kill you. Hangyun picked up the 9-9 spirit-killing gourd in Mount Buju. It was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, containing spirit-killing red sand that could kill a person's soul and body. It was the most toxic magic weapon. Hangyun did not give in this time. Since he could not escape, he could only try and finish their fight as soon as possible. All the red sand flew towards Kunpeng, carrying with them an unpleasant smell. Red light veiled the heaven and earth. Kunpeng dared not be careless. This time the red sand was much stronger and plentiful than before. He could no longer deal with them with just the astral wind from a flick of his sleeves. A mini palace appeared in Kunpeng's hand. When he murmured incantations, the palace began spraying black water, rushing to the red sand. The palace was Kunpeng's eternal spiritual treasure, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. After he created the demon characters, he engraved the characters on his treasure, greatly enhancing its power. So Kunpeng named the treasure Demon Palace. The red sand and black water clashed, not yielding to each other. Hangyun activated the 9-9 spirit killing gourd as he cast his Taoist seal. He muttered, clouds gather, winds blow, all things change. Red sand fills the sky, killing people's spirit and body. 9-9 red cloud formation, begin. It was once again the red cloud formation, but this time it was an improved tactical formation with the 9-9 spirit killing gourd as the eye of formation. The formation contained not only the power of thunder and fire, but also the spirit-killing red sand, which was further strengthened. Laced with thunder and fire, the red sand attacked Kunpeng. He immediately felt more pressure and had to contract his defense. The northern underworld black water wrapped around him like an iron bastion. Though the red sand paired with thunder and fire attacked Kunpeng brutally, it was hard to break through his defense. Hangyun worried that if the fight continued, they would attract attention. Looking at the huge red cloud formation, Kunpeng sneered and activated the Demon Palace. Ice swords break the formation. The treasure hurled ice swords with great power. A sound similar to Kunpeng's voice floated into the formation from outside. It said, astral wind of 9 heavens, break the formation. Hangyun was shocked when the ice swords and astral wind simultaneously attacked the formation from the inside and outside. The red sand, together with thunder and fire, was annihilated, and his formation instantly collapsed. Hangyun spat out blood as his formation broke. Since he was connected state of mind to his formation, he could not go unscathed when it was destroyed. Even the 9-9 spirit killing gourd was affected, becoming dim and gloomy. Hangyun immediately put it away. After the tactical formation was broken, 2 figures appeared to corner Hangyun between them. Kunpeng smiled. Hangyun, you're not the only one who knew how to take advantage of your good separation. I knew you would make a formation, so I hid my evil separation and waited for this moment. How did you like being attacked? Hangyun looked pale. His state of mind was already wounded in the first place. When Kunpeng and his evil separation attacked him together, they not only destroyed his 9-9 red cloud formation, but also injured him severely with their combined attacks of ice swords and astral wind of 9 heavens. He wanted to deflect the enemy with the tactical formation, but fell right into Kunpeng's trap instead. Seeing smugness in Kunpeng's expression, Hangyun was filled with hatred. He said furiously, great, don't be too smug. If worse comes to worst, I'll take you down with me. He then charged at Kunpeng with all the supernatural power he could muster. Kunpeng was stunned. He did not expect Hangyun to want to go down with him. He just wanted the Hong Meng immortal chi and never thought Hong Yun would rather die than give in. This was insanity. Boom, another big explosion came, multiple times stronger than the previous one. After all, it was the real self-explode of a sage to be in the secondary stage. It was naturally more powerful than that of a good separation only in the early stage. The differences could not be more apparent. Inside Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, Zhen Yuanzi was undergoing his closed-door meditation, with 3 flowers above his head and the cloud of blessings filling the room. He yelled, "Separate." A figure jumped out of the earthly flower. It was his evil separation. After Zhen Yuanzi executed his evil separation, his cultivation improved tremendously and he successfully entered the late stage. He stood up and clenched his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, Hong Yun. I'll avenge you properly and spare no one." At that moment, a big tremor passed the tactical formation and entered the temple. Zhen Yuanzi was shocked and immediately went to check on it. There was another self-explode. His expression changed. This vital force was from his good friend Hong Yun. Could it be? In that explosion, he felt Hong Yun's vital force and saw his 9-9 spirit killing gourd. Could the one who died earlier be someone other than Hong Yun? He suddenly realized that Hong Yun sacrificed his good separation to create a way out for himself. But his way out had become a dead end. Zhen Yuanzi pounded the seat in anger. Had he realized earlier, he could have helped Hong Yun and his friend would not be forced to explode himself once more. Earlier, it was only Hong Yun's good separation that was destroyed, but this time he was afraid there was nothing he could do to mend the situation. Zhen Yuanzi changed into a stream of light and flew away. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up on Hong Yun. On the other side, Wild Wind Ancestor and 3 other sages to be were on their way back to their immortal's cave. It so happened that their homes were all outside the sea, thus they went the same way. As for the other 12 sages to be, they returned to their respective homes. They vowed to the way of heaven that they would be together to get the Hong Meng immortal chi. But now, Hong Yun was dead and the Hong Meng immortal chi was gone. There was no longer any need to gather. A sage to be individual cultivator in the early stage complained, "Damn Hong Yun, was that even necessary?" He was quite ruthless to self-explode. Since he couldn't keep the Hong Meng immortal chi, he ruined it so we couldn't get it. Fortunately, I didn't get hurt for my high Taoist cultivation. Humph, Wild Wind Ancestor suddenly stopped, prompting others to ask fellow Taoist Wild Wind what's wrong. Wild Wind Ancestor's expression as he shouted, "We've been had." It was Hong Yun's good separation that exploded. I'm afraid he's long gone by now. Hearing this, the 3 individual cultivators along with Wild Wind Ancestor immediately went back. Not long after, they sensed a strong power of the explosion and sped up at once. They were worried someone might be faster than them. Similarly, some individual cultivators also sensed something unusual about Hong Yun's good separation. Self-explode of a sage to be in the secondary stage was typically not that weak. A lot of other individual cultivators immediately rushed there when they realized the truth about Hong Yun's abnormal self-explode. Outside Mount Buju, the sorcerer and demon tribes were confronting each other. Emperor Jun intended to rob Hong Yun's Hong Meng immortal chi, so he led the armies of demon tribe to leave for untainted land with Tei. They wanted to besiege Zhen Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Taoist Temple. However, soon after they left Mount Buju, they were stopped by the Wu tribe. Seeing the 12 ancestors of sorcery leading their armies in front of him, Emperor Jun ordered the armies of demon tribe to stay on alert and lay out their formations. He was quite satisfied that the years he spent training them finally came to use. After the demon tribe finished their formations, the Wu tribe troops were as ready as well. The ancestor of sorcerer, Zhurong, looked at Emperor Jun and Tei and said, "Hey, Emperor Jun and Tei, why are you 3 feet crows in our territory instead of staying in your heavenly court? What do you want to do? Are you guys trying to start a fight?" Tei was infuriated by his words and said, "Zhurong, don't be too full of yourself. If you want a fight, I'll give you a fight. I'm not afraid of you." Tei was militant by nature and could not hold his anger after Zhurong's provocation. Emperor Jun quickly stopped Tei and turned towards Emperor Jiang. "Emperor Jiang, we have no intentions of fighting with the Wu tribe. Please allow us to pass. We have something to do." Emperor Jun did not want to be pinned down here. It would be bad if someone else found Hong Yun first. Emperor Jiang laughed. "Emperor Jun, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I know you want the Hong Yun's Hong Meng immortal chi. Do you think I'll let you succeed? Goddess Envaiwa from your demon tribe already has the Hong Meng immortal chi, so Hong Yun's one should belong to my Wu tribe. I advise you to return to Heavenly Court. Otherwise, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson." Emperor Jun's expression turned cold. Obviously, the Wu tribe had also set their sights on Hong Yun. This complicated matters. Though he was unafraid of the Wu tribe, it would be difficult to defeat them in a short time. By the time they finished the battle, God knows who would have gotten the Hong Meng immortal chi. What was worse was if some cultivators go into hiding after finding it. Finding a person in untainted land was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. With Hong Yun's second explosion, a large amount of the vital filled the heaven and earth. In Untainted Land, a burst of evil the vital soared towards the sky, straight into the vital. The earth trembled, and all creatures were in a panic. There was a sudden outbreak of the vital force of the cultivation in the heaven and earth. The cultivation tribulation had begun. All living beings of Untainted Land were stunned, as no one expected the cultivation tribulation to come so quickly. Even the three pure ones in their closed-door mediation were alarmed. Hangyun's two self-explodes had directly led to the early eruption of the cultivation tribulation in Untainted Land. With the start of the cultivation tribulation, all living beings of Untainted Land were caught in it. No one was spared. The cultivation tribulation that was supposed to erupt at least thousands years later had started ahead of time. Those in Untainted Land could not help hating the individual cultivators who tried to steal the Hong Meng immortal qi. The cultivation tribulation would not have started so early if not for them. In the spot where Hangyun exploded, Kunpeng's figure began to appear as the smoke dissipated. He was a pathetic sight, with blood still flowing from his lips. His injuries were evidently not light, and his evil separation was worse off. Kunpeng retrieved his evil separation to heal its wounds. Seeing the floating the Hong Meng immortal qi and 99 spirit-killing gourd, Kunpeng felt tempted. His efforts had not gone to waste. The Hong Meng immortal qi was finally going to be his. Just as he was about to grab them, they both flew and submerged. He quickly tried to stop them, wanting to use his supernatural power to do so. But the 99 spirit-killing gourd was stopped while Hong Meng immortal qi was seemingly unaffected and disappeared in a blink of an eye. A voice came from the sky and said, "The heaven and earth are everlasting, the heaven and earth have their methods. Stop." Upon hearing the voice, Kunpeng became defensive and started the demon palace that was hanging over his head, and demon characters carved on it descended down like curtains. Kunpeng was safeguarded as if in iron walls. No wonder Kunpeng was so cautious. Even though both Kunpeng and Hangyun were sages to be at secondary stage who had achieved one separation, they didn't find someone hidden nearby watching them fighting. The hider must have had a higher cultivation or some magic weapon which could hide his vital force so that he could manage to hide around but not be found. Cold sweat appeared on Kunpeng's forehead. If that man didn't show up, he probably would still not be aware of his existence. He would probably have died, or at least be badly wounded if the man had made a sudden attack. Someone said, "Stop." Then Hong Meng immortal qi was trapped in the air and could hardly move, as if getting stuck in the moor. Meanwhile, a figure showed up and easily held it with his hand, the other hand taking the 99 spirit-killing gourd, Hangyun's outstanding magic weapon. Kunpeng thought for a while and recognized the figure at once and shouted, "Ming, it's you." Of course, the figure was Ming. How could he have missed the chance to receive Hong Meng immortal qi? In order to spy on Hangyun, Ming had arranged 49 blood god doppelgangers to spread out around the Wuzhuang Taoist temple. On Hangyun's good separation showing up, some blood god doppelgangers sought to follow him, yet all died. The rest found out that Hangyun's real body had escaped from the encirclement. Until then, Ming knew it was Hangyun's trick for getting out. However, Ming admired Hangyun's decisive tactic of sacrificing his good separation to survive. It took great courage to sever one's own wrist like brave warriors. If Hangyun had not been carrying Hong Meng immortal qi that Ming wanted, he would have liked to make this nice guy his friend. Though strength came first in the Untainted Land, it was better to have some friends in need. Actually, man's heart was incomprehensible, let alone they were in such a dangerous world. It could be hard to find people like Hangyun and Zhenyuanzi, whose friendship was more than brothers. Compared to them, three pure ones should be ashamed. After finding Hangyun's real body, Ming left the Blood Sea. To his surprise, Kunpeng also followed Hangyun and launched a surprise attack against him. Ming, of course, had chosen to watch them fight. Though neither of them was his rivals, he was willing to wait if he could get Hong Meng immortal qi with no efforts. Sure enough, when cornered by Kunpeng, Hangyun should have had the idea of perishing together with him. Again, Ming saw dazzling fireworks. Last time when he saw it, his blood god doppelgangers were in formation and over 20 were killed. It would take lots of efforts for him to recover them. After Hangyun self-exploded, only the Hong Meng immortal qi and 99 spirit-killing gourd were left. The latter was caught by Kunpeng with supernatural power, and the former had nearly disappeared before Ming caught it by force through the universe of Honghuang, using power of infinity and the law of heaven and earth. Looking at Hong Meng immortal qi in his hand, Ming shook his head and thought about how many died had for it, and cultivation tribulation also descended in advance due to it. Such a bane, though it represented a seed of sage, Ming had no desire for it when holding it. The shortcut was not his way. He had already found his way, so Hong Meng immortal qi was useless to him. Ming was simply a little curious about it because he sensed the vital force of the way of heaven on it. He shook his left hand, and Hong Meng immortal qi was soon submerged into the earthly flower, given to his evil separation Red Lotus Taoist for enlightenment. As for 99 spirit-killing gourd in his right hand, Ming glanced at it and took it away. an imperceptible smile on his face. Then he looked at Kun Peng, who was on alert, and said, "Fellow Taoist Kun Peng, what are you doing here? Do you think you can take away Hong Meng immortal chi from my hand?" Kun Peng said bitterly, "Ming, don't be complacent. The Hong Meng immortal chi should have been mine. Why do you get in my way? Don't you think I am weak enough to bully? Give out my thing now, or..." Ming interrupted his speech and said, "So what? Do you want to remind me of killing you?" He had a smile on his face, but this made Kun Peng feel a chill at his back, especially at the word kill. Kun Peng felt hatred. Though Ming's was quite low-key, he attained a bad name just for being the owner of the Blood Sea, which was a forbidden land early in the Longhan cultivation tribulation. Even Zenith Heaven golden immortals that went there had never returned. Certainly, the owner of Blood Sea was not easygoing. Ming stayed in Blood Sea most of the time, and no one had seen his attacking techniques before. Yet Kun Peng could draw a definite conclusion that he was at least at late stage of Sage to be with two separations, just by a few trails and clues. Firstly, Ming arrived at Treasure Gifting Rock for the first time during the third teachings in Zixale Palace. Although speed could not completely reflect one's cultivation, such a quick speed could prove Ming's cultivation was relatively high. Secondly, Kun Peng faintly remembered two figures entering Ming's body, which would definitely be his two separations. Thirdly, Ming had hidden nearby but was not discovered. Obviously, his cultivation was higher. Fourthly, Kun Peng tried hard to ward off the Hong Meng immortal chi, but it was in vain. However, Ming could easily catch it, and he sensed a strong wave of the power of the law of heaven and earth, which meant Ming was quite good at it. Faced with a late-stage sage to be with two separations who mastered the divine law, badly wounded Kun Peng was inevitably afraid. Yet Hong Meng immortal chi was so attractive, so he faced a dilemma. Ming made a choice for Kun Peng and said, "Kun Peng, you want Hong Meng immortal chi. If you can take my 3 attacks, I will give it to you." Okay. He was confident about his strength and was sure that Kun Peng couldn't bear his 3 forms of attacking. Hearing that, Kun Peng said between his teeth a promise. It could be his only chance. He would win Hong Meng immortal chi if he could bear 3 attacking techniques. Of course, on the premise of Ming's keeping his words. Otherwise, this was all empty talk. Ming said in a calm voice, "Of course, I always keep my words. Watch first attack." Then he held tightly his right fist and a strong power gathered in it, gradually being integrated with killing intent, and the two compounded into a mighty force. To those at a high realm like Ming, martial forms were not important. What's more, Ming was above using primordial spiritual treasure, but the fist the best weapon. His flesh body had reached peak level of sage to be, let alone the fact that he implemented the law of killing. "Kill," shouted Ming. A powerful punch was thrown towards Kun Peng instantly, who was shocked and hurried to start his defense with every effort, Demon Palace, but that apparently was in vain. The Demon Palace defended against Ming's fist, however. Some force still traveled through it and hit Kun Peng, making him spill several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned deadly pale. Hearing the cracking sound, Kun Peng looked up and unexpectedly found that his Demon Palace had several cracks. What a strong fist. Kun Peng had felt terrified. He had already been badly hurt, adding to old wounds. Even the Demon Palace had cracks, so how could he bear the next 2 fists? Ming laughed and said, "Not bad. Take my second fist." Before he could finish his words, he was speechless at Kun Peng's reaction. Out of expectations, he ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. Ming was truly speechless. How could Kun Peng just run away like that without worrying about his dignity? If he wanted to flee, then fine. He should have at least leave threatening words before going. Well, that sounded more like the style of hooligans. Ming was thinking from the modern perspective again. If Kun Peng knew what Ming thought, he would definitely start cursing. Dignity. For him, the importance of his life far exceeded everything else. What was more, he was worried Ming would not let him off. Naturally, he would run for his life as soon as possible. As for threatening words, if he angered Ming, would he not just experience some truly bad luck? If things went awry, he might even lose his life. Ming regretted that Kun Peng escaped. He was such a great target. How could he just run away like that? Ming's punch earlier was not yet at his full strength yet. His reason for roaming outdoors this time was merely to get the Hong Meng immortal chi for himself. He also wanted to further improve the law of killing by committing murder. Forget it. It was not worth his time to capture him. Kun Peng was already seriously injured from Hong Yan's explosion, and Ming's punch probably made things worse. It was possible that Kun Peng could not endure any more of Ming's attacks in his condition. Moreover, more targets would come at once, making Kun Peng unimportant to Ming. After gaining Hong Meng immortal chi, Ming did not rush back to Blood Sea. Instead, he rode his cloud slowly, looking rather distracted. It was no surprise, as the sorcerer and demon tribes were at loggerheads in Mount Buju. A great war was inevitable. Furthermore, the cultivation tribulation has begun. It would be hard for the sorcerer and demon tribes to restrain themselves. Creatures took all responsibilities for the death tribulation in untainted land. They absorbed the spiritual air in the land, cultivating themselves and attaining Tao so they could achieve immortality. Creatures could return to the land only after their death. However, death of immortals were increasing, yet few died. The way of heaven on untainted land made the cultivation tribulation to death heaven and earth. During the cultivation tribulation, the energy inside the creatures would return to the land after their death. The cultivation tribulation would only end when nature's energy was balanced once again. This cycle would continue until the Wu Liang cultivation tribulation took place, which would destroy untainted land and return everything to the state of the chaos. The sorcerer and demon tribes were now the most powerful tribes in untainted land, with a combined population of tribesmen over 100 billion. Such a large number of people made them large consumers of the spiritual air. On this ground, the cultivation tribulation fell on these two tribes and would not end until both sides were greatly weakened. Of course, besides the two tribes, others below the fruit of origin in untainted land would also experience the tribulation. That included Ming. Since it was inevitable, Ming might as well participate actively so he could be out of the tribulation earlier. Sitting on a cloud, Ming was concerned about the first war between the sorcerer and demon tribes. Be precise, what he cared about was whether 12 ancestors of sorcery would arrange 12 divine beings killing formation to call real entity of Pangu. That was the actual body of Rakshasa. Ming wanted to return to Genesis and refine such a powerful body. Thus, he would not miss this precious opportunity to observe its appearance. While Ming was preoccupied with the war between the two tribes, quite a few people flew here one after another. In a little while, some 30 people surrounded Ming. They were individual cultivators who had intercepted Hangyun's good separation, and all of them were at the level of sage-to-be. Among them, 16 were Wild Wind Ancestor and his group. Though they did not make in time earlier, their spiritual thoughts were focused on where Hangyun's explosion. When they saw Ming pocket the Hongmeng immortal chi, they became panicked and they rushed here as fast as they could. Despite Ming's carefree and lazy stance on the cloud, nobody dared to attack him. They all had witnessed how he severely hurt Kunpeng with just one punch. No one wanted to be the first in attacking such a fearsome opponent. Though they were all sages to be, they suspected Ming was at least in his late stage. The rest of them were just at early and secondary stages. Besides, Ming had refined both his body and original spirit, as well as possessed the power of divine law. To hastily launch an offensive was equal to suicide. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as time passed. Ming took no action, but the pressure he exerted on the individual cultivators was great. One is still in calm even in the face of the Mount Tai collapse. This old saying precisely described Ming. He still remained impassive even as he was besieged by tens of sages to be, his mind distracted with thoughts on the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes. In the end, 68 sages to be surrounded Ming. Aside from those in the two tribes, probably all the individual cultivators in sage to be level were gathered here. It was a grand sight to have 70 sages to be gathered together. Even if one combined the sages to be in the sorcerer and demon tribes, they would not make up even half of the number here. Ming still had no reaction even after a long wait. The bad-tempered Wild Wind Ancestor could no longer take the silence. Fellow Taoist Ming, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. We're here for the Hongmeng immortal chi. If you give it to us, we'll let you go. But what? Originally silent, Ming started speaking in an utterly cold voice. His attention was on the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes. How could he remain in a good mood now that he was abruptly interrupted by others? Hearing Ming's detached tone, Wild Wind Ancestor dropped the polite act. Ming, look around. We have 68 sages to be here. Do you think you can run from us? You best surrender Hongmeng immortal chi immediately lest you meet Hongyan's end. With those words, sages to be were fired up to instantly kill Ming and steal his Hongmeng immortal chi. With their large number of people, they assumed they had the advantage of strength against Ming's high cultivation. But they were wrong, totally wrong. Looking around him, Ming burst into laughter. Seeing this, Wild Wind Ancestor asked Ming, "What are you laughing about?" For a person to laugh under such circumstances, he had either gone crazy or had something or someone to back him up. His laughter ceasing, Ming said, "What am I laughing about? Of course it's you. Firstly, I'm laughing because you're all so naive. I would have been afraid if you're truly united. But there's only one Hongmeng immortal chi. Who will be so generous as to give it up?" His words rose the suspicion of the individual cultivators and put them on guard against one another. Precious treasures were enough to tempt people. What more of the position of a saint? Perhaps two people who fought side by side now would be against each other in the next moment. Secondly, I'm laughing at you for being too stupid. You're too foolish to compare me to Hongyan. You silly people. Even if you fight me together, I'll not do so much as raise an eyebrow. He harumphed coldly and let out a burst of aura. That was the aura of peak level of sage to be, rising abruptly into the clouds and turning the land gray. Under the pressure of his aura, the individual cultivators were all shocked. Even the sorcerer and demon tribes at the fringe of a war were stunned. Far away in Mount Kunlun, Layazi, honored lord of the origin, and Tongshan were watching the two great battles, one between the sorcerer and demon tribes and the one with Ming. They paid little attention to the former. The war was inevitable since the two tribes dominated untainted land. Moreover, with the start of cultivation tribulation, the war would naturally begin sooner or later. Unlike Layazi and Tongshan's indifference towards the war between the two tribes, Honored Lord of the Origin was awfully jealous underneath his calm exterior. The two tribes had such a great power that their fame had surpassed the three pure ones. Honored Lord of the Origin was a proud person and regarded himself the successor to the Pangu tribe. How could he be happy seeing the fame of the two tribes resound throughout untainted land? On the other hand, Ming had wrestled the Hong Meng immortal Qi away from Kun Peng and severely hurt him with just a punch. Though Kun Peng had already been injured at that time, the three pure ones could still evaluate Ming was at least a sage to be in his late stage. His strength shocked them. Among them, only Layazi had achieved his second separation after listening to the third teachings. Honored Lord of the Origin and Tongshan only recently achieved theirs. Judging from his performance, it was obvious that Ming had gained his second shock for some time. The power of his punch also proved his body was no weaker than shocked. How could the three pure ones not be astonished? But it was not only shock that Honored Lord of the Origin felt, it was also a blazing fire of envy. Seeing Ming's aura reaching the peak level of sage to be, Honored Lord of the Origin even stood up. Impossible, impossible. How can his cultivation achieve peak level of sage to be? How can he surpass us? This can't be true. Seeing his crazed antics, he would have probably succumbed to Zin Mo if not for the blessing and protection of the merit of creation. Layazi frowned while looking at Honored Lord of the Origin before saying, "Brother, don't lose your mind of Taoism. You know, Ming has shown up at the Longhin cultivation tribulation and got merits of heaven, so you can see that he is really a tough person." After hearing his brother's words, Honored Lord of the Origin calmed down. In contrast, Tongshan started to regain his concentration on his cultivation, instead of envying Ming's power. Jiyin, Zhenti, and the goddess Nuwa were completely shocked. Since they were the disciples of Hongjun, they each thought they were better than the other cultivators. To their surprise, Ming, who had never revealed his talent in cultivation, had reached the peak level of the sage to be earlier than the others. They didn't know whether Ming had achieved it through dividing his three separations or only by cultivating the divine laws. Sometimes it was the unknown that frightened people most. Confronted with the intense power of Ming, the other individual cultivators at the sage to be were all stunned. The 60-plus cultivators had guessed that Ming might be at the late stage of the sage to be, but they had never considered that he was at the peak level of sage to be, which had been beyond their expectations. Out of the 68 sages to be, the strongest was only at the secondary stage of the sage to be, and the others were all in the early stage. Facing Ming's peak level of sage to be, they couldn't find any way out. They had also found that Ming had cultivated both his flesh body and his original spirit, mastering the two kinds of power of divine law at least. One was the law of heaven and earth that he used to keep the Hong Meng immortal Qi, and the other was the law of killing that he used to enhance the power of his fists. Challenged by the strong power of Ming, a few of the individual cultivators at the early stage of the sage to be had a thought occurring to them which quickly faded to the back of their minds. Although the Hong Meng immortal Qi was really tempting, they weren't willing to steal it from Ming or try to force him to give it over. Obviously, Ming voluntarily wouldn't hand it over, so it would cause a battle. Realizing this, many of the cultivators became terrified. Although they had more allies, they would suffer a great loss in order to win that battle. Quite a few cultivators would even end up paying with their lives. Besides, if they didn't work together as one to fight with Ming, they would not have a chance to win. Looking at Ming, the Wild Wind ancestor fumed. He had never imagined that Ming had reached such a powerful level. While looking around, he found that many of the cultivators were trying to fade to the back. This worried him because if someone retreated, it would become impossible for them to successfully rob Ming of the Hong Meng immortal Qi. The only chance they stood to kill Ming was if they fought against him together. The Wild Wind ancestor understood that even a small difference in cultivation level meant a large gap in power. He remembered that he could have killed several cultivators at the early stage of the sage to be when he was at the secondary power of sage to be. Therefore, he knew how terrifying power of a sage to be at the peak level of sage to be power would be. However, the Wild Wind sages had no other options since he wanted to enhance his force. Nowadays, the sorcerer and demon tribe sages had merged into the strongest tribes of sages land, and even the three tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan couldn't match the two. Under such a great pressure, even if the Wild Wind sages was a sage to be, he wouldn't be ranked among the strong. What's worse was that the three pure ones, Goddess Nuwa, Jiyin, and Zhenti, were made sages by the words of Hongjun. Therefore, the Hong Meng immortal Qi that Ming had got was the only chance for the Wild Wind ancestor to change his situation. He wouldn't give up on stealing the Hong Meng immortal Qi from Ming, just like plenty of the other cultivators. Acquiring abilities through the stages of sage to be, They all had become proud of themselves and a bit arrogant too, so none of them were willing to be ranked lower than the others. In order to break this embarrassing situation, the Wild Wind ancestor started to say something, otherwise several of the cultivators were going to leave. To start the battle, he said, Ming, although you are at the peak level of sage to be, you don't frighten us at all. Don't forget that there are 68 sages to be before you. After hearing the Wild Wind ancestor's words, the fear in the individual cultivators' minds decreased greatly. The words of the Wild Wind ancestor sounded simple, and yet they meaningful. The sages to be were among the top cultivators in untainted land, so if they were frightened into retreating, they would ruin their reputation. When the Wild Wind ancestor mentioned the 68 sages to be, all of the cultivators enhanced their faith. 1 versus 68, it appeared as though Ming didn't have any advantage in this battle. Ming shook his head. Greed was the origin of crime. Looking at all of the cultivators whose greed had been risen by the Wild Wind ancestor's words, Ming said, since this is what you all want, come at me together. 1 or 68, it's just number to me. It would be easy for me to kill any one of you non-entities. I don't care if you are 1 or 68, I will kill you all, and today I just happen to have the time to kill all 68 of you, one by one. Dominating power. Ming, unexpectedly, considered the 68 sages to be as non-entities, and even the sorcerer and demon tribes wouldn't dare to say such a thing. However, Ming wasn't normally an arrogant person, but he was confident he would win, even facing the 68 sages to be. As the old saying goes, if you know your enemy and yourself, you can fight 100 battles and never be defeated. On the one hand, Ming clearly knew himself and had a solid foundation and a powerful flesh body. He also had a deep comprehension of the divine laws, giving him an unstoppable power. His good separation and evil separation were also at their peak level of sage to be. If the other cultivators had known about this, most of them would run away immediately. On the other hand, Ming understood this enemy. The 68 cultivators in front of him were not in unit. Being defensive towards each other, they would not be able to make the most of their power. Besides, most of them broke through into the sage to be on the base of the way of the three separations, which made their foundation unstable. Even if they released their separations, Ming could handle it easily. Since Ming knew himself and his enemy, why not show off his dominating power? This battle was not only necessary to protect his Hong Meng immortal qi or to cultivate his law of killing, but also as a way to shock all of the cultivators in the untainted land, warning them to never bother him, otherwise he would kill them all. Ming's dominating announcement made the other individual cultivators crazy. How dare he call them non-entities? All of them were at the sage to be, and even Ming himself was not a sage. The Wild Wind ancestor was furious and shouted, "Everyone, let's kill this arrogant asshole. Let him know who the real non-entity is." As soon as they heard this, all 68 of the sages to be started to attack together, forming one supernatural stream of power that was aimed towards Ming. If Ming was a normal sage to be, he would have been destroyed and turned to dust by this unstoppable attack. However, since he was Ming, a sage to be at the peak stage, would he be afraid of the others? Ming laughed and before saying, "Well, you're all welcome to die by my hand." Without engaging any defense methods, Ming had directly rushed towards several of the nearest sages to be. He knew that it was not wise to face the attack from the 68 sages to be directly, but he didn't want to be in a passive situation, and he believed that to attack was always the best defense. My blood forms into a crescent, and the red lotus booms. Facing tens of thousands of tactics, I will stand still. By attacking, he hadn't given up his defense. Minghe burst out his endless blood spirit while moving towards several individual cultivators nearest to him. A large blood lotus formed around Ming, deflecting a large portion of attacks, keeping them from hurting him. The blood lotus was a magic skill comprehended from the law of blood, which could kill all of their tactics. No one could break his lotus unless their tactics were better than Ming's blood spirit. This was also the reason why he dared to fight with the 68 sages to be directly. Finding that Minghe was moving towards them, several cultivators hurried to use their spiritual treasures to defend against the attack. Ming sneered and made a fist, breaking all of their tactics in front of him. The power of his fist was stronger than previously, so how could these cultivators ward against it with only their mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures? Bang. After a noisy explosion, several of their spiritual treasures had broken, and the three closest sages to be exploded into a bloody fog. Only a few of the cultivators with mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures survived, but their treasures were now full of cracks. They were all too scared to look directly at Ming, and they had never thought that death had been so close to them all. In an instant, 3 sages to be had died and Ming remained unscathed, which was something they hadn't seen before. However, Ming didn't care what they were thinking because this was just the beginning of the slaughter. The death of the 3 sages to be gave Ming a piece of new enlightenment about the law of killing. As he had expected, killing was the best way to comprehend that law. Since this was the case, he planned to start a real slaughter, causing the blood to flow by killing them all. When Ming unleashed his killing intent, the temperature dropped and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate it, and this sudden appearance of snowflakes actually filled them with fear. They were like a normal snowflake, but instead of being pure white, they were black as ink and full of danger. This was the solid manifestation of Ming's killing intent, which showed the depth of his comprehension in the way of killing. Decimate, Ming shouted. He had condensed his killing intent in his hands and launched it towards the closest cultivators, so they had to gather their defenses immediately. While the snowflakes appeared harmless enough, in this intense life and death moment, it would actually invade the enemy's original spirit, and once that happened, it was lethal. Moving quickly and without hesitation, Ming launched another attack at the sages to be. This was a battle of the live and death, and there was no room for mistakes. If they didn't die with his first hit, he would have to keep going until he was the last man standing. The cultivator hadn't expected Ming's to become fixated on him, and he turned to run into the crowd. However, he was no match for the speed of Ming. Pooh, that cultivator turned into a bloody fog under Ming's attack. Fourth one down. Looking at the remaining 64 individual cultivators standing in front of him, Ming made a mental note. Seeing that Ming had killed 4 of them in just moments, the Wild Wind ancestor immediately shouted, "Watch out, everybody. Don't give him the chance to get close to you. We must fight together with our magic weapons." Upon hearing this, the remaining cultivators recovered from their shock and took out their magic weapons and went after Ming. Ming sneered as he clapped his hands together, and a huge supernatural power burst forth. He chanted, the heaven as Kayan, the earth as Kun. Heaven and earth become one, all creatures, freeze. After Ming had chanted the law of heaven and earth, everything seemed to be frozen in place. Everything was still, including the magic weapons and the individual cultivators wielding them, fearful expressions appearing on their faces. This time, Ming wasn't going to show any mercy to these cultivators. Using nearly 30 of his supernatural power, Ming held the Yuntu sword and Abai sword in each hand, while he began to slowly chant, "Heaven and earth gather in my hands. The origin for a massacre is now. My swords merge as one. Attack!" Enveloped with the endless power from heaven and earth and the frightening killing spirit, Ming struck out with both swords simultaneously. Countless sword auras came to his opponents. The cultivators panicked and rushed to release their supernatural power, with the futile hope of getting out. Rumble, countless explosions could be heard back to back, along with the screams of the cultivators. Ah, no, finally there was silence. Dead bodies and mutilated spiritual treasures were scattered everywhere. There were less than 10 cultivators remaining. Looking at his handiwork, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his slightly pale face. He had consumed a lot of his power for this attack, 30 for using the law of heaven and earth, while another 30 for using both of his swords. Fortunately, he was satisfied with the results. Minghe was able to show such a great power through his sword by combining 30 of his power with the law of heaven and earth and the law of killing. While merging the origin, he just started to comprehend into his attack. This horrendous attack shattered any hope the remaining individual cultivators had left and astonished all living beings of untainted land. They suddenly realized that they didn't know if they could withstand his next attack. Layazi, who was known to be pure and peaceful, couldn't remain calm this time. He wouldn't have paid much attention if Ming was only at the peak level of sage to be. However, he had never imagined Ming would be capable of killing over 10 sages to be with only one attack. As the leader of the 3 pure ones and the first disciple of Hongjun, Layazi was confident that he was the best because of his noble origin, his strong force, and abundant spiritual treasures. However, Ming's existence had hurt his pride. Ming's power was beyond what Layazi had ever known. Power. It was the first time for Layazi to yearn for more power. The honored lord of the origin was even angrier and desired to become a sage even more desperately. He couldn't care less about Ming's ability, since anyone, not a sage, was just a non-entity. Not to mention that a cultivator so keen on killing would struggle with becoming a sage, even one that had obtained the Hongmeng immortal qi. If the honored lord of the origin knew that Ming didn't plan to use the Hongmeng immortal qi to become a sage, he would be even more irate. The Hongmeng immortal qi was the foundation of the Great Way, which he treasured most of all, and it was seen as useless by Ming. If he knew this, his mind of Taoism might become unstable. In contrast with the other two, Tongshan wasn't jealous of Ming at all. Instead, it stirred up his desire for a good fight. This thought was quite rare. If Layazi and the honored lord of the origin could respect others as Tongshan did, they wouldn't have separated during the Battle of God's Investiture. Jiyin and Junti from the far west also felt the great power of Ming, as did the goddess Nuwa in the heavenly court. Jiyin accepted what happened as Tongshan did, but Junti was different. His jealousy was on par with the honored lord of the origins. As for the goddess Nuwa, as a female and without a superior power, she felt a streak of fear coursing through her. Goddess Nuwa wasn't the only one feeling terrified, like all living beings of untainted land, especially the individual cultivators standing in front of Ming. one of whom was the wild wind ancestor, who had sworn to kill Ming. However, he no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Hong Meng immortal Qi. He just simply wanted to leave here alive. Unfortunately, Ming wouldn't let any of them live, as the old saying goes, to nip it in the bud. Although Ming didn't care if they sought revenge on him, he couldn't protect every one of his disciples if they were to turn their attacks on them. With a terrified expression on his face and his words laced with fear, the wild wind ancestor said, "Ming, my fellow Taoist, I am really sorry I offended you, and I hope that you can forgive my actions. Since you have got the Hong Meng immortal Qi, we will be on our way." It was a wonder that while facing certain death, he was able to remain calm. Noticing the hope in their eyes, Ming sneered while saying, "Do you think there is any possibility that I will let you go?" With the help of his good separation and evil separation, Ming had almost fully recovered his strength. The 10 over individual cultivators paled at Ming's words. They had never expected that Ming would want their lives, and they regretted having such greedy hearts. Unfortunately, what's done is done, and now there was no turning back. One has to reap what one sowed. The wild wind ancestor understood that Ming wasn't going to let them go, so he looked at the other sage to be beside him as they all turned and ran in different directions. This way, Ming couldn't run after all of them, and some might have a chance to survive, which was better than just waiting for death to fall upon them. Once one ran, the others followed suit. Ming laughed and said, "It's too late to run. Yin-yang blood-killing formation, rise." Both the Yuntu sword and Abai sword were thrown into the air, and a large formation appeared, enveloping all of the escaping cultivators. In the formation, all the cultivators despaired. In the face of death, even a sage-to-be would feel scared. The wild wind ancestor realized that there was no way out for him, so he threatened, "Ming, since you won't give us a chance to live, I won't let you go so easily even if it costs me my life. Self-explode." The wild wind ancestor had learned from Hangyun how to self-explode. He knew that Ming wouldn't die from the explosion, but if he could hurt Ming, even just a little, he wouldn't die in vain. However, Ming didn't give him a chance to do so. In one breath, all of the remaining cultivators died. The wild wind ancestor looked at Ming, who had pierced him with a spear, in disbelief, and his 2 separations that had killed the others instantly. He realized that Ming hadn't used his entire strength just now. Thinking he could rob and kill Ming was a joke, and his regret would be his last thought in his final moment. Ming recalled his good separation and evil separation, smiling when he looked at the dead bodies scattered around him. This must be the intention of the way of heaven or Hangjun. There wasn't going to be many skilled cultivators left in the untainted land after Ming had killed all of the 68 sages-to-be. This way, the whole land would remain peaceful. Ming removed the formation, and after clearing the field, he left with his Yuntu sword and Abai sword. Although Ming hadn't come across anyone that was a match for him in this battle, he had at least gained a deeper comprehension of the law of killing. It was time for him to start an enlightenment, but before going back, there was still one more thing he needed to do. Ming had finished his battle, but the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes was still ongoing. Ming didn't really care about the outcome of the war. What he was really concerned about was if the Wu tribe would call the real entity of Pangu or not. Even if it was a deformity, it would still be a great help for Ming's cultivation of the Rakshasa. But a while later, someone who Ming hadn't expected was blocking his way. Looking at him, Ming asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhenyuanzi, could you tell me why you are blocking my way? Don't tell me that you want to steal the Hong Meng immortal Qi too." The one coming his way was Zhenyuanzi. A while ago, he had sensed that there was an expert at late stage of the sage to be approaching, but he hadn't expected that it would be Zhenyuanzi. After meeting Ming, Zhenyuanzi bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist Ming, please don't misunderstand me. I don't have any inordinate plans for the Hong Meng immortal Qi. I just want to ask if it's possible for you to trade with me for fellow Taoist Hangyun's relic, the 99 Spirit Killing Gourd." Ming smiled faintly and said, "The 99 Spirit Killing Gourd. Well then, since you asked for it, here it is." After finishing his words, he threw the 99 Spirit Killing Gourd on the ground and left. Zhenyuanzi received the red gourd with a strange expression on his face. The 99 Spirit Killing Gourd was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, and it was unlikely that one would be so generous to give it away in the untainted land. Besides, this treasure was Ming's plunder from his battle. Zhenyuanzi was asking for it only because he wanted to fulfill the last hope in his heart. He thought that he would need to exchange something with Ming. He hadn't expected that Ming would just hand it to him like this. Was there something wrong? Zhenyuanzi immediately sent his spiritual thoughts to the gourd, and suddenly his face changed. He quickly returned to Wuzhuang Taoist Temple. On the battlefield of the sorcerer and demon tribes, the troops of the sorcerer and demon tribes clashed and slaughtered each other. Their blood flowed like a river, but their blood didn't last long as the Blood Sea formation in the Blood Sea kept functioning. Their blood was delivered to the Blood Sea, separated and well managed. As the war was going on, it was soldier versus soldier, general versus general, strategist versus strategist. Then it was the sacred demon versus the great sorcerer. And then it was the sage to be Emperor Jun, Tei, Fuxi, and the 10 great demon sages against the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Both sides didn't want to lose to each other and fought fiercely. Among them, Dongwang Tei was the fiercest, with his cultivation of the secondary stage of the sage to be and one of the 3 treasures of heaven and earth creation, the Bell of Chaos. He fought against 2 ancestors of sorcery, Zhurong and Gonggong, by himself. The 2 ancestors of sorcery didn't like each other, but their teamwork during the battle was incredible. The He Luo origin formation created by Emperor Jun and Fuxi by using the river chart and the inscription of the Luo successfully restrained the 4 ancestors of sorcery Emperor Jiang, Torch Dragon, Jumeng, and Kainglang. The remaining 6 ancestors of sorcery were fighting with the 10 great demon sages. The situation was very intense, and each side matched the other in strength. As time passed by, the Wu tribe began to take the advantage. Even though the demon tribe was stronger physically, it was still weaker than the Wu tribe. As the war continued, consumption of supernatural power kept increasing, and physical strength became the key to winning this battle. The demon tribe was indeed at a disadvantage. After discussing with Fuxi, the Emperor Jun flew away immediately. Fuxi controlled the He Luo origin formation with his full strength. Emperor Jun arrived beside Tei with a raging flame golden wheel in his hand and immediately attacked the ancestor of sorcery, Zhurong. Emperor Jun had obtained the golden wheel, named Sun Kakra, from the solar star. It was a primordial spiritual treasure. This treasure was formed from the power of the solar star's origin and had a high attacking power. It could also release the solar fire. Once hit by the wheel, not only would the body be damaged, but also it would be burdened by the solar fire. Seeing Emperor Jun's attack, Zhurong released a palm with a fiery flame on it. The flame on his palm, the Nanaming fire, was quite the same as the solar fire. After repelling the Sun Kakra, Zhurong cursed and said, "Emperor Jun, you 3-legged crow, how dare you ambush me? If you are that great, come and fight fair with me." Emperor Jun ignored Zhurong. The previous attack was just to avert him away. He turned and said to Tei, "Tei, quickly evade Gonggong. This war can't last much longer. Work with me to create the cosmic stars formation. Let the Wu tribe witness the greatness of our demon tribe's formation." When Tei heard this, he smashed the Bell of Chaos fiercely and made Gonggong turn away. Then he forcefully hit the Bell of Chaos in the dang, dang, dang. Bell sound echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The sound emitted by the Bell of Chaos stunned the battlefield, and in this short moment, Emperor Jun got his chance to make a command. Emperor Jun gathered his supernatural power and shouted, "The demon tribe, arrange the cosmic stars formation." Then he waved his sleeve and countless cosmic star banners came out. In the blink of an eye, a vast tactical formation had been created, and the armies of demon tribe immediately flew to their positions respectively. In just a moment, the cosmic stars formation of the demon tribe was already done. As the cosmic stars formation formed, all living beings of untainted land were awed. The formation was really vast and unbelievably powerful. It was already on the same level as Liu Hu's god-killing sword formation. Nobody could have guessed that the demon tribe had a hidden trick like this. The troops of the Wu tribe were restrained by the cosmic stars formation. The moment the formation formed, the cosmic star banners inside the tactical formation started calling the other cosmic stars. One by one, the energy of the origin of stars came down and strengthened the cosmic stars formation, making it more powerful. The formation affected the state of mind of all beings living in the untainted land. Inside Mount Kunlun, 3 pure ones were watching the battlefield of the sorcerer and demon tribes and saw both sides kill each other. They were very gratified. Both the sorcerer and demon tribes were indeed very powerful. Even though 3 pure ones had a great cultivation and primordial supreme treasures, it was still not enough to fight against the sorcerer and demon tribes. The only way for 3 pure ones to surpass the sorcerer and demon tribes was for them to become sages. All creatures beneath the sages were considered a nonentity in their eyes. The strength of a sage couldn't be compared to a tribe. If they were to become the sages, destroying the sorcerer and demon tribes would be an easy task. But now they found that their thoughts had been a little naive. The cosmic stars formation set by the demon tribe had already far surpassed their expectations. Inside the formation, even a peak level of sage to be would have a difficult time. With the energy of the origin of stars in the untainted land, this formation already had the strength to fight with a sage. The honored lord of the origin said resentfully, "Damn, Ming was like this. Now the demon tribe is also like this." Emperor Jun has the cosmic stars formation, and Tei has the primordial supreme treasure, the Bell of Chaos. Their combined power already has the strength to fight with a sage. Why, oh why will I, a member of the Pangu tribe, lose to them? Damn, Leiazi also had a serious expression. Although the cultivation tribulation had just begun, it had already surpassed his expectations. Ming's dominant strength and the appearance of the cosmic stars formation already made Leiazi a bit stressed. Especially the cosmic stars formation. This formation had already surpassed the domain of the sage to be, which apparently provoked the minds of all living beings in the untainted land. Leazi looked at the furious honored lord of the origin and said, "Brother, no need to act like this. Just wait for me to become a sage. Even if they have a primordial supreme treasure and the cosmic star's formation, it is still futile." When the honored lord of the origin heard this, he started to calm down. Right, he thought. If he became a sage, this formation of the demon tribe wouldn't have any use. But Tongshan was very excited, looking at the mysterious cosmic star's formation. What a great cosmic star's formation, he thought. This formation was really powerful. Still, he didn't know if it could clash with his god-killing sword formation or not. He was someone who loved formations. Seeing a formation such as this, he wanted to study it immediately. Inside the holy mountain of the west, Jian and Junti watched the formation of the demon tribe, speechless. Junti had eyes full of greed. The west was weak and both of them wanted to strengthen the west. Jian acted with the flow of destiny, but Junti's idea was to plunder the east and thus strengthen the west. And Junti really wanted the powerful cosmic star's formation. If he had the tactical formation, the west would definitely start to strengthen up. Senior, I didn't expect that the demon tribe would have a formation like this. If only we could rob this formation from the demon tribe, Jian said calmly. Junior, never lose your mind of Taoism to objects. This formation is good, but it needs the strength of the armies of demon tribe to operate it. Even if we could get it, it would be useless for us as this formation is the hidden card of the demon tribe. It would be impossible for us to obtain this formation. Junti was a bit resentful, but Jian's words were true. Looking at the Wu tribe trapped in the formation, he said gloatingly, "Perhaps the Wu tribe will suffer a great loss this time, because the demon tribe had the help of the formation." The cosmic star's formation was indeed one of the three greatest formations in the untainted land. The entire untainted land was in awe of this formation. This formation was different from others because it did not have its own dimension. It combined with the starry sky of the untainted land. By calling the cosmic star's energy, the power from billions of stars was enough to destroy everything. Inside the formation, Emperor Jun sat on the position of the solar star with the river chart and the inscription of the Luo and the sun chakra in his hands. Tei sat on the lunar star's position with the bell of chaos. Fuxi and the other sacred demons sat on the 365 primary stars, and billions of the tribesmen of the demon tribe sat on the secondary stars. Each cosmic star banner represented the untainted land star's position. Emperor Jun controlled the formation. When it had formed, he began the counter-attack. Infinite Starlight, kill. As the tactical formation started to operate, infinite starlight was like dazzling comets falling. Although it looked splendid, there underlay immense menace intent. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were also shocked when they saw the cosmic star's formation, but they were not in a panic. Seeing the infinite star's light striking over, Emperor Jiang shouted, "The 12 divine beings killing formation, arise." The 12 ancestors of sorcery began to move at the same time. The 12 ancestors of sorcery's vital forces began to mingle together. If someone were to look at them, it would seem as if they had merged into one. At the same time, the evil spirit from heaven and earth flowed over thickly, covering the entire Wu tribe. Suddenly, a formation of intense evil spirit formed. Depending on the boundless evil spirit, it was horrible enough to make many people lose their will to fight. The 12 ancestors of sorcery remained calm when the attack befell them, but the warriors of the Wu tribe were having a difficult time dealing with the attack. The 12 ancestors of sorcery immediately controlled the 12 divine beings killing formation and began counterattacking. Limitless killing intent of heaven and earth rushed toward the cosmic star's formation. The clash between the starlight and the evil spirit triggered countless explosions like fireworks being lit up. But this seemingly beautiful scene was an aggressive slaughter machine. People from both tribes were killed every second, but nobody dared to withdraw their formation. Once the formation was withdrawn, they would die inside their opponent's tactical formation. All living beings of untainted land was shocked once again. In a short time, 3 unthinkable things had happened. The first one was that Ming had slaughtered 68 sage to be experts, which once labeled him as invincible except the sages. His power made the entire untainted land fearful, and a while later another thing astonished them. The demon tribe had the incredible cosmic star's formation, which was comparable with the strength of a sage. Now the Wu tribe had set a 12 divine beings killing formation that was well matched to the cosmic star's formation. Seeing the 12 divine beings killing formation created by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, anger shone brightly in Emperor Jun's eyes. He originally thought that their hidden ace, the cosmic star's formation, would easily defeat the Wu tribe in a critical moment, but he had never expected the Wu tribe to have a similar formation. Tei sat on the lunar star's position. He looked at the 12 divine beings killing formation and frowned. He had a bad feeling, and the bell of chaos in his hands also trembled a bit, seeming to sense something. Was there something strange with the Wu tribe's tactical formation? In Mount Kunlun, Layazi was both shocked and relieved when he saw the 12 ancestors of sorcery set the 12 divine beings killing formation. He had been truly afraid and concerned that the Wu tribe would suffer a great loss when facing the cosmic stars formation. But the reason for his concern was not because they shared the same origin from Pangu, but because he was worried that the balance between the sorcerer and demon tribes would be destroyed. If one side defeated the other, they would reign over the land. And if they were to become the sages in the future, no one would be able to do anything to them. Layazi was thinking about the benefits in the future, and the honored lord of the origin had not lost his self-control like before. After all, they were cultivators and had already been shocked twice. Now, the honored lord of the origin could only calmly accept the appearance of the 12 divine beings killing formation, but in his heart, his desire to become a sage became stronger. Only by becoming a sage could he change this situation. But Tongshan frowned, not because he was jealous of the Wu tribe's formation, but because he sensed his original spirit throbbing from the 12 divine beings killing formation. Since his birth, this had only happened when he obtained the Kimping Sword and spiritual inheritance, which were the cultivation will left by Pangu, at Mount Buju. Tongshan looked at the 12 divine beings killing formation and asked Layazi, "Wise brother, have you sensed anything wrong with this formation?" Layazi replied with uncertainty, "What's wrong? I haven't sensed anything strange." Tongshan frowned and said, "Just now as the formation was formed, my original spirit began to throb just like the time I obtained the spiritual inheritance from Mount Buju. But this time I don't know why." After hearing Tongshan words, Layazi also frowned. Just now his original spirit had throbbed too, but he had been thinking about the future and did not care. It definitely seemed strange as he recalled it now. The honored lord of the origin suddenly said, "Don't worry. Probably because we share the same origin with the Wu tribe. Nothing serious." A moment ago, his original spirit also behaved usual, but he was fixing his eyes on being the sage and pay no attention to it. Although now mentioned by Tongshan, the honored lord of the origin still neglected it. Holy Mountain of the West, at first Junti was gloating, but the counterattack from the Wu tribe was like a slap in the face. No one had expected that the 12 divine beings killing formation, set by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, could be compared with the cosmic stars formation in terms of power. Ji Yin was annoyed at this situation. Although the 12 divine beings killing formation could compare with the cosmic stars formation, the former was created by the entire demon tribe, whereas the latter was created by the 12 ancestors of sorcery. When it came to the power of the tribe, the Wu tribe was the winner. Inside the heavenly court, Goddess Nuwa was observing the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes. When the demon tribe was at a disadvantage, she was worried. After seeing Emperor Jun lay out the cosmic stars formation, she calmed down. This tactical formation had been created by her brother, Fuxi, and Emperor Jun after gaining the enlightenment from the cosmic stars in the river chart and the inscription of the Luo. She had seen the aftermath of the power of this formation. At first, everyone had thought that the Wu tribe would suffer a tremendous loss when the cosmic stars formation formed. But no one had expected the Wu tribe to set up a comparable formation in just the blink of an eye. The war between the sorcerer and demon tribes had once again returned to a stalemate. Goddess Nuwa knew that Emperor Jun wanted to steal the Hongmeng immortal qi, but the moment he arrived in the untainted land, he'd been stopped by the Wu tribe. The two tribes used tactical formations to battle it out. If this kept going on, both sides would only suffer severe losses. Who would be able to get the Hongmeng immortal qi from Ming then? Ming himself, who was being harped on by Goddess Nuwa, was lying lazily on a white cloud near the sorcerer and demon tribe's battlefield. He was eating spiritual fruits to recover his supernatural power while observing the situation on the battlefield. But when he saw the cosmic stars formation and the 12 divine beings killing formation appeared together, he was also extremely shocked. The two formations' power far surpassed Ming's expectations. The tactical formation's power could match the strength of a sage. Although Ming was very confident in his ability, it would still be a difficult task for him to deal with either of the two formations. An ordinary sage to be at peak level would probably not have any chance to get out from this tactical formation. Ming was afraid that it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Although the two tactical formations were very powerful, they also had a weakness in which the attack from the formation couldn't be concentrated. Also creating the formation needed time, especially the cosmic stars formation. Although it was only a few seconds, it would be enough for Ming to get out from the formation, or attack at any point so that the formation couldn't be successfully arranged. If he was up against the cosmic stars formation, Ming still had some tricks to defend himself. But as for the 12 divine beings killing formation, Ming honestly didn't have any confidence in himself. He knew that the 12 divine beings killing formation wasn't in its final form. It could not yet call upon the real entity of Pangu, which was the strongest part of the formation. Ming was exhilarated when he thought about the real entity of Pangu. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, the the 12 ancestors of sorcery might use this trump card anytime soon. Being able to observe the real entity of Pangu would be a great help for his cultivation of the human body in the great way in the future. Ming's body had already been refined by the divine law and was becoming stronger day by day. Although it hadn't reached its peak level, it wouldn't be too long before it did. To have the body of Rakshasa, Ming must be really certain. If he could analyze the secret of Rakshasa from the real entity of Pangu, he would surely be able to increase his probability of success. Within the 12 divine beings killing formation, 12 ancestors of sorcery were frantically discussing counterplans against the demon tribe as they operated their formation. Zhurong angrily said, "Brother, I really didn't think the demon tribe can have such powerful formation against us. It really pisses me off." Seeing many soldiers in Wu tribe died during the fight, Howdu worriedly said, "Brother, our formation may be as powerful as their cosmic star's formation, but our soldiers can't survive the impact from the clash of two formations. Please figure out a new way." Torch Dragon also chimed in. "Brother, if we continue fighting them this way, we'll also be eventually badly wounded. How about using our most fatal attack against them?" Emperor Jiang hesitated for a short while before replying, "My younger brother, we still haven't mastered this formation well. I'm afraid we can't afford to use that final attack with our cultivation level." Seeing Emperor Jiang's hesitation, Howdu said, "Brother, time and tide wait for no man. If we keep fighting this way, many more of our soldiers will lose their lives." She was willing to wage the fatal attack despite knowing she would be badly hurt. That was because she cared for her clan. Emperor Jiang stiffened his upper lip and agreed with her. "Well, let's use all our energy to change our formation for the fatal attack. There won't be a second chance to do it again. We must succeed." When Emperor Jiang was done speaking, the 12 divine beings killing formation started changing immediately. Endless evil spirit gradually gathered at the center of the tactical formation, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery powers began merging into one. From the mass of evil spirits, a tall and muscular man emerged. His eyes closed, but his expression was enough to stock the entire untainted land. That was impossible. The present could not believe what they were seeing, especially the three pure ones. The muscular man shocked and frightened them three, for it was him who created them. They did not think the Wu tribe's tactical formation was strong enough to summon him. They finally knew why their original spirit were reacting earlier. The tall, muscular man opened his eyes. The powerful air around him soared, causing the cosmic star's formation to quiver. That man then spoke in a low voice. "Axe." Endless evil spirits gathered and formed a seemingly illusory black axe. It seemed like the axe was ready to feed itself with fresh blood and destroy everything. When that man shouted for his axe, Tei's Bell of Chaos, Leazi's Map of Teichai, and honored Lord of the Origins Pangu banner all tried to fly and submerge to become a part of his black axe. They suppressed their three treasures from leaving. Otherwise, that black axe would be even more powerful. All living beings of untainted land could not believe that 12 ancestors of sorcery managed to call the real entity of Pangu with their formation. Pangu, the creator of untainted land, was well known across the world. It was meaningless to describe the extent of his power, for it was a known fact. It seemed doomsday had come for the demon tribe. Emperor Jun, Tei, Fuxi, and the other sacred demons within the cosmic star's formation were all dumbstruck. Their faces were pale with fright. For a moment, it seemed like their formation was about to break due to the distraction the real entity of Pangu posed. Emperor Jun was the first to notice their formation was about to break. Using his power of infinity, he hastily yelled, "Hurry up and inject your energy into the formation. It's our last chance." Emperor Jun's loud voice soon woke up the armies of Demon Tribe. They clearly understood they would die very soon without the formation. With enough new energy injected into it, the cosmic star's formation began operating as usual again. Emperor Jun did not want real entity of Pangu to keep gathering energy, as it would be much harder for them to defend as time went by. He yelled, "Cosmic stars, kill." Countless stars gathered in the sky and charged at the real entity of Pangu like a comet. The entity began moving and yelling. The axe in his hand filled up with evil spirits. Axe, chop. The axe lashed a blow of sharp light, rushing to chop the cosmic star's formation. But the light from the axe was constantly weakened due to the power of countless stars gathering in the formation. Boom! That axe finally hit the cosmic star's formation that had seemed pretty tough before, breaking it into pieces. Billions of soldiers in the demon tribe under that formation instantly died. Those lucky enough to avoid death were badly wounded, especially Emperor Jun and Tei. As the cosmic star's formation broke into pieces, the real entity of Pangu also disappeared. Those 12 ancestors of sorcery who summoned and became a part of the entity fell from above. Though they were also badly hurt, they were pretty happy as Pangu's attack had heavily destroyed the whole demon tribe. Their Wu tribe was totally prevailed over them now. Noticing that many main figures in the demon tribe were also badly hurt, 12 ancestors of sorcery ordered, "Sons of the Wu tribe, try your best to kill as many of our enemies as possible. Today we'll chase the whole demon tribe out of untainted land. Kill." Despite their wounds, 12 ancestors of sorcery still led tens of billions soldiers to kill what remained of the demon tribe. On the other side, everyone in the demon tribe gradually became afraid when they saw countless Wu tribe soldiers rushing at them. Emperor Jun and Tei were glaring at 12 ancestors of sorcery, for they could do nothing to stop the Wu tribe onslaught and protect their own soldiers. Almighties in untainted land were unwilling to see the demon tribe wiped out. If Wu tribe become the most powerful tribe, they would all be forced to obey them unconditionally, whether they supported Wu tribe or not. Right at this time, a strong supernatural power descended and separated the two tribes apart. The Wu tribe troops were soon stopped by that power. A voice yelled, "Stop." It was Ancestor Hongjun. Both sorcerer and demon tribes were caught off guard by his intervention. The demon tribe was pretty happy to see him, while Wu tribe did not welcome him, for they did not want to let go of their only chance to destroy the demon tribe. 12 ancestors of sorcery then asked, "Ancestor Hongjun, this isn't fair to us. It was they, the demon tribe, who stirred up this war. They need to pay for their deeds." Hongjun glanced at 12 ancestors of sorcery and peacefully said, "It's an accident for the cultivation tribulation to happen today. It's not time for it yet, thus both tribes should restrain yourselves. From now on, the demon tribe will govern the heaven and the Wu tribe will govern the earth. You two tribes aren't allowed to fight each other in tens of thousands years. Whoever breaks the rule will be punished." With a wave of his sleeve, Hongjun sent the remaining ones in the demon tribe back to their heavenly court without asking for the Wu tribe's advice. He himself also disappeared. Though this was not the outcome 12 ancestors of sorcery desired, there was nothing to do except return to their hall of Pangu to recover. On the other hand, this outcome satisfied the three pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jian, and Junti. They would certainly become the next killing targets of the Wu tribe if the demon tribe was destroyed. Ming's thought Hongjun had just lied to them. If the demon tribe was wiped out, the cultivation tribulation he mentioned would be gone forever. Therefore, Ming considered Hongjun's real aim was to balance the power of the two tribes to offer the three pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jian, and Junti opportunities to become sages. Ming did not continue thinking about Hongjun's purpose. What he wanted to do most was to return to Blood Sea to further study the real entity of Pangu. After seeing the real thing earlier, he wanted to check if his way of cultivating Rakshasa was correct as soon as possible. That was his current top priority. When Zhen Yuanzi took Hong Yun's 9-9 spirit killing gourd from Ming, he appeared astonished with just one glance and returned to his ashram immediately. He closed down the entire ashram upon his arrival. What had made Zhen Yuanzi so cautious? He walked into the closed-door meditation room and sealed it with his limit. Then he took out the 9-9 spirit killing gourd and said in a vigilant tone, "Fellow Taoist Ming, come out please." Was Ming hiding in Hong Yun's red gourd? What for? A green light flashed and it was Ming's good separation, heaven and earth Taoist. He smiled and said, "I'm heaven and earth Taoist, good separation of ancestor Ming. Nice to meet you, I do not want you to be nervous. If I wanted to kill someone, there would be no one able to prevent me." Following his voice was a vigor, quickly gone, yet it shocked Zhen Yuanzi. He never thought that Ming's good separation also got high cultivation, the peak level of sage to be. No one would believe it. In untainted land, separation was to add to your veneration's cultivation. Yet normally, separation wouldn't get higher cultivation than your veneration does. What's more, once 3 separations were destroyed, it would take great effort and cost to repair. Thus, it would influence your veneration's cultivation. If their separations were not be repaired, it would damage your veneration's foundation. Therefore, no one would use their 3 separations to fight with same-rank rivals. Unlike them, Ming's good separation, heaven and earth Taoist, got the same cultivation as Ming himself did. What's more, Zhen Yuanzi sensed the power of divine law in the flashed vigor. Since he was named heaven and earth Taoist, he likely mastered the law of heaven and earth, which was used by Ming to ion Hong Meng immortal qi and sage to be individual cultivators just now. So how powerful will his evil separation be? Ming has hidden his strength well. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't hide in the red gourd or make himself discoverable. What do his words mean? After thinking it through, Zhen Yuanzi began to relax and asked, "Fellow Taoist of heaven and earth, what did you mean by Hong Yan is not dead, go back quickly? Could it be so?" That was why Zhen Yuanzi had hurried to return to the Wuzhuang Taoist temple. Heaven and earth Taoist waved his hands and said, "You're welcome." Though Hong Yan committed self-exploding, a piece of his soul was left in the 9-9 spirit killing gourd. "I was just doing you a favor that costs me nothing. But fellow Taoist Hong Yan's remaining soul is very weak. Though I am nourishing it with the 3 light holy water to get him out of danger, it will take a long time for him to recover." Heaven and earth Taoist replied, "I hear that your fellow Taoists have a highest grade primordial spirit root called ginseng tree, which is one of the primordial 5 sacred roots of the East Wood. You can put the remaining pieces of Hangyun into the root to get nourishment, so he will recover soon. I accept it. I've heard about the ginseng fruit. They are really unusual, said Heaven and Earth Taoist. Again he waved his sleeves and the fruit vanished. He didn't take the time to taste them since he had pressing things to do. Since Heaven and Earth Taoist did not taste them, Zhen Yuanzi knew Ming must have sent him here for some other reason, or he would not be hiding in the 9-9 spirit killing gourd to avoid being recognized by others. Zhen Yuanzi said, "You are not here just for Hangyun. Since fellow Taoist Ming saved Hangyun, be free to tell me what it is you need. I'll do as much as I can." Heaven and Earth Taoist smiled and thought Zhen Yuanzi was so smart. Of course, Ming would not waste time just for sending Hangyun's remaining soul back. Then he said, "You are really intelligent. Indeed, my veneration has something to consult with you." "What is it?" Zhen Yuanzi asked. He thought that Ming must have something important to share, or he would not be so cautious. Heaven and Earth Taoist said, "The first thing, can I borrow your book of the Nether World?" Zhen Yuanzi was skeptical. He wasn't afraid of being robbed, but this was his eternal spiritual treasure. Why was Ming so interested in it? Yet, without giving it another thought, Zhen Yuanzi took out his book of the Nether World and gave it over to Heaven and Earth Taoist. Taking the book of the Nether World, Heaven and Earth Taoist started to enlighten it all at once. Meanwhile, Ming, in the Blood Sea, received Heaven and Earth Taoist's spiritual thoughts and was enlightening the book's contents at the same time, by the law of spiritual beings. Ming was curious about it. Among the 3 books of Heaven, Earth, and Mortal, the Heaven book was Investiture of the Gods, which was to entitle the gods of the heavenly court, and it was the supreme treasure of the heavenly court. The Book of Life and Death was the supreme treasure of the Nether World, which was in charge of the creatures' lives and deaths. All of those under the sages to be level would be recorded in it. What about the Book of the Nether World? Together, with the Investiture of the Gods and the Book of Life and Death, they made up the 3 books of Heaven, Earth, and Mortal, which had surprising magical power. Therefore, Ming sent Heaven and Earth Taoist to find out its secret. Perhaps Zhen Yuanzi could be his ally if all was as he presumed. Zhen Yuanzi didn't stop them. After a short while, Heaven and Earth Taoist opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He gave back the book to Zhen Yuanzi and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, you should enlighten this book carefully. It is really an extraordinary resource. Perhaps you'll find your way of actualizing in it." Zhen Yuanzi was amazed. He had had this book for a very long time, and it was his eternal spiritual treasure, yet he still hadn't found out his way of actualizing. Even though he knew about its great defense strength by calling up the power of Leyline, he had still not found his way. Heaven and Earth Taoist just read the book once and was able to completely enlighten it, revealing some secrets based on his look. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to ask, the Heaven and Earth Taoist said, "I know what you want to ask me, but the secrets of heaven cannot be released. You need to figure out your own way. I cannot help." Hearing that, Zhen Yuanzi calmed down. That was right. He needed to figure out the best path for himself. Others' opinions might not be the truth. Ming himself, far away from here in the Blood Sea, was smiling. Just as he had presumed, the Book of the Nether World held a shocking secret, the same as the Investiture of the Gods and the Book of Life and Death. When properly used, a competitive force would rise, which would be able to rival the Heavenly Court and the Nether World. However, you win some, you lose some. So Zhen Yuanzi would not be a carefree immortal anymore. According to the mythology, the Nether World was in charge of the reincarnation of creatures, while the Heavenly Court entitled gods of the Heavenly Court. There were also some low-class gods, which included gods of land, gods of mountains, gods of the Yellow River, and so on. Though they all belonged to the Heavenly Court, their status was considered very low, and usually, they were those mountain spirits and ghosts. In Journey to the West, they were so weak that they could be bullied by almost anyone. The Heavenly Court never cared about their lives. In a strict way, these gods of the land and mountains all belonged to the earthly immortals. Therefore, instead of being designed by the Heavenly Court, they should have been governed by Zhen Yuanzi, later well known as the ancestor of earthly immortals. In the Investiture of the Gods, there were 365 Heavenly Court gods who were in charge of the cosmic stars, and yet, the gods of land and mountains were not included. Actually, they were named gods by Heavenly Court just for management. It would be different with Zhen Yuanzi's Book of the Nether World, which could entitle the earthly immortals in the untainted land, thus forming a force well matched to the Heavenly Court and the Nether World. And many individual cultivators would probably join in. Being earthly immortals in charge of managing land, mountains, and rivers would be a good deed, which in turn gained merit for the long run. In this case, Zhen Yuanzi could be counted as the real ancestor of the earthly immortals, sharing the luck of earthly immortals and enlightening the Tao of the divine law in this way. Thus he had the chance to actualize the realm of the origin. That was why Ming had sent Heaven and Earth Taoist to talk with him. Ming was weak on his own. Even if he got 3 separations and all of them got the origin, they could only have 4 forces, and it would take a long time to make it. At present, the first war between the sorcerer and demon tribes was over, and peace had been kept for 10,000 years, during which the six could become sages. At the moment, among Ming himself and his two separations, only the evil separation, Red Lotus Taoist, had the chance to actualize the realm of the origin, so he needed a reliable ally. Zhen Yuanzi would be a good ally who was chosen by him for the first. He had a good foundation, fated chance, and wisdom, which definitely was the best choice. Minghe didn't want to choose Hongyun. He would have respected him if Hongyun would have given up the Hongmeng immortal qi, and yet he hadn't. Though he then did some brave action, he was not good enough. If he didn't have the Tongshan fated chance, he probably could only reach the peak level of sage to be, at best. Hearing the Heaven and Earth Taoist's words, Zhen Yuanzi was lost in deep thought. The Heaven and Earth Taoist continued to say, "Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, what's your opinion on the war between the sorcerer and demon tribes?" Zhen Yuanzi said, "The sorcerer and demon tribes are both aggressive and eager to fight for the position of the master of heaven and earth. The Wu tribe overwhelms the demon tribe in this war. Had not honorable ancestor prevented their fighting, I'm afraid the demon tribe would be doomed." Zhen Yuanzi continued to say, "The demon tribe has no way to fight against the real entity of Pangu. I'm afraid they will be doomed in about 10,000 years. Of course, if Goddess Envaiwa becomes a sage, the situation will be different. The two tribes will find balance." The Heaven and Earth Taoist nodded and thought that Zhen Yuanzi had a good view towards the current affairs, and then said, "Our fellow Taoist is quite right. But you may have forgotten that not only the demon tribe's goddess Envaiwa can become a sage, three pure ones, Jiyin and Junti, can also become sages because they have the foundation of the Great Way. By that time they will allow neither the sorcerer tribe nor demon tribe to become the master of heaven and earth." The Heaven and Earth Taoist's words shocked Zhen Yuanzi. If that were to happen, the demon tribe wouldn't be able to resist those five sages, just dependent on goddess Envaiwa. And the Wu tribe got the real entity of Pangu, but they probably could not combat with those sages either. Therefore, the sorcerer and demon tribes were likely doomed after this cultivation tribulation, just like the three tribes, the dragon, phoenix, and Kailan before. How could Zhen Yuanzi not be shocked by such a conclusion? He thought to himself, so Ming had probably sent his merit body, the Heaven and Earth Taoist, here to see whether I would unite with him. He must have made this decision after he had read the Book of the Nether World and was sure that I stood a chance at actualizing the realm of the origin. If Ming had decided to unite with Zhen Yuanzi after learning that he could get the origin, he chose an ally based on standards of the mixed nascent core, and Ming had probably found his own way of actualizing the realm of the origin. Yet, was it before he had got the Hongmeng immortal qi, or after? It makes a great difference depending if it was before or after. The former is based upon one's own strength, while the latter is dependent on the Hongmeng immortal qi. Though the results appeared the same, they were quite different. If Minghe was the former case, he must have great ambition, otherwise he will not draw me over to his side, Zhen Yuanzi thought. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi was lost in thought, the Heaven and Earth Taoist said nothing. Zhen Yuanzi was not a common person. Indeed, Ming needed an ally for when the six sages came out together in the future. Now, he just needed to wait for Zhen Yuanzi's decision. Even if he turned him down, he would not be his enemy in the future, for the sake of today's good karma. Zhen Yuanzi thought for a long while before saying, "My fellow Taoist, I know your intention for this visit. If I can get the mixed nascent core as you predict, I'd like to work together with you." Zhen Yuanzi was frank and spoke the truth. Though he hadn't made a promise yet because it was contingent on the condition of his getting the mixed nascent core. Otherwise, he would definitely die at the sage to be level. The Heaven and Earth Taoist understood quite well what Zhen Yuanzi was saying. It was human nature. He would agree, of course, so he said, "All right. Fellow Taoist, you are frank. I congratulate you on your mixed nascent core in advance." A promise was made, which could be considered a good ending. The Heaven and Earth Taoist continued to say, "I have also prepared a good present for our fellow Taoist Hongyun. His foundation is badly hurt, and he can hardly recover by the 3 light holy water and the Muyi essence of ginseng tree alone." This was just what Zhen Yuanzi had been concerned about. He had checked on Hongyun's remaining soul and found him barely recovering, just as the Heaven and Earth Taoist said. Seemingly, Ming knew the way to save Hongyun. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi asked in an anxious voice, "What's your idea to save him?" He couldn't help but feel anxious, for this was about Hongyun's life. The Heaven and Earth Taoist smiled before saying, "My veneration says now is not the time. Fellow Taoist, you just need to take care of Hongyun's original spirit and wait for the right time. I'll come by to inform you then." Zhen Yuanzi nodded and agreed. It was clear that Ming wouldn't tell him until he had accepted his invitation to become his ally. Fulfilling his task, the Heaven and Earth Taoist was about to leave when a sudden idea came to his mind. So instead, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, I have another request. I'd like to exchange a little branch of the ginseng tree with you for some of the 3 light holy water, may I?" Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Now that fellow Taoist likes it, I'm pleased to give it to you as a present." Then he turned around and went into the backyard to take a little branch off the tree. Normally, this could hurt the origin of the spiritual roots, but he had the three light holy water to nourish it. That was why he agreed. After getting a little branch of the tree, the heaven and earth Taoist bid farewell to Zhenyuanzi and set off to the Blood Sea. With this little branch, Ming could cultivate another tree, which would not be better than Zhenyuanzi's, yet it wouldn't be too bad. Not because Ming was greedy for the ginseng, which happened to be good, and yet it was helpless for Ming's cultivation. In his realm, ginseng was only for tasting, and it had not been Ming's idea to ask for it, but rather the heaven and earth Taoist's sudden idea, for which he had his reason. Ming and the evil separation, Red Lotus Taoist, had found their way to actualize the realm of the origin. Compared to them, the heaven and earth Taoist was far behind. Though he was surely going to find his own way. At present, he had converted the Sea Protection Pearl, the 5-element spiritual bead, and the 4-sign spiritual bead, but hadn't melted them in the world of heaven and earth. He would start to cultivate for the actualizing when he came back to the Blood Sea. The ginseng tree's branch was among one of those he had needed. Besides, he needed to get the bodhi tree belonging to the metal in the west, the pinto tree belonging to water in the north, and the mulberry wood belonging to the fire in the south. Together, with his central earth-natured yellow plum tree, the 5 elements would all be collected. The pinto tree was in Hongzhen's possession, the bodhi tree was in the two peoples in the west, and the mulberry wood should also be in the Emperor Jun's care. However, he could not get them at the moment. He had to wait for the right chance to arise. Fortunately, Ming had collected many spiritual roots over the years, which would replace them for the moment. In fact, Ming both gained the Hong Meng immortal qi and deepened his understanding of the law of killing by participating in the competition for the Hong Meng immortal qi. Moreover, Taoist of heaven and earth also benefited a lot, because the 68 sages to be killed by Ming were all primordial mazingers. They were either shapeshifted from spiritual roots or spiritual treasures or divine beasts. Thus, after they were beheaded, their blood and the origin became the best nutrients for the world of heaven and earth inside the Taoist of heaven and earth. The world of heaven and earth's origin could be strengthened by plundering others' origin. Thus, only in this war, the world of heaven and earth's origin had been more than doubled. The origin of these 68 sages to be was extremely abundant. Though some of them were lost, the world of heaven and earth also benefited from them a lot. The divine law within the world had been increasingly improved, but to advance into a small chiliocosm, the world of heaven and earth still needed to plunder more origin power, such as the sun, the moon, and the stars, as well as the leyland of untainted land, which were all the origin power that was badly needed by the world of heaven and earth. Kunpeng was curing himself by closed-door meditation in a remote mountain cave, not far from the place where Ming killed the 68 sages to be. Now his condition was even worse than last time when he was badly injured by Ming. Obviously, he had serious injuries, with unsteady and irregular vital force. Kunpeng was severely injured by Ming's punch. Knowing that he could be killed by Ming's second punch, Kunpeng immediately decided to sneak away, because he paid more attention to his life than his honor. If he had truly escaped at that time, he might have been in recuperation at his base in the northern underworld now. However, he made a decision that might have taken his life. In Kunpeng's view, although Ming's power had reached an unparalleled level, it still would have been hard for him to withstand the siege from the 68 sages to be at the same time. If Ming had died, all individual cultivators of sages to be might have seized the Hong Meng immortal qi, which would have caused a mess. Thus, Kunpeng intended to seize the Hong Meng immortal qi during the chaos. That was a dangerous decision, but he could not refuse the great seduction to gain sage status. Therefore, it was difficult for him to give up, even if the opportunity was slim. Whereas what happened next was completely out of Kunpeng's expectations. Ming's power absolutely outweighed the total individual cultivators of the 68 sages to be, and he slaughtered them all. And most importantly, Ming's one-shot kill also attacked Kunpeng, who was hiding not far away at that time. Obviously, Ming discovered him. Kunpeng was injured again by the shot, much more seriously than before. When Ming finally left, he seemed to cast a glance at the hiding place of Kunpeng, either intentionally or unconsciously. Kunpeng was scared to death. Fortunately, Ming finally left without another attack on him. Then Kunpeng was relieved. Now Kunpeng was seriously wounded, so any Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could defeat him without much effort. Thus, he had no choice but to find a place to heal himself by closed-door meditation first and recover his power to at least 60 or 70 of the previous level. Otherwise, if he was killed by others at this time, it would be extremely unjust. Sacred demons, including Emperor Jun, Tei, Fuxi, Goddess Nuwa, and Jai Meng, got together in the Divine Wind Palace of the Heavenly Court. All of them were clouded with worry. Apparently, they were anxious about the Wu tribe's 12 divine beings killing formation. The real entity of Pengu summoned by the Wu tribe in the last round was so unimaginably powerful that even the cosmic star's formation could not resist it. Seeing the discouraged sacred demons, Emperor Jun said, "Gentlemen, we suffered heavy casualties in this battle with the demon tribe. The real entity of Pengu, called by the 12 ancestors of sorcery, was fairly horrific. Do you have any strategy to deal with it? Hearing real entity of Pengu, some sacred demons couldn't help shivering. No wonder they were so scared. The real entity of Pengu was virtually horrific. Only one shot laid billions of armies of demon tribe into ashes. Even quite a few sacred demons at the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal lost their lives, while the fortunate survivors were all injured to various degrees. After thoughtful consideration for a little while, Jai Meng said, "Your Majesty Demon Emperor, we demon tribe suffered heavy losses this time, but it is not without remedy. As long as we can invite one person to join the heavenly court now, we can revive our heyday." Hearing that, Emperor Jun hurriedly asked, "Who?" Jai Meng replied, "Kunpeng Taoist." On hearing that name, Emperor Jun was immediately silent. They had discussed about inviting Kunpeng before, but no solution was found. If they invited him at present, even if Kunpeng agreed, he would ask for exorbitant requirements. Jai Meng knew what Emperor Jun was worried about, saying Kunpeng stole up Hongyan in order to seize the Hongmeng immortal qi. However, Hongyan exploded himself, which inflicted damage on Kunpeng. Then he was seriously injured by Ancestor Ming. Maybe he's healing himself somewhere on the untainted land at this moment. We just need to find him and temper threats with mercy on him. I believe Kunpeng is a smart guy, so he would receive your Majesty's invitation. To put it nicely, it was tempering threats with mercy, while in fact they just took advantage of Kunpeng's perilous state. However, they all knew this was indeed a good idea because it was a good opportunity to subdue Kunpeng when he was seriously injured. If this chance was missed and he returned to the northern underworld successfully, it would be impossible to manage this in the future. However, Emperor Jun had his misgivings. He said, "Jai Meng, it's really a good solution, but if so, I'm afraid Kunpeng may not submit from the bottom of his heart. Then he won't help our heavenly court sincerely. If they forced Kunpeng to join them right now, he still could leave any time at his will when he had recovered. Then what they had done would have been all in vain." Jai Meng answered, "It doesn't matter. We just need to borrow Royal Enviwa's demon summoning banner and absorb a wisp of Kunpeng's original spirit into it. As a result, he will definitely do his best to help us. We can also take this chance to bring the demon tribe in the northern underworld under our control to totally make up for our losses. In this way, we can kill two birds with one stone." Everyone said nothing hearing the demon summoning banner. Jai Meng's idea was really vicious. Even if a wisp of original spirit was absorbed into the demon summoning banner, Kunpeng had to assist Emperor Jun meekly, though he was unwilling. Otherwise, if the original spirit in the banner exploded, Kunpeng was probably dead, or at least injured seriously, and it was nearly impossible to recover it. Overjoyed, Emperor Jun said, "Great, Jai Meng, you quickly assign people to closely inspect untainted land, especially the way to the northern underworld. Once finding Kunpeng, report to me immediately. We must make it in one stroke. We can't waste this great chance and let him go." Accepting the order, Jai Meng instantly arranged manpower to supervise untainted land carefully. Ancestor Hongjun had ordered that the sorcerer and demon tribes should not fight against each other for 10,000 years, so the demon tribe didn't need to worry about the Wu tribe's sneak attacks. However, for caution's sake, their actions were conducted in secrecy, not only for fear of annoying the Wu tribe, but also for fear that Kunpeng would be informed in advance. Beating the grass may frighten the snake away, they knew this truth. 100 years later, Kunpeng finally completed his treatment by closed-door meditation. Almost half of his wounds were recovered, and his combat power could reach the level of sage to be in the early stage. After Ming's slaughter, there were few people at the level of sage to be in untainted land. Thus, Kunpeng could return back to the northern underworld without too much worry eventually. Reaching the North Sea, Kunpeng finally could discard all his worries. He was not far from the northern underland now, but someone was in the way ahead. Seeing the two people, Kunpeng's face took a ghastly expression. He said in a cold voice, "Fellow Taoists Emperor Jun and Tei, why do you block my way?" Emperor Jun smiled and answered, "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng is really a good joker. Tei and I come here to invite you to join us in the heavenly court. Creating the demon character, you are greatly honored among the demon tribe. Thus, we sincerely invite you to join us and contribute to the battle for the ownership of untainted land. As a reward, we would give you the position of demon master and a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Do you agree?" Hearing that, Kunpeng's expression became even colder. "Fellow Taoist Emperor Jun, I'm just an individual cultivator. How could I deserve to be called demon master? Please find someone better qualified. I still have something to do. I'm going now." Then he tried to leave. But Tei instantly stopped Kunpeng, saying coldly, "Kunpeng, you'd better not refuse a toast only to drink as a forfeit. You'd better realize the situation and accept our invitation right now, or I won't treat you in such a polite way as my big brother. I'm afraid you haven't recovered totally, have you?" Tei and Emperor Jun cooperated well. One played the role of the kind inviter, another as the one who gives pressure. Kunpeng definitely realized Tei was threatening him, but these two people were much more powerful than him. What's worse, his injury hadn't recovered. Thus, it was impossible to run away successfully. Facing these threats to his life, Kunpeng had no choice but to compromise. He said between his teeth, "Now that fellow Taoist Emperor Jun invited me sincerely, I'd like to join the heavenly court." However, this was just his stalling tactic. When he was completely recovered, he would flee back to the northern underworld. He believed Emperor Jun could do nothing at that time. Despite an affirmative answer from Kunpeng, Tei replied coldly, "I know what you're brewing, Kunpeng. Now leave a split of your original spirit and put it in the demon summoning banner, cause that's the only way we can trust you." In the blink of an eye, a yellow gourd, the demon summoning banner of goddess Nwa, showed itself in his hand. Such words threw Kunpeng into a fury. He exclaimed in anger, "Don't push me so far. You just want to have me completely at your mercy." Kunpeng valued his original spirit over everything else, and allowing others to control his destiny was the last thing that he would do. "Are you sure about that? You'd better think twice and figure out everything before the final decision," said Tei in a cold tone, playing with the transformed Bell of Chaos and intensely releasing his supernatural power. Emperor Jun, standing beside, still wore a smile on his face, but his menace intent was rather obvious though. Feeling the adverse situation on his own, Kunpeng handed out a split of his original spirit reluctantly, which was sucked into the demon's summoning banner in an instant. His half-healed injury became even worse now. Anger was sowed and rooted in his mind. He now bore grudges against Tei, Emperor Jun, and even goddess Nwa, who had pushed him into dire desperation by lending out her demon's summoning banner. Kunpeng's obedience made Emperor Jun much happier. Our fellow Taoist Kunpeng knows exactly what's the right thing to do. Since it's not far from your place, I will escort you back with Tei. Emperor Jun smiled, handing out a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure and said, "Here is what I've promised you before, and I hope you fellow Taoist will kindly accept it." That top-grade primordial spiritual treasure from Emperor Jun made Kunpeng feel better. After all that had happened, Kunpeng refused to stand on ceremony and took the primordial spiritual treasure instantly, which, however, did not in the slightest degree quench his anger. As soon as they reached the northern underworld, Emperor Jun announced in public the admission of Kunpeng to the heavenly court, after which Kunpeng joined the heavenly court. Presently, the majority of the demon tribe in the northern underworld was taken to the heavenly court, with a few left to guard the northern underworld. Though overwhelmed by sullenness, Kunpeng couldn't, or rather dared not, contradict Emperor Jun, since Emperor Jun still had his original spirit in hand. Fortunately, foundation remains there in the northern underworld. Besides, nobody would be courageous enough to go to the northern underworld, regardless of how little cultivation these remaining members in the demon tribe had, Kunpeng told himself. Hundreds of millions of demon tribe members in the northern underworld joined the heavenly court, thus leading to a roar in its strength. As damages caused during the war against the Wu tribe and the demon tribe were more than made up, all the demon tribe members, except Kunpeng, were in extremely high spirits. Kunpeng saw himself more dead than alive now that his original spirit was still in others' control, which eclipsed his earlier failure to secure the Hong Meng immortal qi. The thought of all his hard-earned power and previous efforts going to waste through him again in the fiery pits of agitation. Now, the only thing haunting his mind was to get back his original spirit. After all, he was not a man of long-term subjection. Anyway, Emperor Jun was well satisfied. The last thing that worried him was the Hong Meng immortal qi. Last time, he tried in vain to get that from Hongyun, only to get involved in the war against the Wu tribe, which led to a sacrifice of over 10 billion casualties. Strength being restored on the part of the demon tribe, Emperor Jun began to reset his eyes on the Hong Meng immortal qi. Within the Divine Wind Palace was a crowd gathering of sacred demons, Emperor Jun, Tei, and Kunpeng, the new face invited. Goddess Nwa, however, failed to present herself this time, as she was engaged in enlightenment for the Hong Meng immortal qi. To all of you present, I want to make clear that there is one thing urgent: we have to secure the Hong Meng immortal qi in whatever way possible. It is now in the hands of Ancestor Ming, and I want it back. Any advice from your side? Kunpeng broke the silence. What Emperor Jun said is more than truth. If we managed to get the Hong Meng immortal qi from Ming, we would have 2 sages, and we would fear nothing. Speaking of the last sage, who else is more competent to have the honor, if not Emperor Jun, the king of demons? He said enthusiastically and passionately. What Kunpeng had said did make sense. If Emperor Jun was titled sage, there would be 2 sages in the demon tribe. In that case, ideally, the demon tribe would never be in fear, even if the Wu tribe called the real entity of Pangu. As an advisor of the demon tribe, Jai Meng saw more than the possible backfire, and therefore recommended, "I don't think it's adaptable, Your Majesty." Such words, as soon as they were said, drew all else's attention over. Emperor Jun's face also changed color, apparently resentful. Regardless of all the skeptical looks around, he continued, "Your Majesty, Ancestor Ming has the power next to only a sage. To defeat him might take something special, and that should be the cosmic star's formation." Yet Honorable Ancestor had warned that there couldn't be another war in at least 10,000 years, and demons shall rule the heaven, while the Wu tribe shall govern the earth. If we gather the forces and headed for the Blood Sea now, the Wu tribe is very likely to take it as an excuse and declare another war, which is the last thing we want. Besides, it is against the will of Honorable Ancestor. After his words, the crowd became silent again. Jai Meng continued, "Though Ancestor Ming has only a disciple and a mount with him in the Blood Sea, you should never forget the saying, Ming will never die until the last drop of the Blood Sea is dry. And don't forget that he owns 480 million clones of Blood God avatars. So narrow is our chance of victory. We shall evade conflicts with Ancestor Ming, spare our efforts and try instead to figure out a way against the Wu tribe. By the time your Majesty becomes the governor of heaven and earth, you can easily make use of untainted land's luck and get the fruit of origin." Emperor Jun knew more than what Jai Meng meant. Ming seldom showed his power in untainted land, yet with more and more people pouring to the Blood Sea for spiritual products or blood of essence from divine beasts, rumors about his great power began to spread. Some of these are made intentionally as a deterrence against outsiders. After all, Ming didn't want unexpected visits of all kinds. Though reluctant to give up, he had no better way out. Ming had power beyond his imagination. He wouldn't give up if he could make the cosmic star's formation by the demon tribe, but now he could do nothing but face the reality. What Jai Meng has said did make sense. The demon tribe is weaker than the Wu tribe, not to mention the great weapon, the real entity of Pangu, that the Wu tribe has secured recently. If we are to make Ming our enemy now, the demon tribe might be completely crushed. Emperor Jun, as the head of the demon tribe, weighed all things clearly in mind. That Emperor Jun tended to back out dampened Kunpeng. Of course, he understood Jai Meng's points well, and that was the reason why he made that proposal. Now his scheme was seen through, there seemed no hope left. Kunpeng actually wanted to see Emperor Jun suffer a crushing defeat. Kunpeng never had faith in Emperor Jun without the cosmic star's formation, and the demon tribe, Emperor Jun was far weaker than Ming, even counting in Tei and senior members of the demon tribe. If flared up, it was not impossible that he destroyed them all. By that time, the demon tribe would be scattered headless sheep, which Kunpeng could naturally take advantage of. Unfortunately, Kunpeng's plan to kill with a borrowed knife failed. He had to drop it for a while. After all, there would be more opportunities in the future. All he had to do now was to wait in the heavenly court, biding his time for the opportunity of revenge. Emperor Jun had a headache from the thought of dealing with the Wu tribe. The real entity of Pangu was so powerful that the cosmic star's formation could not resist. Now he could only hope Goddess Envaiwa became a sage sooner, so that the demon tribe could have its corresponding rise as well. However, on the other hand, he was afraid that once Envaiwa became a sage, the present situation would turn against him. Now, as the leader of the demon tribe, and with Tei as his blood brother, he was highly respected by all the members. Besides, Royal Fuxi, Royal Envaiwa, and Demon Master all governed nominally without real power, so Emperor Jun alone seized all the powers of the demon tribe. It was universally known about the great power of a sage. Once she became the first sage in the demon tribe, Goddess Envaiwa would imaginably be highly positioned. What Emperor Jun and Tei had gotten was by no means comparable with that of a sage. What worried Emperor Jun most was whether Goddess Envaiwa would overthrow his reign. Goddess Envaiwa was fully engaged in cultivation at present, showing the least interest in the Wu tribe affairs. Yet things could change, and the more powerful one was, the more ambitious one would become. As a royal, Emperor Jun would have never wanted his authority challenged, and yet Goddess Envaiwa becoming a sage was the only way to deal with the real entity of Pangu, so he could not stop her, for the sake of the demon tribe. And that was exactly what Emperor Jun was obsessed with. On the sacred island, Ming, Red Lotus Taoist, and the Heaven and Earth Taoist sat on the ground forming a San-Kai formation. The Hong Meng immortal Qi was fixed within the formation, with Ming's favorite magic weapon floating above the magical Tao mirror. The three of them used the magical Tao mirror to enhance their comprehension of the Hong Meng immortal Qi. The Hong Meng immortal Qi was naturally formed by heaven and earth and filled with mystery. Without the right approach, one could try to enlighten for thousands of years, and yet these efforts will be for naught. Nonetheless, once the fate had arrived, one would be able to gain enlightenment and receive the fruit of Ming's nascent core. Exactly 300 years went by. Ming, together with his good and evil separation, kept trying to enlighten the Hong Meng immortal Qi. Ming and his good separation, the Heaven and Earth Taoist, did not get any results, while on the other hand, the evil separation had a rewarding result with his law of killing almost completed. With a little more effort, it would receive the fruit of origin. After enlightening the Hong Meng immortal Qi for a few hundred years, Ming naturally gained some insight into the secrets of it. The Hongmeng immortal qi was filled with the source of the way of heaven. It was created in accordance with the circumstances. This was the reason why the foundation of would not be weakened even if merit was used. The person becoming a sage by merits had to exert the source of the way of heaven in the Hongmeng immortal qi. After absorbing the source of the way of heaven, it could naturally increase one's supernatural powers and realm to that of a sage without any side effects. It could be said that as long as there were enough merits, this was the best shortcut to become a sage. Ming had more than enough merits, and there would be more merits in time to come, yet becoming a sage by merits was not what he had desired. The actualizing belonging to the Red Lotus Taoist was imminent, and the White Lotus of Purity had also grown to its maximum capacity. Although the 11-grade Lotus was only one step away from its fulfillment, it had no chance to become 12-grade. Red Lotus Taoist combined his 21-grade Red Lotus of Fire with the White Lotus of Purity, while his original spirit enlightens the law of killing. If both could gain the fruit of origin, Ming could face the sage with confidence, and it would be good for his future plans as well. However, the Hongmeng immortal qi became useless now. Though Ming had his sights set on the origin of the way of heaven, in every gain there would be a loss. He did not want to help the sages of the way of heaven to achieve their aims with the origin. If such a thing happened, it would be hard for him to be detached from it later on. Both Red Lotus Taoist and the Heaven and Earth Taoist began their closed-door meditation upon ending their comprehension. Ming looked at the Hongmeng immortal qi in his hand, not knowing what to do with it, as he had no use for it. He could leave it for his disciple, Liu Er, but it would only bring Liu Er harm instead of good. Liu Er was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and can't secure the Hongmeng immortal qi. Moreover, Ming would not always be around to protect him all the time. After giving it some thought, Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of a perfect place for the Hongmeng immortal qi. Ming did not announce his trip, but cloaked himself in invisibility instead. Then he secretly left the Blood Sea and headed towards Untainted Land. The 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered in the Hall of Pangu. From the looks of their situation, it was obvious that they had not fully recovered from the injuries after summoning the real entity of Pangu, which was cast back on them. Even then, Zhurong was still vigorous and peppy. "Big brother, what does Hongjun mean? Why did he stop us from destroying the demon tribe? This untainted world was created by our god the Father, Pangu, so it's our right to be its leader." Hearing what Zhurong said, Emperor Jiang sighed heavily. "All right, stop it. Hongjun is too powerful. I'm afraid that we can't defeat him even with the real entity of Pangu. But then again, we're not fully familiar with the 12 divine beings killing formation yet. If we're able to fully grasp and understand the formation, especially when summoning the real entity of Pangu, the demon tribe won't be able to hold a candle to us. Even if it'll take thousands of years, so what?" The facial expressions of the ancestors of sorcery became better, but Zhu Jian asked worriedly, "Big brother, it may be so, but if Enviwa of the demon tribe became a sage within these thousands of years, I'm afraid the ending would be hard to predict." The rest of the ancestors of Sorcerer became crestfallen again, as the worries of Torch Dragon had the possibility of happening. If so, then the Wu tribe would not be able to gain anything. Then Gong Gong said, "Big brother, don't forget that there is still one more Hongmeng immortal qi aside from the ones taken by 3 pure ones, Goddess Enviwa, Junti, and Ji-in." At the mention of this, all the ancestors' eyes glinted. If there was someone who became a sage in the Wu tribe, even if Enviwa became a sage, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Zhurong said, laughing, "That's right. It's rare for you to say something useful, Gong Gong. Our battle with the demon tribe has benefited Ming. We can get the Hongmeng immortal qi from him. If he dares not give it to us, I'll beat him up." Ming's looked like he was in his teens, which made him look younger than Zhurong. Emperor Jiang started to waver after hearing what Zhurong said, however. Torch Dragon disagreed. "With that being said, it'll be quite impossible to get the Hongmeng immortal qi from Ming." This instantly dashed the hopes of the ancestors of Sorcerer. Emperor Jiang asked, "Why not?" Torch Dragon replied, "Don't forget, Ming is already at the peak level sage to be and is capable of killing 68 sages to be by himself. All of us together might not be able to defeat him." Zhurong yelled out, "Brother Torch Dragon, we also have the 12 divine beings killing formation. How can Ming defeat us?" The 12 divine beings killing formation is the trump card of the Wu tribe, and it is so formidable that even the demon tribe's cosmic stars formation couldn't be pitted against it. Though we have the 12 divine beings killing formation, in our current state, we will not be able to fully utilize the formation. The Blood Sea is Ming's nest. There will definitely be a tactical formation surrounding it. Moreover, we don't really know much about Ming, except for hearsay and the skills he showed when snatching the Hongmeng immortal qi, said Torch Dragon. We don't know the capabilities of Ming's 3 separations, and if the Blood Sea is being protected by tactical formations. If it is, how powerful is that formation? Not only that, we also don't know what type of magical weapons Ming uses. If we were to strike out at him thoughtlessly, we might end up on the losing end. Besides, making an enemy out of Ming is not a good idea, as he might attack us from the back during the battle with the demon tribe. If that happens, we will be caught in between. Hearing Torch Dragon's words, Emperor Jiang understood the pros and cons. Zhurong and the other ancestors were in a dismal state as they knew of a way to subdue Goddess Envaiwa, yet they were not able to use it. Ha ha ha, I've long heard that Torch Dragon is the advisor of Wu tribe. You are as extraordinary as the rumors say. It's my honor to cause such uneasiness in you. I'm Ancestor Ming, and I specifically come to visit fellow ancestors of Sorcerer. Please forgive me for being impolite. A hearty laughter rang throughout the hall, giving a shock to the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer. They walked out of the hall just in time to see a Taoist, cloaked in black, standing outside. Who could it have been other than Ming? The ancestors did not expect that Ming would actually come to them of his own accord. Emperor Jiang saw Ming smiling brightly, and indignation filled him. Emperor Jiang remarked with seething rage, "So it is fellow Taoist Ming that has come for a visit. What a surprise. Just that fellow Taoist, coming here alone and armed with the Hongmeng immortal qi. Are you not afraid that we will take it from you?" Ming strutted straight to the hall of Pangu. It was obvious that he was challenging their authority. In the past, only the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer could enter the hall of Pangu. Even the guardians, like Xingtian, could only stand outside the hall until any one of the ancestors summoned him. In the eyes of the ancestors, Ming's actions were to show them his prowess and to challenge them. They were enraged, so Emperor Jiang spoke in such demeanor as he was trying to get the better of Ming. Even though they had no thought of snatching the Hongmeng immortal qi from Ming any longer, Ming was giving them a chance now. After what Emperor Jiang had said, numerous ancestors were tempted, but there were wise people among them, such as Torch Dragon, who gave it serious thought. Ming was no fool, so there must have been a reason as to why he came here. It must have been more than to just show off. Being able to reach a cultivation like his, he wouldn't do anything meaningless. But Torch Dragon simply couldn't guess as to why Ming was here. Logically speaking, after getting the Hongmeng immortal qi, Ming should focus on his enlightenment like three pure ones, Goddess Envaiwa, Jian and Junti, who immediately did a closed-door meditation after getting the Hongmeng immortal qi. But Ming's came to their turf openly, even after knowing that he had what they were after. In the face of the spiteful eyes of Emperor Jiang and the ancestors of Sorcerer, Ming laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Emperor Jiang, I don't fear to come here because I am sure I will never lose. What's more, the ancestors of Sorcerer are still injured, so the 12 divine beings killing formation can't exert its full power." Ming pointed out the weakness of the ancestors of Sorcerer, but there was nothing that they could do. The Hongmeng immortal qi was in front of their eyes, while they were frightened to fight for it. Although there were 12 people in their group, the full power of the 12 divine beings killing formation could still not be reached. In the face of Ming, they were not sure if they could win. Even if they won, the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer would get badly injured. After all, the fight back of a sage to be who was at the peak level was not a joke. Torch Dragon came forward and asked Ming, "Fellow Taoist, I am ancestor of Sorcerer Torch Dragon. I wonder the reason why you fellow Taoists come to our holy land of the Wu tribe. Since you have the Hongmeng immortal qi, you should work hard to enlighten it in the Blood Sea. Why should you come here at this time?" Ming took a glimpse at Torch Dragon and said, "Sure, I am here for business. You want me to finish my words outside?" Ming had tried to keep his journey low-key, so it would be troublesome once his presence was spotted by the demon tribe or others. Seeing this, Emperor Jiang said, "Well, please get in." The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer guided Ming into the hall of Pangu, which looked plain but full of spiritual atmosphere. It really deserved to be the holy land of the Wu tribe. The reason why they cherished this holy palace might be that this palace was inherited from Pangu. Upon entering, Ming felt a special pressure, not detrimental to him but not the same as others. The pressure here was much stronger than that of Mount Buju, which indicated that there was something left by Pangu for the Wu tribe. Considering that this was a secret of the Wu tribe, Ming was not going to dig into it. Inside the palace stood 12 stone benches, the seats for the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer. Ming waved his hands, calling a seat. Seated on the bench, Ming said to the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer with diverse facial expressions, "Please do not worry too much. I am here to make a trade with you guys." The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer were astonished by his words since they had no relationship with Ming before, to say nothing of friendship. What would Ming want to gain from them and what would he exchange for? The Wu tribe was dominant in untainted land, so they would not desire anything common. Emperor Jiang first asked, "May I know what you intend to take from us?" Ming's strength was well known in untainted land. Emperor Jiang had no idea what he would desire, spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, or something else. Ming replied, "All I want is a blood of essence from each of you and the 12 divine beings killing formation from your tribe." The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer got irritated by this, even the ancestor of Sorcery Howdu, who was meek in daily life. Blood of essence was the most precious element of a Tao cultivator and a vital part of body cultivation. Even a single drop of blood of essence would cause much damage to one's body. Ming wanted a blood of essence from each of them, as well as the most significant tactical formation, which was nearly wishful thinking. Noticing their irritation, Ming waved his hands again and a streak of purple air appeared in his hands. The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer resorted to silence instantly. Is that the... Ming said, "This is exactly what I would trade for. How about your opinion?" The Hall of Pangu suddenly turned quiet and the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer were all stunned. What Ming asked for was insane, but it was nothing compared with the Hong Meng immortal qi. Blood of essence could be healed slowly, but the Hong Meng immortal qi may not appear every day since there were a total of 7 streaks in untainted land. What the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer did not expect was that Ming would exchange a blood of essence from each of them and the 12 divine beings killing formation for the Hong Meng immortal qi, representing a sage status, which was completely crazy. Others would scorn Ming for making such a foolish trade. It was the Hong Meng immortal qi. Moreover, they would think that since Ming did not desire for the Hong Meng immortal qi, why would he have made the effort to seize it? They also felt sympathy for the dead 68 sages to be, who struggled with their lives to obtain it, with which Ming merely exchanged for stuff. Torch Dragon hesitated for a while and asked uncertainly, "Fellow Taoist, are you kidding? Are you sure about exchanging our blood of essence and the 12 divine beings killing formation for the Hong Meng immortal qi?" Ming nodded and said, "I am serious. If not, I would not be here now." Ming himself knew that this trade was unimaginably strange, but he was sincere about this trade since the Hong Meng immortal qi was something insignificant for him. It would be more useful to exchange it for something that was cherished rather than let it be. In addition, Ming intended to repay some karma he owed Pangu. Back at Mount Buju, Ming obtained Pangu's jade essence, green lotus of fate, some elixir, weapons, and tactical formations with his merit of creatipin, but he still owed some karma to Pangu. Judging by the trade itself, this was a fortune for the Wu tribe. Blood of essence from an ancestor of Sorcerer was precious, but not a one-time distribution, which could be recovered form healing. The 12 divine beings killing formation was not something special. If arranged by others, this tactical formation would be impaired. The full power could be exerted, and the real entity of Pangu could be called only by the joint arrangement of the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer. Even if this formation was arranged by Ming with the blood of essence from the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer, it would not be that powerful. Furthermore, that formation could be destroyed with Ming's strength. Seemingly, Ming would suffer losses from this trade, but he was planning something else. This unfair trade could settle the karma he owed Pangu and help him get what he cherished. After all, different people had different views. The karma due would be repaid, which was also helpful for the cultivation course. Ming could only repay it to the Pangu tribe, which were 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer in untainted land. 3 pure ones already had the Hong Meng immortal qi and primordial supreme treasures. Although nobody would dislike more magic weapons, Ming was not willing to send them primordial spiritual treasures or primordial supreme treasures. The only method was going to the Wu tribe, who happened to need the Hong Meng immortal qi, which Ming possessed. Despite Ming's sincerity, the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer still showed doubt. Indeed, even Ming himself believed that pie would not fall from heaven, and what fell was more likely to be a trap. Emperor Jiang asked with caution, "Fellow Taoist, I admit that we need the Hong Meng immortal qi, but don't you want it? You have reached the peak level of sage to be, so with the help of the Hong Meng immortal qi, you are able to reach the sage ahead of us all." Ming took a look at the Hong Meng immortal qi and said, "You are right, but I have found my own Tao. The Hong Meng immortal qi means nothing to me. I use it to exchange for something I want, and by the way, repay the karma I owe to Pangu." The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer were astonished by his words. The Hong Meng immortal qi was quite precious for everyone, but nothing useful for Ming. It could be inferred that Ming had found his own way to actualize the realm of the origin, which indicated that he was close to a sage. Hangjin once remarked that 3,000 methods could be used to mix nascent core. There was a gap between Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin and the sage. The sage, whose original spirit was refined in the way of heaven, could remain imperishable as long as the way of heaven kept sound Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin. Having the similar power as the sage, however, was unable to refine his original spirit in the way of heaven or remain imperishable thereby. By contrast, it was of more benefit to be a sage. With the help of the Hong Meng immortal qi, the whole process would be faster than that of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin. In addition, the 3,000 methods mentioned by Honorable Ancestor was merely for Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of Origin, namely the Tao of Divine Law, which was a suffering path. Consequently, people in untainted land spared no efforts to seize Hongyun's Hong Meng immortal qi so as to reach the sage faster. Torch Dragon asked my fellow Taoist, I don't know what karma is owed to God the Father, but you want to pay it back with the Hongmeng immortal Qi. The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer were worried about being set up by Ming, so they wanted to find out, or else they would be restless. Ming obviously understood what Torch Dragon thought and said, I received cultivation will left by Pangu in the secret area of Mount Buju, which benefited me very much. You 12 ancestors of Sorcerer and the 3 pure ones are the only descendants of Pangu, and they have the Hongmeng immortal Qi already, so you are the only ones I can find to pay Pangu back. The 12 ancestors of Sorcerer put down their guard once they heard Ming's explanation. The cultivation will left by Pangu was quite important since it greatly benefited Ming. Emperor Jiang finally made his mind up and said after he figured out what happened, all right, then it's deal. After that, blood of essence was bled out by the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer together and placed before Ming, along with the tactical formation of the 12 divine beings killing formation. Upon seeing that, Ming lifted his hands and delivered the Hongmeng immortal Qi in front of the ancestors of Sorcerer as well. Ming stood up and bade farewell after he packed up the tactical formation and blood of essence from the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer. He then turned back and said to the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer before he left, although the 12 divine beings killing formation is powerful, so is its boomerang. You can't hold it for long even with your strong bodies, but if you can forge the 12 sticks divine beings banner and nourish it with blood of essence, it will carry some of your burdens when you arrange the formation. Ming left the Hall of Pangu after that. That was all he could say. He did not want to intervene in the fate of the 12 ancestors of Sorcerer and the Wu tribe. Now he was so happy about the end of his karma to Pangu. What a relief. Even his realm was also influenced positively by this. The ancestors of Sorcerer looked at the Hongmeng immortal Qi in the hands of Emperor Jiang after Ming left. Even their pale faces for their loss of blood of essence could not conceal their excitement. But who deserved this Hongmeng immortal Qi? After all, there were 12 of them, but only one could own the Hongmeng immortal Qi. Emperor Jiang looked around at his brothers and sisters, and finally he said, it goes to Sister Haodu since there is only one Hongmeng immortal Qi. The other ancestors of sorcery loved Haodu so dearly since she was the youngest one, so there would be no problem giving it to her. The 12 ancestors of sorcerer were gestated by Pangu's blood of essence and primordial killing intent. Haodu was the last one who came to birth, so she did not get much of primordial killing intent since she was last. Maybe that was why she had the most moderate temper among them. Haodu was beautiful, but not like the others. Her beauty was of gentleness, sense, and kindness, so no one got jealous at all, but happy as she received the Hongmeng immortal Qi from Emperor Jiang. And after discussion, they found Ming's last advice was feasible, so they began the preparation for it. They rested and rehabilitated to recover from the boomerang of the previous formation and the damage made by their loss of blood of essence. Luckily, they would recuperate since there were thousands of years left. Anyway, with the loss of the useless Hongmeng immortal Qi and the gain of blood of essence from the ancestors of Sorcerer, along with the 12 divine beings killing formation, in addition to the end of his karma with Pangu, Ming left the Wu tribe delightfully. After all, killing 2 birds with 1 stone was always a good deal. After leaving, Ming harnessed a cloud and flew toward the Blood Sea, but it was not very long before he sensed some formation waves beneath him as he passed over a valley, and he also felt the waves of spiritual roots of the 5 elements from that. Spiritual roots of the 5 elements were exactly what his good separation, the heaven and earth Taoist, needed for his world of heaven and earth to grow its power of the 5 elements, so how could he miss it? He landed in the valley, and there was a formation as he expected, but it seemed unsteady and it might have expired at any moment. Ming scanned it with his spiritual thoughts, and he found out it was formed with 5 mid-grade spiritual roots as its eye of formation. Besides, it was not formed by nature but man-made. It was so lavish that they made it this way. Only a few people or powers could have managed to do it. Unlike the common post-celestial spiritual roots, the primordial spiritual roots were rare in untainted land. He only found a few after years of searching, and the 5 primordial spiritual roots used here were the perfect match for the 5 elements, which were so precious. It did not cost Ming so much to break the formation since it was unsteady essentially. He found a soft spot and easily hacked into the formation where the abundant powers of the 5 elements flowed. A giant pentachromic egg was sitting at the center, which constantly received the powers of the 5 elements, and some giggling could be heard from the egg. But the 5 primordial spiritual roots which arranged the formation were not in good condition, and they were withering, which was the main reason for the fluctuation. Ming took a close look and found out that the speed that the egg was absorbing power was quicker than the growth of spiritual roots, which might have been foreseen by its creator. So there were some details changed in the tactical formation, which turned the origins of primordial spiritual roots into the nutrition for the egg. The result was obvious. The origins of the primordial spiritual roots were sucked up by the egg, and eventually they would be withered and turned to ashes. If the creature in the egg could not come into birth before that, its cultivation would be affected for the primordial shortage. Looking at the condition and the absorbing speed of the egg, Minghe knew that it would not last that long based on the cracking of the egg, but it actually told that the egg was special, which aroused his interests. So he began to predict the history of the egg. It was not so long before Ming knew the past of the egg. Surprisingly, it turned out to be the offspring of the Lord of Phoenix, the descendant of the Phoenix tribe. It was during the battle with the Devil tribe, so the Lord of Phoenix put it here for future retrieval. However, only God knew that there was no coming back. Now Ming knew basically who was the creature in the egg. As he stepped forward, the creature must have sensed his coming, so it began shaking, and a childish voice came from it. "Who are you?" Ming answered, "I am Ancestor Ming. Little fellow, do you have a name?" The creature said, "My name is Kong Shuan. My mother gave me that name. I had a great mother, but she is dead." As Ming had expected, Kong Shuan, the incredible commander-in-chief in Golden Chicken Mountain of the Shang dynasty during the Battle of God's Investiture, was in that egg. Obviously, Kong Shuan was feeling a little low when he mentioned his mother's death. Ming consoled him and said, "Don't be sad. Kong Shuan, your mother sacrificed herself for the whole Phoenix tribe. You should be proud of her." What Ming said cheered up Kong Shuan instantly, so mentally tough, not bad. Ming said, "Kong Shuan, I can tell you are a talented kid. Do you want to be my disciple?" Now that they had met, how could Ming let such a gifted disciple go, who had no less talent than Liu Er? Kong Shuan said doubtfully, "You want me to be your disciple? Are you a strong one?" Ming smiled and said, "Of course, even stronger than your mother." The best the Lord of Phoenix reached was just the secondary stage of sage to be, which was totally below Ming's cultivation. Kong Shuan shouted excitedly, "Is that true? Okay, I will be your disciple if you can heal those 5 primordial spiritual roots for me." The spiritual roots were the source of spiritual air of the 5 elements for his cultivation, so naturally, he would not let them wither gradually. Ming smiled again and said, "Easy peasy." He lifted his arm and sprayed 5 streams of the 3 light holy water on those primordial spiritual roots, and the roots became vivid immediately after absorbing the water, with no sign of withering at all. Kong Shuan was extremely surprised on seeing that. The egg shook again and he said, "Master, your disciple, Kong Shuan, at your service." He acknowledged Ming as his master so delightfully. Although he was still in the egg, he knew his mother's vital force was completely no match for Ming's even if he controlled his at a low level, so he must be a superpower. In addition, he had such treasures like the 3 light holy water. Being his apprentice was definitely not a bad deal. Ming he nodded with a smile on his face and said, "That's good." Kong Shuan, your master is Ancestor Ming, who stands above the blood sea. Keep that in mind. From this day forward, you are my second disciple. I will introduce you to Liu Er, your senior fellow, when we get back to the blood sea. There is only one rule in our tribe, which is being loyal and honest to your master and never kill one of your own. The one who breaks this rule will be ruined, tortured, and exiled to the land of tranquility till the end of his souls. From Minghe's perspective, untainted land was originally a cruel world. Strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. Therefore, he did not impose any restrictions on his disciples. They could do anything. Ming would not care as long as they did not betray him or harm their fellow disciples. As long as his disciples remembered these rules, Ming did not mind even if some of his disciples become a good man like Hangyun, or a carefree immortal like Zhen Yuanzi, or even a peerless devil king like Liu Hu. In untainted land, there was no law to decide whether one was good or bad, kind or evil. Ming himself did not know if he was kind or evil. For Hong Meng Immortal Qi, he had slaughtered 68 sages to be. Was he evil or kind, good or bad? He did not know. Among those sages to be, some of them had committed many evil deeds. Killing those was enforcing justice on the behalf of the heaven, but there were also those who had protected others, making it a brutal act to kill them. So it was really hard to determine the boundary between good and evil. Ming could only follow his core of thoughts, as long as his core of thoughts was intact, so what if he slaughtered the entire world? Since Kong Shuan had become his disciple, Ming would definitely not allow him to stay here anymore. Never mind someone kidnapping him, he might even get assassinated if they were careless even for a moment. Using much of his supernatural power, Ming brought Kong Shuan back to Blood Sea along with the entire formation. When they were about to reach Blood Sea, Ming suddenly had a feeling that something was going to happen today. With his current cultivation realm, the feeling would definitely come true since his heart had vaguely felt it. However, Ming could not guess if it would be good or bad. The moment Ming arrived at Sacred Island, Liu Er and Chixuan welcomed him. Liu Er bowed and said, "Master, you're back." Ming nodded and said, "Did anything happen in Blood Sea in my absence?" The feeling he got came from Blood Sea, but he did not know what had happened in the end. Liu Er said, "Master, 2 9-grade red lotuses of fire fell into Blood Sea today. They were exactly the same as the one that you gave me. Does someone else also have the red lotus of fire except you?" 9-grade red lotus of fire. There were 2 of them at that. Ming was stunned as there were only 3 9-grade red lotuses of fire. When he gave to Liu Er, the other 2 he had given to Chang Zai and Wang Shu. Today, 2 of them suddenly returned to Blood Sea. Did something happen? Ignoring the curious looks Liu Er and Chixuan gave him, Ming stepped forward and arrived above Blood Sea. He saw the 2 lotuses floating on the Blood Sea, slowly converting the evil blood aura surrounding them into nutrition for converting. Looking at the lotuses, 2 figures emerged in Ming's mind. Chang Zai was mature and sexy, carrying a hint of adorableness. Wang Shu was gentle and carried a slight air of a pretty daughter from humble family. He recalled the time he met, got acquainted, traveled, and then parted with the 2 sisters. In an instant, 100 years have passed. Ming's mind back then was not as firm as it was now. The time he spent with them felt like he was back in his old life, full of sweet words and promises, but Ming had not communicated with them for more than 10,000 years since their parting. He had no clue what happened to them during their separation. The fatal part was he had never thought about them in that time. Love and affection seemed to have disappeared from his life. During the days without them, Ming was not lonely in the slightest, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he was used to loneliness. The path he was trying to walk on was a path to stand above the world. Who could accompany him on such a road? Ming did not know it would be so lonely at the top. Perhaps no one knew. How many people could understand the loneliness at the peak? He still remembered the first time they met, and how the love inside his heart moved as he thought they could be his life Taoist partners. As time passed, Ming became stronger and stronger. The more he walked, the more distant he became. Now they completely could not keep up with his steps. They could not even see his shadow. Meanwhile, Ming also realized his 7 emotions and 6 desires were gradually fading. The only thing remained for him to seek was the Great Way. Did he forget about love? Ming reached to touch the rim of his eye. There was nothing at all. It turned out that the love he had believed to be real during their separation was nothing more than a part of worldly affairs refined in his heart. When he once again saw the 2 lotuses he gave away back then, Ming realized he was only slightly regretful and rueful. Sadness, despair, pain, all those weak emotions did not exist in his heart in the slightest. In the end, did this mean he was losing his humanity? Or did it mean his mind had transcended worldliness? Ming did not know, but he was sure about what he wanted. Looking at the direction of the lunar star, Ming did not know what to feel. But since Chang Zai and Wang Shu had made their decisions, he did not have worries anymore. It was just a pity they were not people from the same world otherwise. After Ming retrieved the lotuses, he returned to Sacred Island. He settled Kong Xuan in and put away the 5 elements spiritual roots. After telling Liu Er to take care of his junior, he began his closed-door meditation. As he cleared his emotion and understood his state of mind, he had a feeling his obsession had become clearer. His fated chance to separate self-centric separation could come at any time. On the lunar star in front of Guanghan Palace, 3 women were watching everything unfolding in Blood Sea. They were Zi, Chang Zai, and Wang Shu. They saw Ming's every move, including when he looked in the direction of the lunar star. Chang Zai and Wang Shu watched as Ming quietly retrieved the red lotuses of fire, unsure about how they felt. That year, they sneakily left for untainted land without their older sister Zis' knowledge and met Ming at the valley. Ming had treated them meticulously then. His every action and word were unlike how they were now, and the current Ming was not the former Ming they knew. Chang Zai and Wang Shu had always been watching from a distance, including the battle in which he slaughtered 68 sages to be individual cultivators. Though they had not met for more than 10,000 years, some fantasy still existed in their hearts. But after that battle, they realized the current Ming was already a complete stranger. The old Ming would only appear in their memories now. The one they had been missing was the old Ming. Chang Zai and Wang Shu felt as if they were staring eye to eye in the last glance from Ming to the lunar star. They still understood Ming's thoughts. Seeing Ming disappearing into the tactical formation, they closed their eyes. A teardrop fell down their faces. Seeing her sister's reaction, Zik gave a word of advice. Sisters, don't be so persistent. Your meeting was simply the first love tribulation in your life. Just forget about it. You still have so many days to live. You definitely meet someone who can be your genuine Taoist partner for life. Chang Zai opened her eyes. She held the teardrop that had just fallen from her eyes in her hand and said indifferently, "Don't worry, sister. I'm fine. My love tribulation has passed. I will never fall in love again." Cold. The vital force of Chang Zai, who had always been rather lively, turned cold. Wang Shu's change was the same. The 2 sisters actually underwent change in their vital forces. Like an ice mountain, they gave off an unapproachable feeling. It was different from their sister Zi, whose coldness was only her temperament. Chang Zai's and Wang Shu's coldness were an ice coldness that came from forgetting love. Perhaps they would never fall in love again in the future. Zi did not know if she should feel happy or sad about the changes in her 2 sisters. She simply did not want Chang Zai and Wang Shu to be associated with Ming. But she did not expect it would actually put them on the path of forgetting love. She also did not know if she made the right decision stopping them back then, but it had already happened. It was useless to worry about it. Chang Zai and Wang Shu both held their teardrops in their hands, seemingly considering something. After a while, they put away their teardrops and simultaneously decided to enter closed-door meditation. This greatly surprised Zi. Though they were all born at the same time, the gap between them was too big. Her cultivation realm was at secondary stage of sage to be, while Chang Zai and Wang Shu were only at the peak level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and now they actually took the initiative to enter closed-door meditation themselves. It rather surprised Zi. After forgetting love, Chang Zai and Wang Shu started to dedicate themselves to cultivation. Zi also did not know what she should say. She could only hope things would now head towards a better direction. Inside of the royal Enviwa temple, in the heavenly court, the cloud of blessings appeared above Goddess Enviwa's head, and her 3 flowers which gathered on the top were a critical moment for enlightenment. Since the Goddess Enviwa had gotten the Hongmeng immortal chi, she hadn't stopped attaining enlightenment from it. Although her cultivation had improved, she still didn't have any idea how to obtain the fated chance to be a sage. Besides, after years of closed-door meditation, Goddess Enviwa's cultivation had already ascended to the peak level of the secondary stage of the sage to be. Even her good separation also stepped up to the secondary stage of sage to be, but still, she hadn't been able to separate her evil separation, so her cultivation had stopped at the secondary stage of sage to be. But that didn't mean that there wasn't any good news. Although unable to separate the evil separation, Goddess Enviwa had attained a new understanding of the divine law of fate, and she successfully understood 40% of the divine law of fate in just merely thousands of years. Even though she didn't have the good separation, her cultivation was already at the secondary stage of sage to be. As for how to improve her divine law of fate, Goddess Enviwa didn't have any ideas at all. In the beginning, Goddess Enviwa had tried very hard to enlighten it once she attained an enlightenment of the divine law of fate, but her progress was sluggish. And she hadn't expected that, after she had gotten the Hongmeng immortal chi, her enlightenment toward the divine law of fate would improve so fast, which had been really surprising. Fate, fate. Goddess Enviwa kept repeating those words to herself. She felt that the fated chance for her to be a sage was based on the divine law of fate. Otherwise, her enlightenment toward the divine law of fate wouldn't be improving so fast after she had gotten the Hongmeng immortal chi. At this time, Fuxi entered the palace, looked at the Goddess Enviwa, who showed her worry on her face and said, "Sister, what's wrong? Have you still not been able to obtain enlightenment from the Hongmeng immortal chi? Be patient. Since the honorable ancestor had said that you would be a sage, it must be that you would become a sage." Goddess Enviwa frowned and said, "Brother, I knew that, but I have already had the Hongmeng immortal chi for thousands of years, and I was still unable to become a sage, so how could I be patient? Besides, in all of those years, I haven't been able to separate my evil separation. If my enlightenment towards the divine law of fate doesn't move on smoothly, all of those past years would definitely be wasted." Fuxi sighed about the enlightenment of the Hongmeng immortal chi. He couldn't help her at all, but he had some understanding of the way of the 3 separations. During the war with the Wu tribe, he had felt that he could separate his evil separation soon, but the situation was different for his sister. Goddess Enviwa had a kind-hearted personality, and she didn't like to fight, which was quite the same as Howdu from the Wu tribe. In the way of the 3 separations, the good separation and evil separation were easier to be separated. With a kind-hearted personality, the Goddess Enviwa could easily separate her good separation. As for her evil separation, that was different, as it could only be separated after she developed an understanding of evil thoughts within oneself or through the act of separating. The separation would have little chance to break through with only the closed-door meditation. Fuxi said comfortably, "Sister, don't be so down. You still needed the fated chance to complete your separation. However, since your enlightenment toward the divine law of fate went smoothly, maybe the fated chance for you to become a sage was in the divine law of fate. Therefore, you just need to attain more enlightenment towards the divine law of fate." Hearing Fuxi words, Goddess Enviwa cheered up and said, "I also think so, but I have a feeling that I couldn't find my fated chance if I only stay in the heavenly court, so I want to go to the untainted land to find my fated chance." After hearing that, Fuxi frowned, as the untainted land was the Wu tribe's territory. He was worried about Goddess Enviwa going by herself. "Since it was so, I would go with you, so that we could take care of each other." After all, the untainted land is the territory of the Wu tribe. Goddess Enviwa shook her head, refusing Fuxi's offer while saying, "No need for that. My brother, you were still injured, and your separation was coming soon, so you'd better start on your closed-door meditation. This time, I will go to the untainted land just to find my fated chance, and I won't provoke the Wu tribe. I will be more careful, and if I encountered danger, I would immediately return to the heavenly court, so you can just focus on your closed-door meditation." After hearing Goddess Enviwa's words, Fuxi didn't reply. Although the untainted land was the territory of the Wu tribe, only the 12 ancestors of the Wu tribe had the strength to fight with his sister. Besides, in the last battle, the 12 ancestors of the Wu tribe received the boomerang from tactical formation, so they might still be in a closed-door meditation to recover themselves. What's more, the great sorcerer from the Wu tribe was not a match for Goddess Envaiwa, so Fuxi agreed with the Goddess Envaiwa's view. After saying goodbye to Fuxi, Goddess Envaiwa went to the untainted land by herself and hid her tracks to avoid garnering the Wu tribe's attention. At this time, she only wanted to find her fated chance, so she didn't want to make any trouble. If she was found out by the Wu tribe, she would only return to Heavenly Court. During her tour of the untainted land, what Goddess Envaiwa saw was only separating. Although more than 1 billion demons lived in the Heavenly Court, there were still many demons that lived in the untainted land, most of which were left behind when Emperor Jun had migrated the demon tribe to the Heavenly Court, or it could be said that they had been abandoned by Emperor Jun, and they could now only live in the untainted land. Actually, the Wu tribe didn't try to eliminate the demon tribe, but rather left them to grow on their own. Even so, there was always going to be a conflict between them. Wu tribe would use members of the demon clan, turning them into polished stones for their young warriors and harvesting them for food. Although the cultivator didn't need to eat again, the Wu tribe was the clan that used the way of refining the body. Through the use of the flesh of the demon tribe, they would be able to strengthen their bodies more quickly, and the demon tribe in the untainted land could only fight with the Wu tribe to survive. The endless battle and endless separating made Goddess Envaiwa frowned. Although she had already obtained the cultivation of the sage-to-be, she didn't have any battle experience, and because she didn't like to fight, she kept cultivating and didn't interfere with the battle between the Wu tribe and the demons. But Goddess Envaiwa's state of mind had been touched by what she had seen during her journey. Unfortunately, the situation involving the sorcerer and demon tribe had already passed the time in which it could be stopped. The separating between them would not end until one side had been defeated. Until then, they were to remain in this perpetual battle. Looking at all the separating that had happened in the untainted land, Goddess Envaiwa could only sigh in her heart. Since the untainted land was so vast, was it difficult to live in peace? Hundreds of tribes were like this. The 3 tribes of the dragon, phoenix, and Kylan were like this, and the sorcerer and demon tribes were also like this. Was there not a tribe that existed in this land that could live peacefully? Tribe. The Goddess Envaiwa suddenly had an idea, and the Hong Meng immortal chi inside her original spirit began to tremble. She knew that this was the sign of her fated chance to become a sage. Goddess Envaiwa calmed herself down and concentrated on her enlightenment. Tribe. There were many tribes in the untainted land, but there weren't any tribes that could live peacefully. In fact, the war also happened inside itself. The Wu tribe was the example. Although they were united when they fought enemies from the outside, there were still wars within the clan itself, especially the tribes that were led by Zhurong and Gonggong. Although the distances between those 2 clans were vast, when they would meet, they would inevitably fight. What if I created a peaceful tribe? As Goddess Envaiwa's thought emerged, the Hong Meng immortal chi became active and showed the sign to fuse with her original spirit. The Goddess Envaiwa understood that her fated chance had come, and that creating a new clan was her fated chance to become a sage. Then Goddess Envaiwa rose her hand and pointed at a 1,000-year-old parasol tree. Suddenly, the tree became a lady wearing blue cloth. The lady kowtowed and said, "My goddess." Goddess Envaiwa looked carefully at the parasol tree lady from left to right. Sometimes she frowned and sometimes she didn't, which made the lady really nervous. "My goddess, is there something wrong with me?" the lady asked in a soft voice. "Nothing's wrong, you may go now." Goddess Envaiwa sent the girl away and sighed. It would seem that it was difficult to become a sage. Although she had transformed a plant spirit, it was still a demon, so she hadn't created a new tribber yet. Goddess Envaiwa walked over to the riverside and looked at her fellow Taoist reflection on the water, and then she suddenly had a thought. What if I created a new tribe using my own image? In the untainted land, there were many tribes, but after they cultivated, their appearance would change into many different kinds, while remaining in their primordial form. After having that thought, Goddess Envaiwa grabbed a bunch of mud and sprinkled some water on it. After the mud became pliable, the Goddess Envaiwa started to pinch the mud into a clay man who bared her own appearance. After a while, the clay man was finished, and he started to move, then it suddenly fell apart. Goddess Envaiwa frowned. It seemed that she couldn't use mud, so what should she use? Suddenly, she remembered the treasures that she had gotten from the treasure gifting rock and immediately took it out. If Minghe was here, he definitely would recognize them. They were the primordial earth and 3-light holy water. Goddess Envaiwa fused the primordial earth with the 3-light holy water. Then she repinched the mud man while using her divine law of fate. At this moment, the Hong Meng immortal chi inside her Purusa finally fused. Her original spirit and realm started to increase, and her divine law of fate became stronger and stronger. Something with facial features, hands, and feet soon appeared in Goddess Envaiwa's hands. It rapidly grew to about 3 meters tall when placed on the ground. Upon seeing that, Goddess Envaiwa's creation was accelerated, so was the integration of the Hong Meng immortal chi into her original spirit. As Goddess Envaiwa felt tired after creating several hundreds of humans, she wove a rattan stained with the magical earth. When the magical earth fell onto the ground, they converted into human form. After a little while, the number of humans amounted to 129,600. Goddess Envaiwa looked at the new species and told them, "You're created based on the features of the primordial body of Tao, showing your extraordinary nature. Human will be your name." As soon as the word human came out, the Hong Meng immortal chi finished its integration with Goddess Envaiwa's original spirit. Something happened between the heaven and earth. A huge golden light of merit suddenly descended from heaven and fell directly upon Goddess Envaiwa. She received 95 of the merit, while the rest fell upon the human-creating rattan, which immediately became a post-celestial merit spiritual treasure. Goddess Envaiwa's cultivation rapidly rose to enter the early stage of the sage after absorbing merits, and a huge coercion blanketed untainted land. Music flowed in the air, flowers blossomed, and thousands of beasts gathered and roared. Auspicious signs were spread throughout untainted land, evolving into the Great Way. Countless rare spiritual treasures, ordinary plants and beasts, as well as spiritual products gained wisdom. Some were even directly shapeshifted and immortalized. It was the second time for all living beings of untainted land to feel the power and see the auspicious signs. Last time they experienced this was due to the first sage, Ancestor Hongjun. But they did not expect to see a second sage, being not the three pure ones or even Ming, who was second only to sage in strength. Instead, it was Goddess Envaiwa of the demon tribe. The entire untainted land was shocked, but the demon tribe was happy to see Goddess Envaiwa become the sage of untainted land, and they all kneeled. Congratulations to Goddess Envaiwa. Of course, someone in the demon tribe did not seem as happy. That person was naturally Emperor Jun, the demon emperor. Though he was smiling, he was resentful upon seeing everyone in his tribe knelt for Goddess Envaiwa. As Royal Envaiwa, at most she had some level of influence in the tribe. Now that she had become the second sage after Ancestor Hongjun, her influence and stature in the tribe would eclipse his. In Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones were also resentful after defeating the coercion of the sage, Goddess Envaiwa. They had always called themselves Pangu tribe and felt superior to others, but now they had lost faces as their junior Goddess Envaiwa had become the sage first. Leazi looked disdainfully in Goddess Envaiwa's direction, feeling restless. He could accept it when Minghe exceeded him at the level of sage to be realm, but as the first disciple of Ancestor Hongjun, he felt like he lost face when Goddess Envaiwa became a sage before him. It was said that Leazi was the one without desire, but could anyone be truly without desire? Since honored Lord of the Origin was prideful, his expression was even worse and resembled a fired explosive. He expected the three pure ones to be the first to become sages, but now Goddess Envaiwa had succeeded before them, making him feel terrible. Tongshan was not at all jealous, though he felt some unsatisfaction inside. Instead, it fired the competitive streak in him. Though Goddess Envaiwa was the first among them to ascend as a sage, she was only at the early stage. When he became one himself, they would be able to know who was superior. After a while, Goddess Envaiwa seemed completely different after experiencing the mystery of the sage realm. Her vital force was so mysterious that others could not decipher it. She was very satisfied with her current strength and understood why all were non-entities under the sage. Just then, a golden phoenix flew to her from afar with a bird's song and rolling auspicious cloud. The phoenix lowered its head and wings with utmost sincerity to congratulate Goddess Envaiwa, delighting her. "You will be named Jin Ning and serve as my mount." The golden phoenix immediately transformed into a 16-year-old girl after being enlightened by Goddess Envaiwa. Jin Ning bowed and said delightfully, "Congratulations on your new immortality and eternal life. Jin Ning would like to be your mount." She then turned into a golden phoenix again. After receiving the fated chance, Goddess Envaiwa was ready to leave. She wanted to bring the human-creating rattan along, but just then it became a post-celestial merit spiritual treasure. It flew away and fell into the hand of a human. After seeing that, she had to give it up. She mounted Jin Ning and left untainted land. At that time, Goddess Envaiwa did not think highly of the human tribe, since she only treated them as her fated chance to become a sage. She did not realize the sudden appearance of human tribe's luck between the heaven and earth when she was gaining insight into the sage realm. Though the luck disappeared immediately, it contained the sign of the hidden dragon. Sitting on the golden phoenix in the sky, she looked at the heavenly court and became lost in her contemplation. Since she was now a sage, it was not suitable for her to live there anymore in case if she caused discontentment in Emperor Jun. Therefore, it would be better for her to open up a small world in the chaos. That world could be her ashram. She said, "I'll open up the Wahwang heaven where I'll teach the Tao of Fate. Fated ones are welcome to listen." though she was only at the early stage of the sage, she was entitled to open up a small world. It would not be difficult with the aid of the power of the way of heaven. Since it was not easy to see the Tao of opening up a world, let alone listening to the sermon of a sage, the Almighty of untainted land would definitely go to the new world. Upon hearing Goddess Envaiwa's words, many cultivators in untainted land left their immortal's cave for the edge of the chaos, waiting for Goddess Envaiwa to open up a ashram. Jiyin and Junti had not found their fated chance, so they came to the new world from their western world with the intention of gaining insight from Goddess Envaiwa. In Mount Kunlun, the reactions of the three pure ones to Goddess Envaiwa's words were different. Layazi had recovered his usual expression, as if Goddess Envaiwa's becoming a sage had nothing to do with him. Honored Lord of the Origin was more resentful and thought Goddess Envaiwa was humiliating them by teaching in public. As for Tongshan, he was interested in her newly opened world and her teaching. Honored Lord of the Origin and Tongshan had different opinions on whether they would go for Goddess Envaiwa's sermon. Layazi had to make a final decision by himself. Goddess Envaiwa has become the sage. We should go and congratulate her and listen to her teaching since we are already there. Though Honored Lord of the Origin disagreed, he did not say anything and flew with the two towards the chaos. As for Emperor Jun, his mood improved after hearing that Goddess Envaiwa would open up a new world as her cultivation space. He immediately took the Tei, Fuxi, and many sacred demons to the chaos. He also prepared some valuable gifts to congratulate her. Since she was the sage of the demon tribe, she would be their biggest ally in the future. The human tribe left behind by Goddess Envaiwa in Untainted Land were confused. Though they would soon be the main characters in Untainted Land, they were now just like blank papers. They knew nothing about this land and had no cultivation. Any demon or beast could completely destroy their whole tribe. However, they were in the place where Goddess Envaiwa became the sage, and her coercion had dispersed all the demons and beasts nearby. This ensured their tribe would not be disturbed by any demon tribe. Moreover, since the human tribe was created by Goddess Envaiwa, the sage, anyone with wisdom would give her face and not harm them. The wisdom demon tribe had all left Untainted Land due to the majesty of the sage. Those who stayed were just some wild beasts without wisdom. Since the environment here was not suitable for those beasts to live, their number was already declining. In other words, this meant the human tribe had a great chance to develop as their living environment had become much safer. In the chaos, Goddess Envaiwa was standing among airstreams inside. Those air of chaos could not even get close to her without her moving a finger to stop them. After entering into the sage realm, Goddess Envaiwa had become more holy, and her every action revealed a sense of the way of heaven. Even those blustering airstreams in the chaos tended to be silent when they neared her. This was what people called the realm of the sage. Meanwhile, hundreds of people were gathering around Goddess Envaiwa. Most of them were from the demon tribe. This time Emperor Jun had led all elites in the tribe here to congratulate Goddess Envaiwa on successfully ascending as the sage, as well as to listen to her teachings. The opportunity to listen to Goddess Envaiwa's sermon was precious after all. As for those 3,000 figures who once listened to the teachings in Zixeo Palace, how many were still alive? 3 pure ones, Jiyin and Junti, all looked at Goddess Envaiwa with different expressions. They all had the common goal to become a sage like Goddess Envaiwa as soon as possible. Though Goddess Envaiwa did not show any arrogance, all of them experienced great pressure from her. Just as the saying, everyone is a nonentity under the sage, naturally none of them wanted to be that nonentity. The others dared not to disturb Goddess Envaiwa when they saw she had closed her eyes and did not move. They just stared at her, standing by the side silently. Goddess Envaiwa suddenly opened her eyes and announced peacefully, "It's the time for me to set up an ashram." She took out her red woven ball and used her sage-level capacity to change it into a light, splitting the sky of the chaos and creating the void. Though she was now the sage, she was still not Pangu's match. Therefore, it was already the limit of her power to create the void. Goddess Envaiwa's vital force became much more terrifying and profound by the power of the way of heaven. The earth, water, wind, and fire were madly swirling in that small world. Goddess Envaiwa was still calm as she manipulated the red woven ball, destroying the earth, water, wind, and fire as they were formed time and time again. Goddess Envaiwa's small world finally turned into peaceful land, for she had created mountains, water, and forests with raging like earth, water, wind, and fire, using the mountain and river map that ancestor Hongjun gave her. What Goddess Envaiwa had done added merit to herself, since her small world belonged to entire untainted world and would better stabilize the untainted land. Though the merit was not that high, no one would turn away free merit. After taking in the merit, she observed the newly created small world. Satisfied with it, she then said peacefully, "The name of this small world is Wahuang Heaven from now on." Royal Nu Wa was her title when she was in the demon tribe before becoming the sage. Giving such a name was a message to all living beings of untainted land that she was still part of the tribe despite her new status. In Wawang Heaven, a simple palace was built at the peak of an extremely tall mountain. A plaque with the Taoist characters, Royal Nu Wa Temple, hung above the gate. This place was for goddess Envaiwa to teach Taoism to others. She landed in front of the gate of the palace. I'm talking about fate this time. My fellow Taoists, please enter the Royal Nu Wa Temple. The fellow Taoists she referred to were naturally three pure ones, Junti and Jiyin. They all listened to the Taoism sermon in Zixao Palace, and they all had the foundation of the Great Way in the Tao. She did not want to be arrogant to avoid their jealousy. Further, she knew clearly they would become the sage one day, so she did not want them to hate her later because of her arrogance now. Goddess Envaiwa led everyone into Royal Nu Wa Temple. Emperor Jun proactively walked towards her to congratulate her. Seeing his behavior, the others, including three pure ones, also did the same. Since they were sages to be, they needed to show their respect to the sage on a superficial level despite their unwillingness. After everyone was seated, Goddess Envaiwa began her teaching. The god of fate separated the yin and yang. Yang was born from the earth, and yin was born from yang. Humans are the heaven. A sage's teaching was naturally extravagant and full of colorful descriptions, though hers was inferior to ancestor Hongjun's. As Goddess Envaiwa was teaching Taoism in Wawang Heaven, she spared little attention for her creation, the human tribe. Though nearly nothing threatened the tribe, they did not develop very well. The newborns in the tribe knew nothing about the world and had no idea how to survive. The human tribe could be regarded as being in a rather weak condition. When they encountered strong wild beasts, they could hardly win. To make things worse, those beasts often attacked them at night. As time went by, many wild beasts had been accustomed to the pressure of the sage. In other words, that coercion at this place was gradually declining. This situation worried Surenshi, Yaochaoshi, and Ziyishi very much. The three of them were the first creations of Goddess Envaiwa, so they enjoyed great respect in the human tribe. Furthermore, they indeed had great leadership talent. Otherwise, the others in the tribe would not call them three ancestors of human tribe. Witnessing the troubles of human tribe, Surenshi hurriedly began coming up with solutions. However, he found it was very difficult to overcome their problems, for many humans were dying from both illness and wild beast attacks, while the number of newborns was pretty limited. This was to say, the human tribe might go extinct soon if this continued. One day, a lightning split the sky, cleaving above an old tree. The tree began burning, and the wild beasts that stayed close to the tree all run away. Luckily, Surenshi saw the whole thing and he soon got a good idea. Surenshi was excited and happy when he thought that they could light torches during the night to scare those wild beasts away. This way, their tribe would never be troubled by those wild beasts again. Later, he walked close to the burning tree. A dark object fell down from the top of the tree, giving him a good fright. However, the delicious smell that came with that dark object soon attracted Surenshi. He discovered the dark thing was in fact a roasted snake. He was deeply attracted by this roasted snake due to its delicious smell. He hurriedly peeled the skin off the snake. Surenshi could not resist taking a bite off the fresh meat and placed it into his mouth. Well, Surenshi happily enjoyed the roasted snake. Though the human tribe fed themselves with the raw meat and blood of beasts in the past, they had never tasted roasted meat. Therefore, after Surenshi noticed the importance and function of fire, he hurriedly brought the still burning stick to the human tribe. However, the stick he was holding soon burned into ashes and the fire also disappeared. Seeing this, Surenshi returned to get another burning stick with great patience, but he failed again and again. Luckily, he realized the principle behind those burning sticks. The thicker the stick was, the longer it would burn. Therefore, he decided to find a thick burning stick to bring the fire back to the tribe. With such a situation, Surenshi began thinking again. He thought the fire was of great importance to the human tribe since it could give warmth, roast food, and keep the beasts away. But if they could not find an easy way to make fire, the tribe would be stuck and could not grow stronger. As the fire burned in where the human tribe lived, Surenshi began explaining the benefits of fire. Everyone admired him more than ever after tasting roasted meat. They had never eaten such delicious food. Since then, those in the human tribe learned the way to deal with wild beast fire. However, problems began to crop up as time passed. Though it was a good thing to have a fire, they found it was too hard to keep it lit as the rain would easily put it out. Someone had to put it in a cave and keep an eye on it. What was more, people in human tribe lived pretty close to each other to enjoy the fire. No one wanted to live far away from the fire. With such a situation, Surenshi began thinking again. He thought the fire was of great importance to the human tribe since it could give warmth, roast food, and keep the wild beast away. But if they could not find an easy way to make fire, the human tribe would be stuck and could not grow stronger. One day when Surenshi was deep in thought, he heard a sudden burst of sound overhead. He looked up and saw a bird pecking a tree to find insects inside the bark. It led him to a sudden thought when he noticed a burst of spark when the bird pecked the bark. He immediately found some trunk branches from that tree species and began his experimentation. He hit the branches, rubbed them. After several tests, Surenshi finally found the most effective way, also the oldest way, to ignite fire. It was fire by rubbing sticks. He first looked for a sunken part on the wood or created a hole himself. He then took a sharp branch, placed it inside the hole, and rotated it back and forth by hand to create friction. Over time, this motion naturally created sparks. He then placed flammable materials like hay onto the sparks and blowed gently. A fire was thus created. Surenshi held up his ignited torch and happily shouted, "Now I've successfully made fire and got the first fire for the human tribe. The human tribe will now bid farewell to the life of eating raw meat and drinking animal blood. We will enter a new era under the witness of the fire, heaven and earth." With these words, thunder rumbled to the highest heaven. Thereafter, numerous merits fell upon Surenshi. 10% went to the fire, while the rest was absorbed by Surenshi. Surenshi immediately felt the change of the way of heaven was coming, and his cultivation improved constantly until he was at the peak of zenith heaven golden immortal. Surenshi absorbed the merit that greatly improved his cultivation. Though he did not know any transforming exercises, he could clearly feel the tremendous power in his body. He found the wild beast he had previously encountered were no longer worthy opponents. Even for those horrifying beasts, he was confident enough to defeat them. Surenshi taught the human tribe how to fire by rubbing sticks, and the tree used to easily fire by rubbing sticks was called the Suren wood. It represented the Surenshi's merit for creating fire for the human tribe. The human tribe learned to create fire manually. They used fire to roast and bake food, light up the night, get warmth, and smelt. The human tribe had entered a new era. However, Surenshi had to keep away from his tribe due to the sudden increase in his strength. Though there was no hidden danger for his cultivation because of the merit, he could not control his power, so it was a good choice for him to leave. On one hand, he could learn how to control his power. On the other, he could study how to let the rest of his tribesmen to enjoy the same power. The human tribe had yet to have any contact with the outside world. They were not aware of such a thing as cultivation, so Surenshi could only rely on himself to explore and hopefully find a method for cultivation. After all, he was a zenith heaven golden immortal who could feel the existence of the way of heaven and discover a simple cultivation method. With the existence of fire, the human tribe began expanding quickly the outside world. Though the tribe no longer feared the invasion of wild beasts, they had another issue. The fire would be extinguished, especially on rainy days. The human tribe lived in the wild, and many would inadvertently be attacked by wild beasts without notice. Seeing the situation, Yaochaoshi began to think about solutions. One day when he was walking, he heard birds twittering on the tree. An idea struck him. Wild beasts rarely attacked birds because they lived on trees. Perhaps human tribe could live on trees as well. Yaochaoshi began to get his tribesmen to try live on trees, but gradually he discovered some problems. Though living on trees would protect them from the attack of wild beasts, it caused great inconvenience to them. Not only were there not enough trees for them to live on, they also had problems climbing up and down. Most importantly, anyone could fall and die. So Yaochaoshi desperately wanted a better mode of living for tribesmen. One day it rained heavily, and those who were hunting outside began hiding everywhere. Some of them hid under trees, some in crevices and caves. A new idea formed in Yaochaoshi's mind when he saw this. If he could get some wood and stones to build a shelter, he could build a house for the human tribe. When the rain stopped, Yaochaoshi immediately asked the tribesmen to find stones and wood. After a while, a simple house stood in front of the people, with a thatch on top. Tribesmen could now rest easy when heavy rain poured. They no longer had to be afraid when it rained. An extremely satisfied Yaochaoshi exclaimed, "Today, I built the first house for the human tribe to shelter them from rain and wind. The human tribe will bid farewell to a life of living in the wild. From now on, each of them will have their own houses. Heaven and earth can witness this." With those words, Yaochaoshi felt the way of heaven and endless merits fell. 10 went to the houses and the rest was for Yaochaoshi. His cultivation constantly increased until he reached the peak of zenith heaven golden immortal. He laughed and stretched out his hand, only to see the house that had absorbed merits became palm-sized and fell onto his hand. Yaochaoshi's house was like Surenshi's torch. They had transformed into post-celestial merit spiritual treasures after absorbing merits of heaven. With the addition of the human tribe's belief, the treasures commanded infinite power and were only slightly below primordial spiritual treasures. Yaochaoshi immediately instructed his tribesmen to begin building houses and gradually optimized the houses in the construction process. The human tribe had completely discarded their life in the wild and began living in fixed residence. This was a precursor for the human tribe to build tribes. Like Surenshi, he left the tribesmen after becoming a zenith heaven golden immortal. He went to look for Surenshi on the mountains, and they began prediction the ways of cultivation. And the only one left was the only woman of 3 ancestors of the human tribe. She was Ziishi. Ziishi was no doubt an ancestor of the human tribe. Her important discovery was the villus that covered the entire human tribe. Further, there were venomous insects in untainted land caused deaths. She had no solution since the human tribe had learned to fire by rubbing sticks and began to using torch to repel the insects. This had produced good results, greatly decreasing the mortality rate, but there were still some people who died because of this, distressing she a lot. Since houses were built, the threat of insects was not as great, but they must still leave their houses to find food. Once they were out of the houses, there was no longer any shelter. So many still died. Moreover, she gradually discovered the human tribe were no longer afraid of the cold after the clan had fire in houses. But once they went out, they would faint because of the cold weather. One day, she accidentally found that a wild beast that had been bitten by a poisonous insect but was still alive. Her eyes lit up, and she wondered if the wild beasts were not afraid of highly toxic insects. Furthermore, the wild beasts were apparently used to the cold weather. It made her feel like she had found a way out. She went back to the clan and immediately found some wild beasts killed by her tribesmen. She asked them to peel the fur off the wild beasts and dry them with fire. Thereafter, she wrapped herself in the dry fur and felt very warm. She no longer needed to fear the cold. She was very satisfied and exclaimed, "Today, I made the first piece of clothing for the human tribe to protect them from venomous insects and the cold weather." The human tribe will now bid farewell to a scantily clothed life. From now on, they will have a way to protect themselves. Heaven and earth can witness this. The sky changed dramatically after these words. Countless merits descended from the highest heaven, all falling upon she and the hide she wore. Her cultivation reached the realm of zenith heaven golden immortal after absorbing the merits, and the fur became a post-celestial merit spiritual treasure, which was invincible in defense. Suurnshi's torch was an offensive magic weapon that could release endless samadhi true fire. Ordinary people could not fight against it. One saw how powerful the weapon was in Journey to the West, when Red Child almost burnt Sun Wukong to death. Though the attacking power of Yaochaoshi's house was not as strong as Suurnshi's torch, and its defense was not as good as Shi's hide, fortunately, it had a dual capability. If the three ancestors worked together in a fight, they could release an infinite power. With fire, houses, and clothes, the human tribe entered a period of rapid advancement, and their population rose to 1 million humans in 100 years. But right at this time, another trouble awaited the human tribe. The human tribe was too weak to fight against the demon tribe. Though Suurnshi, Yaochaoshi, and she were at the peak level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and they could be regarded as experts in today's untainted land, but they did not have transforming exercises or magic skills, so they could not display all their strength. They could handle ordinary demon tribe, but not the sacred demons at Reclam Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. In the 100 years, the human tribe summed up some transforming exercises which were shallow. The talented ones was simply at the veridical immortal realm, and their power was shabby compared with the Wu tribe. Fortunately, none of the demon tribe thought much of the human tribe, as the Wu tribe was their main enemy. On the contrary, it was the Wu tribe that got along with the human tribe. The human tribe helped the Wu tribe build houses, make clothes, and roast food in the way the Wu tribe was not capable of. On their end, the Wu tribe provided them protection and food. Seeing this situation, Suurnshi, Yaochaoshi, and she was momentarily calm. While they had never given up on finding cultivation ways for the tribesmen, they knew it was unwise to put their lives in other people's hands, never mind the safety of all the tribe. However, the cultivation ways of the sorcerer and demon tribes were unsuitable for the human tribe. Though three ancestors of human tribe had the cultivation of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and enjoyed great prestige among human tribe, their horizons and realms in untainted land were low. It would be impossible for their tribe to find spiritual inheritance transforming exercises without the guidance of a proper teacher. On the mountain, Suurnshi, Yaochaoshi, and she sat on the ground with dejected expressions. Yaochaoshi said, "Brother, we've been predicting for 100 years, but only resulted in some shallow transforming exercises, and these exercises wouldn't really strengthen the human tribe." Suurnshi sighed, "Well, what can we do if this is destiny? Unfortunately, Sacred Lady did not leave any transforming exercises for us, otherwise we wouldn't be so worried about this." The Sacred Lady was none other than Goddess Envaiwa. Though Goddess Envaiwa had left then, human tribe had always worshipped her and regarded her as Sacred Lady. She was a bit depressed to hear that, but she did not have any good way to comfort him. "Brothers, don't worry. Human tribe is safe for now, and we still have time to come up with some ideas." Though she said this, not even she herself had the confidence they could do this. The human tribe's power was simply too weak. Just as they were in distress, they heard a loud voice coming from heaven and earth. Imusen had enlightened martial arts for the human tribe. Endless the martial arts will be, and immortal will human tribe be. Heaven and earth can witness this. Something fell from the way of heaven. It was boundless merits descending from the highest heaven, including a character Wu. Seeing that, Suurnshi, Yaochaoshi, and she were greatly surprised. the martial arts must have been strong enough to prompt such merits. The three of them were also somewhat familiar with this name, though they could not remember who the person was. Z, she cried, brothers, I remember who he is. He's among the first human tribe like us and received the Punisher whip. However, he has lived in seclusion since creation. He's eccentric and rarely communicates with others. Today, he created the spiritual inheritance, transforming exercises for the human tribe. Sogen Shi and Yao Chao, she immediately recalled Muzin. He was an odd person and owned the Punisher whip, the rattan that created humans. The human tribe truly feared him, as did the three ancestors. The Punisher whip had no effects on other tribes, but had great deterrent power to the human tribe. They also realized they had to combine all their merits to surpass Muzin's merit for creating martial arts. He also received the Taoist character Wu, which was even more incredible. No one had actually seen received a Taoist character in Untainted. Seeing that, the three of them flew towards where Muzin lived and received a shock. They found that Muzin was actually in the early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, and the Taoist character Wu was bathed in a golden light, where they could feel a strong merit from it. Instead of absorbing the merit himself, Muzin allowed the Taoist character Wu to absorb everything. This shocked the three a lot. The merit from creating martial arts could promote Muzin to sage to be level. In these years, they understood something about untainted land. Except those in the sorcerer and demon tribes, there were few sages to be. If there was a sage to be in the human tribe, the deterrence of the tribe would be increased. Seeing the three ancestors of human tribe had come, Muzin put away the character. He said with a smile, the three ancestors has arrived, but I didn't manage to welcome you all. Please forgive me. Please come on in. Sogen Shi, Yao Chao Shi, and Zi Shi followed him into a chalet. After they were seated, Sogen Shi said, you're called Muzin, aren't you? You've laid down martial arts for the human tribe and deserve to be called ancestor of martial arts. We three were only born a little earlier than you. If you don't mind, you can call us brothers and sister. To be called ancestor of martial arts was unsurprising for Muzin. Lying down martial arts' spiritual inheritance would gradually strengthen the human tribe. When that time came, he would naturally be martial ancestors of the human tribe. Thus he said, I'll accept your offer if that's the case. Muzin, your younger brother, greets older brothers and sister. The three of them nodded with a satisfied smile. Sogen Shi asked, brother, I have a question. You have far more merit than us, but why don't you improve your cultivation with the merit? If so, our human tribe will have a sage to be among us. Muzin laughed. Brother, you know little about my martial arts. The one I created is different from the way of celestial immortality. The cultivation of martial arts demands a person's perseverance. Compared to the way of celestial immortality, it takes a longer time and depends on one's perception and talent. There are no shortcuts. If I improve my cultivation with the merit, my martial arts will be ruined. What? The three were shocked, since they thought that Muzin absorbed part of the merit to reach the early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. But based on Muzin's words, he did not absorb any merit at all and improved his cultivation himself. The human tribe had only been around for 100 years, and in that short time, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was actually born. Just how powerful would his martial arts be? Muzin looked at the surprised three ancestors and explained, the cultivation of martial arts required one to suffer physically, and it's a gradual and orderly process, similar to the cultivation methods of the Wu tribe. But martial arts practitioners need to be enlightened in essence. If one's enlightened, the rapid progress of their cultivation isn't impossible. There will no worries as well. I had received the enlightenment myself to get to my level of cultivation today. Martial arts cultivation realms were not the same as the way of celestial immortality. The realms included martial student refined chi into body, martial disciple touring chi into a spirit, martial artist touring a spirit back into emptiness, and martial soldier touring emptiness into Tao. These four realms were the basic stages for the martial artists, and Muzin regarded them as post-celestial stages. Then it was the primordial stage, for realms of celestial beings of the way of celestial immortality were respectively martial mentor earthly immortals, martial general heavenly immortal, martial duke veridical immortal, martial supreme black immortal, earth changing level primordial unity black immortal, heaven changing leave el golden immortal, heavenly signs changing level primordial unity golden immortal, heaven clashing level zenith heaven golden immortal, fate reading level sage to be, and martial saint zenith heaven golden immortal of origin. Each realm was divided into 4 small stages, which was the early stage, secondary stage, late stage, and peak stage. During the cultivation of martial arts, a cultivator needed to experience 4 post-celestial stages, including martial student, martial disciple, martial artist, and martial soldier. In the 4 stages, the cultivator could achieve the best condition of his body through refining his human body, blood, bones, organs, and so on. These would form the foundation of his martial arts cultivation later on. Muzin referred to these as the foundation establishment of martial arts. In fact, the primordial stage was the real beginning of the martial arts cultivation. When a martial cultivator reached the primordial stage, he would be able to choose his own martial arts. Though martial arts were just one of the 3,000 ways of Great Way, it contained thousands of changes. This meant everyone's comprehension of the martial arts would be unique. The initiation primordial stages of martial arts was from martial mentor to martial supreme, while the power explosion stage was earth-changing level. A martial artist would already be one of the top martial artists before, but would be unmatched when he reached earth-changing level. From earth-changing level, the martial artist would begin breaking through the acupoints in his body one by one. The more one broke through, the more powerful he would be. In fact, there were 365 acupoints in the human body, representing the 365 cosmic stars in the sky respectively. If one could break through all of them, he would be on par with the martial artist of a higher stage. When a martial artist broke through 36 acupoints, he could start breakthrough into heaven-changing level, which was the lowest standard to break through earth-changing level. The more acupoints he broke earth-changing level, the more powerful he would be when he reached heaven-changing level. When this martial artist reached heaven-changing level, he needed to combine his comprehension of the way of martial arts. When his way of martial arts formed into real shape, he would be a real martial artist at heaven-changing level. This meant he needed to be constantly refining his way of martial arts. Everybody's way of martial arts was totally different. It could be a weapon, a part of one's body, or even a kind of creature. It depended on the martial artist's enlightenment of the martial arts. The power of one's way of martial arts was directly proportional to the level of his enlightenment. When one martial artist completely made his way of martial arts into solidity, he would break through into the heavenly signs changing level. From then on, the martial artist could start refining his human body on the base of the way of martial arts. When his human body has merged with the way of martial arts, he would ascend to heaven-clashing level. At this stage, the martial artist would begin to enlighten the divine law of the way of heaven, combining his martial arts with the power of divine law and forming his unique magic skills of martial arts. The more in-depth his enlightenment of the divine law, the stronger his magic skills of martial arts would be. Fate reading level, which was the most pivotal stage of the cultivation of martial arts, was related to whether a martial artist could become a martial saint. Fate reading was a star for a martial artist to rely his life on. When a martial artist ascended fate reading level, he needed to integrate his original spirit, the way of martial arts, and the power of divine law together into fate reading in Sea of Consciousness. As the way of martial arts and the power of divine law progressed, the martial artist's fate reading would become more and more powerful. While his fate reading still lived, this martial artist would not really die. If a martial artist could comprehend 70 of the divine law, he could accomplish fruit of origin, but might not become a martial sage. A martial saint was based on the martial skills, not the Tao of divine law. If a martial artist wanted to become a martial saint, he needed a full comprehension of both the way of martial arts and the power of divine law. Though the way of martial arts was a branch of the law of martial arts, they were different from each other. The latter belonged to the way of heaven, while the former belonged to the martial artist himself. Theoretically, the way of martial arts could be strengthened unlimitedly, but still needed to be proved through practice. The three ancestors of the human tribe were delighted after listening to Muzin's understanding of martial arts. They believed their tribe would be as strong as the sorcerer and demon tribes with a person like Muzin, who had a deep understanding of the spiritual inheritance of martial arts. However, although the spiritual inheritance of martial arts sounded amazing, it was also a tough journey towards the cultivation of martial arts. With Muzin succeeding his martial arts breakthrough, it was the right time for him to begin sermon to the human tribe. The three ancestors of human tribe called over all the humans to listen to Muzin's sermon. Looking at the nearly 10 million human tribes gathering at the birthplace of the human tribe, Muzin felt gratified. At sacred island of Blood Sea, Ming constantly kept an eye on the human tribe all the time. He did not realize what his obsession was until Goddess Nuwa created humans. Right, his obsession was humans because he had never forgotten he was also a human before coming to untainted land. Even now, he had kept his emotions of being a human. Since he had realized his obsession, it was the right time for him to separate it from him, but he had not decided on the treasure he needed to use. Though Ming had many spiritual treasures, he also worried that the separation would not turn out to be human if he used his treasure to separate it. Since it was so, Ming had decided to directly put his obsession into Goddess Nuwa's first made human. If Ming had tried to separate his self-centric separation using a powerful spiritual treasure, his self-centric separation needed to be at the stage of sage to be. However, a human body could not bear the power of sage to be, so Minghai chose to put his obsession into a new-born human. His self-centric separation was actually the same as others in the human tribe, a mere mortal. This way, Goddess Nuwa would not take notice since the separation was only an ordinary human tribe. To Ming's surprise, the sacred tools of the tribe, the Punisher whip that was formed from the whip Goddess Nuwa used to create humans, unexpectedly chose Ming's self-centric separation as its master. Fortunately, Goddess Nuwa did not pay much attention to the human tribe, so she never noticed anything different about Ming's self-centric separation. Though the separation was normal without any supernatural power or original spirit, he still carried Ming's obsession and had a mental force stronger than any other humans. If Goddess Nuwa was a little more careful, she would have sensed something was different. Since Ming's self-centric separation was a human tribe, he named him Muzan. That was his name when he was a human tribe. Though Muzan currently did not have any cultivation, with the realm of Sage to be as Ming did, he could make great progress at a very fast speed. The only things he lacked were supernatural power and original spirit. To Ming's surprise, Muzan did not want to cultivate the way of celestial immortality, even though he could directly reach the realm of Sage to be without any obstacle. Ming had never thought about what would happen to his self-centric separation. What he really cared was just to make the separation, so he could become the real primordial Mazinger and completely focus on his cultivation. As for the old memories that could disrupt his mind, Ming wanted Muzan to deal with. He did not actually plan on realizing his Tao through the way of the three separations. It was just a way to enhance his force. Even if he met the sage one day, he would not be passive. What Ming tried to realize was the Tao of Rakshasa. Among his three separations, the evil separation Red Lotus Taoist had already found the gate to become the realm of origin. He would progress further when he got the origin of Golden Lotus of Merit. Ming could not anticipate how far Red Lotus Taoist would get. Besides the good separation, Taoist of Heaven and Earth chose to realize his promotion of Tao in the Way of Universe. Though the Way of Universe was still in its experimental stage, Taoist of Heaven and Earth could rival Red Lotus Taoist if he truly realized his Tao. However, the Way of Universe was too difficult to comprehend, and Taoist of Heaven and Earth needed to accumulate a wealth of power. Therefore, it took time for him to finally realize his goal. As for Muzan, the self-centric separation, he had succeeded all human qualities from Ming. Ming thought Muzan was the worst one, though he was created from the power of creation on the base of primordial earth and three light holy water. Compared with primordial spiritual treasures, the human was much worse. Therefore, Ming did not have many expectations of Muzan. Instead, he hoped that Muzan would live an easy life as a human on his behalf. However, Ming had forgotten one thing. When he was still a human, he was a homely person with unlimited creativity. Muzan naturally knew Ming's perception of him. Compared with the other tribes in Untainted Land, the human tribe was too weak. Even though the humans had chosen to cultivate, they had no advantage against other tribes. The human tribe had less than 100 years of history. Even if Ming had the heart to help the tribe, he would still have a lot of doubts. Nobody cared if Ming helped the human tribe. However, when the cultivation tribulation ended, and the human tribe became the major tribe in Untainted Land, every sage would consider Ming as an eyesore. Every sage would want to fight for the luck of the human tribe once it became the major tribe. When Goddess Enviwa created human beings, she had primordially occupied 30 of the human tribe's luck, while Surenshi, Yaochaoshi, and Zi she would get 5 respectively for finding kindling, building houses, and making clothes for the human tribe. The remaining 50 of luck would be the target of every sage. If Goddess Nuwa didn't make any effort for the human tribe, she would get less and less luck, and there would be more left to the other sages. As for the 3 ancestors of the human tribe, the Surenshi, the Yaochaoshi, and the Zianshi, their luck would remain only if they didn't do any harm to the human tribe. However, Ming was different. If he helped the human tribe when they were at the most difficult time, he could naturally get their luck. The problem was that he needed to create the Ashura tribe and the religion of Asura soon, which was not suitable for the human tribe. Therefore, even if he could get the luck from the human tribe at this time, he would lose them all later. There was no need to do useless work. Although Muzan was Ming's self-centric separation, he was a real human tribe. Ming had only separated his obsession and hadn't attached any original spirit on Muzan, so their relationship was very little, and even the sage would find it difficult to find something wrong. Who would consider Ming's self-centric separation a human tribe? Besides, Ming was a master of the law of spiritual beings, so he could easily cover up their relation. Unless Ming exposed the connection himself later on, or someone had better comprehension than him, nobody would find out about their relationship. Ming's comprehension of the law of spiritual beings had reached the original realm. Ming wouldn't interfere with Muzan's decision. Muzan wanted to do something for the human tribe, and Ming wouldn't stop him. What's more, if he could do something good for the human tribe, it would be beneficial for his later plans. In order to protect Muzan, Ming gave him his primordial spiritual treasure, the Wuji apricot flag, and his mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, Mount Suppress. Nobody in Untainted Land knew how many magic weapons Ming had, so even if someone found these two treasures on Muzan, they wouldn't find any relation between him and Ming. Muzan considered the development of the human tribe since it had been created. There would be no the way of celestial immortality on Earth, and human beings would go down the road of technology. Muzan didn't know the relationship between Earth and the Untainted Land, why the way of celestial immortality would disappear, or why there were so many mythologies about the Untainted Land on Earth. All these mythologies needed time to explain, and Muzan would be the witness. These were all stories for later. Currently, the human tribe was too weak to match with the sorcerer and demon tribes. Even a small tribe could eliminate the human tribe easily. Although the three ancestors of the human tribe could partly enhance their force, they were just drops in the bucket in Untainted Land. Therefore, the human tribe could only be a major force in the Untainted Land if their entire force was enhanced. However, which way should they choose? The way of celestial immortality. Muzan ruled this out after rethinking about it. If the human tribe chose the way of celestial immortality, Ming could provide them with a lot of tactics. Although many of his tactics weren't suitable for the human tribe, Ming could easily prediction some transforming exercises for them by the time he reached his peak level of sage to be. However, Muzan still worried about whether the way of celestial immortality was suitable for the human tribe. The way of celestial immortality would disappear from the earth later. What's more, the cultivation of the way of celestial immortality needed plenty of spiritual treasures and weapons, but they didn't have that many. How could they compare with the other tribes who had collected these treasures for such a long time? Besides, although the human tribe would become the rule of heaven and earth in the Untainted Land at the end of the cultivation tribulation, at this time, they were still under control of the sage. The religions of the sage had already cultivated in the way of celestial immortality for such a long time. Therefore, there would be no possibility for the human tribe to become stronger than the other tribes if they chose to cultivate the way of celestial immortality. In the long term, even if the 3 royals and 5 emperors won got enormous merits, they were enough for them to reach the stage of sage to be, but where would they be in the end? And they would be pressed in the fire clouds cave years later. If there were 8 martial artists at a similar stage of sage to be and they were the human sovereigns, even the sage couldn't bother them directly. After all, 8 martial artists at the stage of sage to be would have incredible power. Besides, the 3 ancestors of the human tribe had disappeared since the age of 3 royals and 5 emperors began. Nobody knew where they were. Maybe they were also in a serious situation. Therefore, if the human tribe chose to cultivate the way of celestial immortality, would they really become the ruler of heaven and earth in Untainted Land? These days, the sorcerer-demon tribes were fighting against each other. Owing to the strong force of the 2 tribes, the sage Hongjun wouldn't directly interfere with the war between them. If the human tribe could have that kind of force, they wouldn't be afraid of the sage anymore. The sage did anything harmful to the human tribe, the humans wouldn't follow any of the religions that the sage had built. Because of their weakness, the human tribe was under the control of the sage. Muzan hoped his tribe could get rid of any control from others, including the sage. He believed he wouldn't yield to his fate since he had been reborn. He knew that the human tribe must follow their own way of Tao, not the way of celestial immortality, otherwise they would become the puppets of the sages later. Therefore, Muzan chose martial arts as their Tao. Not only would it be affected by some novels about martial arts in the later world, but also he realized that there would still be some martial artists after thousands of years. Martial arts would be more suitable for the human tribe than the way of celestial immortality. Thinking of this, Muzan immediately got in contact with Ming, who was staying in the Blood Sea. Understanding Muzan's idea, Ming agreed with him completely. Martial arts was nice indeed. He started to prediction cultivation methods of martial arts through his magical Tao mirror, and then delivered all he had predicted to Muzan. While Ming had predicted the methods, Muzan was cultivating. By the time Ming finished his prediction, Muzan had ascended the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. Then, they prayed for the way of heaven and set the spiritual inheritance of martial arts for the human tribe. Naturally, merits fell down from the heaven because they had done something beneficial for the human tribe. To their surprise, a Taoist characters Wu also showed up in the sky. Taoist characters, which the 100 tribes of Untainted Land knew clearly, were not rare in Untainted Land. However, this Taoist characters Wu awarded by the way of heaven had never shown up in the Untainted Land. Besides, the Wu character was not simply a Taoist characters. It contained the law of martial arts and the way of martial arts. If someone could enlighten it long-term, his cultivation of martial arts would be really powerful. As for the merits, Muzan hadn't decided where to use them, so he stored them temporarily in the Wu character. Muzan had planned to integrate these merits into the Wu, but this Taoist character was different from spiritual treasure, which could absorb the merits to enhance their power. Therefore, Muzan could only store the merits in it for a while. After that, Muzan started his 49-year teaching of martial arts to the human tribe, from the basic martial student to heaven clashing level, the stage similar to Daluo Golden Immortality. As for the higher fate reading level and the martial saint, he didn't plan to mention these in this teaching. As a martial artist at Daluo Golden Immortality, Muzan shouldn't have had the ability to predict out the complete law and way of martial arts by himself. He didn't want others to know his secret. After finishing his teaching, Muzan started his closed-door meditation and tried his best to enlighten the Wu character. Meanwhile, the three ancestors of the human tribe knew that the way of celestial immortality would have both benefits and disadvantages for the human tribe, and they hoped their tribe would not be controlled by the others. Therefore, they chose to trust Muzan and started to cultivate the martial arts. They needed to enhance their force at once with the spiritual inheritance of the martial arts to protect their tribe. After a very short 100 years, the human tribe became much stronger than before. With the law and way of martial arts, plenty of martial arts talents were showing up in the human tribe. Most of them had already reached the stages of martial mentor or martial general, and some outstanding talents had even broken through the stage of martial supreme, also known as the Black Immortal. The abundance of spiritual air and treasures of heaven and earth played an important role. In years to come, it wouldn't be as important as it was now. The three ancestors of the human tribe cultivated the martial arts more easily since they were actually at the stage of Daluo Golden Immortality and could constantly absorb the luck of the human tribe. During these years, they ascended the heaven clashing level, which was equal to the Daluo Golden Immortality. Although they were just at the early heaven clashing level, they were far more powerful than before. Upon seeing the situation, the three Sogearn clan members deepened their beliefs that martial arts could truly strengthen the human clan. Martial arts prodigies were appearing everywhere as every human began to practice martial arts. The three of them were pleased to see such a vibrant and flourishing scene. With just a few hundred years, Muzan's cultivation managed to reach the heaven-clashing peak level. He managed to reach the highest level among his peers. Even against an early-stage sage-to-be, he might win. Upon entering the heaven-clashing level, Muzan began to try comprehending the law of martial arts. His way of martial arts was through enlightening the human clan's Jinlong luck. He could lend it to the human clan in times of emergency, however. It could be quite dangerous if he did so. Once someone knew his way of martial arts, the human clan's luck would suffer. Even Muzan would not have the ability to deal with it. It could only be used as a desperate measure for desperate times. Muzan spent hundreds of years enlightening on the Wu character, realizing how mysterious it was. Relying on it, Muzan managed to have a hegemonic martial arts body. It was the strongest body of martial arts training, with potential power even stronger than the ancestor of sorcery. However, his newly formed martial arts body was unstable. Muzan trained his body consistently by following the law of martial arts and the character Wu, resulting in the continuous gain of strength. In no time, Muzan's body would surpass that of the ancestor of sorcery. As the human clan gradually developed, Muzan started to think about moving them to another land, which was an important thing. Muzan needed to discuss it with the three ancestors of the human clan, the Sogearn clan, the Yaochao clan, and the Zi clan. He sent a message to gather them together for discussion. Listening to Sogearnshi, Muzan understood. Although the three clans had merits because of the human clan, they only gained half of the luck of human clan. But Muzan was different. Passing on the martial arts onto the human clan could spread for generations to come. As for the luck of the human clan, Muzan held triple what the three added together had, the same as the human clan's sacred lady, Nhwa. It could be said that Muzan was the ancestor of Wu and was almost on par with goddess Nhwa. Indeed, goddess Nhwa left the human clan to fend for themselves after creating them. Only the first humans remembered her. Those who were created thereafter had never met her, and when the human clan was facing difficulties, she never fulfilled any of their prayers. All the problems were solved by the four ancestors of the human clan. As time went by, her name and fame didn't hold as much importance in the minds of the entire clan. Muzan received triple the luck from the human clan, and his martial arts cultivation improved immensely. No wonder the past three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan, the current Wu and Demon clan, and the sages of the future desired luck so much. With luck, the way of cultivation was much smoother, especially when one reached the origin realm. Without luck, the way of cultivation would only be arduous. Muzan looked at their elated expressions, yet he worried and said, "Older brother, second brother, and third sister, I'm afraid you are happy too soon. You have only seen the improvements of the people. Haven't you seen the dangers hidden around the clan?" The three of them were stunned. Yaochao questioned, "Fourth brother, why do you say this? The clan is now improving steadily. With our power growing day by day and the four of us guarding the clan, plus with your cultivation level, even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would have difficulty attacking us. Now that there are few sages to be in the untainted land, why would our clan be in danger?" Musen sighed deeply and continued, "You guys know one part, but not the other. Do you know why the Wu clan and the Demon clan became nemesis?" They shook their heads, though they had heard about the war between the two clans. The reason remained unknown. It was because of luck. The Wu and Demon clan, when one side lost, then naturally the other side would become the master of heaven and earth, and their clan's luck would be heavily boosted. When that time came, even the sages would have trouble facing them, Musen explained. She asked Musen, "What do their fights have to do with our clan?" Though the human clan was created by goddess Nva, we have nothing to do with the Demon clan. Instead, we are always fighting with the Demon clan, and our relationship with the Wu clan can be considered all right. I don't think their fights will affect us. Musen continued, "Have you ever considered that once the human clan grows particularly strong, it might threaten the Wu and Demon clan? Will they still be as they are now?" When the human clan was newly created, the luck was weak, but in just a few hundred years, the human clan has become so strong and our luck is still growing stronger. I'm sure you have felt it during your cultivation. As Musen preached about luck, the facial expressions of the three ancestors of the human clan changed immediately, as they had definitely felt it. Compared to when the clan was newly created, its luck had improved and increased tremendously. They had enjoyed the fact that the luck of the human clan became stronger, yet they had failed to think of the horrible consequences it would bring. If what Musen said was true, then the consequences would be unimaginable. She hurriedly asked Musen, "Then do you, fourth brother, have any ideas to solve this problem?" Since Musen had called them together, it meant he had come up with a plan. Even though the three of them had become the ancestors of the human clan earlier than Musen, it seemed that among the four of them, Musen had slowly and surely become their leader. The Untainted Land was a world where people had prowess and ability, and so did the human clan. Musen added, "You guys don't have to be so worried. It has not reached that stage yet, but it is true that we can no longer stay here. For now, it would be best for us to move somewhere else. Although this current land is good, it's too easy to get involved in the war of the Wu and Demon clan. Only when we've reached the far grounds of the Untainted Lands will our clan be able to grow steadily and gain strength." Yao Chaoshi asked Musen, "Then based on what you've pointed out, where should our clans move to? The Untainted Land may be a huge place, but most of the land was already occupied by the Wu and Demon clan. It wouldn't be easy to find a place that could hold such huge population. At the shore of the East Sea, the land is vast and both the Wu and Demon clans are weak there. It is the perfect place to relocate our clansmen. After we've moved there, I intend to build a sacred place of spiritual inheritance for the human clan," Musen continued. She asked Musen doubtfully, "A sacred place of spiritual inheritance? Why?" Although what Musen had said was rather literal, she did not understand why Musen wanted to build a sacred place of spiritual inheritance. The spiritual inheritance of the clan was martial arts, and since every clansman was already practicing martial arts, there was no purpose in building a place simply for spiritual inheritance. Musen questioned her back. "Third sister, when you cultivated martial arts, did you realize a flaw in martial arts?" She frowned. "Flaw? There was no flaw. To practice martial arts, you need a strong foundation. Only then will you be stronger. What flaw could there be?" Musen said, "Indeed, it is as you have said. But you have forgotten that you, older brother and second brother, have the luck of the human clan, and with merit from the way of heaven, there is not much impeding your cultivation. However, what about the normal people in the human clan? Their speed of martial arts cultivation cannot be compared to us. Martial arts cultivation is a continuous thing. You cannot stop or take a break halfway. When normal humans practice martial arts cultivation, it will cost them a lot of time. If one day a sage starts to do a sermon in the clan, the martial arts spiritual inheritance of the human clan will face destruction. Compared to martial arts, the way of celestial immortality would seem much easier." With a few words, Musen clarified the weakness of martial arts, and the expressions on the faces of the three ancestors changed once again. If what Musen said was true, then one day, a sage would come for a sermon here. Countless humans would abandon martial arts for the way of celestial immortality. Thus the spiritual inheritance of martial arts of the human race would be weakened, and the human clan would fall right into the hands of the sage. Compared to the other clans in the Untainted Land, the human clan was too weak to go through the way of celestial immortality. Once the way of celestial immortality became highly sought after in the human clan, it could temporarily increase the strength of the human clan. In reality, the possibility of any skilled cultivators in the human clan cultivating the way of celestial immortality would be very minimal. And even if there were skilled cultivators, they couldn't be compared to the ones that had cultivated for thousands of years. Since it was concerning the spiritual inheritance of the human tribe, she asked, "You mentioned the establishment of the sacred land of spiritual inheritance. Was it meant to tackle the hidden threat?" Though he was an ancestor of the human tribe, she was not keen to power and influence, but was concerned about the spiritual inheritance of his human tribe. The human tribe would not be a tribe as strong as the sorcerer and demon tribes if the way of celestial immortality was prevalent in this tribe. Muzin nodded and said, "Sure, ever since the origin of the human tribe several hundreds of years ago, we have not engaged in any wars. Hence, our migration will not be troubled by the Wu tribe. The demon tribe, however, will inevitably get in our way, which also serves as an opportunity to steal ourselves and show our strength. After arriving at the coast of the East Sea, we will commence on building our own sacred land of spiritual inheritance exclusive for the cultivation of martial arts, and the way of celestial immortality could be cultivated outside the Holy Land. Tens of millions of humans are now living in the tribe. After arriving there, we will select high-level aptitude tribesmen from each tribe and teach them martial arts by ourselves." Suren Shi and the other two were satisfied with this advice. Considering that elites of martial arts in the human tribe could be gathered in the Holy Land of human tribe, the spiritual inheritance of martial arts could remain strong even if the way of celestial immortality was prevailing in the tribe. Martial arts could be strengthened inside the Holy Land, while the combination of the way of celestial immortality and martial arts would further promote the strength of the human tribe outside. Seeing this, Muzin continued, "I will arrange a mind cultivation formation of martial arts inside the sacred land of spiritual inheritance so as to select candidates. Once they enter the Holy Land successfully, they will be qualified to learn my Taoist characters, Wu, the Chinese character for martial arts." The three guys became even more pleasantly surprised hearing the Taoist characters Wu. Without the help of this Taoist characters, they would not be able to achieve the heaven clashing level in such a short period. When all martial arts cultivators in the tribe had the chance to learn this Taoist characters, the process of martial arts cultivation would certainly be accelerated. Muzin continued, "After the establishment of the Holy Land, I will spend a year in demonstrating my Wu to all martial arts cultivators every 100 years. Besides, the Holy Land of human tribe will be open to the outside world every 10 years for the selection of kids with aptitudes in martial arts from diverse tribes. In this way, martial arts in our human tribe will flourish." Suren Shi and the others highly praised that advice. According to Muzin's methods, nearly all people with aptitudes in martial arts among the human tribe would be taken to the Holy Land. Those remaining, ungifted in martial arts, could possibly gain some achievements in the way of celestial immortality. Although Muzin was the ancestor of martial arts, he would not despise the way of celestial immortality. Ignoring the importance of the way of celestial immortality would lead to a terrible situation. Some gifted people in the way of celestial immortality would go for the sage. More and more people would run away from the human tribe, and no doubt it would bring riots and lead to separation. Muzin added, "Of course, our human tribe will not abandon the way of celestial immortality. Martial arts and the way of celestial immortality will coexist in the Holy Land. And human tribe gifted in the way of celestial immortality will be admitted into the sacred land of spiritual inheritance every 10 years and receive special cultivation. By doing this, both martial arts and the way of celestial immortality will keep thriving." Suren Shi asked, "My brother, we are all martial arts cultivators. It far exceeds our abilities to understand the way of celestial immortality. Even if we manage to select gifted tribesmen in the way of celestial land, what are we supposed to teach them?" The fact was that martial arts were prevalent among the human tribe, but there were no masters in the way of celestial immortality, not to mention the transforming exercises of it. What he worried about was indeed reasonable. Muzin had taken this worry into consideration before, but it was not the best time to illustrate it now. He was in need of the proper chance to show that thing. Otherwise, it would vainly stir up suspicions. In addition, that thing was involved with too many other things and would not be easily exhibited to others. Maybe another time would be fine. Muzin said, "I understand your worries. After the migration, I will travel around untainted land and visit many individual cultivators so as to seek some fated chances and transforming exercises of the way of celestial immortality. I believe that our problems will be solved in this way." Suren Shi agreed and said, "Well, in that case, we should instantly order all tribesmen to prepare for the migration. The trip will be dangerous. We have to make joint efforts to secure our human tribe." Over the past years, these three guys had constantly compared notes of martial arts with each other. They worked together and still were beaten by Muzin. Moreover, Muzin did not exert all his power at all. Up to now, Muzin's martial arts had reached the peak of the heaven clashing level, and no zenith heaven golden immortal could match his strength. Consequently, the migration of the human tribe would be much safer with his protection. Upon the orders by the four ancestors of humanity, the tribesmen all began to prepare. The four enjoyed high prestige in the tribe. No one dared to object to them. Now that the four ancestors of humanity had reached an agreement over the migration, it would not be easily changed. The sorcerer and demon tribes in untainted land naturally noticed their action. but the Wu tribe took it easy. They thought that migration of a small tribe could not violate their interests. Instead, they gave a hand to them at times. The demon tribe, however, acted differently. The human tribe would pass their territory. To give way or not to give way was questioned. If they did, others would scorn them for fearing the human tribe. If not, a war would be inevitable. They had heard about the 4 ancestors of humanity, who all achieved the cultivation of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Normal tribes of the demon tribe were totally uncompetitive compared to them. One more thing to consider was the goddess Enviwa, who was both the creator of the human tribe and the sage of the demon tribe. Once they waged a war against the human tribe, they would defame goddess Enviwa's reputation. Besides, they would not know how to explain to goddess Enviwa if the human tribe suffered losses. Others, conversely, believed that the human tribe was nothing but a created tool for goddess Enviwa to reach the sage. Moreover, goddess Enviwa had not cared about them since their origin, which proved that they had little value. So goddess Enviwa would not blame them for damaging the human tribe. Therefore, the human tribe struggled all the way, fighting against the demon tribe constantly. The strong ones in the human tribe were not stronger than black immortals. So Muzin, Surenshi, Yaochaoshi, and Z, she only took care of demon tribes stronger than the black immortal level, and the rest were battled by tribesmen themselves. Without being baptized by hardships, the human tribe could only be flowers in the greenhouse, far away from the master of the heaven and earth. It took the human tribe nearly 100 years to reach the coast of the East Sea through bloody fights. As a result, the number of the human tribe did not increase, but their overall strength was lifted to a higher realm. The human tribe were mature now like soaring Ias. Untainted land was their real arena. After arriving, the human tribe began to expel the demon tribe nearby and settled on the coast of the East Sea as its stronghold. Muzin and others commenced on building the sacred land of spiritual inheritance of the human tribe, which would be done as soon as possible. They would not feel relieved before the completion of the Holy Land. The establishment of the sacred land of spiritual inheritance was big news in the human tribe. Numerous martial arts cultivators signed up in hope of becoming members of the Holy Land. Meanwhile, the way of celestial immortality was abandoned temporarily due to the lack of transforming exercises. Martial arts became the dominant cultivation method among the human tribe. Nevertheless, the mind cultivation formation arranged by Muzin was not easy to break. Tens of millions of people came for tests, and no more than 200,000 people passed the trial cultivation after several rounds of selections. The people remaining had to return to their tribe in disappointment. Luckily, the Holy Land of Human Tribe was open to the outside world every 10 years, so the human tribe that failed this time still had another chance. They would work harder on the cultivation of martial arts so as to enter the Holy Land and receive instruction from the ancestor of martial arts in person. Sogurnshi, Yaochaoshi, and Z, she were all delighted to see this flourishing scene. If things continued this way, the strength of the human tribe would develop at an extremely high rate. Muzin, however, knew that this was impossible because goddess Enviwa had been teaching for 1,000 years, and now it was over. Wuhuang Heaven, inside the royal Nvywa temple, 1,000 years had passed, and goddess Enviwa finally finished her explanation on the way of fate. Nowadays, her merit fulfilled could be regarded as having reached their successful conclusion. 3 pure ones and the others left soon after goddess Enviwa's teaching was over, leaving only the demon tribe remaining in the temple. Emperor Jun still had another purpose he hadn't yet achieved. Once 3 pure ones and the others left, Emperor Jun asked, since goddess has become the sage, has goddess considered the future of my demon tribe? Since she had become the sage, even Emperor Jun had to respectfully address her as goddess. There was nothing he could do. Even if Emperor Jun was the demon emperor, the gap between a sage-to-be and the sage was indeed too huge. If he offended goddess Enviwa, the demon tribe would lose a major patron. Goddess Enviwa stared at Emperor Jun. A complicated feeling was exposed on her face. Finally, goddess Enviwa closed her eyes and said, the matters of the demon tribe are preordained. I am unable to do anything of help. Now that goddess Enviwa was the sage, she had naturally calculated some matters regarding the luck of the demon tribe. Although at this moment the luck of the demon tribe was flourishing, everything that had reached its peak would certainly decline. Goddess Enviwa faintly perceived that the power of the demon tribe would weaken. Emperor Jun, Tei, and a group of demon tribe naturally felt dissatisfied to receive such kind of answer from goddess Enviwa. But now that goddess Enviwa was the sage, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. Even Tei, with his impulsive temperament, restrained himself. With no other choice, Emperor Jun could only turn to Fuxi for help. Who else to say something but her older brother? If Fuxi said something, goddess Enviwa wouldn't blame him. Fuxi received Emperor Jun's hint and asked, Sister, you see, the matter of the demon tribe. Goddess Enviwa could only sigh when she heard Fuxi speak. She replied, what my brother is thinking I'm already aware. If in the future something happens to the demon tribe, I won't go as far as to watch without doing anything. All of you should go." It was clear that Goddess Enviwa didn't want to say more, for she disappeared without a trace after finishing her speech. Even though Emperor Jun and the rest felt quite dissatisfied, in any case, they had received a promise from Goddess Enviwa, so it could be considered quite good. If something were to happen in the future, the demon tribe would have Goddess Enviwa to come to their help. Perhaps they could be out of harm's way. Goddess Enviwa had an extremely complex expression on her face as she watched the demon tribe leave, not only because she had perceived that the demon tribe would weaken, but also because she was worried about her brother, Fuxi. Fuxi was already at the center of the current cultivation tribulation. Even if right now Goddess Enviwa persuaded him to leave the heavenly court, as she wanted to, it wouldn't make any difference. Fuxi wholeheartedly wanted to strengthen the demon tribe. How could he possibly leave at a time like this? She could only sigh. Goddess Enviwa really didn't know what else she ought to say. It was fortunate that right now she was the sage. As long as she watched over Fuxi, she could surely keep him safe. Unfortunately, man proposes, heaven disposes. Sometimes, even the sage had a time where they couldn't do anything. The phrase, "magic skills are inferior to heaven's calculation," described it best. For Goddess Enviwa, teaching for 1,000 years was equivalent to letting the fate be thoroughly understood. She had also gained quite a lot from it. It was at this moment that Goddess Enviwa suddenly remembered the human tribe she had created. She didn't know how they were faring at the moment. At that time, she'd been in a hurry to leave and hadn't considered them at all. After all, they were her creation. She felt that it would be quite a pity if they were to be destroyed so easily. Once the sage wanted to know, hundreds of things would be clear. Since Goddess Enviwa already had the intention, what the human tribe had gone through for 1,000 years naturally would be imprinted in her mind. Astonishment suddenly appeared on her face. It wasn't surprising. The human tribe's experiences for the past millennium were indeed too astonishing, especially the breathtaking appearance of the four ancestors of humanity. They had really caused all living things of untainted land to look upon the human tribe in a different light. Seeing the greatness of the human tribe's development, guilt began to grow in Goddess Enviwa's heart. The human tribe honored her as their sacred lady, and she even enjoyed the worship of the human tribe as well as 30 of their luck. Nevertheless, she felt quite ashamed to receive them, for she had never done anything for the human tribe. Goddess Enviwa was also bewildered in regards to the appearance of the four ancestors of humanity. She really couldn't understand what was so special about the human tribe that she could actually get such merit and become the sage for creating them. The four ancestors of humanity also obtained a great amount of merit from their contribution to the growth of the human tribe. There was no other tribe that had received this treatment among the 100 tribes of untainted land. Goddess Enviwa counted on her fingers. She wanted to know what was so special about the human tribe, but she still didn't gain anything after she'd finished counting. The matters of the human tribe seemed to be veiled like they were the secrets of heaven. Goddess Enviwa became even more suspicious. In the untainted land, aside from Goddess Enviwa the sage, only Ancestor Hongjun could conceal the secrets of heaven. Another possibility was the way of heaven. Goddess Enviwa was scared by this notion. Originally, she had only created the human tribe as a tool to become the sage, but from what she saw now, the human tribe didn't seem to be that ordinary. Regardless of whether it was Ancestor Hongjun or the way of heaven that had concealed the secrets of heaven, either one was already sufficient to prove that the human tribe wasn't as simple as she had thought. In the end, what was so special about the human tribe? Goddess Enviwa was not the only one pondering this. Emperor Jun's and Tei's group, who had just returned to the heavenly court, 3 pure ones, as well as Jian's and Junti's group, who had each respectively returned to their ashram, all of them, had been listening to the teaching for a millennium inside Wawang heaven. They naturally wanted to know about what had happened in the untainted land during the past 1,000 years. Everyone was shocked to learn about the human tribe. It had only been 1,000 years since the human tribe was created, yet not only had their numbers grown astonishingly from the original 120,000 into more than 10 million tribesmen, a practice law that was different from the way of celestial immortality had also appeared inside the tribe, the martial arts. Furthermore, it was also a member of the human tribe who had created the practice. It was impossible for them not to be shocked by these. What shocked them even more was that Goddess Enviwa had received huge merit from creating humans, thus becoming the sage, while the 4 ancestors of humanity also received merits of heaven for their tremendous contribution in the growth of the human tribe. When had merits of heaven become so little in value, what was merit? It was essentially a multi-purpose thing with a lot of function, such as increasing one's cultivation, dissipating one's karma, refining magical weapons, dispersing one's heart's obsession, and so on. In the untainted land, who wouldn't want to get more merit? Yet there were only a few who were genuinely able to obtain it, and no one had ever expected that 4 of those people would appear at once among the human tribe. How could they not to be jealous? Inside Mount Kunlun, 3 pure ones who had just returned from goddess Envaiwa's teaching were gazing at the coast of the East Sea, each bearing a different expression on his face. Honored Lord of the Origin asked in confusion, older brother, what exactly is so special about the human tribe? Junior sister goddess Envaiwa became the sage because of them, and the 4 ancestors of humanity also obtained merit and achieved the Freya of Zenith Heaven because of them. But compared with the sorcerer and demon tribes, they are small and weak. There's no redeeming quality about them. Leazi counted on his fingers silently for a long time and gained nothing. He said, there must be something special about the human tribe junior sister goddess Envaiwa created. Otherwise, the way of heaven wouldn't send out merit so frequently. All 4 ancestors of humanity also achieved Zenith Heaven fruit. One can see their extraordinariness, especially that martial ancestor of the human tribe. He could actually create a new path, really admirable. Tongshan laughed and said, haha, that is correct. The 3 other ancestors of the human tribe don't count for anything, but this ancestor of martial arts, Muzan, is indeed extraordinary. If he were to be born several thousand years earlier, perhaps now he would be fighting against us. It's a pity he was born at the wrong time. Honored Lord of the Origin frowned. Third brother's words are wrong, he said. A tiny human tribe, how could they fight against us, the Pangu tribe? In the future, don't say these kinds of words in front of others. You would cause our reputation to fall for no reason. Honored Lord of the Origin loved his reputation. Seeing Tongshan mention Muzan on equal terms with them, he would naturally be unhappy. Holy Mountain of the West. After they returned, Ji-in and Junti were naturally attracted by the matters of the human tribe. An idea appeared in the 2 men's hearts after they saw how extraordinary the human tribe was. Although the West was vast, it was sparsely populated. If they could bring back some of the human tribe, the West could slowly grow stronger. Junti knew that the 4 ancestors of humanity had received merit of heaven, so he was envious of them. Senior brother, the luck of these 4 ancestors of humanity was really good. They could actually obtain merit of heaven just by contributing in the growth of human tribe. His speech was somewhat suffused with jealousy as he said this, but it wasn't bad for them to obtain merit, especially that ancestor of martial arts. His aptitude is unique. If we could bring them to the West, our West would definitely be able to become strong. Ji inside. Junti's wholehearted schemes for the West had gradually been affecting his practice. Ji-in could only advise him, junior brother, I know that you wholeheartedly want the best for the West, but the human tribe already has martial arts, and the ancestor of martial arts was the person who started it. How would he be willing to place himself under the 2 of us? It will be better for you and me to achieve enlightenment in the foundation of the Great Way as quickly as possible, so that we can quickly become the sage. Regarding this matter, we'll discuss it again in the future. As for Heavenly Court, when Emperor Jun returned, he blazed with wrath when he found out about the human tribe. But it wasn't surprising. In his eyes, the human tribe was the creation of goddess Envaiwa, the sage of the demon tribe. For him, it meant they were a subsidiary tribe of the demon tribe. Yet against all reason, not only was the human tribe quite close with the Wu tribe, but they also frequently beheaded the demon tribe in the untainted land. This was simply a rebellion. Unfortunately, ancestor of Hongjun had decreed, demons govern the heaven, sorcerers rule the earth. To avoid giving a pretext to the Wu tribe, Emperor Jun couldn't brazenly go to the untainted land. As for the matter about the human tribe, he could only tolerate them for the time being. Once he put an end to the Wu tribe, he would find the human tribe and settle this account. The human tribe was developing prosperously regardless of what happened outside. The sacred land of spiritual inheritance of the human tribe had greatly inspired the entire human tribe to cultivate. Moreover, catching a chance to cultivate under the 4 ancestors of humanity who were worshipped by the whole human tribe had further strengthened their desire to enter the holy land of Huma tribe. Seeing that the human tribe was developing very well, Muzan was ready to travel around untainted land. However, what he wanted was more than a tour. He needed a chance to go out to take out some fated chances, arranged by himself. On the sacred island of Bloodsea, Ming was a little surprised at the letter from Muzan. He did not expect that what he had accidentally done before could benefit Muzan's plan for the human tribe's development. It was indeed an unintentional positive outcome. Ming naturally agreed upon Muzan's plan, and so he used the power of heaven and earth to fly numerous stone tablets into Muzan's hands in untainted land. These stone tablets meant nothing to him, but being beneficial to Muzan's plan meant to have made the best use of them. Ming started to think about himself after helping Muzan. Goddess Envaiwa becoming the sage meant untainted land would enter into an era of the sage. As for Goddess Envaiwa's teaching, Ming had no interest because his Tao for cultivation was different from Goddess Envaiwa's Tao of fate. However, heaven and earth Taoist, Ming's good separation had gone for the teaching. Although heaven and earth Taoist did not understand the fate, the world in his body needed merits of fate to improve itself, and this teaching might help to develop creatures in that world. Ming was busy refining himself into the body of Rakshasa through the divine law, as well as gaining an enlightenment from the law of blood and the law of spiritual beings, so he could not spare time to be concerned about his disciples. Ming's second disciple, Kang Xuan, was 300 years old and born with a cultivation base at golden immortality level. Moreover, with divine five-colored light heaven endowed magic skills as his natural gift, Kang Xuan was unmatched among golden immortals. Ming did not let Kang Xuan cultivate his transforming exercises because Kang Xuan had found his own Tao for cultivation, and when achieving the fulfillment of Zenith Heaven, Kang Xuan could gain an enlightenment from the divine law of five elements with the help of the divine five-colored light. If Kang Xuan could gain insight successfully and receive help from the magic skills, Liu could barely defeat him, provided that Liu made no progress. Since Liu had reached Zenith Heaven level, he had gained an insight into the law of war, which was very suitable to him. It had significantly enhanced his strength to fight and helped him reach the late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortality. As for Ming's Mount Chixuan, he could not catch up with Liu in cultivation even though he had been making progress. Chixuan was an ordinary Kailan from the Kailan tribe. He had no extraordinary aptitude and had not been able to gain an insight into the divine law after reaching the Zenith Heaven realm. Fortunately, Chixuan's current cultivation as a mount was good enough, and Ming did not ask too much of him. Compared with Chixuan, Kang Xuan was more talented, and Ming had as high expectations for him as Liu. Ming also gave Kang Xuan a 9th-grade red lotus of fire that had been returned by Chang Zai and Wang Shu as a gift for being his disciple. Ming felt a little uncomfortable giving the 9th-grade red lotus of fire away even though it was useless to him. As for the five elements primordial spiritual roots, Kang Xuan removed them into the 5-element space converted from the divine 5-colored light for the purpose of enhancing the power of the divine 5-colored light and strengthening the space. Ming had no spare time to be concerned about his disciples' cultivation, but their achievement gratified him. The human tribe had existed for 1,000 years, but because not all humans could cultivate for eternal life, and many humans were killed during the fight with the demon tribe, the deceased number was also large. Thus, it was a critical time for him. Since the 6 paths of reincarnation had not yet appeared in untainted land, the souls of the deceased had nowhere to go but to haunt between the heaven and earth. The Blood Sea, which had the thickest killing intent of the whole untainted land, naturally became the destination for these souls. Thus, millions of souls from the human tribe had gathered there over 1,000 years. Although the killing intent in the Blood Sea benefited the souls a lot, once the souls arrived, the evil blood aura naturally dragged them into the Blood Sea, where crying emitted from the souls could always be heard. Upon seeing the suffering and struggling souls in the Blood Sea, Ming sighed. It was time for the Ashura tribe to be born. He stood up and flew into the Blood Sea. Ming said to himself, "I shall save you, though from now on you will no longer be humans." The souls of the human tribe were dragged out of the roaring Blood Sea one after another following a sweep of his sleeve. In the meantime, numerous blood columns, each of which wrapped a spirit, arose out of the Blood Sea, and soon millions of such blood columns appeared above the Blood Sea. Ming was a little excited about seeing the blood cocoons. The feeling of creating a new species was beyond words. Only Goddess Enviwa could perhaps understand Ming's excitement. Several days later, all the blood cocoons had turned to be like amber and calmed down. The figures inside them could be seen vaguely. Although the figures were similar to the human tribe, they were born with higher cultivation than the human tribe. This was the main difference. The worst cultivation of the figures was at earthly immortals' realm, and 4 leaders even had the vital force of golden immortality. Ming sent power to them with one finger, Ashura tribe, out. With these words, millions of blood cocoons exploded, and the Ashura tribesmen came out. The Ashura tribesmen were like humans except for their ferocious appearance. The Way of Heaven immediately sensed the birth of the Ashura tribe, and a golden light of merit appeared out of the void and fell directly into the Blood Sea. This merit was as large as 1/5 of what Goddess Enviwa had received for the creation of humans. Although the Ashura tribe was not the ruler of heaven and earth in the future, it constituted one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, ensuring large merit would fall. Ming was naturally very happy to receive the merit, and put it directly into the Golden Wheel of Merit to fill the loss consumed before. It also enlarged the Golden Wheel of Merit in case he needed to sacrifice to the magical Tao Mirror in the future. The newly born Ashura tribe bowed to Ming, "Your ancestor, your ancestor, your ancestor." Since the Ashura tribe had been created for killing tribe, the killing intent contained in those words spread in the air. However, Ming had never wanted to change their nature. In the Ashura tribe, the male was fierce and ugly-looking whereas the female was extremely beautiful. However, both men and women had an Ashura heart because killing was their nature. Ming addressed the four leaders in front, all of whom were at the cultivation of golden immortality. You four will be the kings of the Ashura tribe, and named the demon king of the sixth sky, Brahma, Yu Session, and Shiva. Starting today, you will lead the whole Ashura tribe. The four immediately bowed to thank Ming, and 4 silver lights were sent into their eyebrows by Ming. This is the Shura blood book, created by me. You can spread it to all Ashura tribesmen. Now you can go. Receiving the order, the 4 kings led millions of Ashura tribesmen to inhabit the Blood Sea. The Shura blood books, a transforming exercises for body tempering, was specially created for the Ashura tribesmen by Ming. Cultivators could refine themselves into a Shura body using evil blood aura. The Shura body could not be a match to the body of an ancestor of sorcerer, but was as powerful as a great sorcerer. Although this transformation exercise could only be predicated to the level of sage to be, Ming would be very satisfied if the Ashura tribe could have such a cultivation base. Ming would also establish the religion of Asura in the future. However, this religion was not suitable for the human tribe because it honored killing heaven, killing earth, and killing all living beings. Besides, since this religion was established specifically for the Ashura tribe created by Ming, the luck would also totally fall to him. Oh, Ming nearly forgot that after Junti changed the Western religious sect into Buddhism, Junti established the 8 creatures, including Ashuras. There was no doubt that Junti would snatch some luck of the Ashura tribe from Ming. It was definitely not what Ming wanted to see. As for why not to establish the religion of Asura now, there were 2 reasons. First, Ming-he did not want to destroy Muzin's plan for the human tribe. If the 3 pure ones, Jiyin and Junti, gained enlightenment on the fated chance for becoming the sage after Ming's creation of the religion of Asura, they would teach the way of celestial immortality in the human tribe, which definitely influenced Muzin's plan. Martial arts had been popular in the human tribe for only several hundred years, and the sacred land of spiritual inheritance was just established. If the way of celestial immortality was taught in the human tribe now, the purpose of establishing the sacred land of spiritual inheritance would not be accomplished. Thus, delaying the establishment time of the religion of Asura could strengthen the sacred land of spiritual inheritance and also benefit Muzin's plan. Second, Ming's evil separation, Red Lotus Taoist, would reach the realm of the origin soon, so Ming himself also needed some time to prepare for converting into the body of Rakshasa, which he must be very cautious about, because one careless step might cause him to lose the whole game. Moreover, Ming also needed more time to gain enlightenment from the law of blood and the law of spiritual beings. The merits falling to the Blood Sea was as large as 1/5 of that for goddess Enviwa's creation of the human tribe, and all living beings of untainted land had naturally found the big event. Since both goddess Enviwa's creation of the human tribe and Ming's creation of the Ashura tribe had granted them merits, all living beings were wondering if it was a better choice to receive merits by creating a new species. The merits were the one that all the cultivators desired. Some reclusive almighty cultivators in untainted land also expected to receive the merits by creating a new tribe, just as what goddess Enviwa and Ming had done. What they might not know was that the reason for receiving the merit for creating the human and Ashura tribes was that both of them were paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the human tribe would even be the dominator of the heaven and earth. Thus, if they wanted to receive the merit like goddess Enviwa and Ming, they were daydreaming. Some envied and some were jealous, and of course, some worried. Ming, who enjoyed the extraordinary strength and had snatched the Hong Meng immortal chi from Hongyun, would be likely to become the sage after receiving the merits. Thus, the demon tribe was the one who was worried about this. Emperor Jun wore a grave expression when looking at the immense Blood Sea. At first, goddess Enviwa becoming the sage meant one more powerful supporter of the demon tribe, and even though she did not help the demon tribe excessively, goddess Enviwa, as the sage of the demon tribe, would not stand by or do nothing. But if Ming had became the sage, 2 sages would exist in untainted land. If goddess Enviwa helped the demon tribe defeat the Wu tribe and become the dominator of the universe of untainted land, she would naturally enjoy more luck of the demon tribe, and her cultivation might also be further enhanced. Moreover, with the demon tribe being the dominator of the heaven and earth, its luck would greatly increase, and Emperor Jun could reach the Daluo golden immortal of origin by relying on the luck. However, if Ming became the sage, would he allow all of these to happen? The Wu tribe had the real entity of Pangu, and if they were supported by Ming, the demon tribe would have little chance to win even with the help of goddess Enviwa the sage and the cosmic stars formation. All these were the reasons why Emperor Jun wore a grave expression. In addition, Emperor Jun worried more about the 3 pure ones, Jiyin and Junti. If they also had gained insight into the fated chance for becoming the sage, untainted land might enter into another era. The sorcerer and demon tribes were still weaker compared to the sage. there was little possibility that the demon tribe could defeat the sage with the cosmic star's formation. As for the Wu tribe, even if its real entity of Pangu could be a match against the sage, the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not last long facing the strong boomerang from that tactical formation. Emperor Jun could not imagine what would happen when all the sage came into being. It was an unprecedented pressure that Emperor Jun had felt. However, Emperor Jun had no ability to, and could not stop them from becoming the sage, because it not only violated the way of heaven, but also offended the 3 pure ones and others. It would cause a great deal of karma to the one preventing others from being the sage. The only solution for the demon tribe was to defeat the Wu tribe to become the dominator of the heaven and earth. 2,000 years had passed since honorable ancestor set the 10,000-year agreement. 8,000 years later, the sorcerer and demon tribes would have a final fight determining which would be the dominator of the heaven and earth. Emperor Jun could not help thinking of the figure that showed in the fight between the sorcerer and demon tribes. That figure had buried 10 billions of demon tribe with one shot. The Wu tribe's real entity of Pangu was so dreadful that even goddess Envaiwa, the sage, might not stand its one shot. Thus, Emperor Jun naturally had a grave expression on his face when he was reminded of that. In Mount Kunlun, the 3 pure ones also had a change on their faces upon seeing the merits falling to the blood sea. Goddess Envaiwa became the sage by relying on the merits for the creation of the human tribe, and now Ming also received the merits of heaven by creating the Ashura tribe. Ming He now was at the sage to be peak level, which was only one step from the realm of origin. Even though Ming had received only 1/5 of the merits of Goddess Envaiwa, he still had a chance to become the sage with the merits. The 3 pure ones were Pangu tribe and disciples of ancestor Hongjun. That Goddess Envaiwa became the sage prior to them made them lose face. If Ming, who was even not a disciple of honorable ancestor, also became the sage prior to them, those 3 would lose face completely. But fortunately, it seemed that Ming had no breakthrough after receiving the merits of heaven. When Goddess Envaiwa received the merits, she immediately became the sage, and the auspicious signs spread all over Untainted Land. But now in Untainted Land, everything was so calm and no signs had appeared showing that Ming had become the sage. It was just fine. The 3 pure ones felt relieved at the situation that, fortunately, was not bad now. If someone also became the sage prior to them, they, the 3 pure ones, would lose face completely. Although Ming did not become the sage yet, the 3 pure ones were still under pressure, and desired to successfully gain enlightenment of the foundation of the Great Way as soon as possible. Just then a strong menace intent flew from the blood sea into heaven. A dense blood cloud covered the heaven and earth, and black snow fell onto the blood sea. Meanwhile, the cultivation tribulation in Untainted Land was stirred up greatly, and the menace intent of heaven forced all the stars to change their positions. When all the evil spirit gathered in the blood sea, numerous bloody red lotuses appeared above the blood sea. All living beings in Untainted Land had naturally noticed the strange scene in the blood sea. Its menace intent was so strong that could even change the heaven and earth. Although the scene of the blood sea covered less than the auspicious signs showed when Goddess Envaiwa became the sage, it still made the whole Untainted Land shocked. All the creatures in Untainted Land came up with an idea that maybe Ming had become another sage after Goddess Envaiwa. This thought greatly shocked them. However, the scene appeared when Ming became the sage was so scary, and the lotuses formed by the menace intent could change anyone, including a Daluo golden immortal, into a killing puppet forever. Ming has become a sage. The 3 pure ones had thought the reason that Ming did not immediately become the sage after receiving the merit was that the merit was not enough, or he had not found his fated chance. But before they accepted it, Ming had unexpectedly become the sage. Ming was scarier than Goddess Envaiwa, even though his commanding power was on a par with Goddess Envaiwa's. Ming was the sage who had gained insight into the law of killing, which could be told from his strong menace intent, whereas Goddess Envaiwa was good at the divine law of fate. Thus, it was very easy to tell which one had the more powerful strength.